Synopsis. After a life of neglect and isolation, a young soul is reborn into a world of magic and monsters. Waking up in the body of a captive child, he discovers he possesses a mysterious system and a unique power to command the shadows of the fallen. To survive his captors and protect his new companions, he must navigate a dangerous land filled with demon lords and ancient dragons. As he grows in strength and levels up, he seeks a place where he can finally belong, unknowingly destined to become a powerful ruler who walks between the light of heroes and the depth of shadows. Chapter 1: New Life. I was floating in a never-ending pool of darkness. How did I even end up here? Where am I? Who am I? Questions like that filled my mind as I tried to remember, but all my memories were blurry. What the hell is going on? I started to panic. I tried to move, but found myself unable to move even a finger. I tried to yell, but not a sound came out. I couldn't hear anything, and I couldn't feel anything. Time passed, and I was tired, so I just stayed there, floating, having given up on ever getting out of this place. Was it pathetic to just give up? Probably, but I didn't care after spending however long I was stuck here. More time passed, and my memories started to get clearer. I was the youngest and had 2 older siblings. An older brother who treated me as his punching bag every time he was angry. No, he would treat me like that whenever he wanted to. While my parents made me do everything from cooking, cleaning, and everything else they could come up with so I could stay inside the house, or, more precisely, in the basement. My older sister was the nicest out of my whole family by treating me like trash, not worth even looking at. She even gave me her old phone when she threw it at me one time, and it broke. The screen was cracked, and the bottom part didn't work, but the top was still readable, and that's how I learned about light novels. Reading them in secret every night so they wouldn't notice I had the phone. It became my favorite time of the day, just reading various novels in the dark and cold basement. Confirmation complete, acquiring resist skill, cold resistance. The other was the school library I could go to and read. I was also happy in school. While the kids avoided me, the teacher treated me like every other student. When I got my grades for the first time, I was excited, thinking my parents would be proud of me for the first time, but when I showed them to my parents, they could care less about my grades. On the other hand, my brother beat me up due to getting worse grades than me. As I got older, I understood there wasn't anything I could do, so I just tried my best not to anger anyone, and so time flew by. Then one night, after starting a new volume of a novel I had recently started reading, I went to sleep, and now I'm here. Am I dead? Strangely, I wasn't sad thinking that, having spent my whole life hearing things like, "You are a waste of space, and you should just kill yourself." If anything else, this made me want to laugh, thinking that they would probably celebrate if I died. Actually, death isn't that bad. Confirmation complete, acquiring ultimate skill god of death, Hades, unsuccessful. Repeating attempt, failed. Repeating attempt, failed. Downgrading ultimate skill god of death, Hades to ultimate skill shadow monarch, Ashborn, unsuccessful. Repeating attempt, failed. Downgrading ultimate skill shadow monarch, Ashborn to unique skill shadow lord, successful. Warning body is in critical condition. Confirmation complete, acquiring common skill self-regeneration, successful. A voice so I'm not dead. Then I felt pain spreading throughout my body, like millions of needles stabbing me. My eyes opened, WWE. I tried to say, but my throat was dry and speaking was too painful. I managed to stand up with difficulty, my legs were wobbly, and it felt like I would fall if I tried to take a step, but I ignored it and looked around. The room was small and empty, besides the wooden bowl with what looked like soup near a big wooden door and a bucket in the corner. The door was massive compared to me. At first, I was confused, but then I panicked and looked at my hands. I saw 2 small, pale, and bruised hands I didn't recognize. I woke up in an unknown room, everything was bigger than it should have been, and I couldn't even recognize my hands. Did I really die and reincarnate? I looked at the clothes I was wearing. They were gray and torn, looking like they weren't washed for weeks. Then out of nowhere, before I could do anything else, a translucent blue screen appeared before my eyes. Name, Cal. Titles: Slave, Adopted Prince. Level: 1-0-100 EXP. Magicules: 1000. Stats: Strength 10-20% equals 8. Vitality 10-20% equals 8. Agility 10-20% equals 8. Intelligence 10. Perception 10. Remaining points 0. While I was looking with wide eyes at the screen, the door unlocked, and a red-headed fat man with a big scar above his right eye and medieval-looking clothes walked in and looked at me with disdain. "Good, you're still alive. You should have learned your lesson now," he said, grabbed my arm and dragged me out of the room. We passed a dark corridor before he walked upstairs without slowing down, making me trip and be dragged up the stairs before being thrown into a different room. "Now, you will think before doing something stupid again," the bastard said, and slammed the door shut before a locking noise could be heard. "Cal, are you hurt?" a girl asked as she ran to me. She was around 10 years old with blonde hair and bright green eyes. She checked my body for injuries, and I winced in pain. Tears started forming in her eyes. "Why did you agree to do that?" she said, and started crying into my shoulder. I didn't know what to do, so I stayed silent and looked around. The room we were currently locked in was large compared to the one I was locked in before, and had what looked like 4 dirty sleeping mats on the floor and a single candle to light the room. Besides the girl and me, there was another boy who looked like a male version of the girl, but maybe slightly older. "We had to do it, the boy said, looking at her and then looking at me. "I got it," he said, showing a rolled parchment of paper and a knife. "We are getting out tomorrow." He rolled up the parchment, showing us a map. "We are somewhere around here and must get all the way to here," he said, tracing his finger from a location that looked like a forest in the middle of nowhere and stopping under the text Holy Empire Ruberios. "When we arrive in the Empire, we can find shelter in the church, maybe even become holy knights." Then, he started telling us the escape plan. The plan was simple, but there wasn't anything better we could do to escape, especially as kids. "When one of the slave traders comes here to give us food, we will use the knife and stab him before making a run for it." After going through the plan, we hid the map and knife under a loose plank on the floor and went to sleep. But I couldn't fall asleep and looked at the ceiling. It's because I recognized the name of the Empire. It's where the novel I read before reincarnating here. The story is about a salaryman who is murdered and reincarnates in a world with swords and magic as a slime with unique powers, and builds his own nation of monsters. I didn't see the Jura Tempest Federation on the map, so that means I'm before it was created, or the map is old. But the Holy Empire Ruberios, the nation, is led by Holy Emperor Louis Valentin, who, secretly, is a vampire and subordinate of Demon Lord Luminous Valentine, the god of luminism, and the true ruler of Ruberios. Is it the best option we have? Maybe we should try to go to another country. I chuckled. If I'm honest, serving a vampire doesn't sound bad compared to everything in my previous life. I will publish a new chapter daily for the first week of this story, then afterward. The upload schedule will be around 1 or 2 new chapters a week. If you want to read my other stories like In Danmachi as Arthur Lewin or The Beginning After the End, Legacy, check out my profile. Chapter 2, Penalty Quest. The races in this world could be categorized into 4 different categories: humans, demi-humans, spirits, and monsters. There are different types of power ranking systems in this world, but the most used one is the one created by the Free Guild system. It classifies monsters and other hostiles by considering various variables such as magicule count, physical strength, defensive capabilities, speed, skills, and intelligence. Then they are given a rank between F rank to Special S rank. F rank, a ranking assigned to those with little to no combat capabilities. E rank, a ranking assigned to those who possess power equivalent to the average human adult. D rank, a ranking assigned to those with power equivalent to a soldier, requiring a group of at least 3 or 4 average humans to defeat. C rank, a ranking assigned to those with power equivalent to or above an experienced soldier with professional training. B rank, a ranking assigned to threats that have the potential to wipe out an entire village single-handedly. A rank, a ranking assigned to threats that have the potential to severely damage an entire town, requiring the deployment of several high-ranking adventurers or a nation's knights to be taken care of. Special A rank, a ranking assigned to threats that have the potential to destroy a small-sized nation, requiring the deployment of a nation's army or a champion-class individual to defeat. S rank, a ranking assigned to demon lords and those of equivalent power, requiring a large nation's entire military and the deployment of their champions to defeat. Special S rank, a ranking assigned to threats that no singular nation could hope to stand up against, such as true demon lords and true dragons. But there was also the Tempest system. It was a modified version of the free guild system that used EP to rank individuals. EP is a numerical measurement of existence, value called existence points, that measures someone's magical amount. E-class, a ranking given to those with an EP below 1,000. D-class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 1,000 and 3,000. C-class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 3,000 and 6,000. B-class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 6,000 and 8,000. B-plus class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 8,000 and 9,000. A-class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 9,000 and 10,000. A class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 10,000 and 100,000. It is also equivalent to hazard class. Special A class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 100,000 and 400,000. It is equivalent to calamity class. S class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 400,000 and 800,000. It is equivalent to disaster class. Special S class, a ranking given to those with an EP between 800,000 and 1 million. Million class, a ranking given to those with an EP over 1 million. Catastrophe class, the sole ranking used by Tempest that relies on combat power instead of existence points, reserved only for those with transcendent power that begins to approach the domain of true dragons. For reference, a Holy Knight captain would have an EP value of around 300,000, while an awakened demon lord would have an EP value of at least 800,000. I sighed. Why couldn't I finish reading the novel before reincarnating here? Then I remembered the status screen before me when I woke up. How do I bring it up? In most novels with systems, the user just needs to say status, I thought, and the same blue screen appeared. Name, Cal. Titles, Slave Adopted Prince. Level, 10100 EXP. Magicules, 1000. Stats. Strength, 10-20% equals 8. Vitality, 10-20% equals 8. Agility, 10-20% equals 8. Intelligence, 10. Perception, 10. Remaining points, 0. But how exactly do the different stats work? Does the intelligence stat make me smarter? I don't feel smarter or dumber from my previous life, so what do 10 points in intelligence mean? Intelligence increases learning speed and memory. I raised my eyebrow when the text window appeared. Well, that's interesting. The system showed me what I was thinking about. Testing how this works, I started thinking about wanting to know what perception does. It didn't take long before another text screen appeared. Perception increases ability to see, hear, or become aware of something through the senses. So the system knows what I'm thinking, not creepy at all. I also remembered the voice I heard before waking up. It should have been the voice of the world, but didn't it also say I got another skill? Then, as if it was something inscribed into my soul, I knew what skills I had and what they did. Unique skill, Shadow Lord. It's the ability to raise the dead in the form of shadows, and it has other subskills such as thought acceleration and chant annulment. Then the second skill I got was the common skill, self-regeneration, a skill that restores the user's damaged body over time. It can even restore lost limbs as long as one is not in a situation where they are continuously chopped off or crushed. And the last one, resist skill, cold resistance. It reduces all cold damage. But what about my titles? I mentally asked the system. Title Slave, minus 20% to all physical stats until freed. Of course, a debuff right of the gate. At least it will disappear when I escape. What about the fake prince title? Title: adopted prince. Due to being adopted by, the race won't be aggressive towards you. Me a prince, but who adopted me? There could be a few, but judging by the race won't be aggressive towards me part of the title. So it's likely a non-human race. Then why am I here? Shouldn't someone be watching over me so I don't end up as a slave? Sighing, there wasn't anything to do, so I tried to fall asleep. It felt like hours had passed, and I stared at the wooden ceiling, unable to fall asleep until a new screen popped up. You have not completed the daily quest. You are now heading towards the penalty zone for a certain period of time. Wait, what daily quest? I never got any information about it. Suddenly, instead of being in a locked room, I was in a desert in the middle of nowhere. Wait, why does this feel familiar? Penalty quest: survive. Goal: survive until time runs out. Time left: 4 hours 0 minutes seconds. Shit, I cursed and remembered where I'd seen this before. Scree, I suddenly heard a loud screech behind me. Turning around, I saw a giant centipede lunging itself at me. I didn't have time to think, as I ran with all I could to survive. Why couldn't I get a normal system? I yelled, mentally asking if I angered some god to be punished like this. As I ran for my life, more centipedes started emerging from the sand, and I tried to apologize to every god I knew for anything wrong I did to deserve this. Living in the cold basement was much better than this. I ran and ran, avoiding all the centipedes. I felt like I would fall due to exhaustion, and another centipede emerged right before me. It lunged at me, and I could dodge. Then, as I was about to become the centipede's dinner, I suddenly appeared in the locked room again. You have completed the penalty quest. Your reward for completing the penalty quest has arrived. Would you like to accept? Accept/refuse. I looked around the room. Everyone was asleep, and there I stood, drenched in sweat and out of breath. I didn't have the chance even to accept the reward as I passed out due to exhaustion. Chapter 3, Escape Part 1. The next day we waited until we made our escape. I hid behind the door, waiting with the knife in my hand, for the slave trader to enter with the food. I was nervous and shaking slightly. My body felt better than yesterday, but I was still weak. When we heard the keys clinging, we gave each other one last nod before I took a long breath and steeled myself for what was about to happen. The door swung open, blocking my view, but the same slave trader I saw yesterday went inside the room with a bucket and 4 wooden bowls. Without even checking if everyone was there, he threw the bowls at them, and as he was about to drop the bucket with what looked like soup inside, I put in all my strength and jumped at him, plunging the knife into his throat. Then, holding the knife with all I had, I dragged it down while falling, spilling the slave trader's blood everywhere. Now, Aiden, the blonde-haired boy, yelled, and we ran out of the room as the slaver trader tried to scream, but only a gurgling sound came out. I followed them, and it didn't take long before we found the exit out of this place. As we left the house, a large forest coupled with mountain terrain could be seen. I would look at the beautiful scenery if this weren't a life-and-death situation. 100 XP for killing human. Magicules increased by 100. You leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. I felt a slight warmth inside my body, but I didn't have time for this, so I mentally willed them away without stopping. We ran with all we had through the forest, following after Aiden. He had the map and knew where we were, so I trusted him to know how to navigate through the forest. We didn't even run for 5 minutes before shouts from the other slave traders could be heard in the distance, followed by the barking of a dog. Fuck the money. I will skin them alive. Even with our few-minute head starts, they quickly caught up to us. Looking back, I saw 2 slave traders running with a dog, and I cursed mentally. They are catching up to us. I shouted and tried to run faster, but we weren't fast enough, and after running for another 5 minutes, I could feel the dog beast behind me. The large dog lunged at me, making me fall, but I still had the knife, so I stabbed it, making it fall off me and giving me a chance to escape. You aren't going anywhere. One of the slave traders yelled and grabbed my wrist. I saw the other stop and try to help me. Run. If you stay, they will catch all of us. I yelled at them and tried to kick the slave trader, but it didn't do anything. The slave trader tightened the grip around my hand, making me drop the knife, and angrily looked me straight in the eye. "You have pissed off the wrong people," he said, and with his other hand, grabbed me by the neck, lifting me in the air. I tried kicking or punching him, but he didn't move. His grip around my neck tightened, and his grin widened. "I guess this is it. My second life will end just after one day." I wanted to chuckle. Living a happy life isn't for me. If I get a third chance, maybe it would be better. A loving family, perhaps even friends. Yeah, as if anyone would want to be friends with someone worthless like me. 50 EXP for killing animal. Magicules increased by 50. The rewards, I remembered the penalty quest rewards I never redeemed. Your reward for completing the penalty quest has arrived. Would you like to accept? Accept/refuse. I accept, I yelled in my mind as my surroundings started to get blurry. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, 3 stats points. Reward 2, plus 100 magicules. Would you like to collect them all? Why yes. Remaining points, 0.3. Magicules, 1250, 1350. Put all in strength. Allocated 3 points into strength. Strength 11, 14. Due to title slave, strength decreased to 11. A warm feeling spread throughout my body, and I felt stronger than before. I would enjoy it if it wasn't for the fact that I was choked. Stronger than me or not, there is one place on the male body that will hurt when kicked. I needed only a moment to get the knife and kill him, or at least stab him, so he won't be able to follow me. Willing all the strength I had left in my body, I kicked the slave trader in between the crotch. His eyes widened as his grip around my neck loosened enough for me to push away and land on the grass. I gasped, finally able to breathe, and quickly located the knife before swiftly picking it up as the slave trader lunged himself at me. I turned around to face him, and when he saw the knife, the anger was gone, replaced with fear as his face became pale and his eyes widened. But it was too late as it plunged into his heart. A momentary silence filled the area as I twisted the knife. 100 EXP for killing human. Magicules increased by 100. I pushed his body off me, and the area became silent. Only thing I could hear was my breathing before the notification from my system appeared. Title slave has been removed. All attributes return to normal. I'm free, huh? AAHHH. I didn't have time to think about it as the silence was broken by a loud scream. Shit, I forgot about the other one. I was torn between running the other way or trying to save them, but I remembered yesterday when the girl cried seeing the state I was in. That was the first time someone cared for me. In my previous life, everyone treated me like trash or avoided me. But did she even care for me? No, she cared for the boy I took the body of. Fuck, I cursed and quickly stood up, my legs hurting from all the running before, but I forced myself to run. I will probably regret not running away when I have the chance. After running to where I heard the scream, I saw the other slave trader holding the screaming Mai as Aiden was motionless near a tree. I hid behind a large rock and tried to come up with a plan, but nothing came to mind besides trying a surprise attack. Chapter 4, Escape Part 2. Status, I thought, and the blue status screen appeared. Name, Cal. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level 2, 150-200 EXP. Magicules, 1,450. Stats. Strength, 14. Vitality, 11. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 11. Perception, 11. Remaining points, 0. I looked at my status. My stats increased and the 20% debuff was gone. I started moving in between the trees and rocks silently. Well, silently, due to my screams. I will enjoy my time with you, the slave trader said as she tried to free herself from his grasp, and I gritted my teeth hearing it. People like that should die in the most painful way, but unfortunately, he will get an easy death. As I got close enough, I took a deep breath, tightening my grip around the knife handle. There was about a 5 meters gap between me and him, so I ran at full speed. The slave trader was not expecting anything until I was too late. I put all my strength into it, as the blade went through his back and into his heart. He turned his head around with wide eyes to stare into my emotionless face as I twisted the knife before taking it out. My looked scared but quickly went to check on Aiden. 100 EXP for killing human. Magicules increased by 100. You leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. A notification popped up as the slave trader dropped dead. Humans, they say monsters are evil when they do things like this to their own race. But isn't that hypocritical for me to say after killing 3 myself? I chuckled dryly. This isn't the time to think about it. On closer inspection, I saw the corpse emit a slight shadowy aura, and a single word rung in my mind, arise. I knew I should do it, but deep inside, I didn't want to see them again, even as a shadow. Walking over his corpse, I went to check on Aiden. His left leg was broken, but he was alive and unconscious. I sighed in relief. Even if I didn't know these kids, I didn't want them to die. Do you know where the map is? I asked, and she nodded, still scared after everything. Aye, it's in his pocket, she answered. Good then, let's go. I will carry him, I told her, taking the map before picking him up and carrying him over my back. We will need to get help from a priest who knows healing magic when we arrive in Riberios, I told her, and hoped there would be a priest who would do it for free. I sighed. Humans are greedy, and you never know if they would demand to pay to heal Aiden's leg. After walking for hours, we were at the forest's edge and decided to take a small break. I could already see the mountains in the distance, about 8 hours of walk from here. While I was okay and could continue due to my higher status, Mai was tired, so I told her to take a quick nap. Taking this time, I brought up the daily quest screen. Daily quest, preparations to become strong. Press up X100, incomplete 0-100. Sit up X100, incomplete 0-100. Squat X100, incomplete 0-100. Running 10 km, incomplete 310. Warning, incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. I don't want to return to the penalty zone until I'm stronger and have a weapon, so let's do it. Press up X100, incomplete 1-100. Press up X100, incomplete 2-100. Press up X100, incomplete 3-100. Squat X100, incomplete 98-100. Squat X100, incomplete 99-100. Squat X100, complete 100-100. I sat down and rested until they woke up. After about 20 minutes, Aiden started stirring awake. Erg, he groaned and slowly opened his eyes. What? He started but then suddenly shot up. MAI, he shouted and looked around. I quickly went towards him so he didn't try to stand up. She's fine. We made it out alive, but your leg is broken. I told him and tried to calm him down. Cal, you're alive, he said, hugging me. Where is she? He asked after calming down. She is sleeping near that tree, I said, pointing behind him. What about the slaver traders and that dog? They won't be a problem anymore, I told him and looked up at the sky. Erg, why is everyone so loud? Aiden, you're awake, she shouted and went to check on him. It's getting late, and we are still about an 8 hours walk away from Riberios, so let's camp here today. I told them before coming up with an excuse to complete my daily quest. Here, take this just in case while I collect sticks for a fire. I gave the knife to Mai, walked deeper into the forest, and started running when I was far enough. You've completed daily quest, preparations to become strong. Would you like to accept/refuse? Accept. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, 3 stats points. Reward 2, plus 100 magicules. Reward 3, plus 100 magicules. Would you like to collect them all? Huh, so I didn't get a status recovery. Well, extra magicules are always welcome, but then again, I also got magicules instead of a random box. So what would I get for doubling the daily quest? I will see that when I complete that quest, but for now, I should start collecting the sticks. I've been gone for over half an hour. Accept all. Remaining points, 0.3. Magicules, 1550, 1750. I'm back, I said, walking out of the forest and saw Mai on guard before she noticed it was me and relaxed. Cal, are you all right? You were gone for so long. You didn't get attacked by monsters or anything? Mai asked, circling me and looking for any injuries like the overprotective mothers in novels. It's actually a nice feeling having someone worried for you. I'm fine, Mai. I went too far and got lost for a while, I lied. I started piling the sticks and Mai observed me. Cal, how will you start the fire? She asked. I didn't think about that. 20 minutes later, after remembering a survival in the wild without any equipment book I'd read in the library, I managed to start a fire. I read that book once while thinking about escaping my family and living in the forest, but I quickly scratched that idea after realizing how stupid it was. But hey, at least it was helpful. We sat around in awkward silence. Are you sure about joining the church and becoming a holy knight? I tried to start a conversation. Yeah, we heard everyone could be trained to be Templars, even commoners and orphans, Aiden said. Why do I feel weird when I think about the Holy Empire? It's like a feeling of safety, but at the same time, a feeling of fear in my body. You okay, Cal? Mai's voice snapped me out. Hi. You were staring at the fire for a while without answering, Aiden said. Just a bit tired after everything, I answered quickly before yawning. We will keep watch. You can take a nap after doing everything yourself, Cal, Aiden said while throwing more sticks into the fire. I nodded. Yeah, wake me up in a few hours so we can change. Chapter 5, Capital City Part 1. Cal, wake up. I opened my eyes but closed them immediately due to the brightness. Why is it so bright in the basement? Wait, this isn't. Right, I forgot. Is it morning already? Why didn't you wake me up? I asked, sitting up and stretching. You looked tired yesterday, so we didn't want to wake you up, Mai said and looked slightly tired. You did everything yesterday, so we thought you deserved a proper rest, Aiden added. It was also when Mai's stomach growled. She got completely embarrassed and looked away. I could find something in the forest before we went or steal food after arriving in the Empire. While stealing food isn't the best thing I could do, there isn't a choice when we don't have money, plus there is a high possibility of being caught. I thought for a second about the two options. I'll go to the forest and try to find some berries or maybe a rabbit we could cook, I told them before standing up and going towards the forest. Be safe, Mai shouted. Don't worry, I'll be safe, I told her before mentally bringing up the daily quest window. Daily quest, preparations to become strong. Press up X100, incomplete 0-100. Sit up X100, incomplete 0-100. Squat X100, incomplete 0-100. Running 10 km, incomplete 0-10. Warning, incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. I should at least get the 10 km run before we head towards the Empire. Found you, I muttered, slowly turning my head to the right, staring straight at another rabbit. The little animal was so scared by my gaze alone, so it started running away, but I wouldn't let him escape. I started running after it and caught it before even 2 minutes passed. You know, for a little guy, you sure gave me some trouble catching you, I told the rabbit in my hands. It was also twice the size of an ordinary rabbit. I hope you taste good, I said with an innocent smile. 50 EXP for killing animal. Magicules increased by 50. I should return quickly, so we won't waste much time here, so I started running back to our temporary camp. Running 10 km, incomplete 7-10. Running 10 km, incomplete 8-10. Running 10 km, incomplete 9-10. Running 10 km, complete 10-10. I'm back, I said as I walked out of the forest, slightly out of breath, showing the 2 rabbits in my hands with a slight smile. Are those? Mai trailed off, practically drooling with stars in her eyes when she saw the rabbits I had with me. Yes, I got myself some breakfast. I then looked at them. So what are you guys going to eat? I asked jokingly. Come on, don't be like that, Cal, she said, pouting. I'm just joking, I replied, prepping the rabbits. The knowledge I got from reading all those books in my previous life is coming in handy these days. Before I got my sister's old and slightly broken phone, the only thing I could do was to find books in the school library where I read books about survival in the wild, learning about different plants and animals. But at the same time, I don't know how much they will help in a fantasy world. Reading and doing it are different things, but in the end, I managed to skin and butcher them. While it wasn't the best, it should be edible and get us through until we get to the Empire and find a way to earn money. Here, eat up, I said, giving them the rabbit meat on 2 quickly made skewers. They each took one, and we tasted it. While many would say it was bland, for me, it was one of the best food I have eaten. It could maybe be because, for the first time, I ate a warm meal instead of the leftovers in my previous life. My family used to give me what was left after they finished, so most times, it would be vegetables or stale bread and some meat or fish on good days. I sighed and looked at the skewers for a while. I should stop thinking about my past life. This is a new chance for me. Maybe this life didn't start well, but I could make it good. After we finished eating, I looked at the sky. Judging by the sun's position, if it's the same as on Earth, the time should be 10 a.m. That means if we go now, we should arrive in Rubellios around 6 p.m. Let's go, we can't waste more time just sitting around, I said and stood up. And so we set out towards the Holy Empire of Rubellios with Aiden on my back. I just hope we can get a priest to heal his leg. We walked for 4 hours and could already see the city in the distance. While I could continue until we reached the Empire, Mai looked like she would pass out. I don't know if she got any sleep during the night, but having only eaten the rabbit and not having drunk any water for almost 2 days didn't help either. That's not including the fact that we were kept inside a room for God knows how long. Let's take a quick break to catch our breath, I said when we found a tree we could rest under. And no, I can see continue, she said in between breaths. But I'm tired, so I can't carry Aiden all the way, I said and crouched down so Aiden could get off my back while also giving him a look that said I didn't call you fat. Fine, she relucted and fell on the vibrant green grass. I didn't notice before, but the air feels cleaner, and the wildlife looks more vibrant in this world than in my previous one. I started thinking about my future plan in this world. After arriving in the Holy Empire, we will need to get Aiden to a healer and somehow join the Holy Knights. The Holy Empire is one of the most powerful military powers in this world, so joining them until I'm strong enough would be good. Then when I'm strong enough, I will think about what to do next. But then there is also a big chance we will become a food supply for the vampires. Who would care if 3 homeless kids went missing? While I'm probably slightly stronger than an average human, I would stand no match against a monster. After resting for about half an hour, we continued toward the Empire and arrived at the capital city, Lune. If I remember correctly, the capital city of the Holy Empire is considered one of the most well-developed human cities ever built. Having a powerful, gigantic citywide barrier that encloses the entire capital city, completely shielding it from any external threats, such as monsters, spirits, and demons that try to enter without permission. Chapter 6, Capital City Part 2. Mister, we need a healer, I said like a worried kid to the guard standing at the gates. The guard looked at us momentarily and then focused on Aiden and his broken leg. Another one, he muttered. Clive, take these 3 to the church. He yelled to someone and allowed us to go through. We walked through the barrier, and I felt like someone had dropped a bucket of ice-cold water on me. No, it's probably nothing. As we passed the city barrier, a red-haired knight came towards us. He looked like the stereotypical knight who fights with honor. Follow me. I'm going to take you to one of our priests to heal that boy's leg, he said, and started leading us towards the church. Mister, are you a holy knight? I asked him. Well, yes, I recently finished my training and became one, he said awkwardly, scratching his cheek. Mister, do you think I could become a holy knight? I asked him with excitement, hoping he would tell me if a homeless boy like me could become one. I'm sure you'll become a good holy knight in the future. The church offers holy knight training for everyone, even orphans. That's how I became a knight too, he said and gave us a grin. He seems like a nice guy. Could you show us where it is then? Sure, kid, but let's get your friend healed first, he said. The red-haired knight Clive guided us towards the church, and for some reason, he seemed more nervous the closer we got. We entered the church, and he led us to a room. Sir C. Clive, why are you here? A timid feminine voice asked. As I entered the room with my following behind, I saw a woman around the same age as Clive in nun clothes and a slight blush on her face. Ah, so that's why he was so nervous. Mr. Clive said he would guide us to someone who could heal my friend, I told her. She gasped when she saw Aiden. Who could have done something so cruel to a child? Quick, lay him on the bed, she said, and practically dragged me over to one of the beds in the room. When Aiden was on the bed, she started praying. Let the goddess Luminous bless this poor soul and heal his injuries. Recovery, at first, nothing happened, but then her hand got a slight white shine to them before Aiden's leg started healing. Is this how holy magic works in this world? If I remember correctly, holy magic is, in essence, magic that manipulates holy energy and purifies magicules via the power of the faith. But she prayed to the goddess Luminous, who is actually the demon lord Luminous Valentine. Is just faith enough for someone to use holy magic? Then, if someone had absolute faith in me, could they use holy magic? I sighed mentally. This isn't something I should think about now. The glow dimmed slightly and then disappeared. The nun healing Aiden looked exhausted, looking like she was running for hours without stopping. The leg is healed, but you will need to stay here until we can fully heal you, she told Aiden, and Clive helped her stand and helped her to a chair. Thank you, miss, for healing Aiden, I said and bowed in gratitude. How are you feeling? I asked Aiden, who looked at his now healed leg. Like I never broke my leg, he said matter-of-factly. That's all, I just looked at him blankly. What are you expecting me to say? Nothing, I said inside. Oh right, Mr. Clive, where do I need to go to become a holy knight? I asked the knight. I'll show you, and you don't need to call me Mr. Being called Mr. feels like I'm old. Just Clive is fine, he said, and then the nun spoke out. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Carly, and just like Clive here, you can just call me Carly, not Miss, she said and chuckled. I'm Cal, and this is Aiden and Mai. I introduced us. Oh, and thank you for helping us. If you didn't heal Aiden's leg, I don't know what we could do, I said and bowed again. You don't need to bow, I just did what everyone would do when seeing an injured kid, she said, waving her hands. Missed. I stopped seeing the look he gave me. Clive, would I get a room I could sleep in if I become a holy knight in training? We don't have anywhere to go, I asked. Ah yes, all holy knights and nuns in training get a room and 3 meals a day. I smiled upon hearing that. Having somewhere to sleep and anything to eat is important. I don't know how long I would be able to go without eating since waking up in this world, I wasn't hungry. As we talked about that, my body froze, and I felt scared due to a powerful aura that entered the room. Holy Emperor, Clive and Carly said in unison and bowed on a knee. You can stand up, he said, and I turned around to see him looking at me. Goddess Luminous wants to see you. Follow me, he said, and I could feel everyone looking at me with confusion. Huh, she wants to see me. Now it makes sense. How didn't I figure this out before? The adopted prince title and why this place made me feel safe to some degree. I hope I'm right. Otherwise, I will die, and I'm not strong enough to escape him. Okay, I said and followed him. No going back now. We walked through the corridors and up the church's stairs until we reached the highest level and entered what looked like a luxurious office with a desk on the left side of the room, and on the right side, 2 sofas with a coffee table in between. On one of the sofas sat a silver-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes wearing a gothic dress and holding a teacup. She put the teacup down on the table and looked at me. It seems you had time to think over everything you learned last time, she said, and looked like she was expecting an answer. I don't know what we talked about, so I should probably go with the amnesia route. Sorry, miss. Since I woke up a few days ago, I couldn't remember most things besides my name, I said, panicking slightly due to her aura. She pondered about what I said for a bit. Sit, she said softly, but it felt like an order while pointing at the other sofa. Yes, ma'am, I said slightly too loud and sat down on the sofa. Chapter 7, Central City Part 3. Luminous was looking at me, not saying a single word. This continued for a few minutes before she decided to break the silence. So you really don't remember anything? She asked, looking me straight in the eyes. No, I replied simply. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Luminous Valentine, your adoptive mother, she said, and then smiled. I see then, she interrupted me before I could finish. Mom, you always called me Mom, she said, and I could hear Louis sigh. I see then, Mom, I said, and her smile got brighter, and another sigh came from Louis. I could even swear I saw flowers appear around her. I got the feeling Cal never called her Mom. I deadpanned. Status has been updated. The system message appeared, but that wasn't important, so I continued. Since I can't remember much, could you tell me more about me? That's not a problem, but first, explain why you smell of blood. She asked with an innocent smile, but the aura around her intensified slightly. You see, in order to escape the slave traders, I needed to, kill them, I said and started sweating due to her aura. Slave traders, didn't he protect you? She paused. I see I will need to punish him later, she said, and I thought of running away at this moment but couldn't even move an inch. Seeing my current state, she stopped emitting her aura. Sorry, I got carried away. Louis, bring a healing potion. She ordered Louis, who bowed and was about to leave the room. There is no need, I'm not hurt, I said but got ignored. Now that then while we wait, I should explain everything, she said, taking a sip from the teacup that probably contained no tea. First, let's start with your name. It's Cal Valentine. Your mother was an orphan named Caroline and was one of my most trusted followers, but passed away a few months after your birth. After that, I took care of you personally until 2 months ago. You found out our secret and ran away. She paused for a bit to see if I was following. I had sent someone to protect you, but for some reason he didn't, she said with her eyes twitching. I don't think that's how you handle your adoptive son running away, but I can't complain much. She did more than my family would do in my previous life. What was the secret? I asked, already having an idea. She seemed uncomfortable after I asked it, but then sighed. You would find out sooner or later again, and it seems you are acting more mature now, so? We are vampires. Your mother was also one. Am I one? I asked, but I knew the possibility was little due to not requiring blood to survive unless I somehow became a high-ranking vampire and an overcomer at birth. Well, she could probably always turn me into one. But at the same time, am I fully human? I have a large amount of magicules for an average human, and I don't think I'm enlightened. Or it could be just because I have a reincarnated soul. No, she was still fully human, and I turned her into a vampire while she was pregnant with you. So while you aren't a vampire, you aren't a human either, she said and looked at me before adding. You are taking this better than I expected. Getting almost killed and needing to kill someone to survive probably does that. This just doesn't feel real to me yet, I told her, not knowing what to say otherwise. But what does she mean by not being a vampire or human? Then what am I? A dampier or something completely new? We sat in a comfortable silence until Louis returned with a healing potion, and I was forced to drink it even if I was perfectly fine. Is this what having a worried mother is like? So, what are you planning now? She asked after a while, having finished what was in the cup, and gave it to Louis to take away. I thought about what to do from this point onwards. Firstly, I need to get stronger, and then create an army so I can stay alive in this world. I took a deep breath before saying what I was thinking. I want to become stronger so I don't end up in the same situation. That's why I want to become a holy knight. I see that can be fixed. Your room has been kept clean so you can stay there. Louis will show you where it is. Oh, and don't worry about the 2 humans you brought. They will get their own personal rooms and special training, she said and stood up before hugging me, and I felt awkward. If you do something stupid like that next time, I will lock you in your room for a month. It sounded like a threat, but somehow I knew she cared for me, which was funny for me, considering she is a vampire and a demon lord while I'm a human. I don't plan to get into any dangerous situations anytime soon, Mom. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I couldn't help but have a sad smile on my face. Cal had people who cared about him and just ran away due to finding out their race. I couldn't help but laugh at my own stupidity. Who cares about anyone's race if they treat you like their own family? Is it bad to envy myself? It's probably stupid, but I can't help but do that. He had everything he could ask for and just ran away. I sighed. It's not time to cry about my past. What happened has happened, so I should fix the mistake and continue my life. Status. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles: Adopted Prince. Level 3, 5400 EXP. Magicules, 1800. Stats: Strength, 15. Vitality, 12. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 12. Perception, 12. Remaining points, 3. She even gave me her last name, and I could only assume that the Valentine name is very important for vampires. Sigh, didn't I tell myself to stop thinking about it? I should just complete my daily quest. Daily quest, preparations to become strong. Press up X 100, incomplete 0 100. Sit up X 100, incomplete 0 100. Squat X 100, incomplete 0 100. Running 10 km, complete 10-10. Warning, incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. I started doing the press-ups, followed by the sit-ups, and then finished with the squats. It took me about half an hour to finish without rushing it. You've completed daily quest, preparations to become strong. Would you like to accept/refuse? Accept. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, 3 stats points. Reward 2, plus 100 magicules. Reward 3, plus 100 magicules. Would you like to collect them all? Collect them all. Remaining points, 3-6. Magicules, 1800 2000. I won't be able to level up at all while in the Empire. I can complete the daily quest and grow stronger until I would be strong enough to enter high magicule zones where the mindless monsters would spawn. At every level, all my stats increase by 1 point, and I get 3 extra points I can distribute due to the daily quest. While going for strength, vitality, and agility is my first thought, it wouldn't help me much during the years I will train here. While intelligence will not increase my mana, or, in this world, magicules like in so many other novels, it will increase my memory and learning speed. I could focus on learning different styles of martial arts and mastering different types of weapons. Then, unlike skills that are gained through the voice of the world, magic could be learned. Yeah, I should focus primarily on intelligence and perceptions for now and change it later. I looked at myself for the first time in the mirror since coming to this world. I had black hair and gray eyes, and if I would guess, then I would be around 10 years old. It's a fresh start for me, and I should use it to the fullest. Chapter 8, Training Part 1. Waking up early morning, I stretched and had a slight smile on my face. It was the first night I could think of that I slept in a comfortable bed and didn't wake up with my whole body aching due to sleeping on the hard floor with just a blanket. Then I almost got lost trying to find my and Aiden's rooms. If Louis didn't help me, I would really probably get lost. Seriously, I will need a map if I'm going to live here, and this is just the church. Roy would show me the underground empire and the sacred mountain where my mom spends most of the time. Yup, I seriously need a map. It's still weird to call her mom, but she at least allowed me to call her that, unlike my previous mother. I knocked on the door, and a moment later, a muffled voice called from the other side. Come in. I opened the door and saw Aiden sitting on the bed with an annoyed expression on his face, and my sitting on a chair next to him, peeling something that looked similar to an apple. Cal, please tell her that I can move on my own and she doesn't need to babysit me. Aiden was the first to speak, seeing me, and before I could say anything, I decided to scold him. Miss Carly said that you should rest and not move around. She also said we shouldn't call her miss, he grumbled. I chuckled at their interactions. So what happened after I left? I asked them. Nothing special, we just got our rooms. My room is on the other side. It's surprising we got our own private rooms, she said, tilting her head slightly. But enough about us. What happened after you left? What did the Holy Emperor want with you? They both asked, and I started thinking about how to explain it to them. I can't say I'm the adopted son of the goddess of this church. Apparently, Goddess Luminous saw me when I entered the city and saw I had a pure and strong soul with the potential to become a saint, so she ordered the Holy Emperor to bring me to her. I told them the first thing that came to my mind. I should have thought about what to say before but didn't think about it after everything that happened yesterday. Wow, really, you can become a saint? Mai asked with stars in her eyes. Good, they bought it, but I don't think this will work on adults. I need to find a better excuse. I should maybe ask Mom for help. She would probably know what to say. Yeah, but I wasn't supposed to tell anyone. So could you keep it a secret? Only the Holy Emperor knows it. Of course, we won't tell anyone. They both answered immediately, and I could sigh in relief. It would be bad if they told it to anyone else. I don't want anyone disappearing out of nowhere. Well, I need to get going. My training starts today, and I just wanted to see if you both were okay. I wish I could also begin my training today. I'm perfectly fine after being healed, so why do I need to stay in bed? Aiden whined, only for Mai to pull his ear. You should listen to what Miss Carly said. She is a healer and knows what's best for you. Sometimes, I wonder who is the oldest out of them, seeing as Mai acts like the older sister at times. I was breathing heavily as I finished running my 10 kilometers run and continued another 5 as my new instructor demanded. The church has a second building for training new holy knights. It's located beside the main church, with rooms for all new recruits, a big dining room for everyone to fit in, and a large training space in the back. Usually, all recruits train there, but I'm a special case, and the one training me is the fake demon Lord Roy Valentin. He told me Mom thought she couldn't trust the humans to train me properly, so she ordered Roy to teach me. That's why I'm currently in an isolated area in the night garden that will serve as my training ground from now on. You can stop now, he said and took a small pause before continuing. You got good stamina for your age. Rest for 20 minutes, then we will begin your sword training. Yes, teacher, I answered and sat down, bringing forth my daily quest screen. Daily quest, preparations to become strong. Press up X100, incomplete 0-100. Sit up X100, incomplete 0-100. Squat X100, incomplete 0-100. Running 10 km, complete 15-10. Warning, incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. So the hidden reward still exists. That's good to know, but I don't think I will do it today. I already have plans for what to do after finishing today's training. Roy, is there a library in the church I could visit? I asked him while wiping sweat off my forehead. Yes, there is one in the church, but you won't find anything they deem heresy, so it would be better to go to our library here in Night Garden instead. He said after thinking for a bit. What exactly are you interested in? Pretty much everything. History, magic, alchemy, martial arts, monsters, and others. Can you show me where it is after we finish? Of course, now let's continue with your training. Your first lesson will be footwork, but before that, you should know a few things when in a fight. He paused to see if I was listening before continuing. If you want to win a fight, you must always remember these things. Number 1, you should always stay calm and aware of your surroundings. Number 2, chivalry will get you killed. Deception is key. Number 3, always avoid falling into a predictable pattern. Number 4, striking at the right time and being close enough to actually hit. And finally, number 5, always be cautious. Never underestimate your opponent. I heard someone once say this: if your enemy is secure at all points, be prepared for him. If he is in superior strength, evade him. If your opponent is temperamental, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak that he may grow arrogant. If he is taking his ease, give him no rest. If his forces are united, separate them. If sovereign and subject are in accord, put division between them. Attack him where he is unprepared, appear where you are not expected. There was more to it, but those are the basics you should remember. Now let's start with your footwork, and then you will be swinging your sword until you can't anymore. He said, giving me a training sword and started instructing me on footwork. This continued for 5 hours, with 4 spent swinging the sword until I felt my wrist would break. I had some extra time and wrote a few more chapters in advance, so this week will also have daily chapters. Chapter 9, Training Part 2. Here is the library, Roy said, opening the door for me. And as I entered the large building, what greeted me was the largest library I had seen in my life. Well, the only libraries I saw were the one in my school and the public library, so there were few I could compare it to, but still, it was huge. The library consisted of 3 floors filled with books, and it would surely take me years to read them all. Thankfully, I had time, but would I manage to do it in the time frame I planned? "This is Lysa, the librarian. If you have questions, ask her. If there isn't anything you need me for, I will leave now." "No, there isn't anything." After I said it, he bowed respectfully and left the library, leaving me and the librarian alone. "Excuse me, Miss Lyra. Can you please guide me to the section of books on sword techniques and arts?" I asked politely. She nodded and motioned me to follow her. She led me to the third floor, where different signs categorized the bookshelves. It was easy to spot the section for sword-related books by the sword sign, and the text I somehow knew how to read, even if it wasn't English. Taking a quick glance over everything, I could see that the whole floor contained books about martial arts and was divided into two sections, the armed and unarmed arts. "You will find everything relating to swords on these 3 bookshelves. Is there a specific sword technique you are searching for?" she asked. "No, thank you, but I don't have anything specific in mind yet." "Very well, then I will return to my desk. If you need anything, then ask," she said and bowed before leaving the floor. I glanced over the titles of different books before picking out 4 of them. A Guide to Perfect Footwork, The Way of the Sword, How to Not Get Stabbed for Idiots, and Aura Fighting Methods for Beginners. They seemed like good things to learn as a start. While maybe picking 4 books at once is a bit much, my thought is that if I increase my intelligence and perception stat, it will allow me to read faster and remember it all. Perception should be connected to the sub-skill thought acceleration of the unique skill Shadow Lord. So the acceleration should change depending on my perception value, or that's what I think. It's not like I will regret spending my point on these stats. Allocate 3 points to perception and 3 points to intelligence. Remaining points, 6-0. Perception, 12-15. Intelligence, 12-15. Well then, let's start reading. I activated sub-skill thought acceleration, and my perception of everything slowed down significantly. It's quite an unusual sensation, as my mind functions much quicker than my physical body. I see, it's important to improve my physical abilities as well. If I have a high perception value but low physical stats and use thought acceleration, it could make me feel paralyzed. Just thinking that gives me chills. I need to spend my points on the 2 stats and physical stats to make the skill usable. It's a bit of a hassle, but my current ratio is sufficient for reading. I believe this means a 22% difference between the stats, so I need to maintain my perception and intelligence stats at least 20% higher at all times. Then lower the percentage when I start using the skill in fights. Do I overcomplicate simple things? Probably, but who cares about that? I shrugged. Let's see, all the books here are similar in size, around 300 pages, and there are 296 books on anything sword-related. In my previous life, it would take me 8 hours to read a book of this length. Assuming I have 300 books to read, and I read 3 books per day, I'll need to boost my thought acceleration to a 5:1 ratio to complete them. This would take me approximately 3 months to finish this task. Then I would only have the whole section with thousands of books about martial arts and God know how many books about magic. Then I would have left history, strategy, tactics, and many more books. I have set a limit of 7 years to read through everything. There is no time to waste, I told myself, and started reading A Guide to Perfect Footwork. While it contains most of what I learned today, having all the information won't hurt. After I started reading the book, I lost track of time due to thought acceleration, not knowing how much time had passed. While for me, hours passed, it could have been just 1 hour in reality. I looked around to see if there was a clock, but didn't find any. I sighed and made a mental note to get a pocket watch next time. But how would I get it? Do I ask Roy or Louis to buy it for me, or do I ask Mom to give me an allowance? I actually didn't think about it before because of everything that happened, but I don't have money, so I can't buy anything. And while I'm technically the prince, I can't just go to a store and say, "Give it to me." Well, I could do it in the Underground Empire, but it feels wrong. I continued reading the book until I finished it and began on the second one, called The Way of the Sword. Hours passed, and I was completely focused on reading, not noticing anyone entering the floor until someone placed their hand on my shoulder. I jumped in surprise and hit my leg on one of the legs of the table before turning around to see who it was. Lou, Mom, what are you doing here? I asked after seeing it was her. I came to check on you. You were here for 8 hours. Have you eaten anything? She asked me like a concerned mother. 8 hours? I asked quietly, more to myself than to her. So my thought acceleration should be around a 2-3 ratio. Sorry, I just started reading and lost track of time. Strangely, I don't feel hungry even though it seems like I ate recently. I wonder if it has to do with my abilities. Sigh, it's not a problem, but you should eat. You look so skinny. You can take the books with you and read them later. She told me, and I nodded. Putting back the book I finished reading, I took the other 3 with me as we left the library. So, what were you reading all this time? She asked, looking at the books in my hand. Just books about footwork and sword stances. I still have lots to read if I want to learn everything I want. You have lots of time, so don't rush it. I was unable to keep track of time while I was at the library since there were no clocks here. Asking for things is not something I'm accustomed to, so I feel a bit awkward, but the worst thing she could say is no. Would it be possible for you to buy a pocket watch for me? That won't be a problem. Is there anything else you want? She asked like it wasn't a big deal. No, I'm okay. Just the watch is enough. Well, she is the queen of this place, so getting a simple pocket watch isn't a problem. After returning to my room, Mom had someone bring me food, and I also completed my daily quest, getting 3 points and increasing my magicules by 200 again. Chapter 10, Training Part 3. When I woke up the following morning, I found a stunning pocket watch on the bedside table. Picking up the pocket watch, I examined it and couldn't believe she had got me something like that the next day. The face of the watch is a shiny silver color, with black numbers that are easy to read. The watch casing is made of durable metal with a smooth and polished finish. It is clear from its appearance that it is a high-quality and well-made piece. I couldn't help but smile as I looked at the watch in my hand. This was the first time I owned something new. In the past, I always had second-hand items, so this was special to me. After changing into fresh clothes, my personal maid, assigned to me by my mom despite my insistence that I didn't need one, arrived with food just a few minutes later. Although I wasn't hungry, I still ate before leaving to check if Aiden and Mai had already left for their first day of training. Unfortunately, it seemed like they had already left. With nothing else to do, I went to my personal training area, where I found Roy waiting patiently for me. We will start with a light run, and then you will show me what I taught you yesterday before we begin with basic stances, he said, and I nodded before starting to do what he said. I finished the so-called light run, but for someone my age, it was actually quite challenging. Afterward, I demonstrated the footwork he had taught me the day before, combined with what I had read about. That was impressive. You seem to have learned quickly. The footwork techniques you just demonstrated, did you learn them from the books you read yesterday? He asked, expressing slight surprise at my fast learning pace. Yeah, I read a book about footwork yesterday, but I still have a lot to learn, I answered, not wanting to sound arrogant. That's good. Arrogance will get you killed, he told me before adding, now, seeing as your footwork is good, I will show you basic stances. He demonstrated the stances, and although I struggled a bit, I was able to replicate them. In my past life, I've always been able to pick up new skills and knowledge at a pretty fast pace. However, I've noticed that my progress has been even more rapid lately, thanks to the boost in my intelligence stat. It feels great to be able to learn so quickly. It's also helpful to remember the pages of a book after reading it just once. In my free time, I review them in my mind to fully comprehend their meaning. It's important to differentiate between simply knowing something and truly understanding it. But learning is still much easier when someone demonstrates how to do something rather than just reading about it and trying to understand and implement it on your own. So while I will spend my time reading over everything I can, that doesn't mean I will slack off here when I have an instructor with over 2,000 years of experience. It would be foolish of me to do that. After finishing my training for today, I went straight to the library again. I put The Way of the Sword back on the bookshelf, having finished it before going to sleep, and started reading How to Not Get Stabbed for Idiots and Aura Fighting Methods for Beginners. But before I started reading, I checked the time difference during thought acceleration by looking at my pocket watch. I activated it and counted for a minute, then rechecked the watch and saw that only 40 seconds had passed. So it's just like I thought. The difference is 2, 3. That's not enough, but I can't change it yet. I sighed before reading, let's not waste time. I kept to my usual routine for a month. I trained with Roy in the mornings, then spent my time at the library reading until my mom visited me, concerned that if she didn't, I would stay in there for the rest of my life. We talked about various topics, including her former nation Nitros, which was destroyed by Veldora, or as she always calls him, Stupid Lizard. She also told me how she established the Underground Empire and the Holy Rubirio's Empire. She explained how she used Tenma Great War, which happens every 500 years. An event where an army of angels would descend from heaven and rain destruction upon the world to limit human society from advancing too far. During the time of chaos, she took advantage of the situation to establish her faith, positioning herself as a goddess. As a true demon lord, she possessed immense power, which made it easy for her to attract followers. The human survivors eagerly adopted this new religion and flocked to her in large numbers, laying the foundation for its eventual transformation into an empire. While I knew the basic information, it was very interesting to listen to a detailed explanation of how it happened, especially about the hero Cronoa, who was apparently my mom's teacher. The hero Cronoa, I don't remember much about it, but wasn't she the future Chloe and Hinata in one body or something? The whole time travel and time loop thing was a bit confusing for me. During our conversation, she only mentioned that my mother had become her most trusted assistant and was a saint before becoming a vampire. However, when I inquired about my father, she remained silent, but I could detect a hint of anger in her tone that was more intense than when she spoke about Veldora. What did my father do to anger her more than Veldora? I didn't know, and she wouldn't tell me, so I dropped the topic. I have also gained more points I could use and upgraded my status. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level 3, 5400 EXP. Magicules, 8200. Stats. Strength, 24. Vitality, 24. Agility, 24. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 30. Remaining points, 30. Chapter 11, Sunday Part 1. I slept in a little today and did some stretching before getting out of bed. Even though I have special training, Sundays are free days for all holy knights in training, and I am no exception to this rule. My mother banned me from going to the library on Sundays, leaving me with limited options for how to spend my day. What else can I do? Go to church. I usually like spending this time with Mai and Aiden exploring the city. My mom only forbade me from going to the library in the Underground Empire, not the one in the Holy Empire. We went there once, but Aiden didn't want to read more, especially on his day off. Luckily, Mai agreed to come with me, and he instantly changed his mind, stating that siblings should stick together. Looking at the grandfather clock in my room, I checked the time, and it was 8 a.m., so I had time to get my daily quest in before I started the day. I completed my daily quest easily using the training ground in Night Garden. Although, if it weren't for the 10 km run, I could have done it in my room. Since that wasn't an option, I used the training ground. After leaving the Night Garden, I arrived at the entrance of the church and found Mai and Aiden waiting for me. "Why did you take so long?" Mai asked, excitement still present on her face. Ever since we escaped from the slave traders, she's been really happy and energetic. The only time she's not in high spirits is when she comes back from her training sessions feeling exhausted and complains about her trainer, or, as she refers to her, actually Satan. She can't be that bad, can she? "I'm envious that the Holy Emperor is training you," she grumbled before chuckling. "Maybe we should switch places, huh?" "I'm good, I don't want to be trained by the hidden devil in the Holy Empire," I joked, but she just sighed. After walking for a while, I asked them about their training progress. "How's the training going, guys?" Aiden responded first. "It's been tough, but I'm gradually getting the hang of it. Handling a sword isn't as easy as it looks." "Yup," Mai added. "However, we've been working hard and focusing on our footwork and mastering basic sword stances." I smiled at her and said, You are doing an amazing job and will become a great holy knight. Mai blushed and looked away. Thank you, it means a lot to me. She muttered the last part, but I heard it due to my enhanced hearing. Aiden cleared his throat before asking, how's your training progressing then? After taking a deep breath, I replied, I have been having a hard time keeping up, and I rarely have any free time. It was a half-truth. While my training is going smoothly, there is a lot I want to learn. Mai nodded sympathetically and said, I can relate to that. It feels like the only thing I do is train and sleep. We should spar sometime to see each other's progress, Aiden suggested, to which we both nodded. As we leisurely strolled through the bustling streets of Loon, we were captivated by the colorful sights and sounds that surrounded us. The vibrant market was alive, with merchants selling their wares. The air was thick with the delicious aroma of freshly baked bread emanating from the numerous bakeries. As we continued on our journey, we couldn't help but be mesmerized by the magical artifacts on display. The trinkets' intricate designs and intricate details were genuinely stunning, and we couldn't resist taking a closer look at each one. As soon as I looked at the trinkets, I felt an overwhelming urge to learn more about them. If it were possible, I would spend days examining them closely in order to understand how they are made and the purpose behind the engravings on the magical ones. Here he goes again, Mai sighed, looking over at me as I observed the runes etched into the trinket. Just let him be, Aiden said, shaking his head. You know how he gets when something catches his interest. I do, Mai replied with a small smile, but it's hard not to worry when he gets so lost in it. I looked up from the runes and smiled at them both. I'm not that bad, am I? They laughed, and Aiden gave me a friendly pat on the back. Nah, man, we love you just the way you are. Even if we fear you would get so absorbed in something, you will forget to breathe. I chuckled and turned back to the runes. It's just so interesting to me. When I look at them, I can't help but wonder about their origins and how they can be used. And that's why we love you, so don't change, Mai said before we resumed our exploration of the city. We stopped at the bakery to buy fresh bread and shared it with each other before. The freshly baked bread had a pleasant smell and a delightful, airy texture. Although I have only been eating like this for a month, it still takes some getting used to after years of less appetizing meals I had in my past life. It's like eating a fluffy cloud of deliciousness, Mai commented, taking another bite of the bread with stars in her eyes. Yeah, it's nice, Aiden said and nodded in agreement. You know what? I think I might have to get the recipe for this, Mai said, her eyes still fixed on the bread. I don't think they will give it to you, I replied. Mai laughed and said, maybe they will. If not, I'll have to keep coming here every week. Aiden agreed, I wouldn't blame you. This place makes incredible bread. I want to test their pastries next time. The small blueberry tarts looked good. We wandered around the city and chatted until we decided to have the spar we had discussed earlier. So we started heading back to the church. Chapter 12, Sunday Part 2. As we reached the empty training area, Aiden and I grabbed training swords and positioned ourselves 10 meters apart. I asked Aiden if he was ready, and he nodded, assuming his stance. We then waited for my signal. I would adjust my strength to match my age to ensure Aiden's safety. Because even with a blunted silver sword, it could end badly if I used too much force. I faced Aiden, training swords in hand. We circled each other. I made a thrust toward Aiden's chest, but he managed to block it just at the last moment. Aiden stumbled back, surprised at my quick strike. I took advantage of his momentary confusion and followed up with a series of rapid strikes that he was unable to defend against. Our swords clashed, relentlessly pushing Aiden back. I could see the sweat on his forehead as he struggled to keep up. Although I matched our physical strength, my superior stamina and extensive reading of sword-related books, coupled with my quick comprehension, allowed me to progress my swordsmanship at a faster rate. But I must admit, he is quite impressive. After only a month of training, he has already achieved this level of swordsmanship. Then after around half an hour, Aiden was too tired to continue. He lowered his sword and offered a hand to concede defeat. You're really good, he said, his voice filled with admiration. I need to practice harder to keep up with you. Thanks, I replied, but there is still much for me to learn, I said. Mai eagerly grabbed a training sword and exclaimed, "It's my turn to show what I can do." Aiden stepped aside while we chuckled at Mai's enthusiasm. She chose to use a rapier, unlike Aiden, who used a long sword, for our upcoming spar. We circled each other, searching for an opening. I swung my sword in a wide arc, but Mai was quick, darting in and out of range. She jabbed at me with her rapier, but I deflected it with my sword. We continued, and it looked like she was dancing around me, but neither of us was able to land a solid blow. Mai was nimble and agile, but my long sword gave me the advantage of reach. I lunged forward, trying to catch her off guard, but she parried my attack. In sword fighting, patience was key. It was something Roy explained during my first day of training. I needed to wait for the right moment, the perfect opening. And so I circled around Mai, watching her movements with intense focus. Suddenly, I saw it. With a quick feint, I drew her attention away from my sword, and then I struck. My blade connected with hers, and I watched her stumble backward, and I used that moment to win. It's impressive how quickly they were able to learn, while I felt like I was taking shortcuts by relying on my skills. We spent the rest of the afternoon talking about and exchanging tips on different footwork techniques and sword stances. I was able to provide a lot of helpful pointers since I have read more than a third of the sword-related books available in the library. So I pointed out the various strengths and weaknesses of each one. We also discussed the importance of footwork in sword fighting, with each one of us sharing our own tips and tricks for improving our agility and balance. As the sun continued to set, we practiced some of the techniques and stances we had discussed. We even shared a good laugh when Aiden made a mistake with a footwork technique and fell face first onto the ground in a comedic way. He grumbled as he got up and asked, "Does my misery amuse both of you so much?" Without hesitation, we replied in unison, "Yes." "Even my sister is against me. I feel betrayed." He pretended to cry, and we ignored him. "Why do we look so tired while you seem perfectly fine?" he asked, noticing my lack of exhaustion. "I've been working on my stamina. You should try it too because you never know how long a fight could last," I suggested. "But even with a month of training, wouldn't you still get out of breath?" he asked. "It's all about the breathing," I responded. "I read about it in the library and it helped me," I lied. "While I read about it once, I personally don't need it due to my stats, but they could surely improve with the help of it." Mai was curious and asked, "Can changing the way we breathe really make a difference?" "Yes, breathing only through your mouth can cause hyperventilation, and breathing only through your nose may not provide enough oxygen. The optimal way to breathe is to use both your nose and mouth to inhale and exhale, which allows for maximum oxygen intake." I recited what I'd read. "Then I'll do it. Then I could beat actually Satan," she replied with determination. "Yeah, but it's getting late, and we need to wake up early tomorrow, so we should head back to our rooms," I said, seeing as the sun was almost set. "Yeah, I don't want to be late again. The last time still haunts me," Aiden replied, shuddering at the thought. "I tried to wake you up for almost 10 minutes, but you didn't wake up," Mai deadpanned. Once we arrived at the church, we headed to our respective rooms. As soon as I got into my room, I quickly took a shower before going straight to bed and falling asleep. Chapter 13, Cronoa Part 1. What do you think you're doing? Do you really believe people would care about you if you got good grades? My brother asked angrily as he punched me in the stomach, making me fall to my knees. I was trying to say something, but a kick to the face interrupted me. "I don't want to hear your useless voice. I don't understand why my parents still keep something worthless like you around," he said as he picked me up by the shirt before throwing me into the dark basement. As I was tumbling down the stairs, everything changed. My mind was flooded with fear and confusion, and I couldn't help but wonder why I was being treated this way. I had always done my best to be helpful, but it seemed that my efforts were not enough. As I hit the cold, hard ground, I couldn't help but feel a sense of despair wash over me. I was trapped in this dark basement again, with no way out and no one to turn to. The hours ticked by slowly, leaving me with my thoughts and fears. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I was jolted awake from my nightmare. I was back in my own bed, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Even after half a year, I'm still having nightmares about my past life. I muttered to myself and stared at the grandfather clock in my room. 6 months have passed since my transmigration here, and yet I can't get over my past life. Of course, my increased status doesn't help in forgetting it either. Speaking of my status. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level 3, 5400 EXP. Magicules, 38,800. Stats. Strength, 80. Vitality, 80. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 100. Perception, 100. Remaining points, 16. While I do not doubt that I possess enough power to fight mindless monsters, I understand that many different factors come into play when fighting opponents. For one, strength is not the only thing that determines the outcome of a fight. There are other important elements to consider, such as speed, agility, and strategy. I know that if I were to face someone technically weaker than me, they might still have the upper hand if they possess superior skills in these areas. That's why I have prioritized spending a lot of time in the library, studying and learning as much as possible about different fighting techniques and strategies. In doing so, I hope to exchange my practical experience with theoretical knowledge. In the end, it's not just about physical strength. It's about having a well-rounded set of skills and knowledge that can be applied in any situation. I sighed, realizing that I wouldn't be able to fall back asleep. So instead, I decided to head to the library and read until it was time for my training. Over the past few months, I've already read books on swordsmanship and have now begun reading books related to spearmanship and unarmed martial arts. Lately, I've been thinking about why I care so much about becoming stronger. Perhaps it's because I'm afraid of the future, or I don't want to repeat the mistakes of my previous life. Although my life is vastly different than before, I'm not sure if I've changed much. I tell myself that reading in the library is to prepare for the future, but the truth is I feel safe there. It's the place where I feel safest, just like in my previous life. I'm still the same scared kid who craved the approval of my family, even though it was impossible. Even if the environment and people around me changed, I'm still the same. I spent hours reading before making my way to the training ground. Thanks to thought acceleration, I was able to read 5 books in just 1 hour. When I arrived at the training ground, I was surprised to see my mom and another person with Roy. The other person was wearing a mask, but I recognized them immediately. I could sense her watching me, even though she had no eye holes in her mask. It was as if she was studying me. I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease wash over me as I continued walking toward them, wondering what she knew about me. "Hey, Mom, is there anything special happening today?" I asked, looking at the masked hero standing beside her. "I haven't seen you around before. My name is Cal Valentine," I introduced myself to her. "Roy mentioned that you've been making great progress in your training and that you should start gaining some real-life fighting experience," my mom said. "Personally, I think it might be a bit too soon, but Cronoa came by yesterday, and I asked her to teach you. I heard that you lost your memories, so you might not remember me, but I taught your mother how to fight," she said, sounding a bit skeptical at the losing memories part. I was wondering if I existed in the previous timeline. Would she know that I am actually an otherworlder? Maybe Cal in the other timeline was also an otherworlder, but what if he wasn't? I am starting to feel a bit nervous, but I don't think she would harm me. Well, at least, I hope not. "Yes, I lost most of my memories, but I'm okay now," I answered nervously. She nodded in understanding, without saying anything. My mom noticed that I was feeling nervous, and she comforted me by saying that there was no need to worry. She had complete faith in Cronoa's ability to keep me safe in case anything happened, but it wasn't why I was nervous. "Before you pack your things, I have something for you," she said, handing me a sword. "This belonged to your mother, and she would want you to have it." I unsheathed the sword and held it in my hands. It was a beautiful-looking double-edged straight sword. It had a graceful appearance and seemed incredibly agile. Its sharpness was evident at first glance, and I could tell it had the power to effortlessly slice through anything in its path. It was truly beautiful. It's a unique grade sword. The blade is made of magisteel, a material that strengthens when exposed to magicules, allowing it to grow with its user. Mom explained while my eyes remained fixed on the sword. Chapter 14, Cronoa Part 2. I spent what felt like hours admiring my new sword before turning to my new teacher and bowing as a gesture of respect. I'll be in your care. I will meet you at the city gates. Make sure to take everything you need before coming, said Cronoa. Okay, I said before turning to my mom. I'll see you when I come back, I added as I hugged her. Listen to Cronoa and behave yourself, Mom said in a caring tone, and if you cause trouble, I will lock you in your room for a week. I am not a troublemaker. I always behave well, I assured her while hearing Cronoa chuckle from a distance. Going to my room, I swiftly gathered my belongings and wrote a brief note for Aiden and Mai to inform them I would be away for some time. Then, I headed towards the city gates, where Cronoa was already waiting. As I left the city, I walked towards her, and she gave me a weird look seeing me having a backpack. Why aren't you using your NV? She began to ask before interrupting herself. Never mind, let's go, we can't waste time, she said, and we started heading east. In V, I started thinking, and then it hit me. How could I forget about having an inventory? At that moment, a new screen popped up displaying 36 slots with a slider on the right side. My right eye visibly twitched at my stupidity. Having never had any use for it for the last 6 months, I didn't think about it. I lamented over the number of books I could have brought with me, but I didn't want to admit to her that I wanted to return for them. But now I was certain that I existed in the previous timeline and as myself, not the original Cal. However, I was confused about how we could still fail even though I was there with the powers of the Shadow Monarch. Actually, does it work like that? The whole time travel thing is confusing. But considering she knew who I was and knew about my inventory, I had it in the previous timeline. Could something change that in that timeline, making me weaker? But how do I start the conversation? Do I go and say something like, hey, why did you travel back in time? Oh, how do I know you can travel in time? I just know. Yeah, maybe not the best thing to say. We continued to walk, as I thought of a way to ask her about the previous timeline, but couldn't find a good way. The problem isn't just asking her about the previous timeline, but explaining how I know she traveled through time. Just ask what you want to ask, she said with a sigh. Ask what? I acted confused. You know what? She replied. Know what? I asked again. She sighed in annoyance before muttering, always a pain to deal with. Deciding to stop acting like an idiot, I asked her, so you knew me in the previous timeline? Yes, I did, and you are as annoying as I remember, she said. But then why are you here? What happened? I asked, wanting to know. The last timeline was the worst out of all of them, she said, and tightened her grip into a fist. You were controlled by Michael due to your virtue skill and went on a rampage killing everyone. Didn't I do anything about that? I should know he could control me if I had a virtue skill, I asked, not understanding how I could make such an obvious mistake. No, before we even had the chance to cut you off from its influence, it was already too late, she said, and took a pause before adding, your actions change in every timeline. This is the first time you have stayed in the Holy Empire. In the previous timeline, you went to the Eastern Empire, and he knew you got the virtue skill instantly. After she said that, we walked in silence for a long time before I decided to speak. So now that we know this and I haven't been in the Eastern Empire, I should be fine. And as you said, my actions change every timeline, so there is also a big possibility I won't get the virtue skill. Well, we can't be sure that he won't find out if you have one and take control over you, she answered. Then I started thinking. Cronoa, I've been wondering why didn't you prevent me from being captured by the slaver traders, I asked. It was important that you got captured, otherwise you wouldn't acquire your unique skill, she told me. Was there a timeline where you prevented me from being captured? I asked, wanting to know what would happen if she did. Yes, it was also the timeline where you were the weakest, she replied. I see, I replied. However, I'm curious as to why you shared the information about time travel with me. You joked about being a prophet. At first, I thought you were joking, but after all the times I went through this with you, I'm starting to believe it, she said with a chuckle. I wondered why I told her something so stupid, but it's not like it's a complete lie if reading is considered a skill. Then, where are we going? The only place I can think of in that direction where we could fight is the Jura forest. That's exactly where we are heading. You always seem to grow fast when facing strong opponents, she commented. I'm also curious about your unique skill for this timeline. Confused, I asked, what do you mean this timeline? As I mentioned before, your actions change in every timeline, along with your unique skill. Once, you utilized insects and venom, which was honestly the creepiest you I had met, she said, shivering slightly. Insects, I muttered, confused, but then it clicked. My unique skills change every timeline, and the character that uses insects is Querisha, the monarch of plagues and queen of insects. Does that mean there was a me who had monarch of destruction powers? I shivered at that thought, hoping I would never meet that version of myself. I just jinxed myself, didn't I? Cronoa, have you ever seen multiple versions of me at the same time? I asked. I haven't. Why do you always ask about that? She inquired. I'm just curious, no particular reason, I replied, feeling relieved. Luminous Valentine POV. I drank another glass of blood-infused wine. It was the second one since my little Cal left with Cronoa. Roy, bring me another glass, I ordered. My lady, I think you shouldn't drink more, he said, looking at me with concern. I only had 2, one more won't hurt, I said, getting annoyed. Doesn't he understand how it feels when your son moves out for the first time? My lady, this is the 20th glass, he said before leaving and shortly returning with another glass. I'm just worried, I said, so he doesn't think I'm an alcoholic. What if she won't be enough to protect him? Maybe I should go and bring him back. The young lord is strong for his age, he said before handing me the wine glass. My lady, have you made progress in finding out what the race of the young lord is? He asked. I sighed. I haven't. He isn't human. He does a large number of magicules that seems to grow constantly, but the amount of vampire blood that flows in him isn't enough for him to be classified as a vampire. I rubbed my temples. I have been trying to find out his race for so long, but I'm still left with nothing. Cronoa seemed to know but won't tell me. URG. The glass in my hand shattered, spilling the blood wine over the whole floor. Why can't she tell me? Aren't we friends? How can I trust her to keep him safe if she won't tell me such simple things? Chapter 15, Jura Forest Part 1. A couple of days passed, and we finally made it to the Jura Forest. After our talk, we started running, and she totally outmatched me in speed. She also said I was slower than last time. Why must she compare me to myself out of all people? This makes it hard for me to decide if I should be offended or not. I'm worried about Veldora showing up. What's our plan if he does? I asked, aware that I wasn't strong enough to battle a true dragon. We'll avoid him. It'll be easy to tell when he's approaching because he won't be able to control his magicules, she explained. For now, you will fight the magic beasts around the forest. I assumed that I would receive some training or a skills assessment before I was allowed to fight the monster, but it seems like she wants me to fight right from the start. Perhaps the fact that she has encountered different versions of me has made her confident that I could do it. Don't just stand there. Go in, I will set up camp here. You can return around midnight. Now shoo, she said before shooing me away. Sighing, I started heading deeper into the forest before muttering. Weren't she supposed to protect me? Instead, she just told me to enter a monster-filled forest alone. If she heard what I said, she just ignored me, so I continued to go deeper into the forest, not sensing any monsters nearby. As I walked for a while, I felt a high concentration of magicules emanating not so far away from me. Following my instincts, I headed in that direction. It didn't take me much time to come face to face with a tiger that had a blade on its tail, sharp talons, and large fangs. I remembered reading about this monster in a book. It was a magic beast that was considered the top predator in the Jura forest. They were known for using the skill voice cannon, which could create small craters and atomize targets. As I stood facing the blade tiger, I was surprisingly calm as it circled me, growling menacingly. However, I remained composed, gripping my sword tightly and focusing on my breathing. The tiger lunged at me, but I calmly sidestepped and swung my sword, narrowly missing its head. It roared in anger and attacked again, but I simply blocked the blow with my sword, feeling the impact but not letting it rattle me. We continued to trade blows, but I remained centered and in control. The tiger was strong and fast, but I saw an opening and struck with precision, slicing the tiger's hind leg. It roared in pain and tried to flee, but I pursued it with a clear mind. Finally, after what felt like a long battle, the tiger lay motionless on the ground. 200 exp for killing Blade Tiger. Magicules increased by 200. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling proud of my first win. However, it was short-lived as 10 more Magicule signatures, similar to the first, appeared around me. I found myself surrounded by 10 Blade Tigers, their sharp claws and teeth glinting in the sunlight. I knew I had to act fast if I wanted to survive this fight. My sword was already in my hand, and I charged forward, slicing through the air with swift and precise movements. The first Blade Tiger lunged at me, but I parried its attack with ease and delivered a powerful blow to its side. It yelped in pain and backed away, but its companions were quick to take its place. I started dodging and weaving through the onslaught of razor-sharp claws, tails, and teeth. Every time I struck a Blade Tiger, another would take its place, and soon I found myself slightly tired. And finally, after what felt like an eternity of fighting, I struck the final blow. The Blade Tigers lay motionless at my feet, defeated. I breathed a sigh of relief, not sensing anything in my vicinity. I decided to look at the pop-up screens that appeared throughout the fight, and a smile formed on my face. 2000x for killing 10x, Blade Tiger. Magicules increased by 2,000. You leveled up x2. All attributes increased by 2. I felt excited to have leveled up 2 times in one fight, but my enthusiasm quickly waned when I realized how much EXP was required for my next level up. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level, 5, 1051,600 EXP. Magicules, 41,800. Stats. Strength, 82. Vitality, 82. Agility, 82. Intelligence, 102. Perception, 102. Remaining points, 25. While 1,600 EXP isn't that much, I'm scared about how much the next levels will require. If I go by the previous level, that doubles the EXP required for a level up. Then to level up from level 10 to 11, I would need 51,200 EXP. How would I even gain so much if a magic beast classified as a B rank only give 200 EXP? I let out a depressed sigh as I gazed at the dark aura surrounding the tigers. Arise, I commanded, and they were enveloped with a black substance before they transformed into shadows. 11 shadow Blade Tigers, bowing their heads, now stood in front of me. Hide in my shadow, I ordered, and they melted into my shadow. I won't fight with my shadows yet. I need to learn how to fight myself and not solely rely on them. I searched the forest for monsters, but despite the abundance of monsters in the area and Veldora's Magicules leaking, I couldn't find any. However, I could sense his massive amount of Magicules somewhere in the forest, like a raging storm. The mere thought of coming across Veldora here was frightening. It's not surprising since Veldora is famous for rampaging, causing destruction, and according to Mom, having a brain smaller than a goblin. Chapter 16, Jura Forest Part 2. Cronoa POV. As I secretly watched Cal from a distance, I noticed that his swordsmanship was better than in the last timeline. Interesting. So while he is physically weaker compared to the last time, his fighting skills are much better. He still has a long way to go before he masters swordsmanship, came the voice of my companion. Yeah, I know, but for a kid, he is good, I replied with a chuckle. But what surprised me the most was the shadow-like creatures that he made after the tiger's death. For a moment, I thought he would use bugs to reanimate them like that time. Please don't use bugs again. Cal Valentine POV. As time passed, I noticed that it was getting late, and I still hadn't come across any magic beasts in the forest. I did, however, stumble upon a few goblin villages. Despite being tempted to attack them, I chose to let them be as they were instead of going full-on goblin slayer due to only being E-class monsters and wouldn't provide much EXP. I was about to head back to camp when I sensed the presence of several strong monsters up ahead. Their signatures were stronger than the tigers I had previously encountered. So obviously, I grinned, thinking of the EXP and magicules I could earn from them as I walked towards the signatures. As I arrived close to the magicule signatures, I found what looked like a spider den. I decided to lure the monster to me by flaring my magicules to alert them, and in no time, about 20 night spiders appeared from it. The night spiders have an exoskeleton that is harder than steel and can protect almost every part of their body except their joints. And if I remember correctly, each leg is as sharp as the sharpest blade. As I unsheathed my sword, I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The giant spiders loomed over me, their multiple eyes almost glowing at the thought of eating me. I was quick on my feet, dodging their attacks and striking back with my sword. My sword sliced through their thick exoskeletons, and their blood dripped onto the grass. Despite their size, the spiders were surprisingly nimble, and I had to stay alert to avoid their attacks. I fought on, my sword clashing with the spiders' sharp fangs and legs. The sounds of battle could be heard through the forest as I fought them. In my past life, I would have been terrified to face something like this, but now I feel nothing but excitement. At this moment, I didn't think about anything else, but to kill my opponent and win this battle. And finally, after about an hour of fighting, the last spider fell to the ground with a thud as I brought the pop-up screen up again. 4800x for killing 16x, Night Spider. Magicules increased by 4,800. You leveled up x2. All attributes increased by 2. Nice 2 extra levels, I said, then turned towards the spiders. Arise. As the sun was setting, I arrived back at the campsite and spotted Cronoa cooking by the fireplace. The aroma of the food made my mouth water. Here, she offered me a skewer of what appeared to be monster meat. I still needed to eat food, not as much as a normal human would, but I would still need to eat at least once a week. Thank you. I took the skewer and started munching on it. The meat was tender and seasoned slightly. After a while, Cronoa inquired, "How was your first day?" It was all right. I encountered some blade tigers and night spiders, but I didn't come across many magic beasts, I responded between bites. I'm glad to see that you're being more cautious in this timeline. I was worried that you would challenge Veldora again, she said, sounding relieved. I would never do something like that, I reassured her. However, she looked at me and didn't respond. Please tell me it was just a joke. I didn't do something that stupid in another timeline, did I? Only twice, she replied. That's too many, I yelled, asking myself if I was that stupid. I have done a few stupid things in the past few months, but nothing on the level of challenging a walking calamity. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for doing it, she said and continued eating through the mask. Once we finished our meal, she stood up and gestured for me to follow. We walked towards a larger open space before she spoke. You were able to defeat a few monsters, but I'd like to see how your swordsmanship is against intelligent opponents. I nodded and drew my sword, feeling excited to spar with her. My wide grin showed my enthusiasm. I knew that I had to be careful if I didn't want to lose the spar in the first few minutes. I tightened my grip on the hilt of my sword and took a deep breath. She lunged towards me, and I quickly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding her attack. I countered with a swift swipe of my own sword, but our blades clashed in a shower of sparks. She made a move, and I quickly parried it, but her strength was overwhelming. She pushed me back, and I struggled to regain my balance. It wasn't like she was going all out, but enough to be slightly stronger than me. We continued to spar, and I started to lose track of time. Her speed started increasing, and I could barely keep track of her movements. I was forced to activate thought acceleration. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to react in time. But even if my mind could keep up with her attacks, my body couldn't. I started to get completely exhausted, something I hadn't felt for months now. But then, I fell for a feint, and my sword was struck with enough force to send it flying out of my hand. Your swordsmanship is good but could be polished, she said. It's getting late, you should rest. Starting tomorrow, we will spar each time you return from monster hunting. And so, as we walked back to our camp, I knew that I had lost. But it still felt amazing to spar against someone with so much experience. During the night, instead of instantly falling asleep, I went through our spar in my mind. Thanks to my memory, and when focused on that specific memory, I could remember it to the smallest detail. I analyzed her movements and my movements, thinking of ways I could have fought differently. But in the end, there wasn't much I could do to change the outcome. She has more experience and is much stronger than me. But it didn't discourage me at all. Quite the opposite, it made me more eager to get stronger so I could fight her on an equal footing. Chapter 17, Jura Forest Part 3. 10 days passed quickly, with me going deep into the forest daily, but I haven't had luck finding many monsters. In the 10 days we stayed near the forest, I only fought a total of 56 magic beasts. It could be because I never go deeper into the forest where Veldora's magicules are the strongest, and that's why I don't find many of them, but getting too close wouldn't end well for me. This isn't the Tsundere Otaku dragon yet, so getting too close would be like begging to be killed. I mentally coughed while thinking of myself from a different timeline. But if I wanted to get strong, I needed to find more high-ranking opponents, and that's how, after hours of trying to avoid it, I decided to go deeper. If I weren't walking closer to a walking calamity, I would make a joke about that. About 20 minutes later, I sensed multiple strong magical signatures to my right. My sword ready, I went in that direction, and as I got close, I saw 6 black serpents. I heard a loud hiss as the massive serpents lunged toward me. I quickly raised my sword and felt the creature's tooth break as it tried to bite it. I pushed back against the serpent's weight and drove my sword into its body, striking the fatal blow. More snakes were closing in, their eyes glowing in the dim light. I pivoted on my feet, dodging their strikes and slashing back with my sword. The battle continued until the last of the snakes finally lay motionless on the ground. 1-800X for killing 6X, Black Serpent. Magicules increased by 1,800. You leveled up. All attributes increased by 1. Nice, another level, but what I'm most excited about. I looked at the dead serpents around me with a smirk. Arise. The serpents became shadows and bowed their heads to me before entering my shadow. Status, I mumbled and sat down for a moment. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level, 8, 1251-2, 800 EXP. Magicules, 50,400. Stats. Strength, 85. Vitality, 85. Agility, 85. Intelligence, 105. Perception, 105. Remaining points, 55. I looked at the screen and couldn't help myself from smiling a bit. While I'm still a long way from becoming strong, I have progressed a lot in just 10 days. Maybe I should invest some points in strength. The strength stat in my system isn't just my physical strength, but also my speed. So upgrading it now that I'm not staying in the library all the time would be best. I thought about it for a bit before deciding to do it. Put 20 points each in strength and agility and 15 points in vitality. I ordered the system. Strength, 85, 105. Agility, 85, 105. Vitality, 85, 100. Remaining points, 55, 0. I felt a surge of power inside of me and instantly got excited to test it out. The first thing I did was to activate thought acceleration and move at my full speed, and to my amazement, my movements felt fluid. My body could easily keep up with thought acceleration at full speed, unlike before when it felt like I was moving through a viscous liquid. Cronoa POV. I observed Cal from a distance like I usually do while he hunts monsters, and I must say he is a quick learner. He observes every detail during our sparring and uses it to improve his own fighting style. By the end of this year, he should be at the strength of a new hero's egg or a demon lord seed. Cal Valentine POV. I spent the rest of the day hunting more magic beasts and had a bit of good luck finding 3 more groups of monsters before heading back to camp. So, how was your hunt today? Cronoa asked, seeing me leave the forest. Fought a few groups of monsters, but nothing too challenging, I answered before adding, I wish they would be easier to find. Most of the stronger monsters come out at night, and most of them are closer to Veldora. So until you get strong or fast enough to fight or outrun Veldora, I wouldn't recommend getting closer. She said as she gave me the skewer with monster meat before we started my sword training. That's how my day usually went. In the morning, I would do my daily quest before entering the forest. Then, around 6 p.m., I would return to camp before she would spar with me. 3 more weeks quickly passed like this, and Cronoa decided it was time to move elsewhere. You have probably already read through books about the different countries, but you should see them yourself. I understand, I replied, but remembered I hadn't had the chance to read anything for a few weeks now. If I just remembered, I had an inventory. But enough of my sulking about not being able to read books. I brought up my status and quickly looked it over. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level, 11, 43,155 1200 EXP. Magicules, 134,900. Stats. Strength, 107. Vitality, 102. Agility, 107. Intelligence, 107. Perception, 107. Remaining points, 63. Something I also notice now that I level up is that my level affects the stats. Having 100 in all the stats on level 3 is different from having the same stats on level 10. It's like the level is a percentage boost to the stats. Let's head out, Cronoa said, and we continued our journey, but before that, I sent a few shadows to stay in the forest and grind for me. I don't know when the next time will come when I will be able to hunt for exp freely, so leaving them there was the best option. Our first stop is for me to become an adventurer. Normally I wouldn't care about it, but there are perks to becoming one, such as traveling between countries easily. It's similar to how the Free Guild will work in the future, but not as developed. It will grant an adventurer easier passage into a country than a normal person, but that's about the only perk you get. We decided to go to the Blumund to take my test, as it's the closest before we start exploring the continent. Blumund is so small that all the nobles are feudal lords of villages. It is merely a country that comprises its royal capital. The capital is the only large city, and in the castle town lies the Blumund's Adventurers Mutual Aid Association branch. And so, traveling at high speed, we made it to the Kingdom of Blumund just before nightfall. Chapter 18, Adventurer Guild. After entering the Kingdom of Blumund with the help of Cronoa, we headed straight for the Adventurer Building. I noticed how the kingdom looked like the most generic fantasy kingdom I could think of, with medieval European buildings, and almost everyone going around with weapons and armor. But their gear isn't as good compared to the ones I saw in Rubelio's. So even if they all had weapons, they looked like I could easily defeat a group of them without a problem. Entering the 5 stories high stone building, the whole guild became quiet seeing Cronoa, but she ignored it and went to the reception desk. The receptionist was a young blonde human girl that looked to be in her early 20s. Hello, how may I help you today? She stuttered out. I'm here to get him registered as an adventurer. Cronoa then pointed at me, and I felt all the attention focus on me. Is he the hero's pupil? He looks so young, he can't be older than 10. He will probably be a beginner rank at best. People muttered, but I could hear it due to my enhanced senses. I should have brought a mask with me. I'm more used to staying in the shadows and not being in the spotlight, so this is something that makes me slightly uncomfortable, but I was doing my best to look unbothered. Just me being known as the Holy Emperor's student is annoying enough, but now this. Look at his cute face, I could eat him up. I heard a female voice and instantly started sweating mentally. I quickly looked to see who said it and instantly regretted it. If I had a face like hers, I would wear a mask. No, a mask wouldn't help that face. She looked more like a toad than a human. Yeah, you're right. This time, a male voice said, I want to leave this place as quickly as possible. Monsters were much better than this. Isn't he a bit too young? The receptionist asked, this time more composed. No, came the short reply from Cronoa. Okay, then please fill in your name and desired division, she said, giving me a parchment of paper. Oh, so it's similar to how it will be in the future. I filled them in quickly, choosing the subjugation division, and gave her the paper. Subjugation division? Are you sure about that? Maybe the gathering or exploration division would be better for you, she asked in concern, but I shook my head. Well, then I will have a summoner-type examiner test you. I stood inside a magic circle with my examiner, who was an elderly woman. A crowd formed around us after hearing that I was the hero's student. They wanted to see what a kid my age would be capable of, and I felt slightly uncomfortable with even more attention on me. This formation will prevent anyone from getting hurt. If you take a step outside the circle, you will have failed the exam, she explained. I understand, I replied with a nod, my sword already in my hand. Then the exam will begin, she said, and afterward, a magic circle appeared on the ground before a hunter-hound lunged at me. Unlike the future free guild system that ranks adventurers and monsters from F rank to A rank, the mutual aid association system has 4 ranks. Novice, equivalent to the free guild's F rank. Beginner, equivalent to the free guild's E rank. Intermediate, equivalent to the free guild's D rank. Advanced, equivalent of rank CA in the free guild system. It is extremely crude and imprecise compared to the future free guild system, and results in many preventable deaths due to adventurers underestimating the monsters, especially the advanced-ranked monster. They would often underestimate an A-rank monster for being weaker after having fought other advanced-ranked monsters. But back to the monster, it was really slow compared to the monster I had faced before, so I sidestepped and, with a quick swing, beheaded the hound. 50 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 50. Silence. Nobody said after they saw me, a kid, effortlessly kill the hunter-hound, an E-rank or, in this case, beginner-rank monster. While the hunter-hound is a weak monster, it's still very impressive how a 10-year-old kid dealt with it quickly. Very well. Next, she said, and another summoning circle appeared, but this time it was a dark goblin, but it died as quickly as the hunter-hound. 100 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 100. Can we continue? I asked the examiner, wanting to get this over as quickly as possible. Do you really want to take the next exam? She asked, slightly concerned even after witnessing me effortlessly kill the other monsters. Yeah, I told her and got ready. She looked at Cronoa, who stood outside the circle for confirmation. Cronoa just nodded, so the examiner summoned a lesser demon. The demon looked truly disgusting. It was around 4 meters tall with a goat-like head and a long and thin tail, as well as the characteristic claws, horns, and wings of a demon. I took a deep breath after dodging its attack. While that strength of attacks and spell the demon uses shouldn't give more than a scratch, I rather not have everyone here see that. I coated my blade in magicules, knowing I couldn't defeat a demon with just physical attacks. Extra skill, Magic Aura, has been acquired. It started attacking with its tail and claws, and even used elemental magic. So I dodged and blocked the demon's attacks until I found the perfect opportunity to strike. Right after the demon attacked with its sharp claws, I cut off its hand and used the moment it hissed in pain to jump to its head, and with my magical-infused sword, slashed the head off the demon. 200 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 200. Everyone was stunned at how easily I passed the exams, and I turned to the examiner before asking, "So, how did I do?" She then cleared her throat, "You passed." The examination wasn't that hard compared to what I had been fighting for the past month, and I easily aced it. We left the guild building with my card showing that I was an advanced-ranked adventurer. So where do we go next? I asked Cronoa, who was walking beside me. She thought for a moment before answering. There isn't anything special happening at this time, so we will travel so you can explore the different parts of the continent. Are you sure it's necessary? I asked, but she said something that made me excited about it. I could have stayed in the Jura forest fighting. They will have books you won't find in Riberios. I stopped and my eyes widened. Then we shouldn't waste time, I said, nodding to myself with my arms crossed. More books equals good. She sighed. He never changes, she muttered. We continued walking through the city until we arrived at an inn and got 2 rooms. After sleeping on the floor again for a whole month, I'm excited to sleep in a bed. Laying on the bed, I looked at the notifications that stacked up during the day. Having left my shadows, they hunted monsters around the forest. 750 exp gained. Magicules increased by 875. Strength of shadows has increased. I hummed. This is interesting, I said to myself, seeing as I gained less magicules because it was my shadows that killed them and not me, but seeing as their strength increased, I can't complain. It's still free EXP in the end. If that's the case, maybe I should leave more shadows in the forest, and maybe some in the Barum lands to get stronger and give me more magicules and EXP. In the end, the stronger my shadows are, the stronger I am. Chapter 19, Dworgen. It's going to take around 3 days to arrive in Dworgen if we run at full speed, Cronoa said after we left Blumund. I registered as an adventurer 2 days ago and spent a whole day just going around and exploring the city. While a tiny kingdom, there were still a lot of things I found interesting. Mostly the magical items, so I'm even more excited about going to Dworgen. The warrior nation of Dworgen, or the Dwarf Kingdom, is located inside the huge mountains in the north of the Connecting, and they are known for their manufacturing and handicrafts. I want to see if I could get my hands on some books about craftsmanship while I'm there. Money isn't a problem for me. Mom was generous in giving me a lot when I asked, and I haven't had anything to spend it on over the past few months, and you can't have too many books. I should maybe start buying books and make my own personal library. You're drolling, I heard Cronoa say, and I snapped out of my fantasy about having a library the size of Blumund. I quickly wiped the drool and avoided eye contact. Let me guess you were thinking about books, she asked. No, I replied, still avoiding eye contact. How did you guess? I asked quietly. There are only 2 things it could have been, but as of right now, it can only be that one, she answered with a chuckle. And what is the other one? I asked, curious about what it could be. Not telling you, she said and chuckled more. Oh, come on, tell me, I grumbled as we walked. Nope, she chuckled. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as we arrived in the capital of Dworgen. Dworgen is a nation that utilizes free trade and is the center of trade between all kinds of races. Therefore, the nation keeps a policy of absolute neutrality and violence is prohibited. Even the Eastern Empire avoids open aggression towards them. As we walked through the city's busy streets, I could imagine my eyes sparkling as I looked at all the trinkets, weapons, and armor on display. At moments like this, I truly acted like a kid. Oh, what is that? I wondered, seeing a glove with 6 stones. I stopped to marvel at the glove. It was made out of what looked like black silk and was embroidered with golden thread. The 6 stones were all in different colors. The first was blue, the second red, the third purple, the fourth yellow, the fifth green, and the 6th was orange. On closer inspection, all the stones had what looked like runes engraved into them, each being different from the others. Wanting to know what the glove did, I looked at the name tag to be disappointed. It was a normal fingerless glove without any special effects. I sighed. It could have at least some magic element to it. I sighed and continued looking around the city. I looked through different swords, and I must say that the weapons found in Dworgen are on a whole completely different level. But I already got attached to my sword, and I won't cheat on it with these. But now then, to the real reason I'm here alone. I need to find the butterflies of the night. I'm maybe barely 11 years old, but I want to see some elves. Where do you think you're going? Came a voice behind me. I slowly turned around, my movements almost mechanical, only to see Cronoa looking at me with what I could guess was disappointment behind the mask. I was looking at different armors. Yeah, I wanted to buy armor for myself. I stuttered out. Oh, really? She asked, crossing her arms. Yup, the possibility of elves being involved is the same as Mom stopping drinking wine. So if you excuse me, I will. You aren't going anywhere, she said in a strict tone, grabbing me by the shirt collar and dragging me back to the inn. Mission failed. It's not the time to cry. I will have the chance to try tomorrow. My POV. Why do I suddenly feel the urge to punch Cal? Probably just my imagination. I should go to sleep now. I don't want actually Satan to yell at me tomorrow. Cal Valentine POV. We spent a week in Dworgen, and sadly I didn't get the chance to see any elves. Somehow Cronoa knew every time I would try and sneak out to the butterflies of the night and stop me. I mean, come on, how does she even know I would try to go there? I sighed while sulking as we walked towards our next stop, the Kingdom of Falmouth. The kingdom mainly relies on trade and tourism for income. and due to neighboring Dworgen and not having any local specialties or mineral resources available for mining, they earn a profit by selling imported goods at extortionate prices. If I remember correctly, this was the reason they would attack Tempest in the future. As we walked through a small forest, I sensed around 30 small magical signatures. I stopped and looked toward the direction where I felt it and looked at Cronoa. "Should we check what the signatures are?" I asked. She nodded, "Stay alert just in case." We walked into the forest, and we were met by a simple wooden house. My grip around my sword tightened as this brought back some memories. I focused more on the magical signature. Around 10 were inside the house, but the rest were together underground. "There are 20 magical signatures together in the basement," I said, looking at Cronoa. "Do you think they are?" "Yes," she answered. "Let me do it," I told her. "I hate people like that." She seemed against it for a while. "Fine, I will be ready to step in if something happens." I quickly made my way toward the house, and with my enhanced hearing, I could hear people talking inside. "That little blonde will fetch a good price," one said. "Maybe I should take her for myself," the other laughed. "Blondes sell for more, so take the brunette instead," a third person said. I didn't need to hear more. I knew they deserved to die. Drawing my blade, I kicked in the door with full strength. I saw 10 adults get quickly on guard, as the door flew straight into the table they were sitting around. They drew their weapons, sword, daggers, and battle axes before their eyes focused on me. "A kid," asked the one with daggers. "Hey, brat, what do you think you are doing? Do you want to die so badly?" asked a redhead with a sword that reminded me of the slave trader I killed about a year ago. "No, we could also sell him. Some noblewoman would pay a good price for him," the other said, with a greedy smile, ignoring the fact that the kid he was talking about had causally kicked down the door. "I should be asking you that question," I answered, holding myself from killing them instantly. "Sadly for you. I hate your kind, so I will do the world a favor by removing you." I started slowly walking toward them while using the acceleration on each of them. Their body couldn't keep up with their mind, so for them, it felt like being paralyzed for hours. I drew my sword and slashed the head off one of them. "Arise," I ordered, and the body turned into shadows before kneeling before me. "Kill them, take your time." I ordered the shadow and went toward where the kids were held. I found stairs going down leading towards a locked door. I forcefully opened it and saw 20 kids around the age of 8 all the way to 14 hiding in the corner of the room. They looked like me, and Aiden used to look like when we were captured. "Don't be scared, I'm here to get you out," I said to the kids, who looked at me in fear. "The people who locked you here are gone and won't do anything to you." "Really?" said a blonde girl in a low voice. "Yeah, now everyone, follow me and close your eyes when we go upstairs." They did as I said, by the looks of it, out of fear instead. And when I walked upstairs, I saw my shadow kneeling while surrounded by multiple human parts. I guided the kids around them. "Arise," I said as I walked towards the exit and ordered the shadows to enter my shadow. When I left the house with the kids, Cronoa was already waiting. "You can open your eyes now," I told them and turned to Cronoa. "What are we going to do now?" "We are going to take them to an orphanage," she answered and looked at the kids. Chapter 20, Back in Rubirio's. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye as we traveled through the entire western part of the continent. I even managed to get a good amount of new books I haven't had the chance to read in Rubirio's. I could probably find them in the library, but if I want to create my own private library, I need to start somewhere. But I missed the Holy Empire. I haven't been there for half a year and am excited to see Aiden and Mai again. They undoubtedly must have improved a lot since the last time we saw each other. I even heard rumors about 2 blonde prodigies at the church. While I haven't seen many other trainees, I assume they were talking about Aiden and Mai. Then there was also talk about me, a kid who is the disciple of the Holy Emperor himself, especially now that I'm also the student of the hero. I actually don't enjoy being in the spotlight, mostly due to some people in the church being annoying to deal with. But speaking of Cronoa, during our travels, we have been going around and dealing with more slave traders and other stuff like helping small villages, and I have gotten a few more human shadow soldiers in my arsenal now. Now, in retrospect, I should have turned the 3 slave traders I had killed when I arrived in this world into my shadows. But at that time, I didn't want to see them again, even if they were in the form of shadow soldiers. Bringing forth my status, I smiled, seeing how much I had progressed in just 6 months. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level, 13, 161,702, 04800 EXP. Magicules, 304,575. Stats. Strength, 209. Vitality, 204. Agility, 209. Intelligence, 209. Perception, 209. Remaining points, 34. With my current strength, I would be around Demon Lord Seed level. While the voice of the world didn't announce anything and I didn't go through an evolution, I can feel I have obtained the Demon Lord Seed after my Magicules went past 200,000. But even with my new strength, I still can't land even one blow on Cronoa during our spars. Seriously, how much stronger is she, and how long will it take me to reach that level? Years, decades. I sighed. I still have a long way to go before becoming one of the strongest in this world. Even if I said I'm currently around the strength level of a Demon Lord Seed, I would still be weaker than Claypot. Then all the different skills could change the battle. From skills that could control the very laws of nature to skills like mine that make me a one-person army. I walked through the city, heading towards the church. While I haven't been here for half a year, the city hasn't changed. The market square was still bustling with life, and the smell of fresh bread spread from one of my favorite bakeries. "Come on, let's go before they sell them all," came a voice I recognized. Turning to my left, I saw Aiden, and a girl I hadn't seen enter the bakery, so I followed after them. "3 blueberry tarts, please," Mai said excitedly, almost jumping. "Make it 4 and I'll pay for everything," I said, and they turned around. Mai's eyes widened. "Cal, you're back," she shouted and hugged me. "The note said you would be gone for a while, not half a year." "Ha ha ha, sorry, I didn't expect to be gone for so long." I replied with an awkward laugh before looking at the girl with them. "Sorry I haven't seen you before. I'm Cal." She looked nervous. "Oh, I'm Megan. Aiden and Mai have told me about you." "Speaking of stories, you are the hero's student, right?" Aiden asked. "The rumors said it was a boy around 10 years old with black hair and gray eyes." "Yeah, my new teacher was the hero," I replied awkwardly, scratching the back of my head. "How was she? Did you get her autograph? Is she here in Rubirio's? Can I see her?" Mai bombarded me with questions. I chuckled. "No, she isn't here, and I didn't get her autograph." "Here you go, 4 blueberry tarts," the baker said, handing us them. I put my hand in my pocket, opened my inventory to take out some money, and handed him a gold coin. His eyes widened. "TTH, this is too much," he stuttered. "I can't take this." "You always made our favorite bakeries, so don't worry," I told him, but in reality, the gold coins were the only ones I had left. During our travels, I earned a lot of money selling the monster parts my shadows killed, but I spent all my bronze and silver coins, leaving me only with golden coins. So while paying around $1,000 for 4 small blueberry tarts is a lot, I can't pay less. After paying, we left the bakery and found a bench to sit on while eating. "So, what have you been doing while I was gone?" I asked and took a bite of the blueberry tart. "PFFF," Mai held in a laugh looking at me. "What?" I asked, confused. "No, nothing. It's just your eyes had stars when you took a bite." "It's good, and I haven't had any for almost half a year," I said, crossing my arms. "But has something new happened while I was gone?" I asked again. "Just the usual, training and such," Aiden said with a sigh. "How about you? You must have lots of stories to tell us." I thought for a moment before answering. We started with her training me in swordsmanship and fighting monsters for a whole month, and then we went to Bluemund to take an adventurer test so I could easily travel between different kingdoms. "Yeah, we heard you became an advanced rank adventurer. You could probably already be as strong as the captains," Mai said. "I still have a long way to go," I answered honestly. Mai muttered something I didn't catch. "Did you say something?" I asked. "Oh, I said I'm envious of you," she chuckled. "You got to travel the whole continent while I was stuck with the devil training me." "Don't worry, You will soon get to travel the continent yourself. Yeah. After we finished catching up, we returned to the church, where Louis informed me Mom wanted something from me. Chapter 21, Learning Magic Part 1. So why did you want to see me here? I asked Mom, who sat beside me with a few books. I'm going to teach you how to use magic, she said and flipped through one of the books. I know you would do it on your own, so I'm going to use the opportunity to teach you myself. Okay then, when do we begin? I asked, excited to learn something new. Now, was her simple answer before she closed the book and started explaining magic. Let's start with the 4 main magic types: elemental magic, spiritual magic, holy magic, and summoning magic. Main types, so what are the others? I asked. There are also other types of magic, such as engraving magic, illusion magic, and necromancy, but you will be learning that later, she explained, and I got excited at the idea of learning illusion or even engraving magic. Magic is the embodiment of an idea that produces some effect in accordance with a specified law. Let's first start with elemental magic. It operates by controlling the surrounding magicules to bend the laws of nature, using the caster's mental power and incantations as a medium. On the other hand, if a monster is using elemental magic, the magicules in its body may be used to activate the effect without delay from gathering atmospheric magicules. It somehow reminds me of the other novel I started reading but never got the chance to finish. What was its name? Mushoku Tensei, I think. But you need to remember that the created phenomena are unaffected by other physical factors. So, for example, the magical fire wouldn't be extinguished by ordinary water. She continued to explain. That's good to know, I said, thinking I would probably try something like that if I didn't know it. But in my defense, I wouldn't know better, so what other types of elemental magic exist? I asked, as my mind was currently stuck on the 4 basic elements. There are around 30 types I know of that are categorized as elemental magic, and while we still don't know what type you have the best affinity with, we should start with a simple fire spell. While you need knowledge and practice to perform magic, that isn't hard. The biggest problem is the use of magicules, she said, looking at me. While harder to learn, someone can learn to use external magicules for magic, but that won't be a problem for you, right? She asked with a smirk. She knows, yeah, sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I apologized awkwardly. There is no need. I have known about it ever since the first time I saw you in the library using thought acceleration, she said, and I was slightly shocked that she knew. You weren't even trying to hide it. Suo, could we start with the magic stuff? I asked, trying not to talk about it more. Are you sure you don't want to tell me why you wanted to hide that from me? She asked. I didn't answer. Wow, sometimes you can be so boring. She joked before getting serious, but let's not waste time. We can start with fire magic. She started explaining fire magic, explaining different spells and how they work. There are different ways to activate a spell. The first one I saw used when we arrived in the Empire was with a chant. Then someone can also activate the spell by just using its name. Then, if you have the chant annulment skill, it eliminates the need for chanting when using magic after a spell is analyzed or successfully cast. The spell is stored in the user's mind and available to be cast just by thinking about its activation. Now you can try, she said. I brought my hand forward and closed my eyes, imagining a disposable lighter. I had the image of the spark wheel rotating against the flint and igniting the gas. Fire, I said and opened my eyes to see a small palm-sized ball of fire. I imagined my eyes had stars in them, seeing the small fire floating just above my hands, and I started thinking. This fire is made out of my own magicules, so they shouldn't be able to hurt me, right? Could I use ignite my whole arm? Why do I feel like I should scold you right now? Mom asked with her right eye twitching slightly. It's just your imagination, I said, mentally sweating bullets. She didn't say anything, just looked at me for what felt like an eternity before she let out a sigh. Let's proceed with the next spell. I breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, and if you ever think of something stupid like setting yourself on fire, I will lock you in your room for a year. What, I didn't think of anything like that. Shit, is this what people call mother's instincts? She continued teaching me other fire spells like fire lance, fireball, firewall, firestorm. Yeah, just lots of spells with fire in their name. But in theory, I should be able to cast the exact same spells, just with different elements. But could I use a simple fireball and crank up the heat to make it more destructive? Without a second thought, I cast the simple fire spell, skipping the chant due to my skill, and started pumping it with more magicules. The flames started to change color from red to deep orange, then to a more whitish until it became dazzling white. I wanted to try to get them even hotter, but I got hit with a paper fan. "Hey, what was that for?" I asked. "What are you doing in a small room like this?" Mom started scolding me for doing it inside. "Do you know the damage you could cause if the spell became unstable?" "I don't believe that it is my fault you decided to teach me magic here. Maybe I could have used my brain and done it elsewhere, but it's still partially your fault." Chapter 22, Learning Magic Part 2. I dodged an incoming attack and looked at Mom, who hit the air with her paper fan. "Oh, so now you are dodging," she said, and an evil smirk formed on her face as magicules flooded into the fan, reinforcing it. "Lesson 2, Enhancement Magic," she said and dashed towards me. I started to run and dodge her reinforced swings. "Why are you even doing this?" I shouted, rolling under the table. "You were blaming me for your stupidity," she shouted back, "so don't avoid your punishment." "No, I didn't. Maybe I did, but I never said it out loud." I dodged again, but the fan hit a chair I was close to. The chair split in two. Now I was terrified. Is she trying to kill me? "You have nowhere to run now, so take your punishment," she said as I was stuck in a corner. In an instant, I was hit with the reinforced paper fan, making me stumble a bit. But it wasn't that bad. I expected it to be worse. "Oh, so you can take more?" she asked with a smile, and I got hit once more, but this time with more force. "So now that you learned your lesson, let's continue," she said and cleared her throat. I got hit with a fan for 5 minutes straight, and she just returned to normal like it never happened. It wasn't even like it hurt me, but still, it was annoying. "You want me to use a flipper next?" she asked, giving me a glare with a slipper in her hand. "No," I answered instantly, but then I tilted my head in confusion. "Where did you even get that from?" I asked. "Creation magic. It is commonly utilized to create weapons and clothing as well as golems." "I want that to learn that. Just imagining how easy everything would be if I could create them instead. For example, if creation magic can be used for creating weapons and clothing, could it be used to create food? Maybe if I analyze the food, it could work, then I could make my favorite pastries every day." Our lesson continued with the other basic elements that I got down pretty easily before it was getting late, and I was forced back to my room to get a good night's sleep. Seriously, sometimes she treats me like a little kid. Wait, I'm technically a little kid. The next day we continued with the magic lesson, this time with other elements such as ice and lightning that weren't so hard for me. I also found out I have a great affinity towards shadow magic, with light magic being my second strongest affinity. But I struggled with flight magic. There wasn't a chant to memorize, and I didn't know how to visualize it correctly. I mostly thought of wind propelling or lowering gravity around me, even using fire to propel me upwards, but I couldn't imagine how to fly. I seriously learned spells from 3 different elements while trying to learn flight magic. I thought it over for what felt like hours, while Mom was just looking at me, wanting me to figure it out myself. Maybe if I think of it as having invisible wings. I imagined translucent fallen angel wings sprouting from my back and lifting me into the air. For a moment, I wondered why I imagined fallen angel wings instead of regular angel wings, but didn't dwell on it as I spread magicules around my whole body before muttering the spell's name. Flight. I felt my feet lift from the ground, and when I opened my eyes, I was in the air. With the help of my imaginary wings, I was flying and going up, down, right, and left. This was fun, I chuckled, doing flips in the air. No, why did I teach him that? He's going to be doing this constantly. I heard Mom mutter while having a downcast look. What's wrong with having some fun while flying? I asked before hitting something. Ups. A slipper appeared in her hand, and I started dodging again, but this time in the air. Hey, it was an accident, stop trying to hit me with that thing, I shouted, but she didn't care. I was chased across the whole room again, and somehow ended up in the same corner. Seriously, how did I make the same mistake twice? Mercy. Nope. I sat there rubbing my head, feeling a small bump. I prefer the paper fan over the slipper. A tick mark could be seen on Mom's forehead while looking at the broken chandelier behind me. Sometimes you could be worse than the stupid lizard, she sighed. Well, at least you somehow managed to learn other elements while trying to figure out flight magic. Quite impressive if I say so. Learning a few magic spells can't be impressive, I said, not finding it anything special. Oh, you would be wrong then, she said and smiled. It took me a whole day to cast a single spell while you did it in minutes. Oh, was the only thing I managed to say. I always knew my son was a genius. She looked proud for a moment, but it would be better if you didn't act like that lizard at times. Sue, what's the next spell? I asked to change the topic. She thought for a while before answering. There was one spell that doesn't have its own category, but is still useful when traveling. Oh, that sounds interesting. What is the spell? I asked. The spell's name is auto-mapping. It creates a map of the surrounding area in the caster's head. So basically, a minimap. If I knew this spell existed, I would have been the first thing I learned. I spent so much time getting lost and memorizing every part of the underground empire and the church. Chapter 23, Leaving for a Dungeon. A whole month passed, and I made quick progress with my magic learning around 15 different types of magic, and even more spells in those specific categories of elemental magic. But there is something I want to do today. When I returned from my travels around the continent, I recalled all my shadows, leaving only one to use as fast travel. That left me with only the daily quest to get stronger, but upgrading my stats isn't the same as leveling up, if I would describe it simply. Then the level feels like a percentage boost to my stats. For example, as of right now, I'm level 13, so I would say that my stats have a 13% boost to them. But it could also just be my imagination, but I doubt it. I always love using this shadow exchange, I said, and my shadow shot up, engulfing me, and in an instant, instead of being in my room, I was in the forest. Let's think about it, I muttered, thinking which shadows I should leave her to farm my exp. It's hard to decide. While I could send many shadows to kill as many monsters as possible, leveling up the weaker ones would be better. Ultimately, I decided to send 10 human shadows and 1 black spider shadow. Maybe I should leave some of my shadows in the barren lands. It is a great expanse of inhospitable sandy desert contaminated with Magicule's radiations, so many monsters should spawn there. But hey, if I'm already here, I should stretch my muscles a bit. I haven't fought anything for a while now. I spent 2 hours running around the forest, killing different monsters, and turning them into my shadows before deciding to return to my room with a simple shadow exchange. 2 more years passed as I was studying in the Holy Empire. My shadows were getting stronger and giving me EXP, but I also had them travel the world searching for slave traders, and I would personally take them out. For some reason, I have a slight grudge against slave traders, so I would take them on myself instead of letting my shadows do it. But just last week, one of my shadows stumbled on what looked like a dungeon, and I got interested in it, so I'll be heading there. I don't know what to expect there, but I have been stuck in the library for so long now that I want to go out and do something fun. I chuckled slightly at the thought that entering a possibly dangerous place was considered fun, but I think I'm strong enough to deal with anything that could show up there. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince. Level, 15, 516,508, 19200 EXP. Magicules, 939,525. Stats. Strength, 661. Vitality, 656. Agility, 661. Intelligence, 661. Perception, 658. Remaining points, 69. I sighed. Even if I grew stronger over the 2 years, without using my shadows or magic, my overall strength was slightly above Roy's. I haven't stopped training with him, and I showed improvement and could fight him to a draw, but I have yet to win a single time. But now it wasn't due to a strength difference, but to lack of experience. It could also change if it were a battle to the death, where we used all we had. Having an army in my shadow and the hundreds of spells I have stored in my mind could make a big difference. I also don't know his full abilities. But enough of that, I should go to the dungeon now. I should tell everyone I would be gone for a few days. Swiftly moving through the corridors of the large church, I made my way toward Mai and Aiden's rooms and heard Mai's voice as I got closer. "Aiden, wake up or you will be late again," came a muffled voice from inside. "Just 5 more minutes," came the sleepy voice of Aiden. I chuckled before knocking on the door. "It's me, Cal." It didn't take long for the door to open, and I saw Mai looking at me with eyes that asked for help. I sighed on it. I responded and quickly made my way toward the sleeping Aiden. "Aiden, I heard someone will ask Megan out," I said in a bored voice, but it worked, and he woke up instantly. "Huh. It still works even after 20 times. He stared at me annoyed, and I could hear my giggle. "What?" I smirked. "If you don't want anyone asking her out, do it yourself. It's obvious she likes you." His eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Really, she does?" he asked. I shook my head. "Sometimes you can be so dense," I told him, giving him a pat on the shoulders. "You shouldn't be talking about being dense," he said with a deadpan look. Of course, I knew Mai had a crush on me, but she was like a sister to me. "I will be out of the city for a few days, so I came here to tell you guys about it." Where are you going?" Mai asked. "Just more training," I said, trying to sound bored. "At least you will be training outside the city." They both grumbled, wanting to explore the world. "Well, I should be going, or we both will be late." I quickly changed the topic and bid them goodbye before talking with Mom. "So you want to take a break for a few days?" she asked, tilting her head. I nodded, yes. She looked at me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "And you don't plan to do something stupid or dangerous?" she asked. "No, I don't think it is going to be stupid or dangerous," I answered, wondering if it was stupid. She sighed after a while. "Fine, you can go but don't do anything stupid," she said, and I smiled. "When have I done something stupid?" I said with a smile. Her eyes started twitching. "When have you done something stupid?" she said, and I could see the slipper in her hand. "Let me tell you." I started sweating. "Sorry, I need to go." "Love you, Mom," I said quickly before standing up and exchanging with my shadow. Shadow exchange. My surrounding changed, and now I stood before what looked like an entrance to a cave. Chapter 24, The Dungeon. "Doesn't look like anything special," I muttered while looking at the plain entrance to what was supposed to be a dungeon. Is this really a dungeon? Well, I don't doubt my shadows, but this looks like a normal cave entrance. Even if my shadows can't speak, I can still know what they are trying to tell me. It's hard to explain how it works. With a long sigh, I entered the dungeon or cave. After entering the cave, the walls started changing from looking like a normal cave to something artificial. The walls, ground, and ceiling were flat and looked to be carefully measured. I walked further and further into the tunnel, but there was a slight problem. I couldn't see anything and walked forward using my other senses. Good thing I learned a spell for this occasion. Wordlessly, I cast the light spell. A small orb of light appeared on my shoulder and illuminated the area. I continued walking until I saw a gigantic double door. The door was almost 6 meters tall and 4 meters wide. It looked to be made of a similar stone as the walls, but slightly darker. "I guess I should open it," I said, and got closer to the doors. I started pushing the doors open. The stone doors didn't budge an inch, so I put in more force. The stone door ground against the stone floor as they slowly separated from each other, and a crack formed in between them, enough for me to fit in between. I squeezed myself through the crack, and after fit through, the door started to close again. "No going back then, huh?" I muttered, looking at the closed doors. I let the small light orb fly through the dark room I was in. The room was a hallway. It was wider than the previous one and had 16 large podiums, half to the right and the rest to the left, and another door at the end. On the podiums were massive 6-meter-tall bulky metal statues. I don't know if they could be called statues. They looked more like robots, but instead of hands, they had weapons. I started moving toward the second door, chanting, "Don't come to life," in my mind. As I made it through half of the corridor, I heard something behind me. "Don't turn around. There won't be a statue trying to kill you there," I muttered to myself before slowly turning around, and just as I thought, there was a statue that had sword blades instead of a hand behind me, ready to swing down and slice me in two. I quickly sidestepped the blade, and it hit the stone floor, cracking it. I wonder if I could stop this with my hand. I wondered, but didn't have more time to think as another statue thrust a spear in my direction. I dodged the spear point, grabbed it with both hands and lifted the statue before throwing it at the wall. The statue crashed into the wall, forming a spiderweb of cracks, but the statue itself seemed to be still working. Dodging another strike, I saw another statue with two battle axes instead of arms. It seems that these statues aren't that advanced and only know how to attack an intruder. If they knew how to work together, this could be hard. I started dodging multiple attacks from different statues as they moved and tried to kill me. Their strength wasn't anything impressive, but they would probably give a group of high-leveled adventurers a run for their money. Should I play with them some more, or just obliterate them with one spell? I could bait them into killing each other by dodging at the last moment, but on the other hand, Mom never allowed me to use the more destructive spells. I let out a depressed sigh. I would test some fire or explosive spells if this wasn't a small closed space. So I continued dodging the statue's attacks before stopping in front of the blade statue. Just like I thought, they didn't do anything aside from attacking the enemy. At the last moment, I stepped to the right and saw a spear go through the blade statue, and the blade of the other statue slashed through the head of the lance statue. The blade statue was still trying to free itself from the spear, but the spear statue was motionless. It seemed like destroying its head was enough to kill the statue. On closer inspection, I saw something inside their heads, so due to the lance dying after it was destroyed, I assumed it was their core. Getting bored, I quickly made the distance between myself and the statues before creating multiple ice swords above me. I made this spell based on the icicle lance spell, but instead of shooting a lance, it shoots a sword. With a mental command, the fire swords flew through the air at the statues. Not even a minute passed, and they started looking like porcupines with all the swords sticking out of them. All of them were motionless. Can I call myself an archer now? I wondered about it as more ice swords were created and shot at the statues. I waited a few minutes to see if they would move again, but they didn't, so I went past them and towards the second door. Opening the door, I was met with stairs going down. Just like the other door, this one closed right after I went through. I just hope I find something interesting down here, I muttered and started walking down the stairs. I walked and walked, I even started counting every step. 100. 200. 500. 1,000. 2,000. 10,000. 100,000. I was starting to get frustrated. How long is this staircase? I decided to look back and instantly stopped. Ha ha ha. A chuckle escaped my mouth at the thing I saw. Not even 20 step up was the same door I went through about. I don't even know when. Heavy ha, heavy ha. Something snapped in me, and I started to chuckle like those villains in cartoons. When I find the person who did this, then I will make sure they suffer a slow and painful death. Chapter 25, The Dungeon Master. I'm guessing illusion magic was used here, but how did I not notice it, and who could have done it? For some reason, in the back of my mind, I imagined a yellow fly buzzing around while laughing. I used the dispel spell and continued to walk down while constantly looking back to see if I was actually going down, and to my relief, I was. I sighed. I will get my time to punish the one responsible for this dungeon later. Now I should focus on clearing it. It took me 2 minutes to clear the stairs and enter a circular room. I was happy there was light in this room, and I wouldn't need to use the small orb of light anymore. So what do we have here? I asked myself, looking at the room. Then an annoying voice came from nowhere. Hey, what are you doing here? This floor isn't finished, it said, and then something started flying around me. Isn't finished, huh? I said, my eyes twitching as I saw who it was. Yeah, why do you think the entrance was hidden, and I placed a strong illusion spell on the stairs? She asked, and I regretted not bringing a fly swatter. If it wasn't finished, you should have hidden it better, I shouted, annoyed as she was still circling around me. She stopped and looked at me more closely. Even so, you shouldn't even be able to open the first door. She stopped, and her eyes widened. No, If you are here, then my best golems. She mumbled and fell to her knees. Nope, I'm leaving. I turned around and was about to go up the stairs again, but something was tugging on my shirt. Where do you think you are going? She asked, flying in front of me. You destroyed my best golems, so now you must help me create this place. No, I answered and tried to swat her away. If you leave, the demon lords will be going after you. She threatened, but she sounded panicked. She wouldn't do that, right? Well, knowing her, there is a small possibility she would do that, but then again, she wouldn't know who I am or where to find me. And how would you know a demon lord? I asked, tilting my head. Haha, she laughed before pointing at herself. I'm one of the ancient demon lords, she said while looking proud. Are all demon lords weak like you? I asked, knowing that in her true form, she would be one of the strongest beings in this world. I'm not weak, she yelled right into my ear. If you want to know, I could defeat Veldora with one punch, she declared while shadowboxing. I rolled my eyes. Oh, really? Yeah, so you should now help me work on this place. I sighed. Fine. She won't stop annoying me and would probably find a way to find me in the church to annoy me even more. But looking at the bright side, I could make traps that would annoy other people. She hummed while looking at me. For someone so young, you must be strong if you managed to come down here. I think I'm average, I answered. Have humans gotten stronger since the last time I saw one? She asked. Ignoring her, I asked, so where do we start with the dungeon? Oh, look here, I wanted to make this room show the person's deepest fears, she said excitedly. I hummed. If I'm going to help her, then let's make the person trying to go through the dungeon suffer. Then make it so when they clear this floor, they will get flushed down to the next. Her eyes instantly got stars. I knew you were a good person for this job. She was practically drooling at this point, to think of something so incredible. Her constant yelling was starting to get annoying, but I forced myself through as we started creating this dungeon floor. She also mentioned that you couldn't actually die in this place, so I could go all out. The next floor was supposed to be a maze, where the person that cleared the previous floor would be flushed directly into, so we started making different traps. What are you doing here? Ramirez asked, standing on my shoulder. Oh, this is a simple trap that will detect if the person is male or female, I said, and she looked at me confused, so I decided to explain it further. If it's a female, it will shoot fire at their hair, and if it's a male, then it will shoot an ice spike at. You know where. After explaining it, she looked terrified for some reason. You are a demon, she exclaimed, flying away from me. No, I'm human. Half-human, demi-human, monster, I honestly still don't know. Weren't the monarchs supposed to be similar to spiritual life forms? Then you must have been raised by demons to come up with something like this, she shouted while pointing at me. Well, vampires, not demons. This is just a harmless prank, and with a healing potion, everything will be fixed, I said casually. Plus, you said people can't die in here. Yup, he was raised by demons, she mumbled. Speaking of demons, can you tell me about the demon lords? I asked her while still tinkering with my little prank trap. I'm not allowed to talk about other demon lords, she said, and I sighed, expecting it. We continued creating the floor, adding more traps everywhere. I even placed a few flashbang spells just before the nut remover traps. The flashbang spell, just as it sounds, will impair someone's hearing and eyesight with a blinding flash of light. I learned it so it could be used in a fight. While it probably won't strongly affect stronger enemies, especially those with the magic sense skill, it's still useful against other people and mainly to annoy them. I hummed while thinking of another trap that could be placed here. Maybe an illusion-type spell that will make fun of someone's height. Chapter 26, Most Powerful Spell. After 2 weeks of constant work, we completed the dungeon. I was thankful for the preservation and life-type magic spells, so while they are looked at as useless by many if they don't think of all the different ways they could be used. The preservation magic allows me to store the food in my inventory for a long time. I have tested my inventory over the years and discovered that it doesn't stop time, mainly because my stopwatch was always showing the correct time even after being stored there. Then there is life magic, or as it's also called household magic, that focuses on effects on the human body useful in everyday life. I can instantly clean myself in a second with just one spell. So like I said, not many would think about learning spells that are considered useless in a fight, but they are still useful for me. But it was time to create the last floor of the dungeon, the treasure room, and I know the exact reward to leave here. I placed the one-use scroll on the pedestal in the middle of the room. It had the power to bring an otherworlder down to his knees. The scroll contained one single spell, the one and only Rickroll spell. I spent almost 2 days making the scroll, but when used, it will play Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. I also thought about making it the unlimited Saltwork spell, but that would be too far. I wanted to chuckle just thinking about the hardships someone would face just to find this scroll. I should make a recording artifact so I could watch their reaction after seeing and using the scroll. Oh, that would be fun. Why can't I see the scroll? Ramirez whined while flying around me. Because it has only one use, I told her with a sigh. I tried the insect repellent spell on her, but it didn't work, so don't touch it. We built a dungeon together, so aren't we friends? She asked, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. No, we aren't, I answered with a flat look. Fine, she huffed, turning around, then don't expect me to help you when you need it. Hey, don't be like that, I chuckled. Here, have a cookie. While she can be annoying most of the time, we made a good dungeon-creating troll duo. She took the cookie and started eating it. I'll be going now. I will leave some information about the dungeon so people come here, I said before leaving the dungeon. Bye-bye, she said while chewing the cookie. I quickly stopped at Falmouth, leaving some information about a dungeon with a spell capable of going against a demon lord. While I could do more, I knew there would be people who would risk it just to gain something so powerful. It's not like I have something against the kingdom itself. For me, they are all the same, and they treated me the good, mostly due to being with Cronoa the whole time. But if I would list all the countries from my most to least liked, they would be somewhere around last. Plus, it's one of the countries I'm confident I could take on if this backfired on me somehow. Having finished everything I had to do, I used Shadow Exchange with a shadow in my room. My room hasn't changed much since I first arrived in this world. The only difference is the 3 bookshelves with my own books. I quickly looked through the various books I found during my short time traveling the continent. I sat down on the chair and turned on the table lamp on the desk and started thinking. What should I do next? The Holy Knight training program takes 5 years to complete, so in 2 years, Aiden and Mai will complete it and start wandering the continent, helping people and killing monsters. But what should I do then? Of course, leveling up and growing my army is the obvious goal, but other than that, I don't know what to do. I don't have any big goals in my life. I took the fountain pen that was on my desk and started spinning it, and looked at the ceiling. Building a nation? No, it wouldn't be a good leader. Becoming a hero? I wouldn't cut it. Becoming a demon lord? Maybe, but would it be necessary? I could easily get stronger on my own. The fact that I can with ease expand my magical capacity makes it easy for me to grow stronger, but the Harvest Festival could help evolve my unique skill into an ultimate one. Running my head through my long hair, I sat and thought about my future. I haven't cut my hair for 3 years, and it already goes past my shoulders. Should I cut it? I never cared much about how I looked, especially when I didn't have a choice in my previous life, and it hasn't changed in this one. Well, Mom hasn't said anything about cutting it, so I'm just going to leave it as it is. I said and instantly got a response. How can I help you, young master? My personal vampire maid asked. At first, it felt weird to have her instantly appear after being called, but I got used to it after the first months, and now it's normal for me. Make me some tea, I said, and she did a quick bow before disappearing using shadow motion. Shadow motion is an intrinsic skill for vampires, and it allows the user to utilize shadow space. It is a space inside the shadow that connects it to other shadows and can be accessed through related spatial movement. In a way similar to my shadow exchange, but I wonder if she ever entered my shadow, and if she did, would she be able to see my shadow soldiers? About 5 minutes later, she returned with a cup of tea and some snacks. Thanks, I thanked her, sipping the tea. I never knew that tea could taste this good. When I first tried tea in my previous life, it was bitter and cold, so for a long time, I assumed that's how tea was supposed to taste. I'm just doing my job, she bowed in respect before hiding in the shadows again. I smiled. While she acts professionally all the time, I have seen her in the library reading many times, and I could say we became friends over our love for reading. Chapter 27, Victims of the Dungeon Part 1. A month later, I got notified by my shadow that the first group of victims decided to challenge the dungeon. Tell my mom that I will be gone for the rest of the day, I said before using shadow exchange to the control room we made for the dungeon. So where are they? I asked Ramirez, who was observing something on the screen projections. She jumped in fright, flew up in shock would describe it better. Cal, how did you get here? Magic was my simple answer, but that doesn't matter right now. Where are they? They just entered the Golem room version 2.1, she answered before signaling me to look at the screen. Here, check it out. I looked at the holographic screen and saw a group of 5 adventurers walking through the first room. 2 of them were females, one a mage and the other a swordsman. The males all had different equipment. One had a sword, the second had a lance, and the third had a shield. Unlike when I entered it, the room was now dimly lit, allowing them to see the new and improved statues that looked like something straight out of a horror movie. They carefully started walking through the corridor, but when the first 4 statues moved to block the entrance and exit, they jumped in surprise before quickly taking a defensive formation. Do you think they will get past the first floor? I asked Ramirez, who assumed a thinking position. They do look so strong, and with the upgrades we made to the statues, they will have a hard time, she said after a while. Yeah, but I don't think they will die. At least all of them. We made the golems start moving in stages, so they should have an easier time to figure it out, I said while still looking at the screen. We made it the first and last 2 statues attack first, and then after some time passes, the last 4 will attack. The golems charged, ready to go and kill all of the intruders, but were blocked by a shield and a barrier spell. The swordsman and lancer charged together to take down 1 golem each. The lancer went for a thrust at where a heart on a human would be, while the swordsman went for the head. I shook my head, such a stupid mistake, you always go for the head. But for real, these golems have their core in the head. But there are also 2 different locations where the golem core could be the heart or the stomach. The golem retaliated and smacked the lancer across the room onto another golem that hadn't moved yet. Ouch, that must have hurt, Ramirez winced. Should his leg bend that way? I asked after looking closer at the screen. She hummed before looking at me. By my observation, human legs shouldn't bend that way, she said with a straight face. Nice. We continued watching them. The mage used healing magic on the leg to fix it while being protected by the shielder. They quickly figured out that going for the head was the right move and targeted it. But they forgot one crucial thing. The other statues were also golems. The golem with axe hands came to life and swung its axe hands down at them. They rolled away in the last moment, escaping death, but the force behind the swing made them fly away from each other. Half of the group was at the exit door, while the other half was near the entrance to the second floor. Will they go through this floor or will they fail? Ramirez said in excitement. Oh, this is so exciting. I hope they do so they find the scroll, I said with a chuckle. The point of this dungeon isn't to kill them and keep the scroll safe, but for our entertainment. Apparently, Ramirez sometimes makes a dungeon like this one when she is bored. Plus, I want to see their reaction when they use it. I don't know if having a scroll as the treasure was a good idea, she said. It looks so bland. Normally, I use a sword that looks to be powerful but is useless. Well, while the scroll is useless for any average person, it could be fatal for an otherworlder, I said with a chuckle. I hope it won't cause a problem then, she said with a sigh. It won't, I replied, waving my hand and saw the group taking out another golem. But I hoped it would take them more time to figure out the core it's in their head, she said with a sad sigh. I told you we should place it in the foot, I replied. They wouldn't think it could be in there. Yeah, maybe you were right. Of course I was. Who do you think I'm? I said with fake arrogance. A human kid that shouldn't be that strong at your age, she deadpanned. Are you even human? Well, she wasn't wrong for the most part. I'm not fully human or human at all. I'm guessing my dad was human, but I can't be completely sure about that. Then there is the system changing me to a monarch or a monarch-ruler hybrid. Rulers could be considered angels, and Ashbourne could be considered a fallen angel here. So an angel-fallen hybrid. During the 3 years, I asked Mom about what my race could be since she said I wasn't human or a vampire, but we couldn't think of anything. I can store lots of magicules like a vampire, maybe even more than a vampire, but I don't have the traits of a vampire. But she said I had some magicules before, too much for a normal human and not enough for even a weak vampire. But back to the challenges, they easily opened the door and started going down the stairs. When I entered the dungeon, I had a hard time opening the doors due to the enchantments placed on them. Otherwise, if it was still there, they wouldn't be able to open the door even if all 5 tried simultaneously. Chapter 28, Victims of the Dungeon Part 2. They slowly walked down the stairs as if expecting a trap. Fortunately for them, the trap that was there before when I wanted to go through the dungeon wasn't there. I wanted to keep it, but Ramirez was against it. They quickly arrived at the 2nd floor, and when all stepped inside, they froze in place. On this floor, they would need to conquer their biggest fear before getting access to the next floor. So, want to place a bet on who will be the first to do it? I asked Ramirez. Sure, she responded before assuming a thinking pose and looking at the adventurers. I think it will be the mage. Fine, then I place my bet on. I started to think my first bet was also on the mage, but I couldn't choose the same, the shielder. We waited for 10 minutes and nothing. Another 10 minutes passed, and still nothing. The first hour passed, they were on their knees and crying. Only 2 were finish, the mage and the shielder. I sighed, I didn't think this would take so long. I turned to look at Ramirez. I'm going to go and bring some snacks. Want some? I asked, and she nodded. Okay, I'll be right back. With a quick shadow exchange, I was back in my room again. I looked at the shadow I could sense Elle in. Elle make tea and bring snacks for 3 people. Oh, and make 1 cup extra small, I said, and I could feel her disappear into another shadow. She sometimes feels like an extra shadow soldier. Shadow maid? Now that sounds interesting. After 5 minutes, Elle came back with a pot of tea, 3 teacups, and lots of different types of pastries. Where should I bring them? She asked. You will be coming with me, I said and grabbed her before using shadow exchange, and we appeared in the control room again. I quickly took out a tea table and a sofa from my inventory. Put them on the table, I said, sitting down, and Ramirez sat on my shoulder. You can sit down and watch it with us, I said to the maid, who was looking at Ramirez with wide eyes. I don't think it's a good idea as a maid. I should, she was saying, but I stopped her. Don't worry, Ramirez is nice and won't bite you, I said, pointing at Ramirez but quickly taking away my finger as she tried to bite me. She probably won't bite you, I corrected myself. Hey, I'm still a demon lord. You shouldn't talk about me like that. She then huffed, flew to the plate with pastries, and started eating one. Yeah, I know. You said it lots of times already, I said, waving my hand nonchalantly before focusing on the screen. So, did anyone clear the challenge yet? I asked. No, they are still at it, she said with a sigh. We shouldn't have made it so difficult. While we were talking, Elle poured us tea and, with some hesitation, sat down on the sofa. We spent about half an hour eating and chatting before the first one cleared the task, and to my and Ramirez's dismay, it was the swordswoman. Erg, she groaned. Okay, the next will be the mage, she shouted. The next was the lancer. Okay, the third will be the mage. It was the swordsman. You know what, I give up, she shouted in frustration and started eating another pastry. But the best part was that the next one to clear the challenge was the mage. I laughed, seeing Ramirez's dead expression. It's good she gave up because the shielder was the last one to finish it. It isn't fair I won the bet, she shouted at me. No, you said you gave up, so deal with it, I said while laughing. Hey, as a demon lord, I should decide the rules, she shouted, but I ignored her and continued laughing to annoy her even more. Oh, we should focus on the screen so we don't miss it, I said and stopped laughing. We all looked closely as the magic light in the room started flashing red before water burst from the side. The floor disappeared, and they were flushed down to the 3rd floor while screaming. HHA, I laughed. Look at their expression. They looked horrified. So this is what you've been doing for the when you were gone, Elle said, looking at the screen with no emotions. Hey, don't be like that, Elle, I said, seeing her blank expression. Isn't this fun for you? As much as I like seeing the humans suffer, this seems like a waste of time. She responded with a sigh. Ramirez and I gasped in shock. How could you say that? The challengers finally made it to the third floor after being flushed down. This floor is a simple maze with lots of traps in it. Nothing special happened on this floor besides the few times someone activated the nutcracker trap. I winced in pain while slightly regretting putting it there, seeing someone having a small ice spear sticking out between their legs. The keyword here was slightly. Oh, and there was one time when the girl's hair started burning, and she was basically bald now. But after 2 hours of walking around the maze, they made it to the middle, where the one-of-a-kind magic scroll was. I sighed. I guess that's all the entertainment we will get today, I said before turning to look at Ramirez. If you need help with another dungeon, just call me, I said as we saw the group be flushed down again, but this time to the dungeon's entrance. Sure, but I usually build these dungeons once every few years, Ramirez said, giving me a thumbs up. I used Shadow Exchange to teleport Elle and me back to my room, and she hid the shadow again. Chapter 29, 1 million. I looked at the grandfather clock in my room and saw it was only 4 p.m., so I brought forth my status. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince, Troll of the Dungeon. Level, 15, 587,958, 19200 EXP. Magicules, 999,775. Stats. Strength, 661. Vitality, 656. Agility, 661. Intelligence, 661. Perception, 656. Remaining points, 203. Noticing the new title I gained, I didn't pay it much attention as I focused on my magicules. I only need less than 300 magicules to reach 1 million. While I could leave it to my shadows, I would have it by the day's end, but I want to do it myself, and I have a few slave traders that should be dealt with. But before I leave, System put 29 points in Strength, Agility, and Intelligence, then put 34 in Vitality and 32 in Perception. Strength, 661, 690. Vitality, 656, 690. Agility, 661, 690. Intelligence, 661, 690. Perception, 658, 690. Remaining points, 203.51. Nice, with stats like these I'm ready. Shadow Exchange. I was surrounded by my shadow again before emerging in a forested area. Seriously, what is it with slave traders and forests? Most of the slave traders I find are in forests, with some hiding in the cities. That didn't matter right now. I spread my senses to the house they were in. 4 adult slave traders and 6 slaves. It's easy due to their locations. I decided to use some of my more lethal magic here instead of a sword, so I walked towards the house and knocked. I heard footsteps and then someone opened the door. He had a sword and was ready to attack but then saw me. Huh, a kid. Hello, mister, I said with an innocent smile. You made a mistake, kid, he said with a greedy smile. I have a question, mister, I said smiling. Can you die for me? Huh, he seemed confused, but it didn't last long as he dropped dead. 100 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 100. I just used the spell Mental Crush. The magic attacks the target's spiritual body directly, potentially resulting in an instant kill, an excellent spell to use on weaklings. I calmly walked over his body and saw the other 3 slave traders on guard. So how should I kill you there? I asked, still keeping my innocent smile. Kill him, one shouted, and they rushed at me. Oh, I know how to kill this one. I activated the spell, and instantly a bolt of lightning shot through the ceiling, hitting one of them and reducing him to ash. 100 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 100. I then dodged a swing of a sword and assumed a thinking pose. Now that I used those 2 spells, what should I use on you? I asked them, but they ignored me. Seriously, are they idiots? If I was in their place, I would run and not try to attack the kid who easily killed two grown adults. "Oh, I know," I exclaimed in joy. "Here, have some acid." I then used acid shell, a projectile magic that makes a ball of acid. I fired it at him and saw his body start melting, even his bones. 100 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 100. I then turned to the last one, who was frozen in fear. "So the last one, huh? How should I deal with you?" "Well, I could use that spell." I used my own shadow spell, and a solid shadow spike shot up from between his feet and skewered him. While I don't gain much from killing humans, the power of their souls would be beneficial if I want to awaken as a true demon lord. 100 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 100. "Arise," I ordered the dead bodies, and they turned into shadows before kneeling. I gave them a mental order to hide in my shadows, and I proceeded to free the slaves and get them to a safe place. Back in my room, I opened my status again. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince, Troll of the Dungeon. Level, 15, 588,358, 19200 EXP. Magicules, 1,175. Stats: Strength, 690. Vitality, 690. Agility, 690. Intelligence, 690. Perception, 690. Remaining points, 51. I sighed while still looking at the status screen. The first big step is achieved now that my Magicules reached 1 million. The next step should be to have all the stats over 1,000. I chuckled slightly because after I complete that goal, the next will be to get it to another million or another 1,000, and so on and so on. So it would be a never-ending cascade. There wouldn't ever be a point where it would be enough. I'm also curious about fighting a stronger opponent, but not yet. After thinking for a while, I decided to challenge Veldora after my 18th birthday. It's going to be less than 2 years from now, and during that time, I will have learned everything I need. Plus, with my shadows helping me get stronger, I should be able to put up a good fight against him. And if I somehow manage to kill him, the worst thing that would happen would be Mom scolding me for being reckless for a while before celebrating afterward. But Veldora could also be mad at me and attack the next time he respawns. But could I make his old body a shadow? I don't know how my shadow creation works. Does it require the soul of the being, or will just the body be enough? A soul should leave the body right after being killed, but I could still make them into shadows. I started almost drolling just by thinking of having a few Veldora shadows. Haha, I chuckled to myself. Thankfully, Elle wasn't in my room right now, otherwise she would think I went crazier. I have maybe once started laughing like a madman while reading in my room, and she was in the shadows. She looked at me weirdly for the next few weeks. But how could I not laugh when I managed to merge fire and ice magic into one? The icy fire looks like a white flame with a tint of light blue and has similar effects to the icebreaker. Chapter 30, 15th Birthday. "So why did you ask me to come here?" I asked Aiden while yawning. "I need your help to find something for Megan," he answered nervously. "Ah, right, her birthday should be next month." I smirked. "So what will you give your girlfriend?" Embarrassed, his face became red. "That's why I asked you for help," he shouted. I chuckled. Yeah, what are friends for? 2 years passed since my Magicules reached 1 million, and I spent that time refining my combat skills and creating my own magic spells. I even started working on my own branch of magic I haven't seen in this world. I had one goal during that time, to become strong enough to fight Veldora. That's the best thing I could come up with as a temporary goal for myself. I know most attacks wouldn't work on his, but if I remember correctly, he should only have a resistance to elemental magic and not nullification. So I started developing spells that would be condensed to make them more powerful. Honestly, I'm still not sure if I could put on a good fight, but with all the shadows in my possession, I have a slight chance to win if I play my cards right. But with a slight chance, I mean like 0.1%. Now that I'm able to completely overpower Roy and Louis in a fight, and even match Mom in pure fighting capability, I should be able to do it. But that will wait until I fight him for now. I turned to Aiden. "So where do we start?" I asked. I was thinking of buying her a rapier, he said, scratching his cheek. You know our training ends in a few months, so a good blade would be a good present, right? He asked me. A sword would be good, or maybe a defensive amulet, I said while also thinking. I saw one that would make a barrier and could be used multiple times. What do you think about this one? Aiden asked me to show another rapier. I looked at the rapier, exhausted. It's the third time you are showing me this one, I answered. No, this one has a gem that is a shade lighter than the previous one, he said. I didn't know what to say. We have gone through hundreds of different rapiers, and he has shown me the same one multiple times. It feels like he is just trying to drag this out. I sighed before looking at the different rapiers in the store. All were excellent blades, but we spent 2 hours looking through them. How about this one? I asked, showing him the rapier. He looked at it, then shook his head. No, not this one. I sighed, and we continued to look for a rapier. And finally, after another hour, we found one rapier that apparently had a gem with the same shade as her eyes. I think you looked at this sword 4 times and said it wasn't the one. I grumbled while we were walking back to the church. It must have been the light messing with me, he chuckled nervously. Yeah, sure, and I'm a prince, I joked. We arrived at the church and headed to his room to leave the sword there. For some reason, he asked if I could loan him one of my books, so we went to my room, but I felt 4 different signatures there. Strange, I muttered. I knew who the signatures belonged to but couldn't figure out why they were there. Did you say something? He asked, but I shook my head. Opening my room, I noticed it was dark, and when I turned the light on, "Happy birthday," they shouted. My eyes widened in surprise. Not because I was surprised by them being here, but about what they just said. Birthday? I asked. Of course, you forgot. Mai said and chuckled. You always remember everyone's birthday but forget yours. You've grown, kid, Clive said and ruffled my hair. I remember when you arrived here just 5 years ago. I remember how cute you looked back then, Carly added. I've seen them a couple of times over the years, mostly Carly, due to her working as a healer in the church. I glanced over at the room, and I saw it was decorated, and they had a birthday cake for me. While I'm not the biggest fan of someone being in my room without my knowledge, I trust that they won't steal any of my books. Plus, I have gotten used to them making a surprise birthday party in my room because we don't have any other place to do it. We spent some time chanting and eating the cake, but Clive and Carly needed to return to work, so they left early, leaving only me, Aiden, Mai, and Megan. They also left a present for me, a book on how to use healing-type holy magic they wrote themselves. While I know how to use normal healing magic, they didn't know that, but I still appreciated the gift. The next gift I got was clothes from Megan, Aiden, and Mai, who said my clothing style wasn't good. I don't know if I should be insulted or not, but the clothes she got me looked really good. We had fun joking around and telling different stories, especially the ones about the ones when Aiden got scolded for being late. But it was getting late, and they needed to wake up early for practice. Megan and Aiden were the first ones to leave, but Mai stayed behind. She started fidgeting. I saw you looking at this once, so I decided to buy you this. It's not much, but I hope you like it, she said, giving me a present small box. I took the box and opened it. It was a monocle I was looking at one time, thinking it would look cool to wear it with a wizard hat. I smiled. Thank you, I said, giving her a hug. I felt slightly bad knowing she had a crush on me, but I didn't know how to tell her I see her at most as a sister. Later, Mom also paid me a visit with her present, a special armor made out of magisteel and similar to my sword. It can grow with me. Chapter 31, Black Cloak Part 1. 2 months have passed since my birthday, and Mai, Aiden, and I can officially call ourselves Holy Knights. It's really strange to imagine 5 years passed so quickly, from waking up in the basement to failing the daily quest. If I'm being honest, sometimes it feels like not even a month has passed. I chuckled, remembering how I ran from those centipedes. Then the escape we made with a stupid plan that I'm still surprised worked out. And lastly, arriving in the city. I looked at the cloudless sky with a smile, happy to have gotten this second chance at life. Hey Cal, are you ready? Came Mai's voice, and I felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked down and chuckled, seeing her on her toes while trying to do it. I have grown a lot in those years, being at 175 cm. Yeah, I'm ready, I answered with a chuckle. It has been some time since I have been monster hunting. Of course, I lied, as the last time was a few days ago, but they don't need to know that. So where is Aiden? I asked. He is still getting ready, she sighed. Seriously, he takes hours to wake up, she grumbled. Megan arrived a few minutes later, and Aiden took another 10 minutes. Let's get going, we shouldn't keep Clive waiting, I said, and we started walking toward the gates. After finishing the training, Holy Knights were assigned a senior Holy Knight to show them the ropes, and I had Mom pull some strings to get Clive as our senior. At first, I wanted to go solo so I could spend time killing the high-leveled monsters, but on second thought, I thought it would be a good idea to spend some time with the group. It will only be for a few months, and then we will probably split up and do our work. In the first 2 weeks, nothing special happened. We just helped some villagers to kill monsters attacking them, but one of my shadows found something interesting. A group of people wearing masks and black cult-like robes. Now this is something that is interesting, so during the night, when everyone was sleeping, I decided to check it out. I made sure everyone was asleep before I used shadow exchange. Looking around, the place resembled a basement, but it had what looked like a summoning circle in the middle. So that leaves me with 3 options for what they are trying to summon: demons, elementals, or otherworlders. I could easily scratch elementals from the list, and that would leave me with demons or otherworlders. I'm seriously hoping they are trying to summon demons and not otherworlders. I started looking around the place for any clues, but when I found some notes scattered on a table, I frowned. It described a 30-day ritual that needed 30 mages to perform. While it could still be that they are trying to summon a powerful demon, the chances are small, leaving me with only the otherworlder option, and they never end well. I memorized the ritual just in case I wanted to use it at a later date. While I'm not fond of summoning otherworlders, you never know when the information could be useful. Summoning magic is something I skipped entirely over the years, leaving it on my to-do last list. I also saw another list with names I didn't recognize but quickly memorized if they were important. Oh, a map, I mumbled, finding a map with different spots marked. Judging by the fact that my current location is marked on the map, I assume they have more hiding spots. But would that mean they are trying to summon more otherworlders? If so, then what are they trying to do? I know otherworlders are used as powerful slaves to their summoner's bidding due to a control curse. This could be bad. Sensing people coming here, so I hid in the shadows. A group of 30 people entered the room wearing masks, covering the upper half of their faces, and black robes. My brethren, the one who seemed like the leader spoke first, today we will finish our ritual and will be able to conquer the empire from the fake goddess. No longer will we be working for a fake. From this day onwards, we will rule the empire. For black cloaks, he shouted, raising his hand in the air. For black cloaks, they chanted in unison. I frowned. It's good I found them before they could finish the ritual, otherwise we could have a small problem. Mom has told me things like this happen often, and she sometimes needs to deal with them, but if I'm already here, why not stop it myself? Black Cloak, I asked, stepping out of the shadow, who came up with such a stupid name. They instantly got on guard. He's a worshipper of the fake goddess. Kill him, the leader shouted, and they all started casting their spells. I sighed. That's not a nice way to treat a guest, I said, and dispelled their spells. Their magic instantly vanished while I continued walking towards them. Now I only need one of you alive, and that guy looks like the leader, so he should know the most about this. Impudent brat, you think you can stop us? He shouted in anger. Did he forget I canceled the spell of 30 people without a chant? Sometimes I wonder how stupid people can get. That didn't matter right now. With a simple swipe of my hand, I cast the shadow spikes shot up from the ground, skewering and killing all of them aside from the leader. 700 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 8,700. My eyes rose in surprise, seeing the amount I gained from killing them. Usually, I would get 100 EXP for killing them, but these guys gave me 300. I guess it's because they are mages, while the slave traders I usually fight are normal weak humans. Mages would also be a good addition to my shadow army. Chapter 32, Black Cloak Part 2. WHWH what? The leader was stuttering on the floor, looking at me in fear, unlike just a few seconds ago. I kicked him lightly and made him fly and hit the wall. I will be the one asking the questions, I said, and walked to where he crashed. What was the summoning ritual for? I asked, and he didn't answer, so I decided to break his leg. Stepping on his leg, I put in a bit of force and could hear his bones shatter easily. Arghh, he screamed. Now, if you don't answer my question, I will break the other one, and this will continue until you tell me what I want, I explained before giving him a smirk. And don't worry, I know healing magic. I waited for him to understand what I just said, so now answer my question. We wanted T to S summon otherworlders, he stuttered out. Good now, was it only you, or are there more people in your group? I asked, and placing my foot over his other leg to scare him. We have more locations T, they are on that map O over there, he said, pointing at the map I saw before. Do you have other hidden bases besides the ones marked on the map? I asked, ignoring him. No, we don't. He stuttered out, please let me live, I won't tell anyone. I hummed, I don't think I will. I told him and killed him. 300 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 300. Now arise. I ordered the dead bodies, and without any problems, they became my shadows. Was everything you said true? I asked the shadow, to which it nodded. While the shadows couldn't talk yet, they could understand, so I used it to confirm if everything he said was true. Before going to the next place, I took everything they had and stored it in my inventory, heading straight to the one that was marked the biggest out of all of the areas, while my shadows went for the others. Flying at full speed for 20 minutes, I arrived at the locations and felt 60 people together, already performing the magic, so I quickly made it to them. Now that we have the sacred scroll, no one can stop us. I heard someone shout, and when I saw the scroll in his hand, I stopped, and my eye widened. I laughed, alerting them of my position. Oh, I can't. I wheezed. The scroll they had was the one from the dungeon I created with Ramaris 2 years ago. Who are you? The leader of this group shouted, pointing a staff at me. Oh, I'm just here to kill you, but thanks for the laugh. I needed that, I said and tried to stop laughing. You think you can do something against us? A single kid against 60 capable mages? He asked with a smirk, and a fireball flew in my direction. I calmly sidestepped the fireball and walked toward them calmly while observing their reactions. Weak magic like this won't be enough, so if you want to win, maybe use that scroll, I said in a bored tone. You think I will waste a scroll like this on a kid who luckily dodged a simple spell? The leader laughed. I sighed, I see, then let's make it fun, I said and smiled. If you don't use that scroll, I will kill you. 1 by 1. I focused on one of the members. You will be the first. In an instant, I was in front of him, my hand sticking out of his chest. I turned to look at the leader. Look, his heart is still beating, I said with a slightly insane smile as I pulled my hand out with a still beating heart before crushing it. 300 EXP gained. Magicules increased by 300. Everyone fire spells at him. He's a demon. He shouted and tried to run away, but I had a shadow soldier hide in his shadow. Dozens of spells started flying at me, but they were too slow, so I started to dodge them and started to kill them using the martial arts I had learned. Kicks, punches, and throws with the force I used instantly killed them like they were nothing. Ha ha ha. My laughter could be heard through the dimly lit room as the body parts that were hit quickly separated from their bodies due to the force they were hit by. So, in a matter of a few minutes, every single one of them was dead. Why am I NEOing this? Seeing their terrified faces and their blood sprayed throughout the room makes me feel excited. Should I stop? I thought about it for a moment, but something inside told me that there wasn't anything wrong with enjoying their death. They deserved what was coming to them. Arise, I ordered, and 59 shadows bowed to me. Now it's time to go for the leader, I said, and used Shadow Exchange to appear behind him. Tapping him on the shoulder, I asked, so are you going to use the scroll now? He turned around, his eyes wide and his legs shaking. He fell on the floor and tried to move away from me and opened the scroll. El let the one and only God Arik everyone. He said the chant, and the only thing that happened was the song that started playing. I cringed and backed away slightly as the song started playing. Did I really think this was a good chant to activate the spell? I feel slightly ashamed I made the scroll. Hey, you shouldn't let me use this now that you messed up the ritual. I should use the control spell on you, he said, regaining some confidence, and stood up before walking up to me. But then I grabbed his wrist and looked him in the eyes. Did you really that thing had actual power? I created it as a joke a few years ago, I said, and I could see him become pale as a ghost. Well, my shadows have already done their job, so I should just end it here. I used the icebreaker. His whole body froze before it shattered, and I turned him into shadows before doing the same thing in the 4 other locations that my shadow cleared, while also storing everything useful from them, like notes and anything about the group. Afterward, I went to Mom to show her everything about the group, and if there was a bigger mastermind behind them, but I doubt there was. Black Cloak, she said while looking through the papers, their naming sense is getting worse with every new group that pops up. Yeah, found them by luck, and apparently they want to summon otherworlders to bring you down, I said with a sigh. I have already taken down the 6 locations marked on the map, but they could have been part of something bigger. It's possible, but who would do that? She asked while taking another paper. Who would be stupid enough to go against the whole of Rubirio's? I thought about it for a bit but couldn't think of anyone besides one kingdom. A few years back, Ramrus and I made a dungeon for fun with a fake scroll, and I left the information for Falmouth. One of them had it today. It could be someone from Falmouth, or they lost the scroll. She hummed. Yes, I've been told about it. She rubbed her temples, remembering it. You should be glad it was Ramrus, not any of the other demon lords, she said. Oh, and what demon lord should I watch out for then? I asked with a smirk. All of them, she screamed, throwing the papers everywhere. I can't deal with you anymore. Don't worry, if I meet any one of them, I will get away, I said, waving my hand like it wasn't a big deal. Now that I have thoughts of soldiers in my shadow and a jar of honey, the only demon lord I should watch out for is Guy, but the chances of him leaving the ice continent are small. Actually, Mom, I stopped myself. No, never mind. I wanted to ask her about the feeling I got while killing them but decided not to. Chapter 33, Guy Crimson Part 1. 4 months flew by rather quickly, and I couldn't find anything new about Black Cloak after I killed all those magicians. After reporting it to my mother, I returned to my group, and we continued to help villages and hunt monsters. It wasn't anything hard, considering the hardest out of all the monsters we fought was a B rank. But now I'm alone again, while Megan, Aiden, and Mai found a new group consisting of 10 other members, and Clive returned to his usual duties. Of course, I left my shadow soldiers in their shadows, just to be safe before leaving. Bringing forth my status, I decided to use the points that I had stored up for over 2 years. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince, Troll of the Dungeon. Level, 16, 1,090,1651, 638400 EXP. Magicules, 1,994,200. Stats. Strength, 691. Vitality, 691. Agility, 691. Intelligence, 691. Perception, 691. Remaining points, 2,601. I whistled, looking at my current status. I haven't looked at it since my Magicules reached 1,002.5 years ago, so seeing them being almost at 2 million and having nearly 3,000 points to spend was a lovely sight. System put 700 points in strength and agility. I said to the system. Strength, 691, 1,391. Agility, 691, 1,391. Remaining points, 2,601, 1,201. Now what do I distribute the rest? Put 400 points to vitality, intelligence, and perception. Vitality, 691, 1,091. Intelligence, 691, 1,091. Perception, 691, 1,091. Remaining points, 2,601, 1. I brought my status up again and had a smile seeing my stats over 1,000, Yet another goal complete, I muttered. Name, Cal Valentine. Titles, Adopted Prince, Troll of the Dungeon. Level, 16, 1,090, 1,651, 638,400 EXP. Magicules, 1,994,200. Stats. Strength, 1,391. Vitality, 1,091. Agility, 1,391. Intelligence, 1,091. Perception, 1,091. Remaining points, 1. I sighed and took out an apple from my inventory and started eating it, minding my own business. But then my whole body screamed at me to run away. I twirled around at full speed only to see Guy Crimson standing there. "Yo, do you have an apple for me?" he asked with a smirk. "It's rude to eat alone while the other watch." Why do I feel like just yesterday I said I wouldn't meet him? Sure, catch. I threw an apple at him. He caught it and took a bite. I felt someone strong here, but I didn't expect it to be a teenager. "And who might you be?" I asked, slightly nervous and ready to shadow exchange back to the church at any moment. But I felt some sort of disturbance blocking my connection to all the shadows outside my shadow. "Ha ha ha, I'm the oldest demon Lord Guy Crimson," he said with a chuckle. "Normally, I would just kill anyone who asked for my name, but you are interesting." "A demon lord? I haven't seen one for a long time," I said, hoping me knowing Ramirez would save me here, and thankfully he looked interested. "You've seen another demon lord, huh?" he asked, getting closer to me. "Yes, I have met Ramirez a few times," I replied, sweating slightly. "Oh, and she hasn't told me about someone so interesting," he said, and now he was a few meters away from me. "I want to see what you can do," he said, and I backed away slightly. "See what I can do?" I asked, but then barely dodged a kick. Yes, you are interesting indeed," he hummed. "Now get ready if you don't want to get seriously hurt." I was thinking about running away, but I knew I wasn't fast enough to run away from him, and the fact that he didn't look like he wanted to kill me made me stay, so our little fight began. He wasted no time, extending his hand and summoning a torrent of scorching flames that rushed toward me. The heat was intense, threatening to consume everything in its path. Remaining calm, I made an ice wall as a protective shield around me. It didn't last long as from the flames came a fist that cracked the ice and headed straight toward me. I took out my sword and reinforced it before blocking his punch. Even if I blocked it, the force behind the attack was enough to make me stumble back a few meters. It felt like I was hit by a truck. Quickly regaining my balance, I took a defensive stance waiting for another attack, noting that if he wanted to kill me, my sword would break without any resistance by just his punch alone. "I get it, you have good reactions, but you should try and attack me too," he said in a slightly bored tone. "You don't want to bore me otherwise. This won't end well for you." "Well then, I should go all out then," I said with a smirk while still feeling scared. Shadows erupted from the ground, snaking toward Guy to hold him still. While I knew they wouldn't hold him for long, it would still give me a moment of surprise, and he seemed interested in them, so I used the time to attack. I swung my sword aiming for his head, but just by lifting his hand, he split one of my shadows in two and blocked the blade. "Well, this is an interesting ability." He chuckled before trying to punch me with his other hand, but I dodged it and went for a kick to his chest. "Interesting," he muttered. "Your ability is a skill, but I can't copy it." His smirk widened to a grin. "Now you got my attention." "I don't know if that's a good thing. But if you are going to use a sword, then it's only fair I use mine," he said, bringing out a sword I knew was powerful just by looking at it. "Let's see what you can do, kid," he said before rushing at me. Chapter 34, Guy Crimson Part 2. Guy started unleashing slashes with incredible speed and precision. I either tried to redirect the attack or used my shadow to stop him for a while and dodge. I knew full well that he was playing with me, but I tried my best to at least get one proper hit in. Right now, my life depends on him not finding me boring and killing me. I'm still trying to get a connection to one of my shadows outside the fight. It's like they are there, but they aren't at the same time. Guy Crimson POV. This kid is strong. While having a Demon Lord seed, he possesses strength equal to a true Demon Lord. Then there is his race. He gives off a similar feel to a high human and a vampire with a mix of something different, something new. I smirked. That's not all interesting about him. There is the skill he uses. Shadow-like creatures are hidden in his shadow. If I hadn't lived for as long as I did, then I wouldn't be able even to notice them. If he becomes a demon lord, then the next game will be interesting. Cal Valentine POV. The only thing that could be heard was the clashing of blades. I was focused entirely on dodging, while Guy had a smirk on his face. Coming up with an idea, I decided to use shadow exchange with one of the shadow soldiers in his shadow. Unlike the shadows that are outside the battle area, I could normally connect to these ones. I appeared behind him and swung my sword, but he quickly twirled around, slightly surprised or intrigued, and jumped away. But I managed to graze him. "Oh, that's an interesting ability," he said. "How about you work for me?" he asked. "Sorry, but my mother told me not to trust demons," I joked while dodging another attack. "Oh, and who might your mother be?" he asked, his smirk still present. "Oh, you should know her. She hates a certain dragon," I replied, and had a few hundred shadow soldiers grab his left leg while I tried to cut off his arm. If I remember correctly, he knows she is the true demon lord, not Louis. If not, then sorry, Mom, my life is more important than your secret. I could also use the fact that I'm sort of friends with Ramirez to help me. I see, so you are her son," he said. I had no idea she had a son. But that didn't mean the fight stopped. This continued for about half an hour before he spoke again. "Then how about becoming a demon lord?" he asked. "Wouldn't I be too weak for demon lord?" I asked, but he laughed. "Ha ha ha, that's a funny joke," he said before making some distance between us. "Normal demon lord seeds wouldn't be able even to dodge a single of the attacks, but you did, and you have the shadow things I can't even copy." He paused and smirked again. "Plus, considering you are still a young kid, it speaks of your potential." He then looked at me. "So what's your answer?" While he is asking me, this sounds more like an order. But I planned on becoming a demon lord in the future, so joining the Demon Lord Council wasn't a bad choice. I sighed. "I'm guessing if I say no, you would kill me, so I accept." "See, you are even smart for your age." He laughed and instantly appeared beside me at a speed I couldn't even register and patted me on the shoulder. "So what was your name again?" I forgot. "I didn't say my name," I said before sighing. "It's Cal Valentine." "So Cal Valentine, huh?" he hummed. "Here, catch this." He then threw me a ring. "What is this?" I asked, looking at it, already knowing. "It's a communication ring," he said. "So while you aren't fully recognized as a demon lord yet, there is no chance they will say no when I'm the one recommending you." "I see," I said, looking at the ring before putting it on. "So now that you accepted my ring," he said with a joking tone and got closer to my face. I used a shadow to block him. "I'm 15, I said flatly. Come on, don't be like that. I was just joking, plus age is just a number for me," he said, laughing before turning serious. "There will be a Walpurgis banquet held especially for you in a few weeks, so you should get ready." I sighed. I hoped it would take some time before they did it, but I guess not. "Just don't use my real name," I said. "It could cause problems with me acting as a holy knight." "Oh, then what should I call you?" "Shadow," he joked. "With the shadow things you use, it would be fitting." "Well, shadow doesn't sound that bad. I have something else on my mind. Ashbourne," I said. "Ashbourne?" he thought for a moment. "That doesn't sound that bad. I like it. You are good at coming up with names. I will remember that for the future," he said before leaving, and I felt like I had made a big mistake. "Oh, and ask your mother for the details," he shouted before completely disappearing. "Oh shit," I cursed, "she will kill me." "Well, no going back now," I muttered, having spent hours thinking of how to tell her this. After Guy left, my connection to all the shadows returned to how it was before, and I could easily teleport back. I knocked on the door. "Come in." Her voice came from the other side, so I took a deep breath and opened the door. "Hey, Mom," I started, and she instantly put down the paper she was reading and looked at me with a look that she usually has when I tell her something stupid I did. "So what did you do this time?" she asked. "So, you remember a few months ago when we talked about demon lords?" I started and looked to see her reaction. "And why do you bring that up?" she asked with her eye twitching, and her hand was in the summon the flipper position. So I maybe met a red-haired demon lord. I started and instantly dodged a flipper that was thrown at me. You met Guy, she screamed at me. Well, yeah, and we may have fought for a while, I said, and she slammed her head onto the desk. This must be a joke. I heard her mutter before she looked at me, so how are you here then? I scratched my head and chuckled, hee hee, I was coming there. He was interested in me and forced me to become a demon lord. H-A-H-A-H-A. She just laughed while looking at the ceiling. Yup, this a joke. It was also when Guy decided to inform everyone there would be a Walpurgis banquet in 2 weeks about a new member he found. So this wasn't a joke, she sighed and rubbed her temples. Yeah, but I asked him to call me Ashbourne because I didn't want Cal the Holy Knight to be associated with Cal the Demon Lord, I said, sipping tea Roy brought. Ashbourne, not bad, she said before explaining that the whole Walpurgis banquet was a glorified tea party. The next few weeks I spent preparing for the banquet until it was time for it to begin. Chapter 35, Walpurgis Banquet Part 1. Currently wearing the outfit I had prepared for the banquet, a long black coat over a black shirt and black pants. Something I made especially for the banquet was a helmet with 2 curved black horns, hair like blue flames, and my glowing blue eyes shining through it. It looked similar to the helmet Ashbourne had, but instead of purple it was blue. I saw the demonic-looking gates appear in front of me. The gates opened, and out of them stepped a green hair maid. She was the green primordial demon and subordinate to Guy Crimson, the red primordial, the guy that forced me into this. Lord Ashbourne, I'm here to bring you to the banquet. Please proceed when you are ready, she said and waited patiently at the side of the door. Well, let's not keep them waiting. I stepped through the door with 2 of my shadow Solider that looked like knights walking behind. The moment I walked in, I could see Guy sitting alone around a round table with 11 chairs. So the other 10 are already demon lords as of right now. Good to know. So these were the shadow things you used when fighting, he said. Very interesting. I was glad he couldn't copy my skill. Otherwise, it could end badly for me. I don't think they are anything special, I replied, my voice altered by the helmet. Ha ha ha, that's why I like you, he laughed. Even when you knew I was a demon lord, you acted like it wasn't a big deal. We talked for a while until the next member arrived. Huh, she then flew to me. Cal, you are the new demon lord, she asked. Yes, this was Ramaris. How did she even know? I sighed. Yeah, a big bad red demon bullied me into becoming one. But call me Ashbourne while here, I answered. Guy, how could you do that, a kid? She yelled at Guy, who looked annoyed, so I chucked. I could do things like this since he was interested in me, and I had known Ramaris for a few years now. Guy, Ramaris, and Mom or Roy. That's 3 out of the demon lords. Then the rest should be Dagrul, Dino, Kazalim, Carrion, Frey, and Claypot. Ah, Ramaris, you have grown smaller since the last time I saw you. Someone yawned as he was walking behind me. So this is the new guy, He looked at the shadow soldiers but didn't say anything before sitting down and trying to fall asleep, ignoring Ramaris's complaints. Want a pillow? I asked, giving him a pillow which he gladly took and fell asleep. Even if I'm here to become a demon lord, I should be nice to some of them. A few minutes later, Milim arrived and looked excited. So this is the new guy. He is quite powerful for only being a seed, she said before sitting down. If I remember correctly, she has a unique skill that allows her to read anyone's magical power even if they are suppressing it. The next person to arrive was Roy, who acted as the demon lord. Everyone started to slowly arrive, with Kazalim, wearing a mask and robes, being the last to arrive. If I remember correctly, she had a curse forcibly put on her to transform her into a man or something in that line. Then the blue-haired maid, I think her name was Rain, started introducing everyone. Demon, the Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson. Dragonoid, the Destroyer, Milim Nava. Pixie, Fairy of the Labyrinth, Ramaris. Gigant, Continent's Wrath, Dragrul. Vampire, Bloody Lord, Roy Valentin. Fallen, Sleeping Ruler, Dino. Deathman, Curse Lord, Kazalim. Lycanthrope, Lion King, Carrion. Harpy, Sky Queen, Frey. Deathman, Marionette Master, Clayman. And finally, Unknown, Ashbourne. Unknown? Well, I myself don't know my race, so it's not surprising, but I would have guessed they would introduce me as a demonoid. This concludes the introductions. She then bowed and stepped back a bit. Then Guy stood up and addressed everyone. Now then, I won't bore you with other stuff. I'm here to introduce Ashbourne as a new demon lord. I fought him, and he has my approval. Going straight to it, huh? I felt slightly nervous on the inside, while on the outside I showed an indifferent reaction. Not like they could even see it. Now then, what do you say? He asked everyone. There are 2 ways to become a recognized demon lord. Getting nominated by other demon lords to join their ranks and receiving majority approval. Self-proclaiming to be a demon lord and then proving one's strength by defeating a recognized lord. Can I keep this pillow? Dino asked me with one open eye. Sure, I replied. He has my approval, he replied before going to sleep again. He's strong and I want to fight him, so I approve, Milim said, giving me a thumbs up, and I chuckled nervously. One thing Milim doesn't know is how to hold back. He has my vote, Ramirez said, flying up with her fist up high. I don't have anything against him, Roy said. Oh, thanks, teacher. I chuckled mentally. I already have enough votes in my favor to join. I approve, Kazalim said. If I remember correctly, she doesn't matter. She usually approves of new members in order to obtain further political pull amongst fellow demon lords. At least I didn't need to fight to become one. In the end, thanks to having all the ancient demon lords' approval, I quickly got the others' approval too. Well, since everyone agrees, we can welcome Ashbourne as an official demon lord. Guy said before his expression became grim, now we should decide a title for him. Oh no, came everyone's response, and some had a look of envy looking at Dino, who slept without any care. What's with the gloomy atmosphere? It's not like I need a title right off the bat, I said, trying to cheer them up, but I quickly got denied. You don't understand the title is important, and we can't just use something boring like newbie, Ramirez said, flying close to my face while the others nodded. I don't remember the exact time when all the demon lords joined, but I think Carrion joined around the Tenma War, and Frey and Clayman joined around the same time. Chapter 36, Walpurgis Banquet Part 2. How about something with shadows? I asked, and they started thinking. Yeah, that could be it, Guy said. Shadow, Guy's shadow. He stated, muttering different names. Shadow Lord, no need to be something grander like. I know Shadow Monarch. He said and looked proud of himself for coming up with it while I deadpanned. You used hundreds of those shadows when we fought, so it fits. It's a good name. They muttered while nodding, and so my title as a demon lord has become the Shadow Monarch. New title acquired, Demon Lord. Huh, a new title. It's been a few years since my titles changed. Shadow Monarch, I like it, I said with an approving nod. Hey, Ashbourne, what are you going to do now that you have become a demon lord? Ramirez asked me, and it got the attention of the others. I don't have anything special planned, so maybe make a floating castle for myself. I said the first thing that came to my mind. A floating castle, now that's interesting, Guy chuckled. You should invite me when it's built. Oh, I want to see it, Milim said, excited. At least he has done more than Dino, Ramirez said while Dino was still sleeping, but woke up momentarily. At least I didn't grow smaller, he said and fell asleep again. I don't even understand how he can wake up every time Ramirez says something about him, and then instantly fall asleep. Hey, now that we have a new member, we need a new name, Milim said. The whole table became silent again at the mention of coming up with a name, and I felt them glare at me. Hey, it isn't my fault you accepted me, and if you want to blame someone, then blame Guy for forcing me into becoming one. How about Ramirez and Friends? Ramirez suggested, but got quickly denied by everyone. I already came up with the greatest title possible for him, so he should repay us for it by coming up with the name, Guy said with a prideful tone and looked at me, and they all nodded in agreement, even Roy making me feel betrayed. Shit, I cursed them all. I'm not good with names. We are 11. If we were 8, I could steal Rimuru's octagram idea. Let's see 11 members. Hendecagram, 11 heavenly demon lords, 11 sagely demon lords. I could feel everyone's intense glare at me while I was thinking. I know you are bad with names like me, but it would be easier if you all helped me. I wanted to yell at them. What about the 11 sagely demon lords? I said, not being able to come up with something good. They started murmuring to themselves before Dragrul said, "It's all right." They all nodded. "It's better than Ramirez and friends," Dino said after waking up momentarily, but all of them nodded in agreement except Ramirez, who seemed offended. "It was an awesome name," she said, puffing her cheeks. "I think Milim and friends would have been better," Milim said. The banquet turned into a tea party while the rest of the world was probably dreading the outcome of it. Some of them left directly after, but some stayed behind. Now, with the name decided, we started talking about different stuff, until Ramrus brought up something I didn't expect. "Hey Dragrul, have you found out why there aren't so many monsters in your territory lately?" she asked, and I was sweating mentally. "No, I haven't, and my sons have grown bored with fewer monsters to fight, causing me a headache," he said. "Speaking of fighting," Milim turned to me, "how about you fight me?" she asked, excited for a fight. "Ha ha ha," I laughed nervously. "If you are at the same level of strength as Guy, I don't think I would be able to put up a good fight just yet." "How about in a few years?" I asked. "Ugh, but that's so long to wait." "Fine." Thankfully she agreed, otherwise I would probably be dead. I took a sip of the purple wine and could feel Mom's glare behind Roy, so I decided to put the glass down and not drink for the rest of the banquet. Everyone began to talk about random stuff before they started to leave one by one. I decided to leave after Mom and Roy, and we returned to her office. I sighed as the demon maids left. "Well, it went better than expected," I said. "You should be lucky you got Guy's interest. Many others would have been killed," she said with a sigh of relief. "The others aren't me," I said in a prideful tone, only to get hit by a slipper. "I swear you are getting harder to deal with each passing year," she said and sat down on the sofa. "So what are you planning to do now?" I sat down on the other sofa. As I said, I plan to make a floating castle for myself as Demon Lord Ashbourne while doing some Holy Knight Cal stuff on the side. "That wasn't a joke?" she asked, having fully expected it was a joke. "No, it wasn't," I shook my head. "Plus, isn't it a must to have your own castle when being a demon lord?" I joked. While most demon lords have their own castle, there are people like Dino, a freeloader. But the other reason for making it would be for humans to attack me so I could collect their souls for the Harvest Festival. They would do the job for me, and it's not like I could be blamed for killing them when they do it themselves. And I would also make a name for myself as someone that shouldn't be messed with. "Well then, I should get started," I said and hugged her. "See you later, Mom." I couldn't come up with any good names for them, so if you have better ideas for a name, comment them here. Chapter 37, Floating Castle. Currently standing in the place I wanted to build my castle. It was in a place where humans could attack without getting magicule poisoning, but at the same time, there were enough magicules in the air for me to make the castle float without any issues. In the worst-case scenario, I could use my shadows as batteries for the castle to float. It was close to the sea and near the various western states, but far enough that I could build a country without any issues here if I wanted to. "Well then, no time to waste. Everyone out," I said, and instantly my shadow expanded and out of it, thousands of shadow creatures appeared. Tigers, spiders, bears, ants, serpents, wolves, dwarfs, elves, and human shadows bowed to me, awaiting my command. The command was simple: build me a castle. While they wouldn't be able to do it when I first turned them into shadows after they grew stronger and gained some more intelligence, a task like this would still be challenging, but they would do a great job. They instantly started to work, and I watched. The mage shadows were important for this job in creating materials. Becoming my shadows made them capable of using more magic and using it better. The first days were used to prepare the terrain by removing the trees before they started to build the castle itself, mixing creation magic together with the finest materials I could find. 3 months later, instead of the small forest, I could see a majestic masterpiece suspended in the sky. Just looking at it, I know it's a castle of a demon lord. The castle is adorned with grotesque carvings and dreadful stained glass windows that emit an eerie, mystical glow. In addition, the castle's exterior is made from black stone that absorbs light, casting an aura of eternal darkness. While on the inside, everything changes. The castle's interior is a blend of luxury and magic. Staircases spiral upwards, seemingly defying gravity, leading to spacious chambers. The walls are adorned with intricate murals depicting mythical creatures, epic battles, and enchanting landscapes, all from stories I read in my previous life. But my favorite room, aside from the throne room, is the library. The library has shelves that stretch to the ceiling and are lined with thousands of books. While it is still pretty empty, considering its size, I plan to fill every shelf in a few years. In the dining room was a dining table that stretched across the room's length. Crafted from rich, polished wood, it gleams under the soft glow of chandeliers suspended above. And finally, the throne room, a regal chamber that emanates power. The throne, positioned at the center of the room on an elevated dais, commanded attention. Crafted from the finest materials, it is a masterpiece with intricate carvings and embellishments. The dwarven and ant shadows worked well together, making everything look luxurious. I sat down on the throne and started thinking. I should probably spread information about me, becoming a demon lord, and the castle that appeared. If they think the new demon lord is weak, they would instantly organize an army of soldiers to remove me before I become a significant threat. A few rumors here and there, and it should gather the attention of people. Maybe I should name a few of my shadows now. Unlike gaining skills, naming someone won't permanently decrease my magical capacity, but it will take a few weeks, if not months, to regain them. But if the namer names someone too strong or names too many people without a long enough recovery time, there is a high chance that the energy expended in the naming process will never fully recover. After I become a true demon lord, my magical capacity and magical regeneration speed should increase so I would be able to name more of them at once. Oh, Mom's here. To make something like this in only 3 months is quite impressive, she said, looking around the throne room, but I like the style of the outside more. I nodded in agreement. My shadows did a good job. It's a good area also if you decide to make a kingdom, she said while I started leading us toward my office. I was thinking the same thing, but besides my shadows, I don't think I will have anyone here, I said while we walked through the hallway and saw a few shadows still working on the interior. I also plan to make the castle be able to fly around in the future. Mom observed them as we walked past them. How many of them do you have? She asked. I thought for a moment before answering. Around 8,000. That number is mostly due to Veldora and his magicules that spawn the monsters for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have 1,000 of them by now. Quite the interesting ability. Maybe the only trait of a vampire you got was the shadow-related abilities. She must as we arrived in the office and sat down. I haven't seen vampires have the ability to make living shadows, I said with a chuckle. That's true, she nodded but then looked unsure. But wouldn't creating a castle like this bring too much attention? She asked. Ah, yes, that was my intention, I answered. I wanted to use it to make a name for myself, a demon lord living in a floating castle. Plus, if everything goes to plan, I will awaken as a true demon lord soon. She sighed. Of course, you would do something like this. Everything was so much easier when you were still a small kid. Kids grow up, I chuckled as she grew more and more annoyed, and then they become demon lords. She gave me a glare but didn't say anything. It was also when Elle, who I brought to the castle, brought tea for us. You should remember you are still one of the weakest demon lords, so don't cause too much trouble, she said and took a sip of the tea. And even if Guy is interested in you, don't try to make a big mess. Don't worry, I will keep the trouble to a minimum, I laughed before taking a sip of the tea. Elle always makes good tea, so I'm glad she will be staying here in the castle, and I wouldn't say I'm the weakest. After our small chat, Mom left due to having more work to do, leaving me with time to think of ways of informing people in the continent about the castle. Chapter 38, Naming. 2 months fly by in the blink of an eye when you are busy. During this time, I managed to slip some information and manipulate some things about the demon Lord Ashbourne and a demonic-looking castle that appeared on the continent. A few rumors here and there, and it spread like wildfire. Humans took stuff like demon lords very seriously and made it a top priority to defeat me before I grew too strong. If I didn't have my shadows spy on them and their decision, I wouldn't believe how they could actually believe I was that weak. My shadows also found out that the smaller kingdoms had joined forces to try and bring me down and should expect them in a few days. This is a good thing, as it would be enough for me to start the evolution. But before that, I wanted to name 2 of my shadows that will act as generals during the battle and guards during my evolution. Bringing forth my status, I looked at my magicules. Names: Cal Valentine/Ashbourne. Titles: Adopted Prince, Troll of the Dungeon, Demon Lord. Level: 16, 1,406,651, 638,400 EXP. Magicules: 2,180,7,700. Stats: Strength: 1,391. Vitality: 1,191. Agility: 1,391. Intelligence: 1,091. Perception: 1,091. Remaining points: 541. Since I got accepted as a Demon Lord, the Ashbourne name appeared on my status together with the title. It's pretty interesting and got me wondering if I ever abandon the name and if it would stay or disappear from the status screen. But that's not what I was looking at. The thing I looked at was my magicules. That amount should be enough to name multiple shadows, but I will only name 2 for now. But before that, put 132 points in intelligence and perception, then put the rest of my points in strength. Intelligence: 1,091, 1,223. Perception: 1,091, 1,223. Strength: 1,391, 1,658. Remaining points: 541, 0. I brought forth 2 of my strongest shadows, a black serpent and a black spider. Now then, what should I name them? I am horrible with names, and the first thing I thought of was to name them 1 and 2. Why not? From today you will be Mio. I then turned to the serpent, and you will be Ceres. Instantly, I felt magicules leave my body and enter theirs, wrapping them in a cocoon of magicules, starting their evolution. The process took a few minutes, and when the cocoon disappeared, it left 2 beautiful women kneeling in front of me. "We thank you, our liege, for giving us names. We won't disappoint you," they said in unison in a tone full of admiration. Mio, who was the spider before, was a black-haired woman with black eyes and what looked like a kimono made out of shadows. Ceres, on the other hand, had blue snake-like eyes and 2 obsidian horns with black and blue hair, and her clothes were also made out of shadows. I was stunned momentarily, having not expected this outcome. I expected them to become stronger and maybe change their appearance, but not to this extent. And when something you didn't expect happens, ignore it and act like you knew it would happen. "Can you still hide in my shadow?" I asked. "Of course, my liege, after evolving, we still kept our previous abilities," Mio said while kneeling. "You both can stand up," I said, waiting until they did. "You will have 2,000 shadows each and will prepare for the battle in a few days." I then sent the soldiers into their shadows. "You can leave now." They left with a bow, and I sighed. Will all my shadows gain a human form when named? If I didn't feel that they were still my shadows, I would believe they were normal humans or demi-humans. But on the bright side, I will have someone other than Elle to talk to while I'm in the castle. Good thing there were extra guest rooms made here. "Elle, prepare 2 rooms for them," I said to the maid who was standing close to me. "It will be done," she said, and with a bow went to prepare the rooms. Well, she at least didn't see anything weird with them gaining human form, or if she does, then she doesn't show it. It was unexpected, but it wasn't weird, having happened many times in this world. 4 days passed, and it was time for the massacre. Mio and Ceres have been observing and collecting information about the incoming army. "My liege, the human army is about 5 hours away from the castle," Mio reported. According to Ceres, the army is composed of 15,000 soldiers from various kingdoms, 10,000 Templars, and 5,000 mages. So 30,000 in total is not bad. I quickly ensured the Templars had no one I knew and sighed in relief that there weren't. While my mom is technically the leader of the Empire, she doesn't make all the decisions about where to send Templars and Holy Knights. Many of them were sent to other nations affiliated with the Church as manpower to back up the Church's immense influence, and these became the unlucky ones. While many would see my actions as immoral or cruel, I simply don't see a problem in using people I don't even know for my own benefit. Plus, I only gave them the information that there was a demon lord here, and they chose to act on it. If they didn't, then I would wait until someone else was stupid enough to do it. "Let's go," I said, standing up from my throne and putting on the helmet. The helmet had two curved black horns, and everyone could see my glowing blue eyes through it. In addition, I wore jet black armor that glowed the same blue as my eyes. "Are all preparations ready?" I asked Mio, my voice altered by the helmet to sound darker. "Yes, everything is ready, my liege," she replied, following behind me. "Good, I want to make this memorable, so that after I awaken as a true demon lord, they won't have to deal with people trying to attack me again. That would be annoying and interrupt my reading time." I sighed. I really wanted Rimuru to reincarnate faster, so he could give me mangas and novels to read. Chapter 39, The Harvest Festival. As I saw the army arrive, I decided to welcome them by flying down. As I touched the ground with Mio behind me, about 100 meters separated me from the army. One soldier stepped forward. "I'm General Skell Lissus, surrender, and we will let you live," he shouted in a prideful tone. "We have been informed of your strength, and you won't stand a chance against us." "Skill issues," I muttered, confused if I had heard his name correctly. What parent would name their child skill issues? Thankfully, they couldn't see my confusion due to the helmet. "And what makes you so sure of yourself?" I asked, with a tone of complete confidence. My voice enhanced due to magic, so I didn't need to shout. "If I wanted, you all would be dead without me even taking a step from here." "Don't think highly of yourself," he said, and I could hear a tint of anger. "You exude an aura weaker than an advanced rank monster." Just because I don't blast my aura, he thinks I'm that weak. I know I spread the information I was a weaker demon lord, but still a demon lord. "You see, I'm a nice person, so if you want to live another day, go back to where you came from and don't return," I said in an almost bored tone to spite him even more. "I said surrender now, or you will be killed. Two people can't defeat all of us," he shouted now in anger. "Do you always lose your temper so quickly?" I asked, amused. How can someone lose his temper so quickly? No, a better question would be how to let someone who loses his temper so quickly be a general. "I will give you 10 seconds to leave before I start killing you," I said, and started counting 10. Now his face was completely red. "Everyone attacks him now," he shouted in anger. He was probably a young knight from a noble family who got lucky to be promoted to a general and wanted to get recognition for killing a demon lord. 9, I continued to count. The army charged at him with a thunderous roar. 8. I could see magic circles forming in the army's back. 7. They were getting close as I stood still. 6. Different spells started flying towards me. 5. For 3-2, the army was the spell a few meters in front of me, and the army not so long behind the spells. 1. The spells were now just a few centimeters from my face. 0. I became a blur of motion. My movements were fast and precise. Soldiers swung their swords and thrust their spears, only for me to parry or evade their attacks effortlessly. Launching myself into the air, I unleashed a shockwave that tore through the enemy ranks, sending soldiers flying in all directions. As I descended, the ground quaked beneath me, striking the earth with my sword that sparkled with blue electricity from being materialized from the inventory, creating a shockwave that rippled outward, disorienting and stunning the nearby soldiers. My shadows erupted from the ground, me in the middle, Mio in the front, and Ceres in the back. The shadows surrounded them. The soldiers were being slaughtered by me and the shadows. With each fallen soldier, confusion and panic spread among the soldiers. Their formations crumbled, and chaos reigned. Some soldiers turned their weapons against their own allies in a desperate attempt to survive, probably thinking I would spare them if they turned against their own, while others blindly swung their swords, hoping to land a lucky blow. The ones that managed to land a fatal blow on the shadow instantly turned pale in fear, as the shadow started to regenerate and kill them. My blows cleaved through their armor and flesh, sending arcs of blood spraying into the air. The ground around me became littered with fallen soldiers. With each passing moment, my movement seemed to grow even faster and more precise. I exploited weaknesses in the enemy's defense, finding gaps in their formation and exploiting them with deadly efficiency, just like Roy taught me. Eventually, the once mighty army stood on the brink of collapse. Fear and despair permeated the air as soldiers realized the futility of their struggle against this unstoppable force. Some tried to flee, trampling over their fallen comrades in a desperate bid for survival. Others, consumed by rage and desperation, launched themselves at me, but their futile attacks met with swift end. In the end, the battlefield lay littered with the broken bodies of the defeated army. I stood amidst the carnage. The echoes of battle were replaced by the eerie silence. I could feel my magicules being doubled just from this fight, and I leveled up 2 times. Notice, the necessary nourishment for the requirement of evolution had been confirmed. The requirement had been met. The harvest festival will now begin. The voice of the world resounds in my mind, and a wave of sleepiness washes over me. "Arise," I mumbled weakly, failing to stand by myself. But that didn't matter as all 30,000 soldiers became shadows and were all kneeling. "Mio, Ceres, protect me while I go through the evolution." I gave them the order before using shadow exchange in my throne room before passing out. Notice, the transformation into a demon lord, the harvest festival, has begun. Body reconstruction has begun, transforming into a new species. Confirmed, race transforming into monarch, successful. All parameters have been greatly increased. Ability to freely change between material and spiritual body has been added. New intrinsic skills: infinite regeneration, universal shapeshift, material creation, ruler's authority, black heart, monarch's ambition, acquisition successful. New resistance skills: abnormal condition resistance, holy demonic attack resistance, natural effects nullification, physical attack resistance, pain resistance, spiritual attack nullification, acquisition successful. Notice, further evolution shall be attempting to evolve unique skill, Shadow Lord. Unique skill, Shadow Lord, has evolved into ultimate skill, Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. This completes the evolution. Guy Crimson POV. I smirked as I felt someone awaken as a true demon lord, and I knew who it was. To think he would do it half a year after becoming a demon lord. Misery invite Ashborn to the Ice Continent. Chapter 40, Ice Continent. I opened my eyes and felt different. More powerful? What was I doing before? I didn't have time to think more as Mio's and Ceres's voices interrupted my thoughts. "My liege, we are happy to see you have awoken from your evolution." Came my confused answer before everything cleared, and I remembered. "Ah yes, how long was I asleep for?" I asked. "A whole week, my liege," Mio answered. "A whole week, but what about the daily quest? How am I still here?" My mind was filled with questions, and I tried to open my status. Nothing happened. I panicked slightly, not seeing the screen I got used to seeing for the past 6 years. Status, I tried again, but nothing. I could still feel connected to all my shadows, so I wasn't panicking too much. I focused deeply on my soul, just like when I did the first night in this world, and felt something new, something more powerful, an ultimate skill. During the evolution process, I was put into a deep slumber and wasn't able to hear what was happening, but I didn't expect to gain so many new skills. While most of them are resist-type skills, there are also a few intrinsic-type skills. Intrinsic skill: infinite regeneration. Infinite regeneration grants the user incredible regeneration, properties far superior to ultra-speed regeneration and the self-regeneration I had before. Intrinsic skill: universal shapeshift, allows the user to freely alter their bodily properties into whatever they desire, with hardly any effort. It is also incredibly useful in disguising one's appearance. Intrinsic skill: material creation. Similar to creation magic, it allows the user to create matter by using magicules. It is usually used to create equipment like weapons or garments, the grade of which depends on the amount of magicules used. Intrinsic skill: Monarch's ambition. Monarch's ambition could be described as a combination of hero's haki and demon lord's haki. Intrinsic skill: ruler's authority. Ruler's authority is a form of telekinesis, and at full power, this skill is almost like a black hole in potency. Intrinsic skill: Black Heart. Black Heart is a skill that allows the user to generate magicules infinitely and improve the vessel. Then finally, ultimate skill Shadow Monarch. Ashborn. Aside from getting a few extra sub-skills like Monarch's Domain and a few more, it hasn't changed much. But I can feel that all my shadows grew in strength. I looked at Mio and Saris. They also looked different and stronger than before. I also noted that the blue in Saris's hair changed to purple. Mio, Saris, what happened when I went through the evolution? I asked. Your evolution time took more time than you expected, my liege. Everything has been taken care of after the battle, and you won't find a speck of those insects left, Mio reported. As you ordered, the humans observing everything from afar were allowed to leave, and word has spread through the continent about the demon Lord Ashborn wiping out a whole army of 30,000. So they classified you as a disaster-class threat, Saris added. I just hope Guy doesn't call me. Oh, and a maid from the demon Lord Guy Crimson arrived saying that he wants to meet you after you finish the evolution, Mio added. I should have stayed silent. Erg, I groaned. I knew this would happen but didn't expect it to be so quickly. Instead of going to him directly, I decided to try and get my status panel to show. It took me some time, but I got something similar but, at the same time, completely different. The sub-skill system in my unique skill changed into a status sub-skill now. Magicules, 43,566,000. Stats. Strength, 6,660, plus 18% equals 7,858. Vitality, 6,093 plus 18% equals 7,189. Agility, 6,399 plus 18% equals 7,550. Intelligence, 6,225 plus 18% equals 7,345. Perception, 6,225 plus 18% equals 7,345. It didn't have levels, titles, names, or even points to spend. It just showed me my current statistics and nothing else. I could feel them slowly increasing due to Black Heart. My magicules increased by 10 times if I factor in the magicules that were used during the evolution to give me more skills and evolve an ultimate skill. I also noticed that the status displayed the 18% boost from my previous level, and I couldn't see a level stat. I was slightly disappointed in myself. If I knew the system would be gone after the evolution, I would have waited a couple of years and leveled up more before doing it. But what's done is done, and even the 18% boost is better than nothing. That's one less to think about, but now I'm not sure if I should keep the shadows in the forest and the barren lands when they don't give me EXP. I thought about it for a bit before deciding to leave them to gain more shadows, and they still should give me magicules. Well, I shouldn't keep Guy waiting. I stood up from my throne and looked at Mio. Did he say how to get there? I asked, wondering if I should fly to the ice continent or not. She puffed her chest and proudly declared, "Of course. I had a shadow go there and wait until you woke up." Rule number 1 is always to act like you expected it. Good job, Mio. I knew you would do a great job. I then focused on a shadow located somewhere on the ice continent before using Shadow Exchange. Our scenery changed, and everything was made out of ice. I'm thankful for my new resistance skills, otherwise I would probably freeze to death here. Oh, so here he comes, Guy's voice sounded, and I saw him sitting on an ice chair drinking what I assumed was purple wine. 5 months, and you already became a true demon lord, ha. He laughed and motioned me to sit on another chair. He observed me the whole time, and I could see that he was more interested in me than before. Shadow Monarch Ashborn, huh? He chuckled. I sat down with Mio standing beside me. I was only defending myself and my castle, I said, keeping my poker face. Did he sense my ultimate skill and see the name? Ha, I see if you say so, he laughed. How about some wine? He asked and signaled Rain, the blue primordial, to bring me some. I took it and tasted it. It was the first time I had tried alcohol in both of my lives. I didn't count the time during the banquet when Mom was there. By the way, who is the lady beside you? Guy asked, interested. She feels familiar to the shadows you brought to the banquet. I momently forgot she was with me. "Oh, this is Mio, one of my shadow generals," I answered, "and one of my strongest shadows." "Mio, huh?" He looked at her. "You got an interesting skill indeed." He sighed, "Such a shame I can't copy it." "I'm grateful you can't. I will just give you a piece of advice. You won't get in trouble if you do anything on the territory you claimed, but try not to cause too much chaos." Guy said and looked at me. "While we are demon lords, try to keep the destruction to a minimum." "As long as they don't try and attack my castle, I won't do anything," I said and felt someone strong enter. She had a childlike appearance, no older than a girl in high school. She has fair skin, deep blue eyes, and long, glossy pearl-white hair tied into twin tails reaching her waist. "Oh," she looked at me with interest, and her eyes glowed gold for a second. "So this is the new demon lord, quite young." She then looked at Guy. "Guy, don't tell me you are into children now." He waved his hand nonchalantly. "Velzard, don't be like if he is old enough for being a demon lord then." "You attacked me and forced me into becoming one," I cut in. "Plus, I'm not into men," I added. "Guy, we need to talk about your preference." She then pointed at me. "That is too young." Guy was about to say something, but she cut him before he said a single word. "And don't say age is just a number." I just looked at them, not knowing what to say. After she was done, scolding, she turned to me. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Velzard, the White Ice Dragon." "Ashborn, the Shadow Monarch." I introduced myself with my new title, but back to why you called me here, Guy. "I don't think it was only due to wiping out a small army." "Haha," he chuckled, "do I need a reason to call you here?" "I could think of many other people you could call here instead of a fresh demon lord," I replied. "As I said, I find you interesting." He chuckled, "So I don't see a reason why not to invite you here." For the people that commented that I didn't give Cal/Ashborn new unique or more ultimate skills. I thought about adding some, but decided to do it later in the story. Chapter 41, Regret. After the talk with Guy, I decided to return home and tell Mom about the successful evolution, while totally not bragging that I have an ultimate skill while she doesn't. Who would do such a thing? I would. "Hey Mom," I enter her office cheerfully, "guess what?" She looked at me annoyed. "If you don't want to help with all the paperwork you caused, then leave," she said. "Oh, don't be like that." I waved my hand in dismissal. "Only a few thousand soldiers shouldn't be a lot to deal with." "I'm not talking about the soldiers but about you," she said, her eyes twitching. "Everyone is talking about the new demon lord and asking the church to send our strongest soldiers to kill you." "They will calm down sooner or later," I said, sitting down on the sofa. "Plus, as long as they don't attack my castle, they will be fine." "Erg," she groaned and dropped the papers she was holding. "I need a break from this." She sat down on the other sofa. "So why are you here then?" I pretended to be hurt. "What? Can a son just visit his mother?" I asked, still pretending to be hurt. "Not you," she answered flatly. I stopped pretending and grinned. "I just came here to tell you that after killing the army, Elle became a true demon lord." I paused for dramatic effect. "And now I have my own ultimate skill, unlike a certain someone." A tick mark appeared on her forehead, and her eyes started twitching violently. "So you came here just to brag." She created a slipper in her hand and started chasing me around. I chuckled while easily avoiding it. The true reason I came here is that I will probably be busy naming my shadows. She stopped for a while and looked curious. "Oh, so you can name those things?" I nodded, "Yes, and apparently they gain human forms after being named." I answered and sat down again. "Mio and Ceres used to be a black spider and a black serpent, but now have a normal humanoid forms. If not for the horns on Ceres, I wouldn't see a difference between them and a human. Well, their looks are more of a disguise than a form. Similar to how demons can hide their horns and wings, my named shadow can hide their shadow form." "That's an interesting ability you have," she said. "Yup," Guy said the same thing. I nodded. "Wait," she grabbed me by the shoulders. "You met that demon again?" She almost screeched. "Well, his maid came and told Mio he wants me to visit after my evolution is complete." I shrugged. What was I supposed to do? Say no to the strongest demon lord? "Well, it's better than being on his bad side." She sighed and sat down again. "Oh, and the human girl is back in Rubirio's." I perked up, not having seen her for a long time, and tried to locate her shadow. She was sitting on a bench, her hair covering her eyes, and she was clenching her fists. "Mom, I'll be going now, I need to see her," I said and left, knowing there was something up. I quickly approached her. "Hey, Mai," I said and sat beside her. "See, Cal?" She was surprised by my sudden appearance. "W, what are you doing here?" She asked and looked the other way, but I saw she was crying. "Hey, Mai, why are you crying?" I asked, concerned. "It's nothing," she mumbled and covered her face. "Mai," I said softly, "I know something is up and you can tell me." I hugged her. She started crying onto my shoulder. This continued for 10 minutes without any of us speaking. "Aye, it's my team," she said, her voice sounding broken. "They are all dead." She hugged me tighter. I knew she joined a team after our time with Clive ended, but I didn't expect them to die. I stopped to save a village from monsters. There weren't many, so me, Aiden, and Megan were enough. She started sobbing again. While we were helping the village, they went to kill the new demon lord. My body froze. This was my fault. I killed them, My throat felt dry as I tried to say anything. "I'm sorry." "It's not your fault, Cal," she said in between sobs. But it was. There wasn't any other person to blame but me and my greed to become an awakened demon lord. "Cal," she looked me in the eyes, "I want to kill the demon lord Ashbourne." She said in a low voice, "Cal, will you help me?" I didn't know what to say. I would probably do the same thing if I were in her shoes, but she said she wanted to kill me. "I can't," I answered in a low voice. "Cal, please," she begged me. "Mai, this is a demon lord you're talking about. If he could kill 30,000 soldiers, what are two people going to do?" I asked. She didn't know what to say. "They attacked his territory, so he can't be blamed," I said but couldn't look her in the eyes. Silence. None of us spoke for a while before I got slapped. "How can you defend him?" she screamed in anger. "I thought you would understand how I feel," she added, clenching her fists. "I didn't even know them," I said, standing up. "They decided to attack a demon lord and paid the price for it." "But he is still a monster," she shouted in frustration. I chuckled. "Human or monster, what's the difference?" I asked. Yes, there wasn't a significant difference between these two. So why do I care about people I don't even know? She will get over them after a while. Did I feel bad when killing all those soldiers? No, I didn't. I enjoyed killing them. Chapter 42, a month later. A month has passed since my talk with Mai. Since then, I haven't been doing anything besides sitting on my throne. "My liege, we found a new book that isn't in your library," Sarah said, showing me a book with a blue cover. "Leave it in the library. I will read it later," I answered. "Boo," she stopped before bowing and leaving. Sarah's POV. My liege has been staying in the throne room ever since, talking with that human girl. I left the book in the library and found Mio. "Hey Mio, it didn't work," I told her, and she frowned. "It must be bad if a new book didn't work on our liege," she sighed, "and I thought a book about secret arts would work." "What should we do then?" I asked. She thought for a while. "Maybe we should kidnap the human girl." I shook my head. "No, that wouldn't work. Our liege doesn't want to reveal his identity as Ashbourne to her." "Tisk," she clicked her tongue. "How dare a human girl make our liege sad? I want to kill her." While I agreed with her, we couldn't hurt her. Otherwise, our liege would be mad. "That's it. It's time for the project to help our liege get over the human girl V14 to begin," she said. The first version was to ask the demon lord Guy Crimson for help, but got scarped instantly, and we started forming Plan V12. That plan was also changed due to not being possible to execute, and Plan V13 was the book. I looked at her curiously. "And what is Plan V14? I asked. She puffed her chest and pointed at herself. "I will seduce my liege," she stated proudly. I looked at her unamused. "Let's start forming Plan V15 then," I said. Her eyes twitched slightly. You don't think I can pull that off?" she asked. "No," I answered flatly. Aiden POV. I knocked at the door to Mai's room. We rented 2 in-rooms while staying in the city. "Mai, it's me," I said. "Leave me alone," came the muffled response from the other side. She wasn't the same after one of our team members were killed, and I couldn't blame her. She became good friends with everyone on that team, and I also feel sad about their death. But after she met Cal again, she was grieving even before meeting him, but after meeting him, she locked herself in her room. What happened between them? Megan also tried to talk to her, but she got the same result as I did. I wish Cal was here. Maybe he could explain it to me, but I don't know where to find him. After she talked to him, he left the city, and I don't know where he currently is. I will leave you food near the door, I said, and left the tray of food. My POV. What if he hates me now? No, it was his fault. How can he not see how evil Demon Lord Ashbourne is? A demon lord must be evil. How can't Cal see it? He is a holy knight. You. I yelled into my pillow while rolling around in my bed. Cal POV. I did kill them, but they were the ones that decided to come and attack me. I only defended my property, so I can't be blamed. Should I go and talk to her? No, she is angry at me and probably won't talk to me after what I said last time. I should stay here until she calms down, and then we will talk it through. If the worst-case scenario, it will be best for us not to see each other again. I nodded to myself. That will be the best option. In the meantime, I should name a few more shadows. But which should I name? Mia was a black spider, and Ceres was a black serpent, and I wanted to see if the other animalistic shadows would gain a human form. After a while, I decided to name a blade tiger and a black tiger. I brought forth the strongest two. Now, from this day, your name will be Luca. I then turned to look at the black tiger, and your name will be Ari. Their bodies got enveloped in a magical cocoon, and their evolution started. A couple of minutes later, their evolution was complete, and like before, they got a human-like body. They both had the animalistic features of a tiger, but there was a small difference between them. Luca's tail had a sharp blade, unlike Ari, which had a normal tiger tail. Also, their gender. While Luca was a male shadow blade tiger, Ari was a female shadow black tiger. Thank you, our liege, for giving us names. They both said in union while kneeling. You will both have an army of 500 soldiers under your command. Train them well. I told them while sending 500 blade tigers to Luca and 500 black tigers to Ari, find Mio or Ceres. They will show you around the castle. Yes, our liege, we won't disappoint you. While I have given a total of 2,200 shadows soldiers to the four of them, it would benefit me so they have a small army if I send them out on a mission, or when they need to protect the castle when I'm out. And while having an army of around 500 isn't much, the shadows being basically immortal makes them a force to be reckoned with, especially with the four of them being at Demon Lord Seed level bordering on true Demon Lord of Strength after my evolution. I would say that each one of them, together with their small army, would be equal to a human army of 10,000, if not more. Then I still have a few years left before Veldora gets sealed, and the monster spawning in the forest will decrease so I can get more soldiers for them. Maybe I should visit Ramaris and build a new dungeon. Chapter 43, It's Okay to Cry. My liege, the expansion of the castle is going smoothly and will be complete by the end of this week, Mio reported. I nodded in satisfaction. Good, how about the other projects? I asked. The terrain for the sub-islands of the castle has been created, but the building will still take a few months before it's complete, she said, with a hint of disappointment in herself. There is no need to rush, Mio. You and the rest of the Shadow Generals are doing a good job. In the past months, I found out that Mio, Ceres, Luna, and Ari, or as I call them, the Shadow Generals, can name the shadows under them. But even when they name them, the Magicules come from me because they don't have their own and use mine. It's like a chain of hierarchy. So while everyone obeys me, the shadows named by one of them will only take orders from me, and the general named them. Unlike the generals, they also evolve and gain a humanoid look, but are still shadows and can't disguise themselves with a humanoid appearance. But back to the new island projects. I wanted to create a specific training area for the Shadow Generals to train their soldiers. They will be rotating around the castle, but the best part about making everything float in the air is that it can easily be moved around in the future. So if I decide to name a new general, only a new island will be made, and the other will be moved around a bit. My liege, the Demon Lord Dino, is currently outside the castle. How should we deal with him? Ceres, who came out of Mio's shadow, asked. The Shadow Generals can teleport to my and the other generals' shadows, similar to how I used all the shadows as teleportation points. After my evolution to a true demon lord and evolving my unique skill into an ultimate one, I can now travel anywhere I want as long there is a shadow there. But I still use the shadows as anchors at times. Dino, I thought Milim would be the first demon lord to visit me, not Dino. Let him in, I said, knowing he would probably be one of the demon lords that wouldn't cause any problems or damage here. I will bring him here then. She bowed and disappeared into the shadow again shortly after returning with Dino. He yawned. Wow, this, he yawned again, is a weird, another yawn ability, he said. You get used to it after a while, but is there something I can do for you? I asked, curious why he would come here. He yawned again. I lost my pillow. I just looked at him dumbfounded. He came here because he had lost a pillow. Seriously, I asked. Yes, could I get another one? He asked with another yawn. I held myself from facepalming and brought another pillow from my inventory or dimensional storage. I'm not sure what it is now after my skill has evolved. Here, I gave it to him, and I think I saw stars in his tired eyes. I knew you were a good person, he said before turning back to leave but stopped. Now that I'm here, could I stay and rest here for a while? He asked. Sure, I turned to Saris, show him to a guest room. Of course, my liege. What next Milim will arrive? My liege Millie. Luca, who appeared out of my shadow, tried to say, but I interrupted him before he could finish. Stop, why is my luck so bad today? Please don't say that Milim is heading here. But she is my liege, he said awkwardly. Of course she is. If they weren't here with me, I would cry for my poor luck. Did I somehow become a Lancer or Emiya? I sighed. I will wait outside for her, I said and started walking out. She will go towards the strongest person, so if I'm outside, there won't be anything important she could destroy. I looked at them. Mio, you can continue with the construction. Luca, you will come with me. Of course, my liege, they both answered. There could be two reasons for which Milim came here. The first was that she just wanted to see the floating castle, and the second was that she wanted to fight. About 20 minutes later, a pink missile slammed into the ground, and I was happy I went outside. I am here, HHHA, she laughed, and I think that wasn't her line. Milim, why are you here? I asked with an annoyed smile. Oh, I wanted to see your castle, she said excitedly. I rubbed my forehead and sighed. Fine, let's go, but don't break any doors. I then grabbed her, and Shadow exchanged into the castle. Whoa, that's so cool, she yelled with stars in her eyes. Do it again. I sweat dropped seeing her reaction. If I didn't know her power, I would think she was just a kid that had too many sweets. Milim, can you answer me truthfully? Are you bored? I asked. She looked shocked before scratching the back of her head and chuckling. Maybe. Of course she is. How about reading a book? A book, she asked. Does it taste good? I smiled, but my eyes twitched slightly. No, you don't eat books. Oh, then why would you need books? She grumbled before looking around for something. Wait, why is Dino here? I sighed for the 100th time today. He lost his pillow and came here for a new one. I answered and hoped no other demon lord would come here. Cal Milim, a squeaky female voice came, and a small something started flying around us. Why? A single tear escaped while I tried to keep my aura in check. Did my castle somehow become a new meeting place for all demon lords? I wanted to lock myself in a dark room and cry. Who's going to pop up next? Guy. Oh, Cal, about the new dungeon, it's almost ready. At least something good happened today. Chapter 44, Cutting Ties Part 1. My POV. I placed my hand over the handle of my rapier, ready to draw it at any moment as I walked through the cold and dimly lit passage. I found out that a cult that thinks of Ashbourne as a god of death is hiding here. How can someone worship a demon lord? I need to stop them. Plus, if I'm not strong enough to deal with some cult trying to destroy the church, how am I supposed to kill Ashbourne? After everything happened, I decided to go solo and left during the night, leaving a note for Aiden and Megan. It has been almost half a year since I saw them last. A cold gust of wind blew past me, making me almost draw my sword as the magical light crystal started flickering. When I looked at them, I saw they had something engraved in them, and it made me think of Cal. He was always fascinated by things like that and could spend hours studying them. I continued to walk forward until I started hearing voices. Now, everyone, we have brought enough sacrifices to summon the strongest demon for our god as a gift. A crazy voice said, and I saw around 100 people in hooded cloaks and around a few hundred people tied down. For the god of death, for Ashbourne, came the cheers of other people while the captured tried to scream and break free from the chains. Demon, if I remember correctly, Cal has told me something about them once. If I remember correctly, he said that the demons are sorted by lineage, and the strongest demons are the primordials, or as they are also known progenitors, are the oldest and most powerful demons, each being referred to by their signature colors rather than an actual name. Purple primordial, violet. White primordial, blanc. Yellow primordial, jaune. Black primordial, noir. Green primordial, vert. Blue primordial, blue. Red primordial, rouge. How can they do something stupid like summoning a demon? Are they trying to get themselves killed? A demon like that could be worse than Ashbourne, and they are thinking of making it serve him. I need to stop them before they finish. I tightened the grip around my rapier, but hesitated. Would I be different from Ashbourne if I killed them now? Doubt filled my mind as I watched, hidden behind a stone pillar. No, they worship Ashbourne and are trying to summon a powerful demon. But I'm alone. How could I possibly fight 100 people at once? Not even Cal could do something like that. I took a shaky breath, steeled my resolve, and drew my rapier, ready to attack. I will only wound them so they can't attack or summon the demon. Cal Valentine POV. My liege, we have dealt with another self-proclaimed demon lord who has challenged you, Ari reported. I sighed in annoyance. This was the 5th time they challenged me. I decided to deal with the first 2 personally, but now I just leave it to one of my shadow generals to do. It sometimes gets annoying when I'm in the middle of reading a book or checking up on a project the shadows are currently working on, and then I hear obnoxious shouts or even see magic being fired toward the castle. I once got so annoyed that I squashed one with ruler's authority. Good job, Ari. I then turned to look to the right and saw it again. How long has he been there? I asked. He has been there even before I entered the throne room, she said, and I looked at the ant looking at me with pleading eyes. Ever since I evolved into a true demon lord and was named Ari and Luca, this ant has been coming out of my shadows and looking at me with those eyes. Well, this ant is quite powerful. Even without a name, it can put up a good fight against a general and is good with construction work. Should I name him? He reminds me of that one ant in the series. What was his name again? Bart, Barry, Blake, Bo, Bennett. For someone that can remember everything I read once, it's surprising I can't remember the ant's name. It continued to look at me with puppy-like eyes. I rubbed my forehead in annoyance before sighing, "Fine, from today, your name will be." I paused to think of a name for the ant, Baru. That will be your name. Instantly, a wave of magicules left me and enveloped the now-named Baru in a purple cocoon, and his evolution started. Ari, how is Project Anti-Angel going? I asked while we waited for the evolution to finish. While I'm strong enough and the same with my shadow to withstand the angel attack in a few hundred years, I don't want my castle to be destroyed. We are almost finished with the magic turrets, my liege. Good, the magic turrets is a small project that, when finished, would be capable of one-shotting any B-rank being and wounding stronger enemies. I was watching it interested, if Baru would get a human form like the others. The evolution took more time than usual. My liege, thank you for granting me a name. I will make sure to make everyone know the greatness of my liege, he said, kneeling after the evolution was complete. He didn't get a human form like the others. That's interesting. I'm curious why that happened. He still looked like an ant, but a huge humanoid shadow ant with a light purple glow, neon eyes, sharp claws, and 2 transparent, slightly purple glowing wings. Baru was looking at me, scared like I would be disappointed with his evolution. Now that I have given you a name, I'm expecting great results from you, I said, looking at him. Of course, my liege, I won't disappoint you. Your first task will be... I couldn't finish the order. I stood up from my throne as a small electric shock went through my body, and I instantly knew I was in danger. My liege, they both looked at me with worry. Stay here and protect the castle, I ordered them, and used shadow exchange to the shadow I left to protect my. I was engulfed in my own shadow, and the next thing I did was to protect Mai. A fireball hit me in the back, scorching my clothes, but it didn't do anything to me as I had resistance to magic. "See, Cal," she said weakly before passing out. I quickly observed Mai, who was wounded and bleeding. "Mio, take her somewhere safe," I ordered in an emotionless tone before turning to the group of mages. "I will dispose of them." When they were a safe distance away, I turned around and released Monarch's ambition. I was angry at her. How could she be so stupid? Is she trying to get herself killed? My glowing purple eyes stared at them. "Why, you are only a K-kid. You won't be able to stop us." "We are followers of A. Ashbourne." The one I assumed was the leader stuttered out as he was pressed to the floor due to Monarch's ambition. "Oh really, I don't remember seeing you," I said, my aura intensified as my sword materialized in my hand with purple sparks of electricity. "Unfortunately for you, you are too alive to be my follower. Let me fix that." Chapter 45, Cutting Ties Part 2. My POV. I slowly regained my consciousness as the past events flashed through my eyes. I tried to attack the group, but after taking out a couple of the mages, I got hit with several spells and fell on the floor, battered and wounded. Then, as a giant fireball was heading toward me, "Cal," I yelled and shot up. My eyes scanned the environment. I was in the forest I didn't recognize. Where am I? I wondered and checked my body, but all my wounds were healed. I'm sure the last thing I saw was Cal suddenly appearing in front of me and being hit by the fireball. So how did I end up here? How did Cal suddenly appear there? Is he hurt? Questions flooded my mind. "You should stay." Still, I'm still new at using healing magic. I spun around and saw a black-haired woman. "Who are you?" I asked and tried to locate my rapier. "My name doesn't matter right now." She then looked to her right. "I have healed her, my liege." She kneeled, and I looked to see who she was talking to, only to see Cal returning with bloodied and scorched clothes. "Cal," I tried to run to him, but stopped when I saw the look in his eyes. "Why did you do something so stupid?" he asked. What? "Why did you do something so stupid? You could have died if I didn't save you." "For what? For stupid revenge?" he yelled at me. I was scared. Never in my life have I seen him this mad before. No, I have never seen him mad at all. He has sometimes acted cold, but he never got angry. I tried to say, but he stopped me again. "No, you may have been considered a prodigy among the trainees, but you are still human, and you should know that you can't take a group of magicians on yourself." "But they were worshippers of Ashbourne," I shouted back. "So what? Even if they were, what can you do alone? Don't act like a child. Your teammates died. Big deal. They were stupid enough to get themselves killed, and now you are trying to follow in their footsteps." How can he be so insensitive? I couldn't believe this was the Cal I had known for all those years. "You know what? If you want to die, then I won't stop you, so don't expect me to swoop in and save you next time." He then looked at the black-haired woman. "Mio, let's go. We are leaving. Falmouth is a 4 hours walk east." That was the last thing he said before leaving with that woman. "Cal," I tried to stop him, but he didn't stop, and I saw his figure disappear. I was frozen in place, not able to even run after him. I broke down crying again. Why? Cal Valentine POV. I tried my best to control myself from releasing Monarch's ambition with full intent as we walked away. "My liege, are you planning to end your relationship with her?" Mio asked. "Her hate for me as Ashbourne is too big, and that will just become worse as time goes on." "Yeah, it's best for the both of us," I answered, and we used Shadow Exchange to return to the castle. Do I regret killing all those soldiers? No, I don't. They were people I didn't know or care about then, so I shouldn't care about them now that they are dead. I chuckled to myself. I'm not human, haven't been one ever since reincarnating here. While it's hard for me to cut ties with her because she was the first person I got to know here, and we spent years together, it was best for both of us. I hope she grows past losing her teammates and finds someone with whom she can spend her life. But, unfortunately, that person won't be me. "Mio, bring me the strongest alcohol you can find," I said, heading straight to my office. Why can't I have a skill that would turn off my emotions? A couple of months have passed since I cut ties with Mai. During this time, I solely worked on expanding the floating kingdom, as people started calling it. Why did I ask for a written report? I mumbled to myself, sitting in my office and reading through the reports from my shadow generals. Reports from the different projects they are working on to everything happening around the continent. Projects like the turrets to a shield that would protect the floating castle even when I'm not around. I hummed. Ari had been dealing with removing those stupid fanatics that worshipped me as the god of death and were trying to summon demons. Did Mom need to deal with this on a daily basis? I poured myself a drink, something I've been doing a lot lately. Even my shadows have been worried by the amount of alcohol I have consumed over this time. Mia, I need another bottle, I said while discarding the empty bottle. Here, my liege, she appeared out of the shadows with another bottle. My liege, drinking so much alcohol isn't good for you, she said, worried for me. Don't worry, I have resistance and regeneration, so nothing bad can happen if I drink a bit. I waved my hand in dismissal. But my liege, this is the second bottle today. I hummed while looking out the window. Maybe I should go and stretch my legs in the Jura forest for a while. I quickly finished my drink before standing up and teleporting to the Jura forest to kill a couple of monsters. They weren't hard to kill, especially with how strong I have got after my evolution, but I'm still nowhere near the level of the true dragons. Chapter 46, How to Wake Up a Sleeping Dragon. Milim, please explain why you are here again and destroyed yet another door, I asked with a smile while my eyebrows twitched slightly. She scratched her head sheepishly. The door wouldn't open, so I tried with a bit more force. She replied and continued eating the candy. I sighed. Of course, Milim would be the only person incapable of opening a door normally in this world. Okay, then why are you here again? I asked. I like the food here, especially the sweet ones. Now that I think about it, wasn't there something about the dragon worshippers in her territory only serving raw vegetables or something? By the way, why are you like this? She asked. Like what? I didn't understand what she meant. You seem sad. Do I seem sad? Don't worry, I'm not. I tried to brush it off. It's impossible to lie to me, so I know you are lying. I chuckled. I completely forgot Milim had that skill. It's just that things happened. Whenever I'm feeling down, I like to punch stuff. I chuckled. Yeah, it seems like something you would do. Yeah, so how about we fight? She asked, excited. I chuckled again. We could fight, but then the cake would go to waste. I didn't want to fight her just yet. From what I learned about Milim, while she often acts childish, she is very smart. However, with her personality that often overlooks other people and her doing whatever she wants to, coupled with her straightforward approach, it could often be overlooked. So, are you sad because Guy dumped you? She asked. I choked on the air hearing that. What? How did he get involved in this? Weren't you two together? She asked, tilting her head. No. I take back what I said about her. After my small talk with Milim, I was left alone again. I groaned in annoyance as my mind decided to show my pictures of Guy and me. Mio, bring all the alcohol we have. I need to erase this from my mind, I said, rubbing my forehead. Of all people, Milim could choose to mention, why did she need to bring up Guy? If it's about the thing Lady Milim said, then you should worry the Shadow Generals will support you, she said, and I could hear the amusement in her voice. Mio. Sorry, my liege, she chuckled. After turning down my abnormal condition resistance and getting drunk, I decided to go to the Jura forest and fight the monsters until my mind forgot about. Eckham, I coughed. Forget that. It has been a long time since I fought with my F-fist, I said, having slight difficulty standing without wobbling from side to side. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I encountered several monsters. With every encounter, I swiftly defeated them with a single punch, much like a certain bald hero. However, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as I continued on, but I completely ignored it due to my drunken state. Nevertheless, the forest seemed to be alive with danger, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows, and it wasn't my shadows. As I walked further, I noticed that the trees grew thicker and the bushes became denser. It was becoming more and more difficult to see where I was going, Or was it my vision that became more blurry? Suddenly, I heard a rustling in the bushes. My heart raced as I prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Was it because I was drunk that I got on guard? But to my surprise, a small creature emerged from the bush. When I looked closer at it, I recognized it as a normal cat, but why was it purple? It looked at me with curiosity and tilted its head to one side. I cautiously approached the cat, holding out my hand. It sniffed at my fingers before nuzzling against my palm. I couldn't help but smile at the small creature. It seemed to have no intention of harming me. Hey little guy, you want to join me? I asked for some reason, expecting it to reply, but instead need to doge the cat's claws. Little girl. Humph, it huffed before hopping onto my head. You're a cute one, I chuckled. Maybe I should keep you. It tried to bite me, but I ignored it. Hey, don't be like that. Meow. No, I'm not drunk, I answered my new companion. Meow. I said I'm not drunk, I replied, almost falling over the air. I continued my monster-slaying journey, now accompanied by the small companion. For some reason, I get a feeling it's a she. All right, it tried to bite me when I called her a guy. We encountered more monsters along the way, but with my new companion by my side, they were no match for us. Well, I did all the fighting, but I think my cat friend was trying not to fall off my head. Violet POV. After, I decided to visit the material world in a small cat form, which is how I ended up in the Jura forest. That's when I found an interesting boy. He was walking, or should I say try walking in the magicules-filled forest. He looked drunk, but that's not what made him interesting. Even monsters would get magical poisoning so close to Veldora. So how can this kid no older than 18 even be alive in this forest? I even tried to scare him with my demon lord Haki, but he completely ignored it as if he didn't even see it. That's why I decided to jump on his head and follow him to see what he was. I can kill him later if he bores me. Actually, he isn't that bad looking, so I could have some fun before killing him. I saw him fight monsters. No, that wasn't a fight. He only needed one punch to kill them. That was until we were met with a sleeping dragon. I'm surprised he isn't freaking out seeing him. Hey, do you want to know the best way to wake up a sleeping dragon? He asked me, and I started sweating. Is he crazy? He started using magic to make a large metal rod before going to the dragon's back end. REHHH. Chapter 47, How to Fight a Dragon Part 1. Cal Valentine POV. Oh, a sleeping dragon, I chuckled. Hey, do you want to know the best way to wake up a sleeping dragon? I asked my new companion before using material creation. I think Velzard once allowed me to discipline Veldora if I see him, but my memories are too blurry right now for me to fully remember. I formed a long metal rod while walking to the dragon's back. I once heard that a dragon's only weak point is where it doesn't have any scales. I infused it with my shadows so I could use the new spell I was working on. A spell that attacks the target's physical, spiritual, and astral body at the same time. Take it in the ass and die. I shoved the big metal rod inside, and instantly Veldora woke up. RAHHH, he roared in pain, and his tail sent me flying away. I tried to stabilize myself in the air, and looked at the large black dragon with the metal rod still sticking out of its back. Who dares interrupt the mighty storm dragon sleep? He roared and pulled out the rod before focusing on me. The clouds gathered ominously above us as lightning bolts rained around us. Veldora, the storm dragon, hovered above me, his massive wings beating against the air, creating a whirlwind that threatened to uproot trees and tear apart the earth beneath us. A human? He looked at me. No, you aren't human. I see you are a demon lord. It doesn't matter. You will pay for what you have done. Without warning, Veldora unleashed a blast of wind and lightning, hurtling toward me. I raised my hand, and a shadowy liquid shot out of it, making a shield that absorbed Veldora's attack, dispersing it harmlessly around him. It was one of the shadow-type magic I made, and combined with multiple shadow soldiers, it made powerful spells. Oh, so you blocked my attack. He looked amused. Not bad, young demon lord, but it's not enough to win against me. That spell was but a fraction of my true power. H-A-H-A-H-A. Seeing him speak like that, I understand why he enjoyed reading all the mangas. Sorry, but your sister said that if I ever run into you, I should give a good scolding just as a reminder, I said, having a hard time flying while slightly drunk. Wait, my sister, he backed up a bit. You're kidding, right? I could see him panicked. You're kidding. Please tell me you're kidding. Well, I think that's what she said. It's hard to remember due to everything being so fuzzy, I answered. She said that I shouldn't antagonize him or that I shouldn't torment him too much. I can't seem to remember her exact words right now. Well, that doesn't matter. I wanted to fight something strong and found you here. H-A-H-A-H-A, he laughed. At least you have the guts to face the mighty storm dragon, so don't disappoint me now, young demon lord. Veldora launched himself toward me, his claws aimed at my chest. But with lightning reflexes, I sidestepped Veldora's attack, and in a swift motion, I materialized my sword, coated it with the same spell I used on the metal rod, and attacked back. I think I will call the spell Death's Touch. Well, it's still a work in progress, so the name can change. The blade connected with Veldora's scales, sending sparks flying. Veldora roared in pain, but countered with a barrage of lightning-infused attacks, each strike with enough power to easily kill a demon lord seed, maybe even a weaker true demon lord. While I'm still weaker than Veldora, I can use the size difference between us to dodge his attack and have a much easier time landing blows on him. I started dodging the bolts of lightning. Shadows trailed behind me, forming dark tendrils that lashed out at Veldora. The tendrils entwined around Veldora's limbs, restricting his movement. With a roar, Veldora summoned the power of the storm, causing a massive cyclone to form around him. The winds howled, and the rain poured, creating a stormy barrier that threatened to obliterate anything within its path. I stood underneath with my glowing purple eyes looking at the cyclone with awe at the sheer power behind them. Not bad. I shouted so he could hear me as my shadows collided around me, shielding me from the storm's fury. Within the shadows, I started closing the distance between myself and Veldora. With a single swing of my shadow-infused sword, I struck at Veldora's side. The blade pierced the storm dragon's scales, drawing blood and making Veldora roar in pain. How is it possible? How can your attacks hurt me? Huh, just get good, kid, was my reply as I continued dodging and trying to attack, but I wasn't fast enough, and a lightning bolt severed my left arm. Arg! I screamed through gritted teeth as pain resistance wasn't enough to ignore the pain of losing an arm. Thankfully, I had infinite regeneration, so in seconds, my arm regrew. I started dodging the attacks, my thought acceleration working at its fullest ability as I thought of a plan to win this. Fuck it, if a death's touch on an infused sword works, then a shadow soldier using it should too, I said and chuckled. Everyone out. Instantly, an army of thousands of shadows, including the shadow generals, came out of my shadow. What are your orders, my liege? They asked. Attack the dragon with all you have, I said before activating my new subskill, Monarch's Domain. My shadow expanded, looking like a gust of black wind, and all my shadows instantly got a boost in power. It's time to end this. Everyone charged at the storm dragon that was slightly surprised at the strength of everyone. The battle continued for days. My army continued to expand due to the unfortunate monster that got caught up in the battle. Somehow we managed to stay close to the same area. The battle started without leaving the forest. Chapter 48, How to Fight a Dragon Part 2. Violet POV. What the fuck did I just witness? At first, I thought this kid would be some sort of anomaly among humans, but he fought Veldora the storm dragon for days, and he is still alive. Not only that, but he is also a demon lord. Well, Rouge always had a weird taste, but this time I can see why. The purple shadow soldiers he summoned from his shadow. It seems he also knows purple is the best. Maybe I should stay with him for a bit longer. He is strong, and if I stay around him in this form, he could even give me a name. Cal Valentine POV. H-A-H-A-H-A, Veldora laughed. I haven't had this much fun in ages. What did you say your name was, Demon Lord? He asked. I was breathing heavily due to our long battle. It has been ages since I have been so tired. Ashbourne the Shadow Monarch, I replied, still ready to continue our fight. My whole body was bloodied, and my armor was practically destroyed. If not for the infinite regeneration skill, I would have died tens if not hundreds of times during this fight. Veldora was also wounded but was slowly healing. H-A-H-A-H-A. Osborne, I will remember that name, but now? He froze in his spot, and I could see him sweating. No, 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 she is coming here. What is he? Oh, I feel it now too. Velzard is on her way here, and I can only guess this won't end well. Hey, Veldora, how about we finish this next time? I offered before recalling my shadows. I think we both don't want to be here when she arrives. Yeah, staying here would be stupid when she is coming here. Veldora nodded his dragon head, and I used Shadow Exchange to my castle. Meow, I heard a cat and then remembered my companion. Oh, so you are still here, I chuckled. Sorry, I forgot you were with me during the fight. A purple cat, now that I think about it. Didn't a purple cat appear in the novel or manga? While my enhanced memories help me remember new stuff, it's much harder to remember things that happened before I got the memory boost. So while I can remember the stuff I went through in my mind, like the main plot, small things like this are harder to remember now. Veldora POV. I was scared, really, really scared. My older sister was flying above me, with anger clearly showing in her eyes. Now you have done it, she roared. Haven't I told you not to go on another rampage? It seems I need to teach it to you again. I wasn't going on a rampage. I was having a fight, and we took it too far. I stuttered out, trying to find a way to escape. Oh, so there was another person with you. It seems they need to be taught a lesson too, she said, and the air got so cold I could see my breath. No, 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 there wasn't. I was completely alone, I said, not wanting anyone else to experience the wrath of my older sister. Also, I want him alive so we can fight again. Demon Lord Ashbourne, my new rival. Cal Valentine POV. I hope Veldora doesn't snitch on me. I know I would do it to save myself from his sister's wrath. Anyways, I'm tired from all the fighting, so I should go to sleep and hope for Veldora to escape safely. Meow, I seem to forget about my little companion again, which was quite surprising considering I should have an enhanced memory. Let's get cleaned up and go to bed, I said, stroking her fur. I should probably give her a name, but I'm exhausted from the fight with Veldora and running practically dry on magicules. I cleaned myself with a spell before heading to my room and falling asleep immediately, while unconsciously hugging my little companion the whole time. Violet POV. Hiss, I hissed, trying to free myself from his grasp. What idiot does while asleep hugging a cat? I tried to use as much force as I could in this form, but he didn't budge an inch. Hell, he didn't even wake up from this. I sighed. I guess I'm staying like this. Some time passed, and it started to get comfortable until I fell asleep. Cal Valentine POV. Waking up, I felt refreshed with my magicules fully restored and noticed I was hugging my little cat friend, who was happily sleeping and nuzzling into my chest. I'm sure I've seen this cat in the manga once, but who was it? Let me think. I focused on my memories of reading the manga. I always preferred reading the novel because the bottom part of my phone screen was broken and there wasn't any other way to read them. The local library didn't have any mangas and I didn't have money to buy them. Now where did I see the cat? I spent about half an hour before I remembered something. There was a spin-off manga. I think the name was Trinity in Tempest. A purple cat appeared there and the cat was Violet. I just slept while hugging a primordial demon. I looked at the cat that was peacefully sleeping. It's hard to think that the cat currently sleeping on my chest is one of the strongest demons in this world. I chuckled lightly. She looked cute while sleeping. Hey, little kitty, wake up. I started stroking her fur. Erg, she opened her eyes slowly while stretching. 5 more minutes. She murmured before instantly opening her eyes and looking at me. Meow. Oh, you suddenly forgot to talk, little demon, I asked with a chuckle. Tisk, she clicked her tongue. I wanted to wait a bit longer before revealing myself. Chapter 49, Naming Violet. So what now? I asked. Are you going to stay in this cat form or transform into a humanoid form? Well, I could, but it would drain a lot of my power though, and I wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Right, if I remember correctly, spiritual beings need a physical body to remain as long as they want in the physical world. And for higher spiritual beings, more powerful bodies would be required. I wonder if I could do it. I brought forth 200 of my human shadows. Could you make a vessel out of these? I asked. She looked closer at the shadows. So these are the shadow soldiers you used while fighting Veldora. Huh? Right. I forgot you were there with me. I scratched the back of my head. I was so drunk in the beginning I barely remember how I started the fight. She hummed, walking around a shadow soldier. It should be possible to create a host body from these shadows. Then do it. I didn't have anything against losing 200 soldiers, and I'm confident after fighting Veldora and surviving that, I could take her on when she isn't even named. Violet started absorbing the shadows and creating a new vessel for herself, and it didn't take long before, instead of a purple cat, a girl with middle-length purple hair tied into a side ponytail, as well as purple fingernails. That wasn't the only change. Isn't she too tall? If I remember correctly, Violet was the shortest out of all the primordials, so why isn't she a lowly but a grown woman? This was unexpected, but I'm not complaining. She looked similar to Scathach from the Fate series. Why am I taller? She asked, seeing her body before looking at me for an explanation. I just shrugged. I don't know, maybe you subconsciously wanted to be taller. She frowned. I did not. She paused for a while. Okay, maybe I did. This tea is surprisingly good, Violet said, as we sat on one of the castle balconies while drinking tea. I nodded. Yeah, I have to agree with you. Mio has been practicing her tea brewing skills to make the best tea. I remember the first time she tried to brew tea and somehow managed to burn the water. Now that I think about it, I never asked her for a name, so do you have a name, or should I continue to call you Miss Cat? I asked in a slightly joking tone. Her eyes twitched slightly at being called Miss Cat. No, I don't have a name, but you can call me Violet, she replied, and your name was Ashbourne, if I remember correctly. Yup, that's my name, I answered before sipping my tea, but let's get down to why I gave you the body, I said, and she seemed interested. Oh, and why is that? She asked, tilting her head. You gave them willingly, and we didn't make a contract. The body was just a gift, but I still want to make a contract with you, I said. While I have many shadows serving under me, I wouldn't let the chance of getting a primordial to serve under me pass. A contract? She asked while looking unimpressed. I want you to serve me, I said, looking at her reaction. You want me to serve you? She asked while releasing her demon lord Haki. Could you stop that? It's annoying, I said, not bothered by it. She stopped before asking, and what would I get out of serving you? Simple, you serve me, and I will give you a name, I replied with a slight smirk. She didn't reply immediately, but continued to look at me in shock for a while before giving me a devilish smile. Fine, if you give me a name, I will serve you. Very well then. I finished my tea before standing up and looking at Violet. From today, your name will be Ultima. I know I'm bad with names, so I decided to go with the name Rimuru would give her. She got enveloped in a cocoon of magicules as her evolution started, and when it was complete, her appearance changed slightly. Her eye color changed from yellow to dark purple, similar to my eyes when they glow. My eyes looked down a bit to see that her. Hey, where are you looking? She paused for a while and her eyes widened. Holy shit, they grew bigger. Yeah, I said awkwardly, but could you make new clothes? These ones are a bit too small. She was checking out the changes to her body, completely ignoring me. Ekmum. I faked a cough, and she finally snapped out of it. What? Oh, yeah, new clothes. Her body started glowing before her clothes changed to something that fit her new body. So, Master, what should I do now? She asked. I haven't thought about anything she could do. After we are done here, Alpha will tour you around the castle so you know where everything is located. And she called me a goddess, Ultima laughed. So I decided to have some fun and give her a tiara with a lot of magic stored in it. But in exchange, her future generations would be cursed. So you have been relaxing and having fun observing her future generations suffer, I asked. Do you dislike that I would help her with nothing in return? She asked, actually looking worried for a moment. No, I replied, putting down my teacup. I just can't believe I didn't think of doing something like that. Really? I nodded. Of course, I just got an excellent idea for a prank. I chuckled darkly. You know how the royal families always want a male heir. I looked at her, and she nodded. So then, how about making a curse their bloodline only to have daughters? Oh, that sounds like fun, she said, excited. Chapter 50, Gaining New Skills. A couple of weeks passed since I named Ultima, and she has settled quite well in the floating castle. I also think that making her new vessel out of my shadows didn't only change her appearance but her behavior slightly. I don't think just being named by me would make her act like she has over the days. When some random guy calling himself a hero came here and tried to challenge me, her anger exploded, and she made sure to kill him in the most painful way. Well, maybe giving her a body and naming her would have that effect. She had met all of my shadow generals and Baru, who she had fought a few times. Of course, she won all of them, but Baru has improved with every fight. Speaking of fights, after my small fight with Veldora, I had one of my shadows check out if he survived Velzard's wrath, and thankfully, he did but is slightly traumatized. He should be fine in a couple of days, or months, or years. I could try to check up on him later, but I have something to do for now. Making my way towards one of the training areas on the castle's sub-islands, I saw Ultima already waiting for me. "My lord, what do you want me to do?" she asked. I called her with the help of thought communication but didn't explain why. "I want your help to acquire a specific skill." I replied, "Using material creation to make a blindfold for myself, you will be attacking me while I'm blindfolded." "My lord, are you sure about that?" she asked. I sighed, "Yeah, you don't have to worry. I can regenerate, so a few injuries won't do anything to me, and I told you to stop calling me my lord and call my Ashborn." "Then I won't disappoint you, my lord. Lord Ashborn." "You can drop the lord part." I sighed and put on the blindfold. I have avoided getting this skill before in case something goes wrong. My vessel has improved a lot, and now after becoming a true demon lord, I'm sure I can think with my spiritual body, so using this skill won't be a problem. Magic sense, or as it's also called, magic perception. It allows the user to perceive the surrounding magicules to see 360 degrees around them without leaving a blind spot. By observing the fluctuation of light and sound waves, they can be processed and converted into perceptible data, allowing the user to see and hear their surroundings. With this, one can see in complete darkness as if it were bright as day and can continue fighting even if their eyes and ears were to be crushed. It also allows the user to understand and express the intent of spoken words by deciphering sound waves that have willful meaning stored inside them, even if the language of their conversation partner is unknown to them. The only downside is that it can cause a normal human brain to fry due to the never-ending flow of data overloading it. It probably wouldn't have a big effect on me since my stats surpass the double digits, but sometimes it's better to be safe. Taking a deep breath, I focused. "You can attack me however you want, but try to keep the destruction to a minimum." I couldn't see anything, but due to having highly enhanced senses, I could feel my surroundings and predict her movements. But I won't get the skill only using that. I need to feel the magicules in the air, feel how they are moving and everything they graze. I started dodging her attacks and tried to sense more of the magicules, and slowly I began to see while being blindfolded. It started with a few outlines. It was like small gusts of what looked like wind hit different objects, and I could see them to the most minor details. It was like the tiny cracks forming on the platform to Ultima's footsteps moving the magicules. As time went on, I started to see more details, and the best way I could describe it would be that everything looked like a highly detailed manga panel. More time passed, but I lost track of time, so I couldn't tell if it was just an hour or multiple, but everything paid off as I heard the voice of the world in my head. Extra skill, magic sense, has been successfully acquired. I could activate the skill and stop now, but I want to push it further to the next stage. As time went on, I continued dodging Ultima's attacks, and my range started expanding. But that wasn't the only change that happened. I started to perceive not only light and sound, but also smell and heat. I could smell the tea Ceres was brewing. I could feel the heat from the magical projects Mia was working on, and I could see Ari and Luna training their troops on another sub-island. Extra skill, magic sense, has evolved into extra skill, universal sense. I fully activated universal sense, and like a wave of wind, it spread from me, coloring the black and white world. I grinned as I stopped Ultima's attack by grabbing her wrist, but she used that moment to swipe my feet, making me fall backward, and take her with me. We both fell on the stone floor, but we didn't feel anything due to our stronger bodies and resistance besides something soft. Lord A. Ashbourne, if you want to touch me, you should do it in private, not here in the open, Ultima said with a slight blush on her face. I looked at what I was touching. I deadpanned, no, I just fell and didn't know where my hand was. She sounded disappointed. Chapter 51, Ultima doing Ultima things. A few years have passed since I named Ultima and acquired universal sense. I also acquired the extra skill, magic manipulation, making my magic more efficient to use, and combined with my resist skill, holy demonic attack resistance, my defenses against magic and otherwise magicule-based attacks became extremely high. The fact that my soul is of a human, while my body could be considered a mix between a spirit and a monster, allows me to acquire more skills than others, similar to how Rimuru could. I didn't think about it during my first years in this world, where I relied completely on my status and training. But after the Harvest Festival, the Black Heart skill takes care of everything, and I started to think about gaining more skills. I'm bored, Ultima complained. My eyes twitched as I dealt with the paperwork I somehow had. While only 1/3 of it related to anything to the castle, the rest was reports of everything happening around the continent. The best thing about having practically undetectable shadows is that they are very good at gathering information. Then go and annoy some random kingdom, I replied. Oh, but doing it alone is boring. She complained, let's do it together. Didn't you say something about cursing a royal bloodline a few years ago? I thought about it for a moment. That's a lot of work. How about just planting man-eating bugs in some random noble's bedroom? I know doing something like that is wrong, but I find it fun for some reason. Yua, her face turned slightly green in disgust. I may be a demon, but that's too much even for me. Well, we can curse them instead of a royal family. It would be easier, and I don't have any kingdoms I want to destroy now, I said, returning to my paperwork. Fine, but cursing a noble family is less fun than doing it to a royal family, she grumbled. And cursing them would still take years before we see the result of it, so you would still be bored. I can't deal with this anymore. The only thing we do is sit in this office and do paperwork, she shouted. I do the paperwork while you sit around and complain. I corrected her with a deadpan look. Hey, it's not my fault I have nothing to do. Your shadows care for everything around here, and you haven't given me anything to do. She complained, giving me an annoyed look. It's not my fault you can't come up with anything else to do alone. Says the one that gives himself paperwork to do, and then complains about having it. And what did you do before joining me? Lazing around in the underworld and waiting for a vessel. She looked slightly offended. Humph, and what did you do before meeting me? Oh, I don't know. Getting stronger, building an army, becoming a member of the Demon Lord Council, becoming a true Demon Lord, fighting Veldora. Okay, fine. You did more during the past 10 years than I did for a couple of decades, she grumbled. But now you are sitting here and doing nothing. I chuckled. Maybe you're right. It's hard to believe it's already been 10 years, and I will be 20 years old in just a few months. Being 20 years old isn't much for someone technically immortal like me, especially when talking to someone born ever since the dawn of creation. Fine, let's go curse a noble family. How about the Lys's family? Their son was the general of the army that attacked me, I said, remembering the skill issues guy. They attacked you, she asked, completely serious now. How about torturing them instead? She asked with a crazy look on her face, and I somehow found her very attractive. If you want to, then go for it. We completed the torture chamber in the basement of your sub-island. Really? She went to me and hugged me, thank you. She looks so cute while talking about her torture chamber. She asked about having one after multiple people came here to challenge me for my position or just to kill me, and I didn't see why I shouldn't get her one. Then I will go and find them. When she was about to leave my office, she stopped and turned around. Do you know what kingdom they are part of? She asked. The only thing I know is that they are from the western part of the continent. Ultima left to find the Lys's family and returned a couple of days later with 5 people. who she brought directly to her torture room and continued to go there every day for multiple weeks. Every time she returned with blood on her face, I started to think something was seriously wrong with me when I found her attractive when she has blood on her face. Maybe it's something wrong with me, or it's the vampire blood in me that finds it attractive. But I doubt it since, after the Harvest Festival, my race evolved into Monarch. My liege, the upgrades to the castle have been completed. Baru's voice came through the thought communication skill, a sub-skill of my ultimate skill, Shadow Monarch. Ashborn, and an intrinsic skill of all the named shadows. Good job, Baru. You can take the rest of the day off, I replied. There isn't much happening right now, so I'm using my shadows to upgrade the defenses of my castle and all the sub-islands so it would be protected from any threats. It's not like many people would be stupid enough to attack me, especially after I easily wiped out an army, but you can never be too sure. Plus, there could be a moment every shadow is with me, and there is no one to protect the castle. Chapter 52, Sealing of Veldora. I haven't been here for a couple of years now, I said as I flew towards the sacred mountain. Apparently Cronoa is visiting and wanted something from me. I hummed while thinking. It feels like I forgot something important. Well, if I forgot it, then it can't be important. So, Cal, please answer me. Cronoa paused momentarily. I could imagine her eyes closed but smiling behind the mask. Why have I been hearing about a new demon lord with an army of shadows? I chuckled nervously. You see, things happened and how should I say it, I became a demon lord. Things happen and you became a demon lord. She repeated my words. Yeah, I was totally forced by a big scary red-haired demon to become one, and somehow I killed a small army, making me evolve into a true demon lord. Wow, that's a lot of strangely convenient series of coincidences for you, she paused, and I could feel the deadpan look behind the mask. It's like you planned it. PFFF, of course I didn't. She sighed while rubbing her forehead or trying due to the mask. I saw her eating through the mask, so maybe she could rub her forehead through it. At least you didn't go and wipe out a whole kingdom this time. Why would I do that when it's easier to trick them into attacking me? I asked. Actually, attacking a whole kingdom would give me more shadows, but could cause more problems with Guy. So you planned it, she asked, tilting her head. Of course not. She sighed again. Why must you get more annoying to deal with every time? So why did you ask me to meet you here? I asked, ignoring her question. I want you not to interfere while I deal with him. I looked at her, confused. Deal with who? Veldora POV. After an annoying group entered my forest and woke me up, I remembered something. It's time for our rematch. It took me a while to locate his magical signature. To think my rival could even hide his magic signature from me, the mighty storm dragon Veldora, the strongest out of the true dragons. I can already feel it. This battle will be legendary. I flew toward where I felt his magic signature and found myself near a human empire. Why is there a human woman walking towards me? That isn't my rival. She looks fairly strong, not like my rival, but she could be a good warm-up. Cal Valentine POV. I watched as the battle between Veldora and Cronoa started using universal sense. I thought Veldora would be sealed in a few years and not today, and I was slightly annoyed I couldn't go out there and fight him together with her. Well, she told me not to interfere with this fight, so I'm staying back, but after she seals him, I will demand a fight from her. It has been almost 9 years since we last spared, and I have gotten much stronger during that time, so I could maybe even defeat her now. Maybe I should help her. No, she would be mad if I did. She said something about it being better if the people didn't know anything about a demon lord and hero working together to seal Veldora, and all of my heave-hitting attacks are a dead giveaway to me being the demon lord Ashborn. So she didn't want me to go with her even if it would be as Cal the Holy Knight. Erg! I groaned in annoyance, wanting to fight Veldora again. The fight lasted about 2 hours before Cronoa activated Infinity Prison and sealed Veldora. Veldora disappeared, and I guess she teleported him away to the cave where he would be sealed for the next 300 years. But what made me curious was why Veldora looked like he was trying to preserve his energy. If I remember correctly, he shouldn't take her seriously, but that looked like he was trying to save his energy for something. His attack still did a lot of damage, but considering our previous fight, this is him still holding back a lot. But why would he do that? I asked myself. I'm actually starting to feel bad for him. He kinda reminds me of myself a bit. The youngest siblings sometimes get killed by his siblings, making him believe they view him as their plaything, tormenting him and causing deep emotional trauma. But the most important thing is our shared like for novels and mangas. That reminds me, I should ask Force Rimuru to give me different novels after he reincarnates in this world. He is a friendly slime, so he wouldn't mind giving me them for free. While I can create my own from my memories, there aren't many I still remember. And well, if he doesn't, then I would need to use some blackmail on him. I'm sure if I go through my memories of the novel and have my shadows spy on him, I could pick up some dirt to use. But that will wait for another 300 years. Thank you for your help, Cal, she said, walking towards me after everything was done. But I didn't do anything, I deadpanned. And that's why I'm thanking you. If you interfered, Veldora would probably take the fight more seriously, causing more damage. My eyes twitched. You are saying it like I'm some sort of trouble magnet. Because you are, she retorted. Tusk, I clicked my tongue. Anyways, if that was all you wanted from me, then I'll be leaving. Oh, will the big bad demon lord cry? She chuckled behind my back. Says the one hiding behind a mask, I grumbled. Aren't you also hiding behind a mask, little demon lord? She asked teasingly, so I ignored her and teleported back to my castle. A couple of weeks passed since Veldora's sealing, and there wasn't anything interesting for me, so I ignored that matter and continued to work on a new project. While I have a couple of resist skills, all of them are normal resistances and not nullification. So what if I made a machine that would constantly attack me until my resistance evolved into nullification? If I could acquire other skills this way, I should be able to upgrade my resistance the same way. Or at least I hope so. Chapter 53, No Pain, No Gain. So, can I ask a question? Ultima asked. You just did. I deadpanned, but she looked annoyed at me, so I chuckled. Sure, what do you want to ask? This machine, she began and looked me in the eye. Are you a masochist? Really, that's what she wanted to ask. What? Tell me a normal person that would make a machine to hurt themselves and isn't a masochist. Well, I don't enjoy pain, so no, I'm not a masochist. If you want to tell yourself that, then go right ahead, she chuckled. How about you joining me then? I asked with a smirk. Oh, there is no need, my lord. I already have all the nullification this machine should give you, but I can cheer you on from the sideline, she said, giving me a thumbs up. You are enjoying this, aren't you? Wah at me? No, if my lord wants to become a masochist, I will support you, and if you want, I could be the sadist, she said, giving me another thumbs up. My eyes twitched slightly, but I ignored her and decided to activate the machine. It started warming up, so I stepped back and waited for it to start. It should start in 3, 2, 1. Now, just as I said, I was blasted with a ray containing poison, paralyzing and petrifying effect with many others. Arghhh? I screamed through my gritted teeth as I was hit with pain that would make all the others, like having my arm chopped off, look like nothing compared to this. As it continued, I was trying my hardest not to fall on my knees. There was a small bit of pride in me that didn't allow me to kneel right now. It's as if I did, then I would admit defeat to a machine I created. A machine that makes my resistance look like nothing in front of it. I struggled for hours, constantly being blasted by it, but thankfully, my machine didn't fail me as I heard the voice of the world, and a painful smile formed on my face. Resist skill, abnormal condition resistance, has evolved into resist skill. Abnormal condition nullification. Oh, thank God it's over. While I still feel the pain from before, I don't feel any new pain. Then it's time for the second machine, I said, deactivating this one and going towards the second one. Unlike the previous one, this one was harder to make, but should help me gain physical attack nullification. It will shoot different weapons and attack me in different ways, 2 of them being slashing and piercing. Maybe you should take a break before doing that one, came Ultima's worried voice. No, if I'm doing it, then I should do it in one go, I said, and she stared at me. And you said you weren't a masochist. Well then, let's get this one going. I activated this machine and stepped back again. It didn't take long before multiple types of weapons started flying towards me. Erg, I tried my best again to go through this. If it's for getting stronger, I can withstand some pain. I remember someone saying once, no pain, no gain. If I see that guy, then I will have his head for it. Hours went by, and I couldn't hear the voice of the world, and I started thinking of going on a rampage and killing everyone in my sight. More hours flew by, and finally I heard it. Resist skill, physical attack resistance, has evolved into resist skill, physical attack nullification. Resist skill, pain resistance, has evolved into resist skill, pain nullification. I turned off the machine and breathed a sigh of relief. My clothes were almost non-existent at this point, and I was covered in blood. So, my masochistic lord, I assume your little experiment was successful? Ultima asked, looking at my body. Yes, it was, I answered, smiling as all my resist skills were maxed out. Unfortunately for me, there isn't any holy demonic attack nullification, so I need to live with holy demonic attack resistance. Then, she paused, looking slightly uncertain. Could I maybe take those machines? She asked. I thought about it for a moment before I understood why she wanted them. I already gained everything I need from them, so you can take them. Yay, thank you. She hugged me like a little kid who just got a birthday present, not like one of the strongest demons. Actually, only a demon would be happy to get something for torture. Sitting on my throne, a place I haven't been for a while due to being in my office, I thought about what I should do now. Veldora is sealed, and I have gotten quite strong, but not strong enough. The problem is I don't know how to get stronger. Of course, my magicules and strength are constantly increasing due to Black Heart, and I have gotten more skills, but I don't know where to go from here. Out of all my skills, the only thing that could evolve at this moment is the extra skill. Magic manipulation into the extra skill, law manipulation. The only thing I think that could trigger the evolution of the skill is if my proficiency in using magic would reach a level that would enable me to manipulate the world's laws. That will probably take some time for me to achieve, but speaking of strength, I haven't checked my status for a while now. Magicules, 45,619,800. Stats. Strength, 7,540, plus 18% equals 8,897. Vitality, 6,973, plus 18% equals 8,228. Agility, 7,279, plus 18% equals 8,589. Intelligence, 7,105, plus 18% equals 8,383. Perception, 7,105, plus 18% equals 8,383. Nice. While the growth doesn't look like much, I noticed that all my stats increase by 6 points every 10 days, similar to how I was doing the daily quests, but without the need to do anything. The same with my magicules, but I think I gain more of them now than from doing the daily quests. Even so, most of them come from my shadows killing, and now with Veldora sealed, the amount will slowly decrease over the years. I should probably hunt inside the cave instead of the forest now. Chapter 54, Sacred Texts. A lot of time passed, with me doing basically nothing besides working on my castle. My shadow expanded the castle, so it's about 3 times its original size, with the sub-islands being almost double the size. Besides the changes, nothing special happened. Ultima has returned to the underworld a couple of times, but returned quickly each time. With how good she has become at concealing her true self and her new looks, it would be hard, if not impossible, for even demons from her own lineage to recognize her. It would be fun for her to keep it a secret from the other primordials, and then reveal it later when they are together. Something like, hey, by the way, I'm also Violet, or something similar. Oh, something important that happened was that Leon Cromwell and Chloe Obel were summoned. Well, Chloe was summoned here before being resummoned again, but in the future. Why do I know this even if I spend most of my time in the castle? Simple. Ramirez had visited me, annoyed by a rude blonde-haired guy who got the blessing of a light elemental. I didn't pay much attention to it, but I still had a shadow report his movements to me. I actually have shadows in many kingdoms that gather information for me, except the Eastern Empire. If Guy is able to notice my shadows, even if they are in my shadow, then Rudra or Mitchell would probably too, and that's not even speaking about Velgrund. Now that I started thinking about dragons, I looked over to my desk, where a stack of books was. I should maybe give them to him. It was the first volumes of Dragon Ball, or how I remembered it, at least. I felt bad for him being sealed alone in a cave, so I visited him a few times over the years and made this a gift for him. I wasn't the biggest Dragon Ball fan, but this should at least be 80% accurate to the original. I teleported into the cave Veldora was sealed in, and he instantly noticed me. "My rival, you're back again." "Oh, so you miss me?" I asked with a chuckle, going closer to the seal. "Of course not, I'm the storm dragon Veldora. I don't miss people, the people miss me," he said with an arrogant voice. "Oh, really?" I asked, raising my eyebrow. "Then I probably shouldn't visit you anymore." "Wait, no, you are my rival. You can't just leave me here alone." "So the mighty storm dragon is at Tsundir," I chuckled. "Humph, I'm not at Tsundir," he huffed like at Tsundir. "Well, I thought you would be bored here, spending most of your time here alone, so I brought you books," I said, giving him the books that somehow traveled through the infinity prison. "I don't know how, but I should maybe study it later." "Books? You think I, the storm dragon, need books?" he asked, but still took the first volume and inspected it. "They aren't normal books," I said in a disappointed tone. "I thought the mighty storm dragon would see the difference between a normal book and the sacred texts." "What, humph?" he huffed again. "Of course, I knew what there were. If you knew what they were, I was just testing you, my rival." Yeah, sure, buddy. Anyways, I'll be going now. I have some stuff to do, but I will bring you more sacred texts if I find them." "Hey, remember to visit me again, to give me more sacred texts, of course." Having left Veldora with the sacred texts, I returned to my office and started to think about what I should do during the 200+ years before Rimuru is born. He will probably find out that I'm an otherworlder due to me giving Veldora the sacred texts, but it's not like it's something I would need to keep secret. I could say I found them or someone gave me them. And if Mom finds out about it, I will just tell her that I was too scared to tell her the truth in the beginning, or that my memories returned slowly over the years. If I remember correctly, there were other reincarnated otherworlders besides Rimuru in the novel, but the only one I could remember was that Rosso kid. I don't remember her name, but I know she had the greed unique skill. But the fact that I'm not the typical otherworlder will remain secret. Just the fact that I was reincarnated into a world I previously thought was just fiction was hard to believe for myself, so how would they react if they knew? They could have a mental breakdown, or just think that Veldanava created a universe where everything that happens here is written down as a story in my previous world. But for now, there is something I want to do. I have read countless books over the years studying magic and creating my own spells in order to do this. While for the couple of decades that this castle was suspended in the air, I used magic to do it. Now I think I should be able to manipulate the law of the world around this castle to do it instead. Basically, I want to achieve the pinnacle of magic by manipulating of the laws of the world from either a magical or scientific perspective. To do it, I need to possess a sufficient affinity for the respective laws and enough knowledge about the scientific or magical laws and the way they operate. Thankfully, I have both of those due to all the studying I did in my past life and this life. I don't know the exact date Leon was summoned, but the wiki says he is 300 years old, and he should have been summoned after Veldora was sealed. There was something that he summoned Shizue after 200 years. Shizu was 4 when summoned, and 7274 when she died. So I'm guessing he was summoned somewhere between 200–300 years before the start of the canon. Chapter 55, New Unique Skill. Newton's first law of motion, also known as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will remain at rest, and an object in motion will continue moving at a constant velocity, unless acted upon by an external force. In the context of suspending an object in place, this law implies that the object would remain stationary if the forces acting on it are balanced. To suspend an object in place, I need to counteract the force of gravity acting on it. According to Newton's second law of motion, the acceleration of an object is directly proportional to the net force applied to it and inversely proportional to its mass. Mathematically, it can be expressed as F equals ma, where F represents the net force, m is the mass of the object, and a is the acceleration produced. In the case of suspending an object, we need to ensure that the net force acting on it is zero. This means that the force pulling the object downward due to gravity must be balanced by an equal and opposite force. But the question is if I can change the law around the castle to do it. I decided to sit in a meditation pose and started working on it. Minutes turned to hours. Hours became days. Days became weeks, and when I was nearing working on it for a whole month, I was about to give up, but I was thankful I didn't. After a whole month, I managed to do it, and that's not the only thing that happened. Something I didn't expect to happen from this happened. At first, I thought my extra skill, magic manipulation, would evolve into my extra skill, law manipulation, but that didn't happen. Instead, I felt like I had completed the last part that was required of me before I heard the voice of the world informing me of a new skill. All conditions have been fulfilled. Unique skill, mystery, has been successfully acquired. I searched deep into my soul where the skill was located to see what it does, and when I did, a wide grin appeared on my face. To think that 40 years of studying and a month of trying to do something that could be considered useless for many would give me something so powerful. Hell, I'm surprised this is only considered a unique skill and not an ultimate one. That makes me wonder how crazy overpowered I could get if the skill evolved into its ultimate form. Aside from giving me an immense affinity toward every kind of magic and increasing its power, that's nothing compared to what it can do. It can store up to 5 skills I see and have analyzed. It's similar to how many skills can copy other skills, but slightly different. Not only can I analyze skills without being detected, with enough time, I could even copy an ultimate skill, even if it's just a unique skill. It can also chain the effects of several skills together, possibly combining them into something new. I should probably visit a couple of people and test it out, or have people visit me instead. A certain sleeping angel has the perfect ultimate skill I would need for this. His ultimate skill, Lord of Heaven, Astarte, has the ability to evolve skills in the direction that the user desires. Unique skills can even evolve into ultimate skills if the user has enough energy. If I manage to analyze it and acquire it, then with enough time, I could become. Dino, my good friend, I have a deal of a lifetime for you. I began as I observed Dino, who was eating a pastry. I asked him for a favor, and after a while, he agreed, I want your help testing a new product. You know, my philosophy is to never work. I've never made a single coin with my own hands for hundreds of years, nor have I spent a single coin earned by myself either. He replied. Oh, but I think you would enjoy this type of work. I then showed him my new product. This is a magical pillow that will adjust to the perfect for its user. I want you to test it while I take some notes for improvements. Dino stared wide-eyed at the pillow like it was the greatest thing in the world, and as he was about to take the pillow, I stored it in my storage. First, you must agree to conduct the experiment. Fine, just this time, I will go against my philosophy and do some work. He answered with the most determination I have seen from here over the years I've known him. Now put this on and go to sleep, I said, giving him a bracelet that he thought would be his sleeping state. Even if all of this is just for me to gain a new skill, I'm doing it for real, so he believes me. Okay, so I just sleep while you watch me, and I get an unlimited supply of pillows, right? He asked. Yup, that is, I said while taking out a pen and a clipboard for my notes. For it to work, I would need to analyze his skill for a long period of time. That's why I came up with this test, so he would stay here until it's done. The other skills I want to acquire after this one should be much easier and won't need me to prepare something like this. But this one is the most important for my plan to work, so when Dino fell asleep, I started to analyze his skill. I ignored his sloth skill and focused on Astarte. My thought acceleration was activated, and I was there analyzing his skill. From an outside perspective, it would probably look really weird seeing a guy watching another guy sleeping, but it's for me getting stronger. While in the real world, less than 10 hours passed for me. It felt like years had passed. But a smirk formed on my face when I completed analyzing his skill and felt something new being stored in my new unique skill. Leaving a note and a few pillows, I left Dino alone to sleep, while I set off to gain the second skill I wanted. Chapter 56, Fighting Milim. Really, you want to fight? Milim asked, excited. Her even eyes had stars in them. I chuckled. Of course, I promised you, and I want to get stronger, so fighting you is the best choice. I didn't lie. I wanted to fight her to see how strong I was, but also to analyze her ultimate skill, Lord of Wrath, Satanale. A sub-skill of the ultimate skill, Magicule Breeder Reactor. It allows the user to take in the magicules from their surroundings and mixes them with their own magical energy. They then collide together in a process similar to nuclear fusion and create more magicules. This ability allows the user to fight for virtually forever without running out of energy, giving them near-infinite energy. It, together with my intrinsic skill, Black Heart, will help me gain more magicules for my unique skill, Mystery, or my specifically the copied version of Lord of Heaven, a start. Well then, let's not waste more time and let's fight, I said, excited for the fight. Even if it's mostly for the skill, it's not like I wouldn't enjoy a good fight. Plus, if I managed to survive fighting Veldora all those years ago, then I should be able to put up a decent fight, at least. We both had our armor on. After my fight with Veldora, my armor was completely destroyed, but I had my dwarf shadows forge me a new one. It was made out of Magisteel and evolved over the years into Hihiricane, the endpoint of evolution for Magisteel. It looks like pitch-black scales are over my whole body, with the cracks having a purple glow to them. Ha ha ha, don't think I will go easy on you just because we are friends, Milim said with excitement. Then let's not waste time, I said as my sword brought forth my sword from my dimensional storage. It materialized with purple lighting, and I got my guard up. It was a good idea as I instantly blocked her attack, and our swords clashed, sending sparks everywhere. I didn't waste time, as I focused on analyzing her ultimate skill during the battle. Our blades clashed as the battle continued in the air, with Milim using her true form. She had a crimson horn adorning her forehead and large wings. The wings actually gave her an advantage during aerial combat compared to me, who used flight magic, but I managed to dodge and counterattack even without wings. But still, how nice would it be to have wings? Am I not supposed to be some kind of a super version of a fallen angel? Where are my wings? Wait, what if? I got an idea mid-fight. I have used my shadows as shields and infused them into objects, so what if I make wings out of them? I tried it, and shadows spread out of my back and took the shape of wings. At first, they looked just like a black substance in the form of wings, but after a while, they transformed and looked like black feathers with a purple glowing outline. The battle continued, and I quickly learned how to use my new wings properly. I was enjoying this fight. It could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how I looked at it. It was good because I was obviously having fun, but the bad thing was that analyzing her skill would take longer because I was so focused on the fight. Our battle continued. Our surroundings were filled with the sounds of clashing swords and multiple spells flying everywhere. Thankfully, I chose a secluded area for our fight. Otherwise, there would be causalities due to our little fight. I managed to copy her Satanal skill after what I assumed was the 24-hour mark of our fight. I could probably do it in half that time if I focused more on analyzing than enjoying the fight, but I still got it done, so I should concentrate fully on the fight. At this point, I wasn't thinking about anything else besides the fight. I saw Milim going for a punch, so I was ready to dodge and send a kick toward her, but it didn't go as planned. Both of you stop. I heard a familiar voice shout and felt my kick connect the same with Milim's punch, but we didn't hit each other. Milim's punch hit Guy in the head, making him stumble down a bit perfectly for my kick to hit him between his legs. Guy, we both asked in unison, having been so immersed in the fight that we didn't even notice him. His skin became a few shades paler, and some sweat could be seen rolling down his face, but he pretended to look as if nothing had happened to him. If you both continue, you will make this area a new barren land here. Oh, come on, Guy, don't be like that. We were having fun, Milim said. I nodded. Yeah, Guy, why must you be so boring? Didn't you always fight with your emperor boyfriend? I then shrugged. Besides, we decided to fight in an isolated area where we wouldn't cause any damage. Well, maybe you started in an isolated area, but you aren't in one anymore. After he said that, I noticed that, for some reason, everything around us was frozen. When did we arrive on the frozen continent? I then looked behind me. Hey, Guy, why is the smoke coming out of your castle? Someone was shooting spells around here and hit my castle with them, he said, annoyed. Oh, Milim and I both scratched the back of our heads while chuckling awkwardly. Sorry. Hey Milim, I think Mia has created a new cake recipe, so let's go and test it, I said, taking Milim and making a quick escape. So Guy, why are you here? I asked as I looked at Guy, who ate a piece of cake without any care in the world. Is he really mad at destroying a part of his castle? Well, I would be someone did it to mine. Your little stunt made Velzard angry, and she is blaming it on me. I'm fucked. Chapter 57, Evolving Skills. Some time passed since my little fight with Milim, and fortunately, Guy wasn't that angry over it, so I'm good. Velzard, on the other hand, is another story that I left Guy to deal with. But back to the reason I fought Milim. With both the skills I needed in my possession, I could go further with the second step of my plan. My intrinsic skill, Black Heart, is generating magicules for me constantly while Lord of Wrath. Satanale, I copied from Milim, takes in the magicules from their surroundings and mixes it with their own magical energy. They then collide together in a process similar to nuclear fusion and create more magicules. So what if I combine the skills together? Satanale will take the magicules my Black Heart generates and collide them together, increasing the magicules it can generate. In theory, it should work because my unique skill, Mystery, allows me to chain several skills together and should double, if not triple, the number of magicules I generate. I sat down and started my experiment. It took me a couple of hours to do it, but with some time, I got it down and working. I could feel the increase of magicules I gained. I also felt more anger, but nothing I couldn't suppress. Let's see, I took out the pocket watch I got from Mom all those years ago and checked the time before checking my status. Magicules, 56,270,950. Stats. Strength, 14,140, plus 18% equals 16,685. Vitality, 13,573, plus 18% equals 16,016. Agility, 13,879, plus 18% equals 16,377. Intelligence, 13,705, plus 18% equals 16,171. Perception, 13,705, plus 18% equals 16,171. So now let's see how much more magicules I will gain over the period of 1 month. Before my intrinsic skill, Black Heart, gave me 400 magicules per day with a status increase of around 0.6 points per day for every stat. Then for the next 30 days, I will have my shadows stop hunting monsters so I can get the exact numbers down. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time to see how it worked, bringing forth my status. I had a smile seeing the amount of magicules I gained. Magicules, 56,300,950. Stats. Strength, 14,158, plus 18% equals 16,706. Vitality, 13,591, plus 18% equals 16,037. Agility, 13,897, plus 18% equals 16,398. Intelligence, 13,723, plus 18% equals 16,193. Perception, 13,723, plus 18% equals 16,193. 30,000 magicules per month, that's not bad, a 2.5x boost, but I could probably make it even more efficient. But how would I do it? What if I mumbled to myself and started using my copied version of Lord of Heaven? A start to see if I could evolve my Black Heart and Magicule Breeder Reactor combination to something better like a unique skill. After a few hours of analyzing and planning, I calculated that for it to work, I would need to use almost half of my magicules for it to work. It was mostly due to one skill being a copy of an ultimate skill, while the other is an intrinsic skill on the level of a unique, if not an ultimate skill itself. But I could maybe optimize the skills so the evolution would take less of my magicules. It's not like having a magicule storage of over 25 million is small, but if I can make it cost less, then I should at least try. At times like this, I'm envious of Rimuru, who had great sage do things like this for him. If I had it, then this would have been much easier. Hell, without that skill, Rimuru would have died after naming the first batch of monsters. It was great sage that made Veldora a battery for Rimuru to use. Well, I will try and copy the skill when it's in the early stage and have it do the calculations for me. But now, I need to do them myself. 4 months passed, with me being solely focused on getting the cost for the skill down. I managed to reduce it a bit, but it's still 25% of my total capacity. Should I continue trying to get it lower, or should I just try and evolve the skill now? While I will eventually get back the magicules, it would take about 30 years at the current pace I'm gaining magicules, including the magicules I gain from my shadows. But that's without me knowing how much it would increase with the new skill. Number 30 years worth of magicules is too much without me knowing how much I would gain with an upgraded version of the skill. I need to try and reduce it even more. A whole year passed, and I made some progress in reducing the cost of evolving the skill. At times, I thought about just doing it but stopped myself, and I'm glad I did. During almost a year and a half of trying, I managed to get the cost for the skill from using almost 45% of my magicules to 20%. That being 20% off the magicules I had when I started and not my current amount. I guess it's time to do it, I said to myself, and activated the evolution subskill of Lord of Heaven, a start, and started the evolution of Black Heart. I could feel the magicules decreasing in order to evolve the skill, and after an hour, I got confirmation from the voice of the world about my new skill. Intrinsic skill, Black Heart and Lord of Wrath. Satanale has evolved into unique skill, Black Heart Reactor. I grinned as everything went according to my plan. Well, almost. I didn't expect both skills to fully merge into one. When I inspected my unique skill, Mystery, I couldn't find the Satanale skill there anymore. Not only did I manage to make a new skill, but I also freed on slot in my Mystery skill. My new skill, Unique skill, Black Heart Reactor, is a mix of both skills. Now for the final test, I brought forth my status screen. Magicules, 45,769,760. Stats. Strength, 14,449, plus 18% equals 17,049. Vitality, 13,882, plus 18% equals 16,380. Agility, 14,188 plus 18% equals 16,741. Intelligence, 14,014 plus 18% equals 16,536. Perception, 14,014 plus 18% equals 16,536. The last test is another 1-month test to see how many magicules I will gain. The month passed very slowly as I wanted to see how many magicules I would have gained during this time. Of course, I had my shadows stop hunting for the time being. Okay, I opened my status with closed eyes before opening them, and I was pleased with what I saw. Magicules, 45,844,760. Stats. Strength, 14,467, plus 18% equals 17,071. Vitality, 13,900 plus 18% equals 16,402. Agility, 14,206 plus 18% equals 16,763. Intelligence, 14,032 plus 18% equals 16,763. Perception, 14,032 plus 18% equals 16,763. The number of magicules I gained increased by 6.25 times compared to my original intrinsic skill, Black Heart. Chapter 58, Day with Ultima. Ulti, can you please explain to me why you are in my bed again? I asked. Huh, she looked at me confused. It's nice here. I sighed. This wasn't the first time she had done it, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Plus, it doesn't look like you are complaining, she said, and I noticed I was hugging her. It's just a habit. I never saw you hugging your pillows. Anyways, I got up from my bed and stretched. Put on your clothes, I said. Ultima has a habit of sleeping naked, so I have seen her naked body so many times I got used to it, and this maybe caused us to do it a few times, but that's another story. So what plans do you have for today? She asked, still naked. I thought about it for a moment while buttoning a black shirt I had just created with material creation. I don't know, maybe visit and annoy the new demon lord, I said, referring to Leon, who became a demon lord after killing Kaislim a few months or years or decades ago. After my 100th birthday, and often staying in the castle for years at a time doing random research with thought acceleration enabled, my sense of time hasn't been so good. Ah, the blonde dude that looks like he has a stick in his ass all the time? She asked, and I nodded. That was actually a good description of Leon. Yeah, knowing his personality, it would have a boring reaction. Then what should I do? Oh, I know, how about we go shopping in some kingdom? Ultima perked up, finally getting some clothes on. You want to go shopping? We both have material creation, so we can create almost everything we want. Yeah, but that's no fun. Let's go together. I read in a book Biru gave me that two people going shopping together is the best thing to do when you are bored. If she says so, I don't see why not. Fine, let's go. Walking down the busy streets, Ultima and I went to different stores. How do I look in this one? Ultima asked. I smiled. You look beautiful in it. At times like these, I forget she is actually a demon. My lady, you should test this one too, said the designer, showing another dress. I think they mistook us for a noble family due to our expensive clothes. Of course, created by magic. Well, it's not like they are fully mistaken. I could be considered foreign royalty if they knew who I really was. But I don't care much about what they think about it. In this world, things like being a duke or a king aren't actually that important. The important thing is having enough power to back it up. For example, if you would want to anger someone with the same status, let's say a king. An ordinary human or a human saint, which one would you choose? Sure, both of them may have an army at their call, but would a powerful person truly be loyal to someone weaker than them? Of course, there would be some people that would be loyal to a person weaker than them, but most wouldn't. I somehow ended up buying 100 dresses for Ultima. Seriously, why does she need them? We can create the exact same dress with magic. Well, if she is happy, then I don't see why not. I have more than enough gold to spend on them, so where do you want to go next? I asked. How about the restaurant we walked by? We walked by a restaurant? I asked, not remembering it. Why not? Lead the way. I chuckled as she took my hand and we walked towards the restaurant. How long has it been since I had a normal day like this one? Just going around the city and different kinds of stores. Yeah, I remember now. The first couple of years after my transmigration. During the times I was Cal the Holy Knight, a disguise I stopped using after becoming a true demon lord. I rather not think about it now. We spent the whole day shopping and doing other random stuff before returning, and I must say I had fun. Hey, Ultima, how about doing this again some other time? I asked. Really? She asked, surprised and happy. Yeah, it's fun. Just the two of us going around and doing whatever we want without anyone recognizing us. I'd love, okay, she said. Seeing as it was already night, I decided to go to sleep, and Ultima followed after me without even trying to sneak in like she usually did. Years flew by, and many things changed in the world, especially for the adventurers. The free guild system. Yes, Yuuki Kagurazaka was summoned, meaning that canon will start in less than 10 years. While he is considered a villain in the story of Tensura, he has done some good things for the world. It also depends on what Yuuki it is. Is it WN or LN Yuuki? I wouldn't put him as a good person in either of them, but if I could choose one over the other, I would pick LN Yuuki. If I'm being honest with myself, If I didn't have my knowledge about him or the novels and reincarnated around the same time as him, I would probably have joined him. My life could have been completely different depending on how, when, where I reincarnated. My biggest advantage besides my skills was the fact I knew the world and things that could happen in the future, but without them, things could have been completely different. I could have joined Rudra or Yuuki, or I could have become Yuuki too. Considering I don't think anything about killing or giving random people to Ultima for the torture, I could see myself wanting to destroy the world in a different timeline. I hummed as I thought about it. I could ask Chloe in the future if there was a timeline where I went full-on villain. Well, enough of thinking about what-if scenarios for my life. Chapter 59, Stealing from Not a Bad Slime. After being notified by my shadows that an intelligent slime had appeared in the sealed cave, I didn't waste any time and quickly teleported there, completely hiding my presence from him. My goal is to copy his unique skill, Great Sage. My best chance at getting the skill is at its early stages before Rimuru is named or before the skill evolves. So I started analyzing it, while also observing the intelligent, unnamed slime eating everything in its path. To think that the slime that right now looks like it's mowing the lawn in a cave would become a godlike being in just a few years. Honestly, it makes my progress over the past 300+ years look like nothing. But that will change after I gain his unique skill and evolve my skills. Over the years since I made my unique skill, Black Heart Reactor, I saved all my magicules so Great Sage could calculate and optimize the cost to evolve my other skills. With its help, I could probably increase the effects of Black Heart Reactor without evolving it. Having fully analyzed the skill and copied it, I decided to watch the slime for a bit longer. Now that I think about it, slimes are often eaten as a dessert. I looked at the slime and saw it shiver. I can always find another slime to test it. Notice, slimes taste best when eaten cold. Thanks, Great Sage. Being used to using thought communication, I wasn't so surprised to hear a voice in my head. It's similar to how my system was before, but it's actually talking. Great Sage, could you start doing calculations on evolving my unique skill, Mystery, with the least amount of magicules as possible? I asked my new skill. Notice, starting doing calculations on evolving unique skill, Mystery, with the use of Lord of Heaven, a start. Good. Now, if that's on the way, I should return to my castle and wait for everything to start. The first 2 years won't have anything interesting, but I think I should visit Tempest around the same time as Milim. Or I could maybe play a small prank on Rimuru. I remember someone was claiming to be Rimuru's daughter in the Tensura game. I couldn't play the game with my screen being broken, but I read people talking about her. Maybe I should prank Rimuru with something like that, changing my appearance to look like him and just go around Tempest for a while like that. I would need to tell Milim about it so she plays along. Well, I should get going now. Good luck, little slime. With that, I left the cave and returned to my castle. Rimuru Tempest POV. Before you eat me, take these books. Veldora somehow gave me books through the barrier. How can the books go through if he can't? I looked at the books. Wait, why is it named Dragon Ball? Veldora, how did you get those? So you recognize the sacred text. Veldora looked at me impressed. My rival found them during his travels around the continent and gave me them. We often discuss them together. Aren't those mangas and novels from my past life? Wait, that can wait. Veldora had a rival. You had a rival. Didn't he say he was one of the strongest beings? Then how can someone be his rival? Of course, I have a rival. We only fought once, but our fight was legendary. Yeah. What was his name? I asked. If someone could be a dragon's rival, then I shouldn't offend that person. His name is Ashbourne. He usually visits me every few years with new sacred texts, so watch out. Cal Valentine POV. Around a month passed since I copied Great Sage, and during this time, the world went into a panic as Veldora completely disappeared. The now-named Rimuru decided to name the goblins and direwolves before heading toward Dworgen. Great Sage, how is the calculation going? I asked. Notice, approximate time for complete calculation, 500 years. 500 years, is there a way to shorten it? Notice, Evolution of copied skill, unique skill, great sage is required to shorten the calculation time. I see, I replied and started thinking. Evolving great sage would also be good. Even the 500 years that great sage said it would take is still around 10 times faster than what it would take me to do the calculation alone. My unique skill, mystery, is a weird skill, and when I calculated the cost for evolving it, I would need around 5,000 years just to store enough magicules. That's after doing me trying to reduce the amount for the past 200 plus years. While great sage is already shortened by a lot, it doesn't mean all I've done for the past 200 plus years was discarded. My calculations were used as a base for great sage to start and improve upon. Okay, put the calculation for my unique skill, mystery, on hold and focus fully on getting the best results from your evolution. Notice, starting calculation for evolution. Good, now that's done, I should visit a few people to prepare for future events. First on my list is Ramirez. I want to prepare a few prank traps for the time when Rimuru will take the kids to the dwelling of spirits. I won't put any traps that would kill or hurt them, but some fun prank traps. The first one is my favorite, the flushing toilet trap, and then we could go to the making fun of their height to maybe some cake shooting traps I once read about. Then after Rimuru is done with the orc disaster, I should visit Milim and tell her about the I'm your son prank. Oh, I need to remember to call him Mom instead of Dad just for fun. Got stuck while writing a future chapter, and somehow ended up going through all the comments and replies. Chapter 60, Betrayal. Is everything done? I asked, wiping imaginary sweat from my forehead. Yup, all the traps are ready, but why did you suddenly come here to set up those traps? Ramirez asked. Oh, I just had a feeling that someone will arrive here in a few years, and it would be fun to prank them, I replied. Yeah, that sound like you. Ramirez wasn't surprised at all after knowing me for over 300 years. Hey, you are talking like the only thing I care about is people suffering. She looked at me deadpanned without saying anything, and that's a lot considering it's Ramirez. I chuckled, okay, I sometimes like to see people suffering, but you can't deny it's fun seeing them go through all those traps. Besides, it's not like they would die. Okay, maybe it's a bit fun, but you should tone it down. Don't worry, I will someday, but for now, I'm going to prepare for my next prank. I waved her goodbye before leaving for my castle so I could make my disguise. My intrinsic skill, universal shapeshift, is a skill I haven't used much since I got it after the Harvest Festival. The most I used it for was to change my hairstyle, but today I will use it to change my appearance completely. I started with the basics, like changing my hair from black to bluish silver and my eyes from gray to gold. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I concluded that blue hair didn't suit me, but golden eyes with black hair looked quite all right. Now then, Rimuru's height after first gaining a human body should be around 120 cm, and after eating the orc disaster, he should be around 130 cm. Wow, I didn't expect him to be that short. I was taller when I transmigrated. Anyways, I proceeded to make myself smaller to around 120 cm. Everything around me became gigantic. The last step was to make myself look like him. I spent some time fine-tuning my appearance like in a video game before I finally looked like an even smaller version of Rimuru. I could have asked Great Sage to do it, but I had lots of time, and it's always good to know how to use one's own skill properly. I also made clothes similar to the ones Rimuru had after becoming a demon lord, but with purple details. I have decided on a backstory with me meeting Demon Lord Ashbourne, who was going to see Veldora but saw me and decided to name me Cal. Cal, Ultima stopped in her tracks and looked at me. What are you doing? She asked, recognizing me instantly. Oh, just preparing for a new prank, I answered before switching back to my normal appearance. And will that prank end up in 2 countries almost starting a war like the previous one? She asked. Not this time, I replied, remembering the prank she was talking about. There was an intelligent and named slime that popped up in the Jura forest and started building a monster town. I decided to have fun, appear there, and start acting like his son. Slime, as in the weakest type of monster? She asked, more curious about why I would even bother about a slime, even if it was intelligent rather than my prank idea. He may be a slime, but he has a human form and was named by Veldora, and after observing him for a while, he should be around the strength of a demon lord seed. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. A slime with the strength of a demon lord seed. Yup, I nodded, but that's not all. He seemed to have caught the attention of a certain black-haired demon. Noir. I nodded. Then I want to see that slime for myself. If you and Noir are interested in him, he must be special. Of course he is special. He will be my manga and novel supplier. Anyways, when I'm gone, try not to start a war of something. Of course I won't. She then put her hand around my neck and kissed me. You are the one that would do that, not me. We started dating around 150-200 years ago. I'm not the best at remembering exact dates, even if I have an almost perfect memory, which is weird. That's true, but I never know if my demoness decides to have some fun and kill a few nobles. I chuckled and kissed her again. Oh, but didn't you kill that bug when he tried to flirt with me? He was a stereotypical young master that thought he would get everything with money, and the thing he wanted was Ultima, so I don't see anything wrong with killing him. Great Sage, how long will it take for your evolution? I asked while making the finishing touches to my disguise. Notice, approximate time for complete calculation, 4 months. Good, then I should head towards the soon-to-be Tempest. Rimuru Tempest POV. I'm awake. Notice, you used all of your magicules while naming the orcs. Right, I still have a lot of orcs to name. That was only the first batch of the 150,000 orcs. I can already feel that the upcoming months will be difficult. Mom, you're awake. A stranger suddenly picked up and hugged me. Wait, why does this stranger look like me? No. Why did he or she call me Mom? I'm a guy. Who are you? I asked, slightly panicked. Great Sage help. Notice, according to the information I gathered, the unknown individual is your child. That doesn't help. I can't have a child. I don't even have my little brother anymore. Notice, Magicule signature is 86.69% identical to you. Mom D, don't you remember me? He or she asked. It was hard to know the gender because he/she looked and sounded like me. Lord Rimuru, you're awake, came Shin's voice, but she paused the moment she saw who was hugging me. Lord R. Rimuru, who is that? Aunt Shin, my supposed child quickly leapt towards Shin and hugged her while crying. Mom says she doesn't remember me. Mom, it was like thunder had just struck her. Lord Rimuru, you have a child and you are the mother. No, I tried to sort it out, but my son or daughter spoke first. Aunt Shin, maybe if Mom tastes your homemade food, then she will remember who I am. That's a great idea, Cal. What? I got betrayed by the son I didn't know I had. Chapter 61, Shin's Food. Eat up, Mom, then maybe your memories will return, I said, and tried my best not to laugh seeing Rimuru's horrified face seeing Shin's food. He was looking at me with a look that screamed, traitor. So, this is Lord Rimuru's son, Benimaru asked, looking at me. Yup, I said with a bright smile. He then looked at Rimuru and the bowl with Shin's cooking and had a face that told me he'd rather not question it any further. Rimuru looked at the food and then before he had a look of enlightenment. My son, how could I forget you? How about having a meal with me? Is he trying to use me to escape? I smirked mentally. Of course, Mom, I said with a smile before sitting next to him. With all of my resistance skills, I should be all right after eating this. At this point, Rimuru was sweating as what I assumed was his plan had failed. Somehow Shin instantly placed another bowl of food. Eat up, she said with a smile. Rimuru and I both shared a look before we took a spoon full of the purple food. At the same time, we ate it, and I started chewing it before swallowing it. It wasn't that bad. I had worse in my previous life. I continued eating, minding my own business, and could hear a gasp from Benimaru and Sawa even who was still hiding. Impossible, he said, looking at me like I was some kind of monster. Is something wrong, Uncle Benimaru? Are you hungry too? I'm sure Aunt Shin would make you some if you want. I said and saw him look paler with each second. And no, I just ate before coming here, he said, waving his hands frantically. I looked to my side where Rimuru was before but didn't see him there anymore. Huh, where is Mom? I asked before looking down and noticing him melting. Oh, I'm sure he will survive this. Young Master Cal, can I ask you, why are you calling Lord Rimuru Mom? Benimaru asked me. Oh, I perked up and smiled, because it's fun seeing his reactions when I call him Mom instead of Dad. I see, he replied awkwardly, looking between the slowly recovering Rimuru and me. Then are you really Lord Rimuru's son? I was born from his magicules, I said, using universal shapeshift to change into a slime before quickly returning to my Rimuru form. Something that took me lots of time to perfect. Changing my appearance to a humanoid was easy to do, but changing into something like slime was slightly harder for me. But even if you were born from Lord Rimuru's magicules, how could you know all of us? He asked, still suspicious but trying to hide it. Acting embarrassed, I scratched my cheek. Well, after I was born, I tried to find Rimuru but got lost before meeting a nice guy who gave me a name. I think his name was Ashbourne. After that, I was scared Dad wouldn't like me, so I observed everyone before showing myself to Dad. I'm alive, Rimuru screamed while crying before looking at me and the empty bowl. How are you alive after eating that? He asked, surprised. Sniff, I pretended to cry. Aunt Shin, Mom doesn't want me and said your food is bad. A dark aura appeared behind us, and Rimuru instantly shuddered in fear and looked at me with pleading eyes to save him. I think that was enough fun, so I will help him this time. Mom, can we go and see Uncle Hakyuru? Yes, that's a good idea, Rimuru said and quickly dragged me away. I'm safe, Rimuru breathed a sigh of relief before turning his attention to me. So now, son. Yeah, Mom, I asked with a smile. Firstly, it's Dad, I'm a guy, he said, almost crying. Okay, Mom, I said with a salute. I saw his eyes twitching. Okay, the second question, how are you, my son? Oh, right, you fell asleep while eating, so you didn't hear. I then proceeded to explain everything as I did to Benimaru. Okay, so if I got everything right. Rimuru paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. You were born from my magicules near the sealed cave, and then tried to find me before meeting Ashbourne, who gave you a name, then you observed us because you were scared before eventually deciding to show yourself. Did I miss something? He asked. No, I think that's it. I stopped and pretended to think. Oh, now that I remember, Ashbourne said that he was looking after the person that made Veldora disappear and looked angry. Rimuru looked scared for a moment. Are you sure his name was Ashbourne? He asked, and I nodded. Am I really that scary? Mom, why are you so scared of Mr. Ashbourne? He was nice and even gave me this book, I said, taking out a book with Dragon Ball on the cover. Rimuru Tempest POV. Okay, so I now have a son. I got a son and I'm still a virgin. Not only that, but he also calls me Mom instead of Dad. Mom, why are you so scared of Mr. Ashbourne? He was nice and even gave me this book, he said, taking out a book with Dragon Ball on the cover. Wait, is that? Oh, right, I forgot Veldora said Ashbourne used to give him mangas, or, as they called it, sacred texts. Wait, this could work. Great sage. What are the chances of him starting calling me Dad after giving him more manga? Notice, approximately 95%. Yes, great sage, create all the Dragon Ball mangas and others. Even if I'm genderless, I don't want to be called a mom. Notice, task complete. Hey, Cal, look what I have. I showed him the manga in my hand. If you start calling me Dad, then I will give you this one and many more. I think I saw stars in his eyes as he snatched the manga out of my hands and hugged me. Thanks, Dad. Good, now, instead of being a single mother, I have become a single father. Chapter 62, Pranking Rimuru, again. So, how was the food? Shuna asked me. Some time passed, and during that time, Rimuru went back into his recovery mode after naming so many orcs. In the meantime, not many people know of my existence. The only people that know me are the Kijin, Ranga, and Rigard. It's good, Aunt Shuna, I replied with a smile, enjoying the food. While Shin's food wasn't that bad compared to the food Shuna makes is much better. Then eat up, you poor little child, she said, giving me head pats. After she heard, I ate and enjoyed Shin's food. She looked at me with pity, thinking of how bad my life before coming here was. Well, I have 3 days before Rimuru wakes up, so I should come up with good ways to mess with Rimuru. I have some time to think of something, and during this time, I can also read different mangas. I made a simple trade deal with Rimuru. I called him Dad instead of Mom, and he gave me lots of manga. Hey, I chuckled darkly as a plan. Oh, Rimuru, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Who am I kidding? I'm not sorry at all. Young master, why are you laughing? Shuna asked with her usual smile. I coughed. Nothing, Aunt Shuna. I was just excited to train in swordsmanship with Uncle Hakuru. Ah, he should be done training the others, so he will be here soon. If I remember correctly, Hakuru impressed Milim with his sword techniques. Plus, he never ventured out into the world. Instead, he quietly polished his sword skills. He became the strongest swordsman in the ogre tribe, so I could learn a lot from him. While we both are similar in age, I'm sure his swordsmanship is much better than mine. While he spent most of the time polishing his swordsmanship, I spent that time learning multiple things, but mostly focusing on magic. Having limited my strength to what it was around when I was in the Jura forest for the first time with Cronoa. I dodged and blocked Hakuru's attacks and observed and analyzed them simultaneously. Something I often do when fighting more experienced opponents is to learn and improve my own fighting style. I must admit his ability to mask his presence is quite good. If all my strength returned to the same it was back then I wouldn't notice him in time. Ha ha ha, Hakuru laughed while stroking his beard. You have quite the potential for swordsmanship, young lord. I still have a long way to go, I replied, and was ready to continue. Like I told myself before, while I still consider my swordsmanship lacking compared to my other fields, like magic. Even though it had improved significantly over the years, when I decided to have some fun and fight against Milim, I would still say it was lacking. Ramirez was a great help with her intrinsic skill. Small world, that made us an area where we could fight without destroying anything important. I should also use the chance I have to copy Rimuru's gluttony while he is sleeping. I already copied Mom's lust skill a while back. I will do it after I'm done with my sword training. That would make 3 of the 7 sin skills, or rather unique skills, that will later evolve into the sin skills. Should I go for the full set? To be honest, the only sin skills I'm thinking of besides the ones I copied would be greed, currently in possession of a kid that shouldn't be around 7 or 8 right now. Well, I guess I will be stealing candy from a kid. Well, not exactly stealing if I copy it, but that doesn't matter. I looked at my shadow and mentally sent the orders. Instantly, my shadow stretched and went toward the kingdom of Siltraso. I will do it during the night, but for now, let's get Rimuru's gluttony before he wakes up. That style of swordsmanship. Hakuru paused and observed me for a while before a knowing look crossed his face. It seems that even after almost 300 years, you still kept your childish nature and, as you call it, troll people. Huh, what do you? I stopped as a memory of around 200 years ago, when I was less than 30 years old, flashed through my mind. I stumbled upon a young swordmaster. Wait, you can't be. Ho ho ho, he laughed, stroking his beard. It seems that I'm not the only one that changed since the last time we met. I remember you being taller and looking completely different, he said. I scratched the back of my head. Could you keep this a secret from the others? I haven't had this much fun trolling anyone in a couple of decades. Don't worry. I know if you meant harm to anyone here, you would already have done it, and there wouldn't be anything we could do. He then came up closer and whispered to me, if you want to troll Lord Rimuru, then do this. A smirk formed on my face as my mind started forming a new prank idea. After finishing my training, I walked up to the sleeping form of Rimuru, almost drooling at the thought of being able to acquire a skill that could become one of the most powerful compared to all the other skills. If I ranked every skill, the top would belong to Great Sage, and whatever it will evolve into. Speaking of evolving, I'm curious if it will evolve into Raphael or something different. After I successfully copied Gluttony, I waited until Nightfall and Shadow exchanged to copy Greed. The little kid didn't even notice anything happening as I did it hidden in the shadows. Could I mix Death's Touch together with Death Wish from Greed and Embrace Drain from Lust? Rimuru has fully recharged and woken up from his sleeping mode, so it's time for me to start the manga prank, V13. Dad, I said, tugging on his shirt. Dad, I said again. Oh, what is it, Cal, son, he said. He was still not used to being called Dad. Dad, why are there naked elves in the manga you gave me? I asked. What? She screamed, scared and embarrassed at the same time. Yeah, look, I gave him the thing I made when he was sleeping. I think something went wrong when I was making them for you. He paused while sweating heavily. I will be taking this. He took it and stored it instead of destroying it. Why were they who? Eng boom? Rimuru quickly covered my mouth so I couldn't speak, as Rimuru was completely embarrassed. Please forget about this, he said before muttering. Not even a week and I failed as a father, he cried. But why? I asked, tilting my head while enjoying this little prank. Maybe I should ask Aunt Shuna. Please just forget it, he said, sweating before giving me a stack of new mangas. Here, if you forget it, then you can have these. Forget what, Dad? I don't remember anything. I lied with a smile and took them before quickly going inside to read. Chapter 63, Gazel Dwargo. About 3 months had passed since I started acting as Rimuru's son, and I had some fun trolling him. And I think it's safe to say that Rimuru has aged a couple of years due to it. Great Sage, how long until your evolution? I asked while waiting for my food. Notice, approximate time for complete calculation, 28 days. Good, the end game is slowly approaching, and I need to get stronger in the short amount of time I have left. Eat up, Cal, Rimuru said, placing a plate with a cheeseburger on it. This is called a cheeseburger, he explained. I looked at it confused, tilting my head slightly and looking at him. Where is the knife and fork? I asked. No, you don't eat cheeseburgers with a knife and fork. Look, he said, picking up his cheeseburger and flipping it upside down before eating it. Who flips a burger upside down while eating? I can ask later. Oh, I see, I said with wide eyes before cautiously picking the burger up as if it would bite me. Oh, it's good. Is this why everybody liked fast food in my previous life? No wonder if it's supposed to taste good like this one. The burger had a delicious, juicy patty with a crispy exterior that gave it a satisfying crunch with every bite. The melted cheese on top added a creamy and savory element that perfectly complemented the sweet and tangy flavor of the caramelized onions, which tasted like jam. The whole burger was elevated by the addition of a tasty sauce that tied all the flavors together in a harmonious blend. Try it with these, Rimuru said, placing another plate before me, but this time with French fries. I reached for the fry and savored the crispy outer layer as I bit down. I couldn't get enough of their delicious taste and satisfying crunch as I continued to enjoy the salty goodness. Ah, if you think this is delicious, wait until I make ramen and tonkatsu, but most importantly, wait until I get my hands on rice, Rimuru said, and I could see him drolling slightly, just thinking about recreating more dishes. Rice, what's that, Dad? I asked, acting confused. Ah, you will see when I recreate it, he said, looking proud of himself. Is that like those drugs in the manga you gave me? I asked. PFFF. Rimuru choked on the water he was drinking before looking at me and muttering, No, I did it again. Dad, are you all right? I asked, enjoying this a bit more than I should. Yes, I am. He then came up to me and patted me on the shoulder. I failed as a father. Huh, why? Are the drugs they called Sour Patch Kids bad? Hi. We both looked at each other. Rimuru looked dumbfounded. Sour Patch Kids. Yeah, I nodded. They said Sour Patch Kids are the best kind of drugs. I think Rimuru was about to start crying. I think I need to go to sleep. But Dad, you don't need to sleep. I need now. I enjoyed messing with him. What should I do next? I started thinking of my next plan to mess with him as Saoi appeared. Lord Rimuru, we have an emergency. What happened, Saoi? Rimuru asked. I've spotted an armed force in the sky to the north. I put their number at around 500. Oh right, this should be around the time when Gazel arrives. I remember messing with him. Looking up in the sky, I saw an army of around 500 flying on Pegasuses. I kinda want one of them for myself. Just imagining entering a battle on a shadow Pegasus and everyone's reactions would be worth it. Hang on, Kaijin, what are you doing? Hurry up and evacuate, Rimuru said, noticing Kaijin, who was looking at the incoming army through a spyglass. Actually, I might know who that is. He looked at Rimuru. I once shared drinks with an old retired general who told me that the Dwarven King commands a top-secret force of his own. And you think this might be them? Rimuru asked. Kaijin nodded. I do, especially since they are called the Pegasus Knights. I want one for myself, I said, still looking at the Pegasuses and imagining myself on one of them. It's good to see you are well, King Gazel. I started tuning out their conversation and continued looking at the Pegasus. Ha, h-h-h-h-h-h. A sudden laugh from Gazel snapped me out, and I looked at what was happening. Well, if the overseer of the forest says so herself, then it must be true. I apologize for doubting you, Rimuru. I think I saw Rimuru deadpan, but I think that was my imagination. However, I still need to confirm for myself. Draw your weapon. As I looked at them, ready to start the duel, I remembered something. For a while now, I have been thinking of getting myself a dagger or something akin to a mix between a dagger and a short sword for my second weapon. As I was thinking, I felt something akin to a slight breeze hit me, so I looked in the direction it came from and noticed that Gazel was using Hero's Haki. He has gotten stronger since the last time I saw him. After a while, Rimuru managed to undo it, and Gazel used Haze of Rumbling Heavens. This sword technique conceals the user's presence to the point of not even being detectable by magic sense, attacking the enemy from behind with a bottom-to-top slash followed by a top-to-bottom slash. Well, Rimuru managed to stop it, but the technique itself is pretty impressive. In that case, the winner is Rimuru Tempest, Trainee declared, and cheers erupted from Rimuru's subordinates followed it. Ho, 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 Hekuro stepped forwards. Well played, Lord Rimuru, but you have much to learn about the offense. The lessons will be harder tomorrow. He then looked at Gazel. I thought my lord's opponent seemed rather fierce with the blade, and it turned out to be you. You've made great advances. Now Rimuru was truly dumbfounded as Gazel and Hakaru started speaking. I remember teaching the sword to a mere boy wandering the woods. They are fond memories now. It is an honor to hear those words from you, Savant. How long ago was that? 300 years. After finishing their small talk, Gazel turned to me and then to Rimuru. Is this? He asked. Rimuru, slightly surprised not having noticed I was standing beside him the whole time, introduced me. Oh, this is Cal, my son. Your son? Gazel asked. Well, Magicule-born son would be the best way to describe it. I gave him a smile that sent shivers down his spine before he looked at Hakaru, who nodded. IISC. He placed a hand on Rimuru's shoulder. I heard that it's best to keep kids away from feathers and any sort of sticky substance. I'll keep that in mind. As he said that, I kept smiling, remembering the small pranks I pulled on him when he was training under Hakaru. Chapter 64, Exposed. A monster's threat level is vague categories and not set in stone. As they rise, they go from hazard to calamity to disaster. Gazel started explaining the threat levels of monsters. For example, the Orc Lord you fought was a hazard even with his army. Rimuru looked interested. What is a Demon Lord classified as? He asked. A Demon Lord is a disaster, Gazel answered before looking seriously at Rimuru. This is because an enraged Demon Lord is as destructive as a natural disaster. If you should run across one, heed my advice and let it be. He said as I, a Demon Lord, peacefully listened and ate the food. Are they really that powerful? Rimuru asked. Yes, Gazel answered. I remember when I was still a young child. I heard the news of how the new Demon Lord Ashbourne easily wiped out an army of 30,000 soldiers without breaking a sweat. That's true, but you should know that the Demon Lord you're talking about is currently sitting across from you. I don't think Demon Lord Ashbourne is such a bad person, I said. Gazel looked to be thinking before saying anything. After the army was wiped out, everyone agreed not to come close to his castle. There were people foolish enough to try and challenge him, and they were never seen again. He sighed, though from I heard that his castle is a sight to behold. I nodded mentally. Gazel certainly knows his stuff to recognize the magnificent sight of my castle. Aren't those categories kind of broad, though? There are only 3 levels, so each covers a lot of ground. If Demon Lords are classified as a disaster, then is a true dragon also classified as a disaster? No, there is actually a fourth level known as catastrophe. These represent literal natural catastrophes. Attracting the wrath of one might as well mean the end of the world. That's the level of a true dragon. Rimuru thought about it for a moment. Wouldn't there be demon lords that are at level? He asked. There have been rumors about a selected few of them being at that level, but nothing has ever been confirmed. I see, Rimuru said while thinking. As I was about to take a sip of the alcohol, Rimuru snatched the cup and replaced it with a cup of green tea. Rimuru, are you interested in entering a treaty with me? Gazel asked. Huh? Rimuru just looked at him with a look that said, what is this crazy old man thinking? The layout and construction of the town is fantastic. I'm certain it could be the center of a bustling trade network. Such a place would benefit from an established nation ensuring its safety, Gazel explained. And that's how Tempest took its first step toward becoming the nation of monsters. Oh, Milim is here. I thought, and not long after, I saw Rimuru speeding in his slime, so I decided to follow slowly behind, as I knew he could handle her without any problems. As I caught up, I saw Milim poking Rimuru, who was in his slime form. Hello, my name is Rimuru. On Gelmud's crystal ball, you looked like a silver-haired human. So is this your true form then? She asked, picking him up. Rimuru quickly transformed into his human form, still being held up by Milim, making it a funny sight. You're referring to this form? Yes, she said with a smile and put him down and walked in circles and observed him before her sight landed on me. Oh, Cal, you're here too. My eyes twitched as she possibly exposed me. I told her to act as if she didn't know me. Wait. I forgot to tell her. As Rimuru looked at me confused, Shin, who appeared not so long ago, attacked Milim. Ranga, take Lord Rimuru and the young master to safety. Now, she shouted. Understood, Ranga responded and quickly picked Rimuru onto his back before also grabbing me and running away. I just observed everything as everything was happening. Wait, Ranga, stop, Rimuru said, but Ranga didn't stop. I said stop. Rimuru grabbed onto a tree branch, stopping Ranga in his tracks, but also sending me flying. Of course, I landed on my feet and continued to watch the small fight between the Kijin and Milim as if nothing had happened. Sawai caught Milim in his webs before Benimaru threw a ball of hell flare that expanded as it came into contact with Milim. BWHHHA, an attack of this level might have actually injured another demon lord. Milim said as she came out of the black flames without any injuries, but that won't work on me. She released a bit of her aura, sending them flying and making a small crater where she stood. Rimuru quickly gave healing potions to everyone before looking at Milim, who stood there with her arms crossed and a smile. Get some rest. I'll handle the rest. What followed was the most anticlimactic fight I've ever seen as Rimuru shoved a golden sticky substance into Milim's mouth. What is this? It's so delicious. Are you curious as to what I gave you? Rimuru asked, acting completely smug, probably forgetting that he showed a sticky substance into the mouth of someone that looked like a kid. If you admit that I've won this time, I might give you the rest. Rimuru then proceeded to eat some of the honey. If you don't want it, I think I will have the rest. But sweet. Cakes, sweet with cakes. She seemed to be in a big dilemma. Wait, I have a proposal, a draw, we call it a draw. I'll even swear an oath not to harm your people in the future. She then pointed at me. Cal, as another demon lord, can be the witness to that. The attention turned to me, and I fully knew my cover was blown, just as I was about to do my ultimate prank. I muttered and saw Rimuru and the others staring at me, though Rimuru seemed to be out of focus. No, it's his mimicry skill that seemed to be broken. Chapter 65, New Ultimate Skill. I fake coughed, scratched the back of my head, and saw Rimuru looking at me. I was slightly bored, and after I saw you eat Veldora, I decided to have some fun pretending to be your son. Rimuru, whose mimicry skill started working again after almost 5 hours, deadpanned. How is pretending to be my son supposed to be fun? There wasn't anything new and exciting over the years, and when I was about to visit Veldora, I saw an intelligent slime, so I kept an eye on you. Then you got a human form, so I decided to pull a small prank. Rimuru was silent and looked at me for what seemed like hours. Why do I feel like a kid who's about to be scolded? It seems I did a bad job as a father, so as your punishment, I'll be taking all the mangas and novels until further notice, he said, standing up. Wait, you know I'm not really your son, right? I asked. Oh, but you pretended to be one, so I will treat you like one, he said, and I saw the hundreds of mangas disappear into Gluttony's stomach. My manga, I cried. A few hours passed after I lost all my mangas and novels, and I saw Rimuru thinking about what I'd said. Wait, so you, Ashbourne, and Milim are demon lords. Could you tell me something about the others? You know, after me treating you like a son for so long, you could at least do that. He tried to guilt-trip me into giving him some information. While I can't tell you much about the other demon lords, you should know that at your current level, even the weakest one is stronger than you, I said, which was true at the moment Rimuru would be considered Special A class by the future Tempest ranking system. Oh, and Ashbourne and I are the same person. Huh? His eyes widened slightly. So you are the Ashbourne that Veldora has been talking about being his rival. Didn't expect Veldora's rival to pretend to be my son. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. That's what he's been calling me over the past 300 years, but we actually fought once, and I was so drunk that time that I don't remember much. You fought Veldora while being drunk. Hey, I was going through some stuff back then, got drunk, found a sleeping dragon, and like they say, the only way to wake up a sleeping dragon is to strike it where it doesn't have scales. Rimuruz had a terrified expression and backed away from me. Hey, I don't normally act like that, I said, looking at him. Oh, and just call me Cal. Not many have seen my true face or know my real name, so keep it a secret, I said, changing to my true appearance. Don't worry, I won't, he said. Oh, and another piece of advice, Rimuru. I looked at him seriously. You shouldn't be so trusting in the future. Especially now that you established a magical treaty with the armed nation of Dworgen, this place will be seen as a nation, and, coupled with its location and the fact that its citizens are monsters, could cause a serious problem. I'll keep that in mind, he said, and we sat in silence, drinking the green tea Shuna prepared for us. Could you tell me why you became a demon lord? He asked after a while. I hummed, remembering the day I first met Guy and became a demon lord. It's probably the most boring reason out of all the demon lords, I chuckled. I didn't have any other choice. I encountered a demon lord and wasn't that strong back then. Thankfully, the demon lord was interested in my ability and strength and offered me to become one myself. So the demon lords are truly that powerful, huh? Rimuru murmured to himself, but I heard it. They are. He was only playing around while I was going all out, but the only thing I managed to do was a few drops of blood. Rimuru looked deep in thought after I said, but even if I said I was weak back then, compared to your current strength, I was around 10 times stronger. Well, that should be enough of bragging about myself. I mentally chuckled. But don't worry, most demon lords are weaker than Milim and the one I fought. That's really reassuring. Rimuru deadpanned, do you regret it? He asked, curious. There were things I regretted after becoming one, but that's another story, I said. Bad memories? Rimuru asked. I nodded, you could say that. I shrugged it off, anyways, as an apology for pretending to be your son. If you ever need any help, just contact me, and I will help you, I said before standing up. You are leaving? Yeah, there are things I need to do, and it would be awkward to stay here after everything, I said before teleporting back to my castle. Rimuru Tempest POV. Now that Cal or Ashbourne left. Great Sage, want to explain yourself? Notice, I don't know what you're talking about, Master. My eyes twitched, don't know my ass. Notice, it was for the greater good. Okay, now Dummel, who's greater good? Notice, Master has now gained what you would call IOU from Demon Lord Ashbourne. And how did you know it was him? Notice, Veldora. Of course, he knew about it the whole time. Cal Valentine POV. Notice, approximate time for complete calculation, 1 minute. During the past couple of days, I remained in my castle and waited. It would be slightly awkward to stay in Tempest after being exposed for pretending to be the leader's son. Notice, the calculations are complete. Do you want to start the evolution? YN. Yes. Notice, evolution of unique skill. Great Sage will now begin. I felt my magicules starting to drain in order for the evolution to happen. And it wasn't a small amount either, but considering the quality of the skill, I'm willing to do them on it. While having a lot of magicules is important for me, especially when using my shadows, with how much my magical capacity increased over the years, I would be willing to use it to gain more powerful skills. Unique skill, Great Sage has evolved into ultimate skill, Goddess of Wisdom, Athena. Goddess of Wisdom, Athena, huh? Quite a name, Athena, are you there? Notice, of course. She answered and didn't sound as robotic as before. Also, Athena was its own skill now, and not a copied skill inside of Mystery. Could you check on my unique skill, Black Heart Reactor, and if there is a way to improve it without the need for evolution? I asked. Even if I said I'm willing to use the magicules for the evolution, it would be best to regain as much as possible in the shortest time possible. Especially after the skill took 1/4 of my magicules to evolve, and considering my extremely large capacity, that's a lot. The skill has been optimized. The generation of magicules has doubled. For further increase, the evolution of the skill would be required. Then start the calculations for the skill's evolution. The approximate time for complete calculation, 7 days. That's not that long, I muttered. Compared to the months it took for Great Sage to evolve into Athena, 7 days is nothing. It shows the difference between a unique skill and an ultimate skill. I would also categorize Black Heart Reactor at the level of an ultimate skill due to its combination of an ultimate skill and an intrinsic skill. I would also categorize it as a power similar to an ultimate skill because it generates magicules. Athena, if I copy an angelic skill, would you be able to remove the effects of ultimate dominion? I asked. Notice, with enough preparation before copying the skill, it's possible. How long will it take for you to do it? I asked. Notice, already done. I think I heard smugness in her tone. Chapter 66, Skill Upgrade. Notice, the calculation for the evolution of unique skill, Black Heart Reactor, is now fully complete. Then start the evolution, Athena, I said. Notice, during the calculation, I found that the best result is to combine the unique skill, Black Heart Reactor, together with ultimate skill Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. I hummed and started thinking about what she just said. There shouldn't be any issue if the skills combine together. Then start combining the skills together, Athena. Notice, combining of unique skill, Black Heart Reactor with ultimate skill, Shadow Monarch, Ashborn will now begin. It didn't take long for Athena to merge the two skills, and in just a couple of minutes, I heard her voice again. Notice, both skills have been combined. I felt slight changes after both the skill combined, and I felt my Shadow Soldier's strength increase. Athena, what changed after both of the skills combined? I asked. Notice, all Shadow's strength has been increased. Also, the effects of Black Heart have increased by 3 times. You can also enable Wrath mode for the Shadows, giving them a boost in strength, but they will be taken over by Wrath, destroying everything in their wake. 3 times? I said as my eyes widened, as even after Athena had already doubled the effects of Black Heart Reactor. And now, after merging with my ultimate skill, it tripled. That's a total of a 7.5x boost from the time it was an intrinsic skill. Then there is Wrath mode, something truly terrifying, depending on how it's used. Athena is really amazing. Humph. Did you just humph me? I asked. Notice, it's just your imagination. No, I'm pretty sure you did just humph me. Notice, it's just your imagination. Okay, if you say so. Then could you start the calculation for the evolution of Mystery? Hey Cal, did you do something? Ultima entered my office while eating a cookie because my strength increased. She said, looking at me for an explanation. I hummed and thought about it. Her host body is technically made of my shadows, and I named her, so her increase in strength should be due to the skill combination. My skill had a slight change that could be the cause. Your skill changed? She asked, curiously tilting her head. Yeah, I was working on some things, and it triggered an. I thought about how to best describe it. It wasn't a full evolution, but something akin to that. You could say a semi-evolution. You know you are a cheat, she said, looking at me. I smirked, and I take pride in it, I replied smugly. Tisk, she clicked her tongue. Sometimes you can be really annoying, she said, sitting down on the sofa and hugging a pillow while glaring at me. What can I say? I chuckled. You look cute when you're annoyed. She threw the pillow at me. I easily caught it and used it as a headrest. Hey, how about we go to Ingracia? I heard the confectioner Kaoru Yashida made a new pasty. Seeing as I got Ultima's full attention now, I smirked and said, apparently, people say they never had anything that tasty in their life. Even the Empress of Sorcerers dynasty, Sarian, enjoyed it. Ultima expressed her doubts. It can't be that good, but I could tell she was interested. But if you think it's good, then I'll check it out. I playfully teased her. Sure thing, my little tsundere demoness. She quickly corrected me. I'm not a tsundere. I tried again. How about Cookie Demon? This time her eye twitched with annoyance. Says the battle maniac, she shot back. I couldn't help but retort. You're the last person who should be talking about being a battle maniac. And with how many cookies you eat, I'm surprised you're not overweight. As soon as the words left my mouth, I knew I had made a mistake. What did you call me? She asked calmly, but I could sense the killing intent in her tone. As soon as I realized the mistake I had made, I quickly tried to backtrack. I'm sorry, Ultima. With how old you are, you shouldn't get mad over a little joke. I winced, realizing that my apology might not have been the best choice of words. Unfortunately, while trying to make the situation better, I made it worse. Oh, so now I'm old, huh? Ultima's expression turned to one of annoyance, and I knew I had to salvage the situation quickly. I didn't mean it like that, Ultima. I just meant that with all of your experience and wisdom, you shouldn't let a silly joke get to you. I hoped that would fix it. Thankfully, Ultima's expression softened, and a small smile appeared on her face. You're right, I shouldn't let something so small bother me, but you will buy all the sweets I want, right? I breathed a sigh of relief. I should remember that there are two things you don't tell or ask a woman, them being anything about their age or weight. Leaving the cafe, Ultima was munching on melon bread while I held a full bag of it. I looked at the bag, then at Ultima, and then at the bag again. Will she eat all of that? How can someone even eat that much melon bread without getting fat? Ultima sent me a glare, as if she knew exactly what I was thinking while angrily eating the bread, and I sighed. How is it that women always know when you are thinking something about them, especially if it's about those specific two things? Well, I didn't want to die even if I could probably revive myself later on, so I decided to stop thinking about it. Athena, how long will it take for the calculation to be complete? I asked. Notice the approximate time for complete calculation, 1 year 4 months. That's good. The few hundred years that it would take for Great Sage became less than 2 years after Athena's evolution. I have big expectations for the power of the skill after it evolves into an ultimate skill. Chapter 67, Memories of the Future or Past. Notice, sealed memories have been found. Do you want to unlock the memories? Yes, no. Sealed memories, I said aloud. Could that be the memories of the 10 years before I took over the body? Yes, show me the memories, Athena, I said, not knowing what I would see next. Notice, unsealing the memories. After she said that, my vision turned dark before my surrounding changed. I looked around. Everything around me was in flames. Amidst the debris and eerie silence, I felt a sense of unease. I had no idea what the memories could be from. This didn't happen in my previous life, nor could it have happened during the 10 years before my arrival in this world. As I explored the vast surroundings, I couldn't help but wonder what had happened here. That was until I saw a single person that looked to be dying on the ground. He had long black hair and red eyes. I instantly recognized the person. How could I not? The only difference was the eyes. Unlike my gray eyes, he had red eyes. But other than that, he looked like an exact copy of myself. A wave of confusion filled my head as I looked at my lookalike and around, seeing the destruction everywhere. What is happening here? Why am I dying? Is this another timeline? What caused this? Questions like these once filled my mind. It was then that the silence was broken by the other me. This is the only way. He began, another chance, he coughed out blood as he was slowly dying, to fix this. His body began to glow, before slowly disintegrating into red particles, flying toward the sky. My vision became distorted before it changed completely to a white room, a hospital. Looking around, I saw people I knew. They were my parents from my previous life. But unlike how I remember right now, they looked at the baby my mother held with love. Wait, was I Cal all along? Did Cal reincarnate himself into my past self that later on reincarnated into Cal again? As I was thinking about that, my previous life played out in a third-person perspective for me. The way I was treated changed over time without any real reason, as if they were influenced by magic. Everything happened up until my last day in the world. I saw my body again disintegrate into particles, but instead of just red, this time, it was a mix of red and blue that slowly combined into purple. My vision blurred again. Just like before this time, I was born again, but it looked like the purple particles were swirling around me and slowly being absorbed by my body. The first 10 years of this life, I didn't have any memories of played out, just like my mother had told me, right until I was captured and slowly dying. That's when the last purple particle entered my body, and I slowly healed before my eyes opened. My vision turned dark again before I was back in my office again. The first 10 years of memories before my reincarnation entered my mind, and I didn't know what to say. If I really was Cal Valentine in my first life, then why don't I have more memories from that life? Notice, the sacrificial spell you used caused almost your whole spiritual body to be destroyed, and your astral body to be sent across space and time before your soul combined with the soul of your second life. I see. Was that also the cause of how my family treated me in my previous life? I asked, hoping that Athena would have the answer. Notice, the possibility is very high that as you had a mixture of two souls, one a human and another a monster soul, could affect weaker souls. Haha, I let out a dry laugh. I didn't know what to think exactly. I was glad I finally knew why they treated me like they did, and I actually didn't take over the body of Cal Valentine, but I was him. But on the other hand, there was some bitterness that because I did that in my first life, I lived a bad second life. Maybe I would be angrier about it if I had known when I was younger, but now it feels easy to accept it, and I could see myself doing something similar if there was a need to do it. Wait, what about the TENSURA novel I read in that life? I asked. Notice, there is a high possibility of time travel involved. Time travel? Haya. I think I will need a strong drink again. Everything just got a lot more complicated. Hey, did you know I was Cal all along? I said, completely drunk. Huh, what are you saying right now? Ultima asked, completely confused as if I had grown a second head. It's just that I found out I was Cal Valentine, I chuckled. Did you drink so much that you even forgot your own name? She deadpanned and looked at me. I hummed, counting the multiple flying chibi ultimas on the ceiling in a circular pattern. Maybe, hee hee, I started chuckling. I don't think you should drink more today, she replied, taking away my glass of wine. It's just that, it's good to know you were always you. You know, I said, slowly falling asleep on Ultima's lap. I groggily woke up with a splitting headache. I wished that enabling the poison nullification again would remove hangovers too. Unfortunately, it didn't, so I needed to deal with it. Ultima also woke up and quickly covered her eyes from the sun that shone through the window. Turn off the sun, she said before she wrote runes in the air to block the window. Much better. I deadpanned, really, using your new unique skill for something like that? I asked. She looked at me. You're the last one to say that, she said groggily while massaging her forehead. Don't you use material creation for almost everything? Besides, this counts as training. Over the years, she became interested when I was trying to make rune magic. While I didn't make much progress, she continued my studies and was rewarded with her unique skill, rune magecraft. Well, that's true, I said, dropping the topic. Chapter 68, Charybdis. It was magically sealed in the distant past. I cannot imagine the seal would come undone without any reason. Indeed, my sister trainee is busy holding it back, but she will not last very long. A dryad I didn't recognize said. I secretly listened to the conversations, with Milim being the only one that noticed my presence. I have mastered the ability to stand so incredibly still that I become invisible to the weak eye. Some time passed since I learned that this was actually my third life. I tried to find anything about the spell I could have used but found nothing. Reincarnating is one thing, but sending one's soul across space and time is another. I've heard that no magic could affect it. Legends say it can control monsters from another world. They started talking while Rimuru looked confused, so I decided to reveal myself. I heard that the meat from the monster it summons is delicious, I said, and everyone except for Milim got on guard hearing a new voice. Rimuru, who was in Milim's arms and closest to me, jumped in fright. Son. I mean, Cal, since when were you here? He asked. Huh? I pretended to be confused. I've been here since the beginning. I was standing so incredibly still that I became invisible. Cal has been here since the beginning, Milim confirmed. I could see Rimuru's slime from sweating, so why are you here? He asked cautiously. I heard Charybdis was in town, and I wanted to get some megalodons. Rimuru, seeing an opportunity, asked, Megalodons are those the monster it summons? I smiled. Yup, they are pretty weak flying shark monsters, and from what I've heard, they taste pretty good. Is there anything else you could tell us about it? Rimuru asked. At this moment, he should have the basic information about Charybdis from Great Sage, and would easily understand more after seeing it in person, so I didn't see a problem telling them everything I knew about it. Born from a cloud of Veldura's magicules, and could be called Veldura's child. It was previously sealed by the hero somewhere in the Jura forest a few centuries ago. The only thing that stops it from being classified as a disaster class is the inability of rational thought. I looked around and saw everyone listening to me, so I continued. It also has a few skills like gravity manipulation, magic jamming, magic sense, ultra-speed regeneration, pain nullification, physical attack resistance, and paralysis resistance. It also can shoot a laser beam from its eye and shoot its scales. I already saw Rimuru thinking of a plan for how to deal with it now that he knew what it was capable of. Don't worry, Rimuru. That fish may be big, but it is still just a fish for the both of us, Milim said. Cal Milim, Rimuru said with a smile like all his problems were resolved. Unfortunately for him, Shin shattered all his hopes in an instant. We cannot allow you to do that, Lord Cal and Lady Milim. This is our town and our problem. That's right. We can't take advantage of you to have you solve all of our problems for us. When Lord Rimuru is completely at a loss, and we have no other option, only then would we humbly wish for your help in the matter. Shuna said, and I looked at Rimuru, who had all his hopes shattered at this point. That's right, have some faith in me, he said while internally he was crying. Hey, they are actually doing some damage, I said while munching on popcorn. During my travels over the years, I found a vegetable that closely resembled corn, so I made popcorn. Milim, who was eating popcorn under the shade of a tree observing the fight, nodded, but I want to fight it. As the fight continued, as they took out all the megalodons, Charybdis decided to shoot its scales in a storm of blades towards them. Rimuru decided to use his new skill, the evolved form of predator he got after fusing it with the Orc Lord Starved. The skill I copied during my stay here as Rimuru's son, the unique skill, gluttony. A vortex shot out of his hand and devoured all the scales in an instant. Seeing as the attack worked, he decided to eat Charybdis itself, but unfortunately for him, it didn't work. But the sub-skill corrosion still had some effect on it. Everyone attacked Charybdis, and the battle continued for 10 hours. Just as Rimuru was about to retreat and consider a new plan of attack, Charybdis spoke. How dare you, Milim? I followed Milim, who quickly made her way toward Rimuru. Ah, yes, I recognize this presence. I believe this is the Magin known as Phobio. Well, Charybdis doesn't have a material body and needs a host, so he must have been used as a vessel, I said, nonchalantly looking at the big but still weak monster. Milim and I could defeat it with a sneeze if we wanted. What did you do to offend this Phobio guy? I asked. Hey, Rimuru, Milim said, flying above Rimuru. Rimuru knew exactly what she wanted and was happy with it. Fine, I agree. This visitor is here to see you. He then used thought communication to have everyone retreat. I've learned how to hold back, as you call it. Here's a good test of my lessons. Milim said, kicking Charybdis away. Let me show you. She charged up her Drago Buster, and as I saw the output of it, I patted Rimuru on the shoulder. Wow, she is really holding back a lot. If it was her previously, that attack would have enough power to wipe everyone here besides myself and Milim. That's I chuckled. Don't worry, Milim likes you, and I want my mangas back so you don't have to worry about us. I wasn't. Wait, you're doing this all to get manga. I deadpanned. Do you know how hard it is to come across otherworlders with the ability to create mangas? The first one called himself a mangaka and created a few for me, but he died of old age a couple of decades after. A loud bang resounded through the area as Charybdis's body was destroyed, and a human-shaped being started plummeting towards the ground. You should go catch him before he crashes, I said, pointing at the falling Phobio. Chapter 69, Exposed Again. Rimuru quickly caught the falling Phobio and placed him on the ground. I calmly walked towards them and observed Phobio's body. He has almost completely merged with Charybdis and will return to power in less than an hour. What are you going to do? Milim said as she landed beside me. I've got to completely isolate Phobio from Charybdis, Rimuru said and crouched. Well, good luck with that, I said, giving him the thumbs up and watching from the sideline. Thanks, I guess. Rimuru deadpanned before going to work and using Degenerate to separate Charybdis from Phobio and Gluttony to devour Charybdis. After a while, Rimuru sat back and relaxed. All done. It was a success. I see you got stronger after devouring the core, I said. He was currently stronger than Clayman and around the level of Frey. Thanks, Rimuru said. Sorry, I humbly apologize, sir. Phobio, who woke up, now on his knees, bowing. All of this I did on my own. Demon Lord Carrion had nothing to do with it. Take your vengeance with my life alone. Please. I must admit Carrion had good subordinates. Even though the guy has a big ego, he admits to his actions. I knew people that would hide behind being a subordinate of a demon lord instead. Why would I save your life just so I could kill you after that? I only want you to answer some questions, Rimuru said in his slime form, holding back the urge to say, I would. I continued to listen. Go ahead, trainee. Thank you, trainee, the Dryad looked at Phobio. How did you know where Charybdis was kept hidden? It was in a place that only we, the Dryads, knew after the hero entrusted it to us. I do not believe that you found it by coincidence. Well, that was partially true, as I and my shadows knew the location, but didn't bother doing anything with it. I was told of the place by two clowns wearing masks, he said, not lifting his head from the ground. Masked clowns? Trainee drew a picture of a clown mask on the ground before asking, did they look like this? No, the one with me was a girl wearing a weeping mask and a fat man with an angry mask. A fat man with an angry mask, Benimaru asked, shocked. If I recall correctly, there was a higher Magin wearing such a mask who called himself Gelmud's agent. His name was Footman, and he was from some kind of moderate alliance, Geld said. The Moderate Harlequin Alliance. They said they carried out all kinds of odd jobs, Fibio added. Well, I do recognize the pattern Lady Trainee drew. A clown who named himself Laplace, an agent of Gelmud's, Gabaru said. Gelmud was the one taking charge of the Ord Lord project. I do not know of any moderate Harlequin alliance. I heard of them, I said, and everyone turned to me. Once when I was spying. Gathering information, I stumbled upon them, and from what I could gather, they were a group of powerful Magin created by Kazalim, a previous demon lord who Leon Cromwell killed. They are a jack-of-all-trades that can be hired to do various kinds of jobs, and their number one and the absolute rule is never to betray their friends and clients. So a group that was serving a demon lord will need to keep an eye out for them, but for now, this day is over. Get some rest, everyone, Rimuru said before turning to Phobio, and you take care on your way home, Phobio. Huh? He looked at Rimuru, shocked. But you can't just forgive me after all I did. I'm not saying you were innocent, but the real culprit was using you, and we didn't suffer any casualties. Yeah, but, he turned to Milim, is this all right with you, Milim? Yes, I was going to give you one good wallop, but I've decided against it, she said, giving him the peace sign before turning around. Is that all right with you, Carrion? Yo, Carrion, who has been hiding for a while, stepped forward. I want to thank you for rescuing him alive like that. I went slightly annoyed as I was completely ignored, and Carrion started talking to Rimuru. Sorry for letting my subordinate go out of control like that. I hope you can forgive him and chalk this up to me not paying attention as I should. Let's just say that I owe you one after this. Anything you need, just say the word. In that case, I'd love to sign a pact of non-aggression with you. Sure thing. In the name of Beastmaster Carrion, you have my word that Eurazania will never bear its fangs toward Tempest. He then turned to me. You certainly have a lot of information if you knew so much about the moderate Harlequin alliance. I'm interested in who you might be. Oh, I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. I'm Cal, just a passing traveler who has seen a lot during the years. I then shook hands with Carrion. I actually forgot he doesn't know I'm Ashbourne. Milim jumped on my back and pointed at me. Huh, Carrion, don't you recognize him? It's Ashbourne, but don't say it to anyone. He wants to keep it a secret. Milim, didn't I tell you to keep it a secret? I asked as my eyes twitched. Huh. He looked shocked before coughing. Sorry, I didn't recognize a fellow demon lord with you not even emitting a shred of your aura. I assumed you were a human, he said. That was the point, I replied with slight annoyance. I like to go around without everyone knowing who I am, so keep it a secret. While not many knew my true power from what I have shown, I have the strength of a true demon lord, but on the weaker side. Seriously, Milim, why must you always reveal my identity to everyone? Chapter 70, Getting a New Sword Dagger. After Carrion left, the big feast started where the megalodons were cooked up. I walked up to Rimuru, who was eating. Hey, Rimuru, could you introduce me to the blacksmiths in your town? I asked. Huh, the blacksmiths, sure, Rimuru said in between bites, but don't you have a super powerful weapon? I do, but I wanted to get something new, and I heard your town has excellent blacksmiths. Follow me, I saw Kaijin go back to his forge a while back, Rimuru stated, guiding me toward Kaijin's forge. When we entered, we saw Kaijin working on what looked like a pair of gauntlets. Lord Rimuru, and you must be the traveler Cal I heard about. How can I be of assistance? I wanted to make a request for a new sword, and I heard from Rimuru you are an excellent blacksmith. Ha, I'm glad my work is appreciated, he said with a laugh. So, what type of sword do you want? I want something like a mix of a short sword and a dagger to go with my main weapon. I brought forth my sword so he could, and I want it to pair well with my current sword. I gave him the sword so he could look at it. It looks like a masterfully forged sword. He paused for a moment before his eyes widened. It can't be. A sword made of hihiricane? The end point of evolution for magisteel, a material only heard of in myths and fables. Suo, could you make something similar but with a shorter blade? I asked. Ha, he laughed and gave back the sword. Of course, I can, and don't worry about paying for it. The fact I could see hihiricane is enough of a payment for me. I really couldn't have you craft a sword for nothing, I tried to say, but got interrupted. Don't worry about it, but if you could answer who forged the sword, it looked similar to the swords I've made, but the quality is much higher, he said. My eyebrow rose slightly. I'm not sure who forged it, it was my mother's sword. I answered, not seeing why I shouldn't. Ha, that's unfortunate. I really wanted to meet the blacksmith capable of forging such a weapon. It was a good weapon, and now my old trusty sword will get a younger sibling. I was observing my prey, waiting for the best moment to attack, and when I found the perfect opportunity, I sprung into action. Surprise attack. Rimuru, who was reading the various reports, only moved his head slightly and avoided my kick. Twisting my body midair, I landed perfectly on the sofa and looked at Rimuru, who started at me with a flat expression. You know when you shout, surprise attack. It isn't a surprise attack anymore. Hey, you fell for it the first 4 times, I said. Sai, what do you want, Cal? I'm busy right now. More manga. Fine. As I enjoyed the new manga Rimuru gave me without any care in the world, Rimuru spoke. You know, after seeing you and Milim, I have a weird picture of the demon lords. I perked up from my manga and looked at him. What kind of image? I asked. Like a bunch of kids after eating too many sweats, he said. I chuckled. Well, when you get strong, you can act however you want without facing any consequences. Take Milim or me, for example. Even if we act childish at times, what can you do if we anger you? Stop giving your mangas and sweets, Rimuru said with an amused smirk. Well, that's true in a sense, but besides that, we could do what we want without any consequences. Plus, the fact that our lifespan is so long that we live in the now, or at least I do. An example could be the Orc Lord project the other demon lords did. You know, I'm surprised you weren't a part of it, considering the fact you like messing with people, Rimuru said. Something like creating a puppet demon lord isn't my style. I chuckled, remembering one of my pranks. I once pulled a few pranks on a country, making them fear anyone wearing a monocle and banning it completely. Rimuru looked at me speechless while I continued to chuckle. Hee hee. I wiped a single tear. Oh, you should see their reactions when they see a monocle. I think the name I used at that time was Ammon. What? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I did no real harm besides a few noble bloodlines being cursed, with only having female heirs for the next 200 years. Remind me never to piss you off, Rimuru said. I chuckled, don't worry, Rimuru, even if I don't curse you. You can't get any children, and even if you gave birth by splitting yourself, they wouldn't have a gender just like you, I said, giving him the thumbs up. Can you not remind me that I will forever stay? My laughter interrupted him. I always had fun messing with people, and Rimuru was the perfect target for them. A tick mark appeared on Rimuru's forehead, making me laugh even harder. Oh, don't be like that. There is a way for you to get a gender, I said. He perked up from his papers and looked at me wide-eyed. Really? It's possible, he asked. Oh yeah, but you would need to sign a contract with the devil, I smirked. He sighed, forget it. I already know it's one of your pranks. Then knowing you, I would probably be turned into a woman. My smile turned into a grin. You are getting smarter with each passing day. But who said I need your permission for that? I'm sure there are lots of people that would like me to turn you into a woman, I said. I looked at Rimuru, who was sweating bullets now. You wouldn't do that, right? Right, he asked. Think about the possibilities if you become a woman, I said like a devil trying to corrupt his prey. For a moment, he seemed to be thinking about it before shaking his head. No, Rimuru, don't listen to him, he muttered to himself. Well, I tried, I then stood up. Well, I'm going to get my new dagger and return to my castle. Like always, if you need something, just send a message. Chapter 71, Mother-in-Law Meets Daughter-in-Law Part 1. Ultima POV. I needed some help, and there was only one person I could reach out to. In the underworld, we always used to compete and battle with each other. But Blanc is the best person to ask about it. Even if I hate to even think about it, both her appearance and personality are like the perfect noblewoman. During all the years I was together with Cal, I still haven't personally met his mother. I know she is the demon lord Luminous Valentine, also known as the goddess of luminism and the true ruler of Ruberios. But I need a perfect plan so she accepts me as her daughter-in-law, and for that, I need Blanc's help. Walking in without care for anyone who would oppose me. Before meeting Cal, I would probably just kill them, but after years with him, I calmed down a bit, and now I walked past them without them noticing me. But if they somehow see and try to stop me, I will just kill them. Entering the room she was in, I saw her drinking tea. She noticed me instantly. Who are you? She asked. I smirked as she didn't recognize me. After being named, my appearance changed, and I learned how to mask my presence completely. Oh, I didn't expect you, Blanc, to not recognize me. She narrowed her eyes with hostility and a little curiosity as I sat down on the other side of the table. Are you going to drink alone and not offer tea for your guest? I asked. Even if I wanted her to help, that didn't mean I wouldn't brag about getting a name and a material body. She sent a signal, and someone arrived with a teacup and poured me the tea. Blanc, who was observing me the whole time, finally spoke. So who are you and what do you want? We've known each other since the dawn of creation, and you failed to recognize me after my appearance changed slightly. I took a sip of the tea, and I must admit it was excellent. Her face changed from confusion to shock. Violet, what? Why do you look like that? I waved my finger. From now on, don't call me Violet. Call me Ultima. Ultima. As for my current appearance, it happened after my love gave me a body. You got a name? she said in shock, which intensified. Wait, love. I can believe getting a name and a material body, but you falling in love is impossible. I scoffed, and why is that impossible? Have you seen yourself? She asked. Tusk, what is that supposed to mean? I think you are just jealous. We both are ancient demons, but unlike me, you don't have a name. Forget it, she sighed and put down her teacup. What do you want from me? I need your help in getting the approval of my mother-in-law, I said and looked at her. She looked at me dumbfounded. You, she didn't know what to say. Is it that really so strange for me? Fine, I'll help you, but under one condition. I raised my eyebrow, and what is the condition? I asked. As she told me about her condition, I started thinking about it, and in the end, I agreed. While I didn't like what she wanted, I could use that to my advantage. For the next couple of days, she taught me more about the traits typically associated with a stereotypical noblewoman, and the best way to carry myself with gentleness and elegance. She taught me everything from how to walk to the best way to dress for every occasion. If someone told me a couple of centuries ago that I would ask Blanc to teach me something like this, I would laugh in their face before slowly torturing them to death. Cal Valentine POV. Ha ha ha, I think this is one of the best weapons I've made, Kaijin said, giving me the dagger. I looked at the weapon with admiration. The craftsmanship was impeccable. The blade was sharp, and the handle felt comfortable in my hand. I could tell that Kaijin had put a lot of effort and passion into making it. Excited to try it out, I brought forth my sword in the other hand and did a few test swings. At first, my moves felt slightly awkward as I tried to integrate using a second weapon simultaneously, but slowly, as I got used to two weapons, my movements became more fluid. I could feel the power of the weapons in my hands, as the dagger had already started feeding on my magicules. Kaijin smiled, watching me, pleased with his creation. I thanked him and told him that I was grateful for his help. I found Hakiru and asked him for a quick spar that continued for hours, as I was consumed with perfecting my moves and techniques. As the sun began to set, we sat down to catch our breath. Rimuru, who had arrived a while ago and decided to observe our spar, looked at us in amazement. While I still think my swordsmanship is lacking, I still have hundreds of years of fighting experience. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Rimuru. Our little spar took longer than we expected, but I'm still ready for your training session. Actually, I think we should step up your training, Hakiru said with a smile. PFF. I tried my best not to laugh seeing Rimuru's face at this moment. Well, I'm sorry for keeping your training on hold, Rimuru. I will be going. There is probably lots of paperwork I need to go through. I then left them and teleported back to my castle, where I noticed the presence of Ultima together with my mom, but there was another presence I didn't recognize. Chapter 72, Mother-in-Law Meets Daughter-in-Law Part 2. Shit, I cursed and turned 180 degrees, but a hand was placed on my shoulder as I was about to teleport away. And where do you think you're going? My mother asked. I turned around in an almost robotic fashion with an awkward smile. Hey, Mom. Long time no see. She had a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Yeah, a long time indeed. It seems there was a lot I didn't know, like the fact you have been in a relationship for the past 100 years. I was sweating bullets at this moment. Even if I'm much stronger than her, there is something every mother figure has that no matter how strong you become, you will be powerless before their wrath. It's like there is some kind of intrinsic skill for every mother that makes them more powerful when scolding their children. I'm sorry, mother-in-law, my love is always busy with all his projects, so he must have forgotten to tell you about me before. Ultima came with the save, but it didn't last long as I saw the sadistic smile on her face. How about we both go on a shopping trip and tell each other different stories about Cal? You surely have some fun stories of him when he was a child. That sounds like a perfect idea, Ultima, Mom said with a smile. That was also when I noticed the third person in the room. She had waist-long silver-white hair and crimson-red eyes. I, of course, instantly recognized who she was, the White Primordial. But what was she doing here? No, the biggest question in my mind was, why is she wearing a maid uniform? Seeing my confused look, Ultima explained, we were looking for another maid, and while I was out, I found the perfect candidate, so I brought her with me. I nodded without saying anything. If I didn't know she was the white primordial, I would assume she is a perfect maid by the way she behaves. But my biggest question was, how in the hell did Ultima make her do it? I know Ultima is currently much stronger than Blanc, but I don't see any possible scenario where she would willingly put on a maid uniform unless she somehow has a maid fetish. But I doubt that. I can already feel a headache coming from this. Mom and Ultima looked at me. "You wouldn't mind if we used some of your money, right?" my mother asked. "I don't mind," I said with a fake smile while internally crying. I could see gold disappearing with every second, and they hadn't even left. They just left. Athena, calculate the chances of me still having any money after this. Notice, calculation impossible. I thought so. My hard-earned money. Notice, you used material creation to make most of them. It still took time to make it. I tried to defend myself. Sigh. Did you just sigh at me? I asked. Notice, it's your imagination. No, I think you did. Notice, it's your imagination. Fine if you say so. Anyways, if Mom and Ultima went shopping together, the only thing I can do here is to do the paperwork or, let's train. Standing around 20 meters away from Igris, both my weapons were already in my hands, and Igris with his longsword that had a purple glow to it. Igris was a shadow I named around 150 years ago, and he is responsible for training the shadow soldiers in close quarters combat. He is a bit shy, so he doesn't talk much. Before becoming a shadow, he was an enlightened who was close to evolving into a saint who mastered swordsmanship during his almost 100 years, and even after becoming a shadow, he continued to polish his swordsmanship. I would want to see him spar against Hakiru. Both are masters of swordsmanship. That would be an interesting fight to watch. As the signal was given, Igris charged forward, his longsword cutting through the air with incredible force. I relied on my speed and reflexes to evade and parry his powerful strikes. I moved with calculated precision, positioning myself to exploit any opening I could find. The clash of steel echoed through the air, our blades colliding in a symphony of battle. I deflected his blows with my sword, all the while keeping a keen eye on his movements. In a moment of respite, I saw my chance. Igris swung his longsword wide, leaving his flank exposed. Without hesitation, I closed the distance, my dagger glinting in the sunlight. As I aimed for his vulnerable side, I felt a surge of confidence. But Igris, ever vigilant, spun around swiftly, deflecting my dagger with the edge of his longsword. Our duel continued a display of skill and strategy. Igris unleashed his longsword with thunderous power while I relied on swift movements and calculated strikes. I weaved in and out, striking when the opportunity presented itself, aiming to keep him off balance. The intensity of our battle grew. Then, in a moment of heightened focus, I saw the opening I had been waiting for. Igris's longsword swung down with all its might, and I instinctively deflected it with my own sword. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, my dagger aimed straight at his exposed chest. But Igris, like a true warrior, twisted his body at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding what would be a lethal strike if he wasn't a shadow. Even if this was only a duel, I enjoyed having someone to fight. Maybe that's why Milim and I often fight each other. After the small spar, I decided to prepare myself for their return while hoping nothing bad would come out of it. 2 primordial demons and the vampire queen went shopping. What could go wrong? Not only that, but the blackmail material Ultima could gain from my mother. I remember the time I almost burned down my hair while making my own spell. Or that one time I changed into my female form and got caught checking out my body. Notice, Master's female form is truly beautiful. Thanks, Athena. Chapter 73, Mother-in-Law Meets Daughter-in-Law Part 3. After my little spar with Igris, I took a bath and changed into fresh clothes just in time as I sensed Mom and Ultima return. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous about what they may have discussed while they were out. My mother, the vampire queen, and Ultima, the purple primordial, what could go wrong? That's without talking about the white primordial maid with them. As I made my way down to the dining room, I tried to shake off my worries and focus on the task at hand. I had ordered my shadows to prepare a meal for us, and I knew it would be best to make sure everything was in order before they arrived. Walking into the dining room, I was pleased to see that everything was as I had instructed. The table was set, the food was hot and ready, and everything looked perfect. Not like any one of us actually needed to eat in the first place, but that besides the point. Taking a deep breath, I sat down at the table and waited for my mother and Ultima to arrive. As I waited, my mind began to wander, and I couldn't help but think about what sort of trouble awaited me. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard the sound of footsteps coming down the hallway. My heart began to race as I braced myself for whatever was about to come my way. As they entered the room, I tried to keep a calm and collected demeanor, but I could feel my anxiety creeping up on me. "Hello, my dear," my mother said, smiling warmly at me. "How was your day?" "It was fine," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady, while also noted to me that it seemed like Ultima got my mom's approval. "And how was your little spar with Igris?" Ultima asked, raising an eyebrow. "It was interesting," I said, assuming she asked one of the shadows about it, "but how was your day?" "Oh, nothing special, we talked for a while, and I can't wait to see my grandchildren soon," my mother said, a hint of excitement in her voice. I smiled wryly and slowly relaxed and enjoyed the meal with my mother and Ultima. It wasn't exactly the sort of news I had expected after their little shopping trip, but I wasn't complaining. "Ultima told me about you visiting the slime that made a city of monsters in the Jura forest," Mom said. Putting down my glass of wine, I said, "He is interesting. Naming thousands of monsters and growing much stronger in a short amount of time, and even becoming friends with Milim." "Yes, and he appeared after the lizard disappeared," Mom said with a tick mark at the mention of Veldora. "Well, he is calmer than Veldora, and his goal is to make peace between monsters and humans. For a slime, he sure has big dreams," Mom said. "From what I know, he was a human before reincarnating as a slime, and he grows really fast." I paused to see Mom's reaction. "When I first saw him, he was an A-rank monster, and just a few days ago his strength reached S-rank." Mom looked at me with interest. "S-class, how strong would you say he is?" she asked. I hummed thinking about it. Strength-wise, he is at the level of Frey, but from what I've seen from him, I would say he could win against Roy and Louis. That would be due to Rimuru unique skills. "Maybe I should go and see the slime myself," Mom said, swirling around the wine in her glass. As she said, I had a bad feeling thinking that something bad would happen. I was in my office with Mom, who had glasses on for some reason. She wanted to talk to me after the dinner. "Now that you are in a relationship, there are things you should know," she said. I listened, thinking she would say something important. "We should now talk about the bird and bees." I noticed she was completely serious. "Mom, I'm over 300 years old. I may have forgotten to talk to you about it before, but it's never too late." I put a hand over my face. Mom, please stop. As I said, I'm over 300 years old and don't want to have this conversation with you." "Fine, but remember, I want grandchildren, especially girls, because boys always cause trouble. Ultima and I have already talked about it." I didn't know what to say, but the image of my mom and Ultima having the talk was funny. I'm only 322 years old, and I will live for a lot longer, so I'm not in a hurry to have kids. "But I want grandchildren." "That's not your call to make." After the talk, I went to find Ultima and ask her about our new maid. Normally, I wouldn't care if she brought a maid, but it's a different story if the maid is a primordial demon. Sitting in front of Ultima and Blanc, the white primordial standing behind her like a professional maid, I asked, "So what's all of this about?" "We've been talking about getting more maids, and I found one," Ultima said innocently, as if she didn't understand what I was talking about. "Yeah, I remember that, but I was thinking about one of my shadows, not the white primordial," I said, and saw their reactions. Ultima had, as expected of me, look, while Blanc had a look of interest. TG Thegud 83. Chapter 74, Dungeon Escape Room Part 1. "So you figured out who I am," Blanc said. "Yeah, I did, but I can't understand how Ultima got you to wear a maid uniform." "That wasn't my plan at first, but I somehow ended up as a maid, and I can assure you I will take my job very seriously," she said, still acting like a perfect maid. I looked at Ultima and then at Blanc before looking at Ultima again. "You want your own maid?" I asked through thought communication. Even if she didn't smile, I could feel a smirk from her. "As expected, you know me best. Even if she wanted to become your subordinate after hearing you gave me a name, I made a few changes, and a maid would be nice to have." I wanted to sigh, but having Blanc as a subordinate wasn't a bad thing, and she could be Ultima's maid for a while. I knew that in terms of political machinations, Blanc's skills were on par with, if not superior to, Noir's. "Very well, from today you will be Ultima's maid." After I said that, I could see her eyebrow twitch slightly, but she did her best not to show it. "Make a body out of them," I said, bringing forth shadows so she could make a vessel for herself. She did as I said and made her vessel out of the shadows, and the only noticeable change I saw from her was that her eye color changed to purple, just like it did with Ultima. I guess that making a body out of my shadows always changes the eyes of the demon to purple. If that's the case, then would their eyes be blue before my evolution? "From now on, your name will be Testarossa." Right after I said that her evolution started, in terms of power, she would be stronger than what Ultima was after being named, but weaker than the current Ultima. Ultima POV. Walking down the halls with the now-named Testarossa, I tried my best not to laugh. "You said I was going to be his maid," she said angrily. "Oh, how I will enjoy having her as my maid." "I said we needed a maid. I never said it was for my love," I replied with a smirk. She kept her cool on the surface, but I felt a barely noticeable minuscule aura that escaped her. "Don't worry, you will surely be promoted if you keep up the good work." "I truly hope so," she answered. "Oh, don't be mad. If not for me, you wouldn't get a body and a name, so you should be happy to be my maid." Oh, I was already enjoying this. In the underworld, we were always competing and battling with each other. So now that I'm her superior, I will enjoy it for as long as possible. "You are enjoying this, aren't you?" she asked with a forced smile. Using a line that always annoyed me when Cal used it, "It's just your imagination." Seeing her expression, I finally understood why Cal always used it so often. I continued strolling around the castle with a satisfied smile, together with my new maid. Cal Valentine POV. Now that I think about it, Rimuru should visit the Dwelling of Spirits soon. I have already made a few prank traps with Ramiris, but we could make some more. This will be fun, hehehe. I could make a puzzle trap with an hourglass-like timer that dispenses rice into a pit of lava. I want to see Rimuru's face when a grain of rice melts every second until he figures out how to solve the puzzle. Quickly making my way to the Dwelling of Spirits, I saw that Ramiris was lazing around. "Ramiris, I have new ideas for traps." "Traps?" she asked and flew towards me. "Traps," I nodded. "But what kind of traps?" she asked. "The type that won't do any physical harm, but will scar you for the rest of your life kind," I replied. "It's always easier to make traps if you know who will be going through them." Most of the traps will be made for Rimuru, because messing with him is fun. I also don't want to traumatize the little kids, so I'm not doing any traps that would hurt them. I may be a demon lord, but I try to keep traumatizing kids to a minimum. Of course, if it was only Rimuru and Chloe, I would step the traps up a few levels. "Welcome, brave souls, to my labyrinth of puzzles and challenges. Fail, and you shall remain trapped forever." I recorded the last line. My plan to make a few more traps changed into making a whole escape room-like dungeon. The first floor they encountered resembled a library. The shelves were filled with ancient books, and a small wooden desk sat in the center. They would need to answer the riddle to proceed to the next floor. Floor after floor, they would go through an array of puzzles, each one more challenging than the last, from needing to decipher cryptic codes, manipulate intricate mechanisms, and solve mind-bending riddles. Some rooms would test their agility, requiring them to navigate through laser beams or stepping stones with hidden traps. Others tested their logical thinking, demanding them to arrange complex patterns or unlock the next floor. But the best part is that I managed to block Rimuru's great sage, so it wouldn't help him during the whole thing. "Are you done with everything, Ramiris?" I asked. She nodded. "Yup, the last floor is done, and now the only thing left is the golem you promised to help me with. While I often liked to make dungeons that would traumatize the challengers, I think the fact that Rimuru has always given me different mangas, and Chloe was the one who helped me a lot during my younger days, made me go easier on them. But what should I do for the golem? Maybe a Gundam-inspired golem. Chapter 75, Dungeon Escape Room Part 2. Wearing what I call my crazy scientist getup, consisting of a lab coat with a purple bow tie, I sat there in my temporary workshop inside Ramirez's small world, creating thousands of different things like pipes, wiring, pistons, springs, and metal parts for the golem. It was an annoying task due to the fact I needed to create thousands of different parts, but I promised to help Ramirez with it, and I wasn't going back on my words. As I started working on the outer body armor parts, I sorted every piece into different piles. It was important to keep everything organized, or else I might forget one piece of the golem and would need to start over. I could feel the excitement building inside me as I worked. Building the Gundam-esque golem was actually fun, especially knowing that soon enough, this pile of seemingly random parts would come together to form a powerful mecha golem. "Oh, let's paint that part yellow," Ramirez said with excitement in her voice as she saw the armor part I just finished making. "You are in charge of painting, so I'm leaving that stuff to you," I answered, engraving some details for the armor piece. We worked tirelessly for days, carefully fitting each piece together like a puzzle. It was a tedious process, but there was a certain satisfaction in seeing the pieces come together flawlessly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we stood back and admired our work. A golem about double my size, standing around 4 meters high, covered in purple armor and yellow and black details. Ramirez said that the yellow color represents her and the purple represents me. This golem will be the final boss before Rimuru, and the kids arrive in the dwelling of spirits. "It looks unique," I said, looking at the golem. "While it looked good, I don't think the color scheme was the best." "That's the point," Ramirez beamed while flying around the golem. "Now, if they manage to come to this floor, they will never forget this golem." "Let's try to turn it on to see if everything is working," I said, and Ramirez pressed the start button. The golem started to start, and the sound was like music to my ear. Do. At first, they glitched a bit but became clear after a while. "Baby shark, doo-doo-doo-doo, baby shark." Ramirez looked at me. "Are you sure about the song?" "Isn't it fun being attacked by a singing robot golem?" I asked. Sitting in my office, I started going through all the paperwork I put on the side for the last couple of months. The multiple stacks of paper were neatly sorted in piles that seemed to get taller with every second that passed. I took the first report and read it through. "Interesting," I said, taking a sip of my tea and putting down the report. "It seems the Rosso family hasn't changed a bit." I took the next report and read it through. With a sigh, I put it on the gone-through stack of papers and rubbed my forehead. "Idiots, all of them." Thanks to my shadows, it's quite easy for me to spy on other countries, and the only people who have ever noticed them in my shadows were people on the level of a true dragon. That's why I try my best to stay away from the Eastern Empire before I set my plan in motion. While I could wait for the war to progress like it would have, why not try to end it before it actually begins? Right after my unique skill, Mystery, evolves, I'll do it. First, start with Michael and then go for Feldway. I started tapping my fingers on the wooden desk and going through more and more of the reports. And while doing it, I also went through my other plans, like how to deal with the Insectors, Yuuki, and Ivarage. I also need to kidnap Masayuki Hanju for everything to work out. I muttered to myself and felt that kidnap wasn't the best word to describe it. It's more like helping him without him knowing I'm helping him. Yes, that's it. After everything is over, he will understand it was for everyone's greater good. I'm not trying to justify that I would kidnap a kid before doing some magic shit, so he would regain his memories. The death of Veldanava and his sister drove him into a deep depression, one that enabled Michael to exploit to slowly twist Rudra's heart into a cold and heartless puppet. For the next 2,000 years, he was in a constant internal battle between himself and Michael, which exhausted his physical body and forced him to reincarnate repeatedly, losing pieces of his soul every time due to the strain. Velgrind gathered every fragment, piece by piece, living alongside dozens, if not hundreds, of versions of Rudra until only one remained. The On in Masayuki Hanju, all of the soul fragments flew toward him of their own will. The instant that the fragments merged with Masayuki, this sudden return of his powers created a counterforce that sent him across time and space, with him returning to the central world. However, due to his return before the death of his previous self, large parts of his soul, including his memories, lay dormant. So if I restore his memories, the good Rudra will be back, and I won't need to deal with the whole emperor being killed and dealing with Velgrind. As I see it, Velgrind would be happy to have the real Rudra back, and I could just leave the aftermath for him to deal with. My liege, you have been invited to the next Walpurgis banquet, Mio said. Huh? I looked up from the last report I had left. Why would there be a new Walpurgis? It's about addressing the issue of Demon Lord Carrion's betrayal of the council, and his co-conspirator Rimuru Tempest's Demon Lord self-proclamation, alongside the murder of Clayman's subordinate. But that shouldn't have happened for yet. Mio, how long have I been here? I asked. My liege, you have been going through the reports for over a month, she answered. I just looked at her as if she was trying to prank me. Athena, is that true? Notice, Master has been going to the reports for 1 month, 2 weeks, 1 day, 4 hours, and 36 seconds. Too much information, Athena. I then looked at Mio. Prepare my clothes for the banquet. Chapter 76, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 1. The black and purple clothes I had put on had a regal appearance, with intricate patterns and detailing that gave off an air of sophistication and elegance. Mio ensured there wasn't even a single wrinkle and fussed over every detail to ensure I looked flawless. It's just a glorified tea party, Mio. I don't need to look good, I said. She gave me a serious look. You once tried to go there in your pajamas. Oh, right, I remember that. I can clearly remember Mio's face when she saw me in the pajamas with my mask on and a pillow in my hand. That was one time. There was one time you almost went to the ice continent in a bright pink suit and flamingo shorts. Those shorts looked good, I protested. No, they didn't, my liege. Tusk, you just didn't see the greatness of the pink suit and my flamingo shorts. I didn't see the greatness because it doesn't and will never exist. She right, you know, Ultima said from the sofa behind me. As the demonic-looking doors appeared, Rain stepped out. Lord Ashbourne, She stopped, and her eyes widened as she saw Testarossa standing behind me. If she only knew that Ultima was Violet, her eyes would pop out. Blanc. You should call Testarossa. It's the name my master has given me, she said in a nice but still threatening tone. But speaking of Testarossa, I had her change to different clothes for the meeting. It would be fun to see the other Primordial's reaction to seeing her in a maid uniform. But there is something important I need to discuss with Guy after the banquet, and that's why I'm bringing Testarossa and Ultima with me. Aren't you forgetting someone, Blue, or should I call you Rain now? Ultima asked. Who? She stopped again and looked at Ultima before noticing her smirk, and her eyes widened even more than before. Violet. Can't even recognize me, huh? I can understand that. After all, I changed quite a bit over the past few hundred years, she said with a prideful smirk, and Rain's gaze lingered on a specific part of her body. How could they become bigger than mine? She muttered. Ekmum, I faked a cough, should we get going? She quickly recomposed herself. Lord Ashbourne, I'm here to bring you to the banquet. Please proceed when you are ready. Without wasting more time, I stepped through the door and saw that Guy was the only one there. I was manipulating my aura, similar to how Guy does. He makes it look like he is magically strong but not entirely in control. I'm doing the same thing. While the truly strong demon lords could see through it, the weaker wouldn't. I sat down in my seat. Guy, who saw Testarossa, sent me a glare and spoke through thought communication. Care to explain what Blanc is doing here as your attendant? He asked. It's actually Testarossa now, so use that name. Otherwise, she will be mad, I said, and I could mentally feel his eyes twitch while he looked unbothered on the outside. We need to talk after everyone has left. It's about preventing not only the destruction of the central world and probably all the others. Now completely serious, Wouldn't that be more important than this whole act Clayman has going on? A few more hours won't make much difference. I still have my shadow telling me everything that's happening, and they don't know I already know their plans, I answered, and we cut the connection. Slowly, more demon lords, followed by their attendants, arrived. Rimuro Tempest POV. It seems that we will be seated according to the chronological order of becoming a demon lord, so I will sit on the furthest side, namely the back seat. I made no objection and decided to check out my surroundings, as it is a rare opportunity for me to observe all the demon lords. Speaking of which, there are only 3 people present at the moment. Ramirez was one of them, and I assumed the one with a mask was Cal due to his clothing style. That guy often wears black with purple details, so it's easy to assume that it is him. Speaking of Cal, I'm almost 100% sure that escape room dungeon was his doing. While it was annoying at times, especially when I couldn't ask Great Sage for help, the kids loved it, so I should thank him for it later. Tusk. Great Sage, or now Raphael, is still a bit annoyed about it. Speaking of which, aren't you expressing more emotions now? Notice, it is just your imagination. Sigh. I looked at the 3rd demon lord in the room, a red-haired man who was on the opposite side of me. Both of his eyes are closed, but he probably isn't asleep. I activated analytical appraisals, yet his stats don't seem to be out of place. But my instinct tells me that this person is abnormal. He has a similar magicule count as Karian, just on a different wavelength. In other words, you could mistake him for being inexperienced and not even being able to control his aura with that amount of magicules. The person is clearly on a different level from me. The man is known as Guy. Soon after my observation of Guy, I looked over to Cal, or as he is also called Demon Lord Ashbourne, and saw the same thing. That confirms it. I know Cal has perfect control over his aura, so that could only mean one thing: both of them are monsters. According to Veldora, Cal could be considered an anomaly even among demon lords with how fast he has grown stronger, and would put him among the likes of Guy and Milim. Even the attendees that came with him are monsters in their own way. Judging by Cal having only the 8th seat, many would assume he is one of the weakest demon lords, but from what I learned, he is friends with Milim and Ramirez, and I would also assume he is in good relations with Guy. Someone on good terms with the 3 ancient demon lords isn't someone you want to anger. On the first Walpurgis banquet, I made a mistake where Clayman was already a demon lord, so I changed his seat position here. Oh, for those that will probably comment. Depending on the translation, the central world could be called the cardinal world or the foundation world. Chapter 77, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 2. Rimuro Tempest POV. After observing Cal and Guy, another powerful man walked into the meeting. He was alone without any attendants, and his presence by itself was imposing enough. That man must be the demon lord Dagrel, a true gigant. Veldora said that he also fought him, and would compare his strength to Cal around 300 years ago. If that was Cal's strength 300 years ago, and he said he fought a demon lord and only managed to get a few drops of blood out of him, then the person he fought must have been Guy. I tried my best not to shiver, thinking of how strong the red-headed demon lord before me was and how strong Cal must have gotten since that time. Even after evolving into a true demon lord and having my magicules increased by around 10 times, I still feel like an ant in this world. I remember my talk with King Gazel when he said that there had been rumors about a selected few of them being at that level, but nothing had ever been confirmed. Now I have certainly seen that the rumors are true, and I know who they are. It's scary to think I'm here with them. I can't let my guard down for even 1 second here. Otherwise, I'm a dead slime. The next person to arrive had short blonde hair and 2 fangs sticking out of his mouth. He must be the demon Lord Valentine, but what caught my attention was the maid following behind him. She was a very attractive and beautiful young girl with shining, long silver hair. Her skin was pure and shining, while her heterochromatic eyes glowed blue and red. Aside from her looks, what caught my attention was the aura she was emitting. Not only was it so immense that it was almost spilling out, it felt slightly similar to Cal. Notice, target's magical storage is much higher than Demon Lord Valentine's. So she has more magicules than her master, and the way she conceals it would make anyone without an ultimate skill not able to see through it. She isn't hiding it like Guy, so she probably wants to see if everyone would notice it. Could she be the Demon Lord herself, or maybe a previous Demon Lord? If she is the Demon Lord whose kingdom was burnt to ashes, she has good reason to hate Veldora. Why in the world would you go provoke this type of people? I should maybe ask Cal for the IOU to help me deal with her. Their magicules feel familiar, so I can ask him about M. I think Veldora said her name was Millis. No, if they were somehow related, Cal would probably hate Veldora. The next Demon Lord to arrive was a guy with 2 swords sheathed at his belt, and a pillow that looked extremely comfortable while also looking like he would fall asleep at any moment. Notice, it's recommended to stay away from his pillow. If you take the pillow, chances of getting killed are 100%. I shuddered. Yikes, what type of pillow must it be for something like that to happen? He went towards Ramaris. Hey, did you grow smaller since last time? Are you picking a fight with me? Maybe you slept so much you lost your last brain cell. Why would I pick a fight when it's obvious I would win? They seem like good friends. The next one to arrive was Demon Lord Frey, a harpy with her 2 attendants, but her magicules weren't anything special. They are even smaller than that of Shin's and Benimaru's. But one of her attendants, a male harpy but with a lion mask. Answer, according to the deduction of analytical appraisals. There's no way. This person is on a completely different wavelength than Carrion. There's no way that's him. I can deduce this easily, even without Rothgel telling me. As I was observing Frey and her attendants, I suddenly felt something akin to a freezing wind in the room. And when I looked towards the direction it came from, I saw a blonde that I almost mistook for a beautiful woman. Are you Rimuru? He asked. That's right, I answered. There are only 4 Demon Lords left. Carrion is missing, so that leaves Clayman and Milim. Then he must be. So, are you Leon? Why would you want to have a talk with me? I asked. Yes, I am Leon. I didn't come to you for anything in particular. Your face felt familiar. Leon, Shizue has already passed away, I said. I know, of course she would die. She refused to accept Ifrit and didn't want to become a Magin, he said as if stating the obvious. Without even thinking, I said, she once asked me to punch you in the face. Please allow me. I refuse. I've given Shizue a chance to choose her own life. She didn't want to become a Magin and wanted to live as a human. I even gifted her Ifrit when we parted, so there's no reason for you to punch me. However, I'm also a little bit interested in you. If you want to complain to me, my treat. All right, I'll accept. Remember to send an invitation, I said, and with a nod, he sat down on his chair. I'll deal with that later, but now I must focus on dealing with Clayman. Cal Valentine POV. As Rimuru's talk with Leon ended, we waited for another hour for Clayman to arrive. Being the person I am when I don't have anything to do, I was so close to just removing the guy from the face of this world. The only thing that was stopping me was the fact that it was important for Rimuru to become a demon lord, and since I'm such a nice guy, I won't kill him. I also noticed Mom, who wasn't hiding the fact she was stronger than Roy. If I remember correctly, after the Walpurgis banquet, the next big event should be the Saint Monster confrontation. I should go there after I'm done dealing with the annoying angel and the Manas. Veldora is now free of his 300 years of imprisonment, so we can catch up and go through all the novels we read. Now that I think about it, I should have asked Cronoa to seal me with him, so I could have had full access to all the mangas and novels in Rimuru's mind. Chapter 78, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 3. Finally, after over an hour of waiting, the person who proposed the banquet arrived. It was Claypot himself. Move faster, you retard. Clayman yells as he suddenly hits Milim, too damn slow. Go and sit down right now. Oh, how I want to kill him right now, and I can see I'm not the only one. Even if Guy's expression didn't change on the outside, I know he is thinking the same. While it isn't hard for us to see through Milim's act, Rimuru, on the other hand, was furious as his aura leaked for the first time since entering the banquet hall. As everyone sat down in their seat, Rain started the introductions. Demon, Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson. Fairy, Fairy of the Labyrinth, Ramaris. Dragonoid, Destroyer, Milim Nava. True Gigant, Continent's Wrath, Dragrul. Vampire, Bloody Lord, Roy Valentine. Fallen Angel, Sleeping Reller, Dino. Harpy, Sky Queen, Frey. Monarch, Shadow Monarch, Asborn. Deathman, Marionette Master, Clayman. Demonoid, Platinum Saber, Leon Cromwell. Slime, the leader of the Jura Tempest Federation, Rimuru Tempest. This concludes the introductions. Leaving his seat, Claypot glanced over all the Demon Lord while stopping at Roy for a bit longer. That reminded me to send some shadow soldiers into his shadow so they could protect him against Laplace. He started his speech about how Carrion has helped Rimuru to proclaim himself as a Demon Lord, and according to him, that's why his army is in Tempest. He also said that Rimuru manipulated the kingdom of Farmus to attack the Great Jura Forest as an excuse to attack humans, and that he defeated them with Carrion backing him up. And that's why Milim attacked Carrion's kingdom. While I know, and it wasn't hard for most people here to see that he is lying, still, even if that was true, so what? I did what he said when I awakened. Guy wiped out an entire race, and Milim killed hundreds and thousands of people in her rampage. Now, putting all his acting skills to use, he looked heartbroken. However, my subordinate Murin, who reported me all this, has been murdered by that slime named Rimuru. That's why I've decided to avenge her. Wow, I almost clapped at his acting skills. While Rimuru technically killed her, she isn't dead. I guess you don't die when you are killed. He continued. He, together with Carrion, tried to kill me. Murin was able to inform me of it with her last bit of strength through magic communication. Oh, that's so funny. I almost wanted to burst out laughing as I listened to his story. Milim, wanting to protect Claypot, destroyed the Beast Kingdom Eurazania, killing Chiron in the process. But Claypot scolded her later about how it was inappropriate without evidence. After the incident, Milim began admiring Claypot and asked for his help. A donkey wouldn't even admire Claypot, let alone Milim. Now that everyone has learned about the story from start to finish, this Rimuru here is a despicable Magin and an idiot for daring to proclaim himself as a demon lord. It is best if we eliminate him, Claypot said. Now that he was done with his story, it was time for Rimuru to speak. Now then, allow me to explain to everyone, he said, standing up. You are Clayman, right? I mean, you are just a big liar. That's true. What? Claypot looked offended. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care whether or not I become a demon lord. The thing you said about Carrion's instigation was all nonsense, and the kingdom of Farmus attacked due to their greed. The two incidents have no connection whatsoever, Rimuru said. Claypot sent him an annoyed glare. Huh, who would believe such excuses? My subordinate also got killed. Is she called Murin? I didn't kill her. She's still alive, you know? All of your claims have been mere hearsay and your personal deduction. It may work for more gullible people, but I won't buy it. Your witness, Murin, is now under my protection. I won't allow you to do a thing to her, and your testimony has zero credibility. How despicable of you to do such a thing. You must have done something to Murin's corpse and allowed an evil spirit to possess her, he said, trying to deny Rimuru's claim. Are you sure we can't discuss the world threat now? Guy asked me through thought communication. As much as I would like to do it now, it's better to wait until the annoyance is away. Anyways, how bored do you think Milim is to go with this whole mind control act? I asked. Do you even need an answer? You know how she is. Sigh, I know, I replied with a mental sigh. But what do you think about the slime? He asked. He is strong and possesses at least one ultimate skill. I would put his current strength around Leon and my mother. So he has your vote. I like the guy, he is interesting. As I continued to chat with Guy, the whole thing between Claypot and Rimuru continued until he threw a chair at Claypot and ate the table with Beelzebub, the skill I copied by replacing gluttony. Everyone, how can you tolerate such violent behavior from this guy? He's even ignoring our authority. We should punish him together, Claypot yelled. Rimuru went to the center where the table used to be and addressed everyone. I've mentioned before, I don't care whether I become Demon Lord or not. I just want to create a country. I need human help in that aspect, so I've decided to protect humans. If anyone dares to stop me, whether they be humans, demon lords, or the saints' church, they are all my enemies. For instance, you, Clayman." "What?" Claypot shouted. "As for violent behavior," you said, "did you plan to attend the Walpurgis banquet while trying to mind control others?" Rimuru asked. "Wait, he tried to mind control people. It must have been so weak I didn't even feel it." "Notice, your resist skill, spiritual attack nullification, blocked all the effects." "Oh, thanks, Athena. Sometimes I forget the skills I have." Chapter 79, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 4. "No, here, everyone is equal, and everyone can express his opinion of others," Guy said, while giving Rimuru a small smile. "But Guy, this guy is insulting the demon lords," Claypot tried to say, but was interrupted by Rimuru. "Cut the crap, Clayman. You don't see me eye to eye, so it should be a problem between us." "That's right, Clayman. You are a demon lord as well. Then go and defeat this Magin by yourself." Guy then looked at Rimuru, "And you, do you want to be a demon lord?" Without thinking any further, Rimuru answered, "Yes, since I've already taken the position as the leader of the Jura Great Forest Alliance. The humans have seen me as a demon lord for a long time now." "Very well, everyone here shall be the witness. If you can beat Clayman here and now, we'll approve of your becoming a demon lord," Guy announced. Ho ho ho, my. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, yet things got even more complicated than I expected. How stupid I was. Claypot said so while laughing, and I couldn't agree more with the last part. "It's time for you to shine, Milim. You are truly amazing at running your mouth, relying on other people in the end." Rimuru tried to provoke Claypot. Claypot turned to Guy and asked, "How boring. It goes without saying that I will fight as well. Guy, do you have an objection?" "Not at all, Clayman. If Milim is willingly helping you, then I won't interfere," he said. "Right then, I was planning to save Milim anyway. I'll break your brainwashing technique if it takes everything I have," Rimuru said. Claypot snorted, "Surely you jest, and you will die trying." "You are the one who's going to die, Clayman. If it were against you alone, my subordinates would suffice. It would be bullying for me to fight you myself," Rimuru said, and a black aura started to emanate from Claypot. He got the point. It truly is overkill for him to do it when Shin is almost 3 times stronger than Claypot. That just shows how weak he is. At speed, Claypot couldn't even react to Shin appearing and struck him with aura-infused fists, hitting him over 30 times before turning to Rimuru and asking, "Is this okay?" Rimuru didn't say anything, but I could imagine him thinking something along the lines of, "Shouldn't you ask that before beating other people?" The area expanded, and a barrier rose up from the ground so the others wouldn't be hit by a flying Claypot by mistake, and the battle began. "Milim, kill him," Claypot roared, and Milim began to attack Rimuru. While Milim was holding back, it wasn't like she was weak. With the strength she is using now, she is still stronger than Rimuru. Guy, I'm on Rimuru's side and want to let my Beretta join the fight," Ramirez demanded. Guy, being Guy, answered with a simple and cold no. "Why?" Ramirez squeaked. Guy raised one eyebrow slightly. This is a battle between demon lords. How could you let a mere servant join the fight? Besides, isn't it a fight between that slime and Clayman? Why is that any of your business?" "Don't be so mean. Milim has also joined the battle," Ramirez said. "Yeah, but that is fine." "What is that supposed to mean? Why won't you allow me then?" She then went to me, Ashbourne, help me. Not wanting to get involved in this, I looked at her as my eye glowed purple, and a smirk she couldn't see formed on my face. "I refuse." "Why is everyone so mean to me?" Ramirez cried. "Milim is probably planning something on her own. Besides, who's your servant loyal to? The other one's protecting you with all her heart, but this one really isn't. He's loyal to you on the surface, but is he completely loyal to you? Are you really fine with dealing with this type of unknown retainer?" Guy asked. It was true Beretta wasn't completely loyal to Ramirez. Rimuru summoned him, and his creator was Rimuru. Similar to my wish, Ramirez-sama also wants to save that lord. Beretta began but was cut off by Guy. "Oh, you are not afraid of me and dare to talk straight to me. Interesting. Ramirez, is this guy speaking the truth?" Guy looked at Ramirez. Of course it's true. That's why Beretta, go in my place and save Rimuru." So this guy will carry out your wish. You've recruited quite the servant, Ramiris. No, I didn't recruit him. I am his companion. Beretta, Trainee, and Rimuru too, and many, many, many more, Ramiris said with a smile. Never mind, I'll allow this, Guy said, putting forward his hand and opening a hole in the barrier. Many thanks, Primordial Red, Beretta said. Spare me the title. I'll allow you to call me Guy. But from now on, you can only recognize Ramiris as your master, do you understand? Then, Guy, I shall pledge my loyalty toward Ramiris. For that reason, please allow me to help Rimuru-sama out this once, Beretta said without any hesitation, surprising even Guy a bit. As Beretta left to help Rimuru, I chuckled. Demons from the Black lineage certainly are interesting, just like the Black Primordial. From what I heard, he decided to serve Rimuru and got his name, I said. Guy looked at me with a frown. It seems this Rimuru isn't the only one who named a primordial demon, Guy said, releasing some of his aura at me. The weaker people around me had a hard time standing even when his aura wasn't directed at them. I shrugged, not bothered about it. Testarossa is a new addition, but I named Ultima a few hundred years ago. You didn't even recognize her, I said, and he instantly understood who Ultima was. He chuckled quietly, dropping his aura down. Haha, you certainly changed, Violet. No, sorry, Ultima, I would never in my whole life have assumed this was you, he said to Ultima, who was standing behind me. Tisk, Ultima clicked her tongue but didn't say anything. Being the mediator used to be easier before I met you. At least they haven't done anything for me to get involved, he mumbled. Chapter 80, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 5. I observed the battle as Milim was going for her final punch that would make a blue slushy out of Rimuru. But then, out of nowhere, someone appeared and took the hit for him. Ow, how can you suddenly hit people? Isn't that over the line? Veldora asked with his hands around his head where Milim hit him. Veldora, why are you here? I heard Rimuru ask, and I felt slight killing intent from my mother. Woo, that was super embarrassing. That doesn't matter. Did something happen to the town? Not really, because that Diablo guy has returned, the defense network has become stronger. As they were talking, Veldora took out something that almost made my mouth water. It's a manga I haven't seen yet. The content doesn't match up with the cover. All right, before I give you the sequel, there is a request I want to make from you. What is that? You go ahead and have some fun with Milim over there, but you must refrain from hurting her. And that's how the battle between Milim and Veldora started, while Rimuru went out to deal with Claypot. Milim, hear my command and activate Stampede and kill everyone, Claypot shouted. Milim, who had her fun fighting Veldora, turned to look at him. Why would I do that? Rimuru and they are all my friends, she said, and I couldn't help but chuckle seeing Claypot's face at this moment. Milim, wait, aren't you being controlled? Rimuru asked, shocked, and I could feel the sigh coming from Raphael even from here. Whhhhha, you seem to have been fooled all this time, Rimuru. How could I be controlled by Clayman? Milim said proudly of her acting skills. I mean, it was pretty obvious someone like Claypot couldn't control Milim, I said with a shrug. BB, but he gave me the orb. It should make you listen to my every order. Did you not kill Carrion according to my order? Oi, who did you say has died? Carrion, who took off his lion mask, asked. Oh, so you finally took off your mask, Carrion. Not the best disguise if you ask me, I said. Oi, let me have my moment. Besides, you are wearing a mask too. You think yours is much better. Yes. As everything was happening, Rimuru and even Clayman looked at us dumbfounded. Rimuru Tempest POV. So to sum up, all that has happened up until now. Carrion is still alive, so my testimonies are all set. Now, the demon lords won't treat me as an enemy. Milim wasn't mind-controlled. Clayman is on the verge of dying and is currently being shoved into a coffin by Cal, with Veldora helping him. He isn't posing any threat, and it is impossible to come up with any plan to reverse his situation because he has openly confessed in front of the demon lords. So that was all an act. I saw through it from the start. That's how I guess things should be. So that's how it was. I shouldn't be the only one who was fooled by Milim, yet in the end, everyone acts as if they've known long ago, aside from Cal, who I'm confident, if he knew she would do something like that, would have joined her. I looked over to Cal again to see him and Veldora dancing with the coffin before throwing it to the side and joining the others. It didn't take long after they returned for a giant magicule storm began to swirl around the coffin Clayman was in. Look like he's getting serious now. Clayman has awakened. Wow, even after the pseudo-awakening, his power is at the lowest level that could be considered an awakened demon lord. His magicules increased, but that's about it, Cal said. So, this is the weakest possible strength for someone considered a true demon lord. I will put that in the back of my mind for the Tempest ranking system I started working on. But for now, I need to deal with him for good. With a snap of my fingers, I erected a barrier separating me and the now-awakened Clayman from the rest. Cal Valentine POV. How dare he steal my technique? What a shameless guy. Guy mumbled and I chuckled. Isn't that what makes him interesting? I asked. Guy only gave a hum, but had an interested smile on his face. If you want to show your true power, then be quick about it. I'll wait. Or perhaps, are you planning to fool around and flee away with that attack just now? Rimuru taunted. Claypot let out a crazy laugh. He, a miserable slime, how arrogant. You are indeed strong, I'll admit it. But this is not all my power. You seem quite confident in your control of aura, but will you be able to take this? This is my strongest technique, Demon Blaster. Why does that guy still sound so arrogant after being shoved into a coffin? Rimuru just extended his hand and easily devoured the spell. Eat it all, Beelzebub. After Beelzebub devoured the spell, Rimuru calmly walked up to Claypot. It's no use, Clayman. You are weaker than me. Impossible. How can this be possible? That was my ultimate technique, Claypot stuttered out. Shortly after, Rimuru put him under thought acceleration and started beating the shit out of him. Clayman, Rimuru asked calmly, I'll ask you one more time. Who leaked the message to you and gave you that orb? What's his relationship with you? Tell me, and I'll kill you quickly. I won't betray my companions, nor will I sell out my contractor. This is the iron law of moderate Harlequin alliance. Claypot, who was at death's door, managed to stutter out. That's probably the only thing I like about him. At least, he is loyal to his companions until the end. So, is this lord you were talking about the demon Lord Kazalim? Rimuru asked, and I wondered for a while how he would know that before I remembered. I told him about the moderate Harlequin alliance during the Charybdis incident. How? Claypot asked with wide eyes. I see then, I don't need to you anymore, Beelzebub. And that was the end of the Claypot. He will be remembered as the idiot who thought he could control an ancient dragonoid demon lord. Chapter 81, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 6. A lowly slime wants to be a demon lord. I would never agree to that, Roy said with arrogance. I guess my mother wanted to test what Rimuru would do against a stronger demon lord, or it could just be Roy being Roy. Veldora, who heard it, flew towards him, looking like a Super Saiyan. How dare you insult my friend? Oi, Millis, your underling is quite rude to his superior. Should I teach him a lesson for you? He said, looking at my mother. I could have stopped it, but I decided against it. What do you mean by that? I'm just a loyal maid to Demon Lord Valentine, my mother replied, still acting like a maid. Hey, you can't do that. Valentine's been hiding her true identity, Veldora. You shouldn't expose other people like that. Milim said, exposing her just like she did 2 times with me. Tesk, she clicked her tongue, you stupid lizard always ruining my work every single time. Also, did you even forget my real name? Veldora, who probably felt his scolding instincts flare up, hid behind me. Cal, help me. Your mother is scary. What do you mean my mother is an old and frail woman? That maid can't be my mother, I said, and I had a feeling that it wasn't the best thing to say in front of her. No. You both have a similar magicule wavelength, he said, still hiding behind me. My eyes twitched behind the mask, and I couldn't hold myself back. So I hit Veldora on the top of his head, sending him headfirst into the ground and cracking it. I don't know what you mean she isn't my mother, I said, but it was too late. Well, I think you got exposed, Cal, Guy said, putting his arm around my shoulder. How about we fix this place up? With a wave of his hand, Veldora was moved away, and the floor fixed itself before the table, and chairs appeared once again. Didn't Rimuru store? Ah, well, he has an expensive-looking table in his stomach now. Having been defeated by Leon, Kazalim's body seemed to have been destroyed. This is why, in order to revive himself, he must start with his astral body. If that were the case, he would naturally want to possess other living beings. Kazalim, who has yet to be discovered to this day, must have hidden somewhere other than the domains of the demon lords. Rimuru said his theory before looking at me. Didn't you have any information on him, Cal? I assumed a thinking position now that I didn't have a mask. Your theory is possible, and from the things I found connected to Kazalim, it's something that he would do. From the information my shadows have found. I paused. How should I say things I know without it feeling like I know it from reading? They found old notes, including research and experiment results. It took me a while, but I found more bits and pieces over the years, but what I'm about to say could be wrong. They all looked at me, waiting for me to continue. I took a deep breath before speaking. Let's start centuries ago with the super magic empire. There was a man named Jahil. As I said that, Guy, Milim, and Ramirez perked up. He wanted high humans to conquer the world and become its sole ruler. That's when he decided to do something that led to him being killed. I gave Guy a quick look before continuing. After being killed, his spirit came to wander the earth for eons before eventually finding a host in the king of the Elven Kingdom. He took over the body of the king and made what was known as the Super Magic Kingdom. It became a testing ground for his magic experiments, and one of his experiments was on the real king's daughter, Cagali. His experiments ended up killing Cagali, but he used the spell Birthday, a necromancy-type spell to bring her back, but she was cursed. Her appearance became rotting, twisted, and ugly. But that's not all of it. She begged him to return to his peaceful and loving ways. Jahil lashed out in anger and used the power of his curse to force Cagali to become a man, changing her name to Kazalim and calling her his son. Considering all of that, the chances of her being alive are high. That's all I know, I said as I finished. There was a long silence before it was broken by my own mother. You could have just said that last sentence. I shrugged, but when would I get the chance to use the information I have gathered over the years? Then, if this Jahil managed to survive as a spirit for eons, she could have done the same for the past 300 years. Rimuru summarized everything in one sentence. Tusk, none of them appreciate my knowledge, but I'm interested in what Rimuru will do with all of the information when he sees Cagali in Yuuki's office. That's something I would see in the near future, but for now, it's time to get the whole banquet over. Our topic of discussion today is the betrayal of Karian and the rise of the Rimuru guy over there, and all these issues have been resolved. Karian never betrayed us, and Rimuru has shown power worthy of the role of Demon Lord. I think the meeting is done so far, but since it's a rather rare occasion, does anyone have anything to say? Guy said. Frey, who seemed to have been waiting for that, spoke up. From today onward, I've decided to follow Milim. Based on that, I would like to give out my seat as a demon lord. I am too weak to be a demon lord. After witnessing that battle just now, I was further convinced. But Frey, aren't you good at high-speed aerial combat? Is there really a need to look down on yourself like that? Dragul asked. Indeed, I'm more advantageous in aerial combat, but that's no excuse for not being a demon lord. So, that's why I decided to work under Milim. Karian also decided to speak up. I, too, have lost to Milim during a duel. It's a different case when fighting against a hero, but now I've lost to another demon lord. This means I have no excuse to keep being a demon lord. That's why I'll now be Milim's subordinate. Chapter 82, Walpurgis Banquet II Part 7. So after Frey and Karian stepping down and Milim's little outburst, we are finally here. I don't want to be that guy, but now our numbers decreased from 11 to 9. I said, hiding a smile as I heard the groans from the others, knowing what I meant. Ha, Guy sighed. I think we both are thinking the same thing, right, Cal? He said, and we both looked at Rimuru, the newly risen demon lord. Today, I shall grant you the privilege to create a new title for us. Ah, no thanks, I don't need that. Rimuru tried to say, but Guy wouldn't take no for an answer, and with a simple chop, the table split in half. How about the 9 demonic sovereigns? Rimuru proposed the name after a while of thinking. Well, it's better than what I had in mind. I thought of something like Demon Kings of Ars Gotia or something involving that, but I guess 9 demonic sovereigns isn't that bad. It's not like I would care about it when I only hear about the name during Walpurgis. People are often too scared even to say our names out loud. I like it, I said. It's better than what Cal came up with last time, Milim said, and I sent her a glare. Didn't you say it was a good name? At that time I thought it was good. That would be it, and it sounds very nice. We can definitely win with this name. A new age has arrived. The others also accepted the name, so it was time for the introductions again. You all make it sound like you didn't like the 11 sagely demon lords was an awful name, I grumbled. I liked it. I didn't want to waste time on deciding a new name, so I went with it. After everything was decided, we ended up being named 9 demonic sovereigns. Demon, Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson. Fairy, Fairy of the Labyrinth, Ramaris. Dragonoid, Destroyer, Milim Nava. True Gigant, Continent's Wrath, Dragrul. Vampire, Queen of Nightmares, Luminous Valentine. Fallen Angel, Sleeping Ruler, Dino. Monarch, Shadow Monarch, Asborn. Demonoid, Platinum Saber, Leon Cromwell. Slime, Ruler of Monsters, Rimuru Tempest. At least Rimuru didn't get the title of newbie or rising star because of me. It's not like I don't like the name, but Ruler of Monsters sounds much better. The last thing left is the food. Mom and Leon had already left, leaving only me, Guy, Milim, Ramirez, Rimuru, Dino, Dagrul, and everyone's attendance. While I'm waiting for the others to leave to discuss what I'm about to do with Guy, why not mess with Rimuru a bit? So Rimuru, to think the first thing you would do is to copy the recipes. Rimuru almost choked on the food he was eating. What? I'm not. He stopped as he already knew it wasn't worth it. Anyways, now that you've become a demon lord, what are you planning with the whole trying to create peace between humans and monsters? With the whole Clayman thing going on, I didn't have time to think about it yet. But maybe a festival to show them they don't need to fear the monsters. Oh, a festival like in that one manga. We must do it, Rimuru. Veldora said before turning to me, look, it would be like this one, and I can even have my own takoyaki stand. That sounds like an interesting idea, and I'm curious about how the takoyaki tastes. We continued to chat until Guy and I were the only demon lords left. So what was the destruction of the central world you mentioned? Guy asked. Let me tell you a story. It's not going to be like the Cagali story, right? I just looked at him offended before starting my story. Without any signs of Veldanava's resurrection, even after centuries, he grew outraged upon detecting the sudden death of Veldanava after spending millennia in the other world. It became clear to him that Veldanava had abandoned not only them, but the entire world. In response, he vowed to destroy creation itself and take revenge on all sentient life, not just humans and demi-humans. He hoped that if Veldanava truly cared, he would come back to stop him. So, Guy tried to say, but I stopped him. That was only the first part of the story. After Veldanava's death, a hollow ego resided in a skill and started questioning its purpose for living. Both individuals wanted to revive their master, so they allied with each other due to their common goals. The skill also received a name and became a manas, developing a much firmer will. Over the next several centuries, the manas gradually succeeded in wresting control of its host's body as the latter's soul wore out with each reincarnation. Care to take a guess about who I'm talking about? I asked after finishing my story. There was silence as Guy thought, Feldway and Rudra's skill Michael, he muttered. Right on point, I clapped. I want to end a war before it truly begins. Then why are you telling me all of this? You could have just done it without telling me about it. I want you to watch over Dino just in case. Feldway is the leader of the 7 Angels of Origin, so I can never know if he would follow his orders. Heya, Guy let out a deep sigh. Everything used to be much easier before I met you. Fine, I'm going to keep an eye on Dino, but before that, he pointed at Utlama and Testartasa, care to explain what they are doing here? Well, Ultima and I have been dating for a while now, and Testarasa became a maid, I said. You expect me to believe that? Guy said with a straight face. Believe what you want. What I said was the truth, I shrugged. Anyways, the plan is. I then started telling him the basics of the plan. While I'm pretty certain I could do everything without his help, it's always better to have a contingency plan. Chapter 83, Birth of Amana's Part 1. Returning to my castle after my talk with Guy, I started prepping for what I like to call the war before the war. Notice it's a stupid name. My eyes twitched. I didn't ask you, Athena, I said with a forced smile. Notice that's just the truth. Athena, I muttered, still with a forced smile. Hattie. Did you just ha me, Athena? Notice, no, master, it's just your imagination. That answer again, you're enjoying it, aren't you? Notice, no, master, it's just your imagination. Huh, I sighed and dropped the topic, knowing it wasn't worth it. To prepare for the attack, I must decide who to bring with me, who will delay Feldway, and who will handle the insectors. I have options like Igris and Baru, with their divisions specializing in close-quarter combat, and Tusk, with his divisions specializing in magic and long-distance combat. They can handle the insectors while Mio, Saris, Luca, and Ari stall Feldway until I'm finished with Michael. Once Michael is dealt with, then it's Feldway's turn. On second thought, I should also leave someone in the castle, just in case. Then there is also Ivarage. It was sealed inside the spooky palace by Veldanava after it caused mayhem in the central world. I also remember that while it's referred to as a dragon, it has no relationship to dragons or the dragon race. I continued finishing my attack plans for the next few days, as I didn't want to rush it and make a mistake. While I'm confident in my current strength and that I could take them out, I need contingency plans in case something goes wrong. One is Guy, but he would be my last resort if everything else failed. I also need the ultimate skill, Lord of Hope, Sariel, for my plan to work. I know where to find it, so I will copy it before the war. I made different simulations of everything that could happen in my head, and Athena was also helping me. They ranged from things like the possibility of Michael being able to take control over me or any of my shadows to smaller stuff like him escaping me. So the plan is to trap them in the land of repose, an infinite dimension that only my shadows, me, and the people I allow can enter or leave. In that dimension, I can do almost everything I want. While I can manipulate everything about it, I wouldn't be able to trap him there and then delete his existence. There is also the possibility for me not to kill him, but trap him in the land of repose for eternity without him being able to leave. But that would be too risky. Athena, what would be the chances of him leaving the land of repose on his own? I asked. Notice, the possibility is 0.0001%. While a small number, it's better to just eat him. Yes, eat him. But would Beelzebub be enough, or should I attempt to evolve it into Azathoth, or something similar at least? The ultimate skill, God of Void. Azathoth is a skill that was created by combining 4 skills, Beelzebub, Raphael, Veldora, and Velgrind. While the last 2 aren't necessary for the creation of the skill, I don't know if Athena could be used instead of Raphael. If anything, I would consider Athena the next evolution of Raphael. Now that I started thinking about it, I need a name. I went through different names in my head, but in the end, only 2 remained, Nyx and Persephone. Nyx was the first name that came to my mind. It's the name of the goddess in Greek mythology. Nyx is the goddess and personification of the night. The other name, Persephone, came to my mind after I remembered the first time I heard the voice of the world. My current ultimate skill, Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, was the downgraded version of ultimate skill, God of Dead, Hades. While I don't think it would become the same skill if it evolved now due to the changes I made to it, like merging my unique skill, Black Heart Reactor, into my ultimate skill, Shadow Monarch, Ashborn. That skill was a mix of Satanale and Black Heart, so who knows what could happen now. But still, the name Persephone wasn't that bad, even if my skill became something different. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, goddess of spring, the dead, the underworld, grain, and nature. It's decided. Athena, I have maybe pushed back this for a while, but I think it's time. I paused and thought about the ego inside Athena. At first, I thought it was the copied ego of Great Sage, but that wasn't the case. The ego currently inside of Athena is the ego that was part of my system when I still had the unique skill, Shadow Lord. It integrated itself into Great Sage when I copied it and allowed it to talk with me, and I think that after over 300 years together, I think it's time, so from today, your name will be Persephone. Athena POV. Going through the plans, running thousands of different calculations, I was going through every possible scenario that could happen. My master, whom I have been with ever since he reincarnated into this world. At first, I started as the ego in his unique skill that only managed his status points and answered simple questions. But then, after the Harvest Festival, his unique skill evolved into an ultimate skill, and I've become a useless ego just sitting in the skill without anything to do. That was until he gained the skill Mystery and used it to copy the unique skill, Great Sage, from the slime named Rimuru Tempest. I used all my will to integrate myself into the skill, and I could finally speak with my master. Then, for the next 2 years, I've been helping my master by managing his skills, running different calculations, and becoming Athena. For a while, his thoughts were blocked from me until he spoke to me, Athena, I have maybe pushed back this for a while, but I think it's time. He paused before he said 5 words that changed the whole world for me. Your name will be Persephone. Chapter 84, Birth of Amana's Part 2. Persephone POV. For a while, his thoughts were blocked from me until he spoke. Athena, I have maybe pushed back this for a while, but I think it's time. He paused before he said 5 words that changed the whole world for me. Your name will be Persephone. I didn't know what to say. I had expected him to name me at some point, but I didn't expect it to happen now. Calm down, Athena. No, it's Persephone now. Deep breaths. Wait, I don't need to breathe. This was the moment when I Manas. Persephone was born from the ultimate skill, goddess of wisdom, Athena. I quickly concealed my evolution from the voice of the world as I experienced emotions that a skill could not have otherwise felt. It was an eternal bliss to be named by my master, and I even felt slight envy towards all the demons and shadows that got to experience being named before me. I am P. Persephone. I will be the one who provides support to my master. Master Cal, I look forward to working with you from here on, I said as emotion filled my mind. I have the privilege to be together with my master's soul and help him for the rest of eternity. I can't afford to make a single mistake that would harm my master. My master needs to be the strongest being in existence, so no harm would ever befall him. I instantly started working on optimizing and creating stronger skills for my master. Firstly, I will take a page from, I guess, my future younger sister's book. Technically, the future Manas. Seal will be born from the same skill as I was born, making us sisters. The ultimate skill, God of Void. Azathoth is created by combining both Beelzebub and Raphael. While my master doesn't technically have the skills, I can use the skill I used to reside in, Athena, and the copied version of Beelzebub to make it. I started making the skill and decided to make some changes to it based on the True Dragon release and True Dragon nucleation, but using my master's shadows instead of any of the true dragons. My processing speed increased by millions of times since the original speed, and it didn't take me long before the skill was complete. The next thing on my list was to upgrade the Black Heart Reactor sub-skill of Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, even more than before. To do that, I need to evolve the Mystery skill. But the problem was my master's soul. As strong as it wasn't strong enough for him to house the evolved version of Mystery. My master needs to evolve from a monarch to a true monarch. Cal Valentine POV. I stood outside the dwelling of spirits with Ramaris. Are you sure about this? She asked. I didn't say anything but nodded. Persephone told me the conditions to evolve, and this method was the easiest. Taking a deep breath, I entered and walked forward. The moment I stepped in, the spirits inside started reacting. WHA? How? I could hear the shocked voice of Ramaris as I walked forward to the center. More and more spirits started to gather around me. But they weren't just random spirits. No, the spirits following me were both the light and darkness spirits. It seems to be working, just like Persephone said. Every second that passed, more and more spirits appeared and were swirling around me, as if forming a cocoon of spirits. "You can begin, Persephone," I said as my vision turned into a sea of black and white from all the spirits around me. "The evolution will now begin. Master will enter sleep mode during this time." A sudden wave of drowsiness hit me, bringing back memories of the first time it happened over 300 years ago, and I fell asleep. Persephone POV. As my master entered sleep mode, his evolution started. His vessel and soul became even stronger than before, and his current magicule amount almost tripled in size. The only intrinsic skill he gained was true Monarch's ambition, which was the evolved form of Monarch's ambition. But now Master's soul was strong enough so I could evolve mystery. Knowing exactly what my master wanted and how to make the best use for the skill's evolution, I started by combining the following skills: Azathoth, Sariel, and a start with it. In this moment, the unique skill, Mystery, evolved into the ultimate skill, Swirl of the Root, Akasha. It was and would probably be my master's strongest skill purely due to its capabilities. It retained the functions of the merged skill while also gaining new ones. I focused on the sub-skills of Akasha that will be the most useful for my current job. The sub-skills are skill creation, skill duplication, and alteration. Skill creation is a sub-skill that allows the user to create brand new skills based on the information obtained from analysis and the user's desires. Skill duplication allows the user to recreate skills the user has a full analysis of. Alteration, the ability to modify and evolve skills. There is also the sub-skill skill storage that stores the information of all analyzed skills so they can be recreated later. I should analyze every skill I come across and store the skills I have already analyzed over the years. I made a copy of Sariel for my new objective. Thanks to the light and darkness spirits, I merged them and Sariel to evolve Ashbourne into the ultimate skill, God of Life and Death, Ashbourne. As the evolution would take around a whole day to finish, I started working on making Master's subordinates stronger. Starting with the purple Primordial Ultima, I upgraded her unique skill, Rune Magecraft, into the ultimate skill, Queen of Shadows, Scathach, and evolved her self-created spell Cursed Poison into another ultimate skill, Lord of Death Poison, Samuel. The next person was the white Primordial Testarasa. I evolved her self-created spell, Freezing White Flames, into the ultimate skill, Lord of Death World, Belial. Both of them gained a boost to their vessel and magicule capacity, just like the Shadow Soldiers. The last one, while not a subordinate of my master, still shared a soul corridor so I could upgrade her skill. Luminous Valentine, the adoptive mother of my master. I upgraded her unique skill, Lust, into the ultimate skill, Lord of Lust, Asmodeus. Of course, all skills were analyzed and stored in skill storage. But what if Ups, that wasn't supposed to happen. Actually, it might not be that bad. Chapter 85, True Monarch. Waking up from my evolution, I stood up and tried to check my body. I didn't notice any outside difference in my look. I still stood at 195 cm with gray eyes and black hair. Actually, now that I look closer, my hair may be an even darker black. Persephone, could you tell me any changes after the evolution? I asked. Your vessel and soul has been strengthened, and your magicule's capacity increased significantly. Ultima has gained 2 ultimate skills, while Testarasa gained 1. Your mother also gained an ultimate skill. That is good. Gaining an ultimate skill made them much stronger, and my mother had gained her skills ahead of time. Was there anything else, Persephone? Anyways, while I tried to upgrade the effects of Black Heart with the use of Akasha, it didn't go as planned and maybe made you acquire an unlimited source of energy due to your soul now becoming similar to a perpetual motion machine. Basically, you can use the power of your soul to recharge your magicules infinitely and never run out. Oh, your ultimate skill, Shadow Monarch, Ashbourne evolved into ultimate skill, God of Life and Death, Ashbourne. God of Life and Death, that sounds nice. Wait, back up. Did you mess with my soul and made some mistakes? What if something went wrong and I died? No, Master. It was totally planned, and everything went better than successfully. I don't believe you. I sighed, So M, my current black heart reactor, sub-skill inside my ultimate skill, god of life and death, Ashborn, became something similar to the third true magic from the Nasuverse. It's more complicated, but basically, they have the same function. I see, but what are the other changes with becoming a true monarch? A true monarch is the highest tier divine spirit, with Master being the highest tier divine shadow death life spirit. As spiritual life forms, true monarchs do not have a set singular appearance or form. They can assume the appearance and properties of whatever they wish, with no real attachment to their bodies. As spiritual beings, whatever form they assume will be affected by their own personal self-image and individuality. True monarchs can't really die and would be reborn with their memories, but might lose some aspects of their personality. Master is an exception from this because Master is death itself, so even if Master dies, you will keep your memories and personality. So basically, a true dragon. Yes, Master, basically, a true dragon without the dragon part, she answered with a deadpan tone. So besides me getting stronger, there weren't any significant changes due to evolving my race. The benefits of not being able to die would be great if I weren't death itself. Even before I evolved, I could have revived myself if I had died. But the sudden evolutions call for a change of plans. Not only do I need to go through everything again, but I need to get used to any changes and new skills. The main skills I acquired were Swirl of the Root, Akasha with Azathoth being merged into it. It's like a mix of Shub-Niggurath, Sariel, and Azathoth. It can create, recreate, edit, store skills, devour anything, and control life. Persephone said that she had saved the ultimate skills obtained by my mother, Ultima, and Testarossa during my evolution, or how she decided to call it Ascension Festival. She confidently stated that they wouldn't object if I made a copy for myself since they acquired these skills because of me. It's not like they have a say in the matter or even know about it. I decided to push back the attack a week for Ultima and Testarossa to learn and get used to their skills, while I made the final changes to the attack plan. My liege, Lady Valentine, has arrived and is asking for you, Mio said, stepping out of the shadow in my office. It must be about her gaining an ultimate skill. Bring her to my office, I said, and sighed after Mio left. Should I tell her about the small fight I'm going to have soon? Nah, she has other stuff to do, so I shouldn't worry her about that, and besides, I don't think the whole thing will take more than an hour. Sitting on the couch, I looked at my mother, who sipped her tea and looked at me without saying a word for almost half an hour. Finally, after we were done with the tea, she spoke. Please tell me you didn't or don't plan to do something stupid, she said calmly. Me doing anything stupid? Of course not. Reckless? Maybe. Idiotic, probably, but never anything stupid. Then how did my unique skill suddenly evolve into an ultimate skill for no reason? I went through another evolution, and that caused your skill to evolve, I answered simply. Oh, and what about the extra skill, Mother's Instinct? I never heard of it before, but it sounds like something you would do. She smiled. I said nothing, but was mentally sweating. Persephone, I asked mentally. Hee. I don't know anything about it, I replied. Oh, that's unfortunate. I wanted to test it. She sighed in disappointment. I was thinking of running away to Tempest and hiding behind Veldora so he would take her attention away. Persephone, what's the effect of the skill? Want to find out, Hess? Persephone turned against me. It's only a prank. Besides, this is a light prank compared to the ones you have done over the years. The pranks are only funny when they are done on other people, not me. Hee, she just chuckled. I think it's funny pranking you. I tried my best to prevent my eyes from twitching and hearing what she said. I felt this wasn't the last time she would prank me. You see, I thought about how to properly say it without telling her about how she got the skill. I may have thought about it a couple of times, and it manifested as your skill during my evolution. I see, she said and picked up the now refiled teacup. Then about your evolution. She asked about the details of my evolution. I evolved into a true monarch. It's a divine spirit of the highest tier, basically a true dragon without anything dragon-related. Chapter 86, Testarossa versus Ultima. I observed everything from the top of my castle. My mother has left, saying she had work to do now after Roy was almost killed. All the shadow generals are training their troops for the battle in a few days. While I'm 100% sure that my army and I already have enough strength to annihilate our opponents completely, I'm someone who would rather be overprepared than underprepared. Still, they should learn their current strength rather than go into battle without knowing what they are capable of. As I finished my thought, I looked over to the two primordials, currently sparring against each other using their new ultimate skills. Ultima is having a harder time due to not only gaining two ultimate skills, but also due to Testarasa's single ultimate skill, which is an evolved form of a spell she has used for thousands of years. So, while Ultima has an easier time learning how to properly use her Samel skill, it's more difficult for her to master her Scathach skill. It's funny how her looks changed to be like Scathach after I named her all those years ago. Then, she gained a unique skill related to runecraft before it evolved into Scathach. Isn't your name and Demon Lord title the name of your ultimate skill? Hey, don't say it like that, Persephone. The voice of the world must have thought that my name and title sounded so cool that it named my skill after me, I said with a chuckle. But you knew it would evolve into that. I shrugged. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, who knows? I know. I looked over to the two primordials fight and saw Ultima summon multiple crimson spears behind her. The subskill Gibalg alternative not only allows her to create countless Gibalg copies, but its true power is shown when the true name of Gibalg alternative is activated. First, a close-range attack from the first demonic spear would rob the enemy's movement by pinning them in a spot in the air, and the second demonic spear would strike through everything if thrown with her full might. Obviously, any enemy caught in the line of the thrown spear would be killed. While the attack is made for a single target, she could easily destroy a country with that attack. That, coupled with Ultima's large magical reserves, can cause a lot of damage. But right now, she only uses the spears as normal projectiles. I say normal, but they would still paralyze any weaker opponent due to the blood lust the spears seem to emit. Testarasa created a whip made of super hot white flame that could incinerate someone down to their soul. She could also change the flames from burning to freezing. To evade the spears, Testarasa used her white fire whip to grip one spear and flung it at the others, allowing her to easily dodge them. Without hesitation, Testarasa launched an assault on Ultima, and their battle continued. White fire, death poison, whip, spears, all those things could be seen in the battle area of the two primordials. Using universal sense, only for my hearing, I listened to their conversation. I refuse to back down. I'm the one who will fight that pigeon, exclaimed Ultima as she charged forward, utilizing Bloody Bite. This technique focused an immense amount of magical energy into her spear hand, coating the nails with death poison from Samel and delivering a fatal dose upon impact. Fufu, you can take the ordinary angels that will disturb my fight. Testarasa reacted quickly, entangling Ultima's hand with her white fire whip and effortlessly throwing her aside while simultaneously nullifying her Bloody Bite. Oh, right, they both wanted to fight Feldway to prove that the primordial demons are much better than the primordial angels. That's the second reason for them fighting each other. As the battle raged on, the tension between them grew. The sound of clashing weapons and spells filled the training area, making it seem like a war zone. Despite the chaos, the barriers surrounding the area held strong, ensuring that no harm would come to the castle. Ultima, with her two spears in hand, was a force to be reckoned with. Her movements were fluid and precise, her attacks calculated and deadly. Testarasa, on the other hand, was struggling to keep up. Ultima created a new technique by utilizing both of her ultimate skills. Her poison-infused spears were taking their toll, and she was having a harder time defending herself as Ultima closed the distance between them. Despite the odds stacked against her, Testarasa refused to give up. She knew that she had to come up with a new strategy if she wanted to win this fight. With a quick flick of her wrist, she summoned a wall of fire that separated her from Ultima, giving her some much-needed breathing room. Taking a deep breath, Testarasa closed her eyes and focused. Then, with a newfound sense of determination, She opened her eyes and charged toward Ultima, now with her whip transforming into what looked like a fusion between a sword and a whip. The two clashed once again, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. This time, however, Testarossa was ready. With a swift feint, she managed to disarm Ultima, sending her spears flying across the training area, but that wasn't enough, as two new spears instantly appeared in Ultima's hands. The battle continued, none of them showing even a slight sign of giving up. Ultima, with her red bloodthirsty spears, and Testarossa, with her white fire sword-like whip, were both highly skilled and determined to win. At this point, I think they forgot they were fighting to be allowed to fight Feldway and just enjoyed the battle. The sound of clashing weapons echoed through the arena as the two fighters traded more blows. Throughout the day-long battle, Testarossa momentarily gained the upper hand by using her whip to ensnare Ultima's spears. However, Ultima quickly retaliated by materializing two spears behind her that shot toward her, leaving only a red trail behind. Testarossa needed to move away if she didn't want to get skewered by the spears, so she quickly sidestepped as the spears in Ultima's hand and those now flying towards her dematerialized, and new ones took their place. I continued watching their seemingly never-ending fight for a couple more hours, before turning around to look at the Shadow Generals. Chapter 87, Time for War. As Ultima and Testarossa battled, I decided to observe the Shadow Generals and their troops. Mio led a group of shadow spiders who used universal thread in their magic combat. I watched as she combined elemental magic with the skill, giving it different effects and making it effective in battle. Ceres and her division focused on poison magic, which was not as potent as Ultima's, but still powerful. Tusk and his troops used a variety of magic rather than limiting themselves to a single element. Ari and her troops used a combination of weapons and magic. Igris and his troops were skilled swordsmen, while Luca's troops were berserkers. Biru and the other ants were all-rounders, proficient in multiple areas. I smiled, comparing their current strength to when they first became shadows. A lot of time has passed, and the most important battle will begin in just a few days. Now, even the weakest shadow soldier had enough power to defeat a shadow general 300 years ago. After my last evolution, even the weakest of them now has a humanoid-looking form. After I finished observing the shadow generals, I turned around to see how the fight between Ultima and Testarossa was going, only to see Testarossa trapped between 10 spears, making her unable to move, and Ultima pointing another spear at her with a smirk. "I guess I win, not like there could be another outcome," Ultima said. "Tisk," Testarossa clicked her tongue, not liking the outcome of the battle. "Hee, I will fight the pigeon," Ultima beamed like a little child. In the back of my mind, I could see a manga panel with a Chibi Ultima happily jumping around while a Chibianoid Testarossa, trapped between the spears, just looked at her. Suppressing a laugh, I went down to them. "So, how are you adjusting to your ultimate skills?" I asked. "Great," Ultima said, still happily dancing around, but let Testarossa out by dematerializing the spears. "I'm starting to understand my new skills. Thank you, my lord. If not for you, I would never have had the opportunity to acquire it," Testarossa said with a respectful bow. "Hey, don't say it like that. Now it looks like I'm ungrateful," Ultima said. Before Ultima started another fight, I said, "The battle will be in a few days. While I take care of Michael, Ultima will fight Feldway, and Testarossa will be there as backup in case anything goes wrong." "Of course, my lord," Testarossa replied. The days passed by quickly, and it was time for the war before the war began. I think the massacre to stop the war is a better name. It's not going to be a massacre, Persephone. You are literally one of the strongest beings right now, and you have prepared for every single scenario. The only way you could lose is if you let them defeat you. That's without taking into account the disaster and catastrophe class being in your shadow. You make it sound like I can go there alone and wipe them out. "Because you can master." I shrugged, but that would be a lot of unnecessary work for me. I take out the two important players and maybe Iverage while my shadows take out the rest. It would be a waste for them to just laze around the castle while I take care of everything myself. Just think of it like this. I could do everything myself, but I ask you for help with it, like doing the calculations. Maybe I should do a speech. It's not like it is something necessary, but I always wanted to make one. I cleared my throat and began my speech. This would be my first and probably the last speech, so I hope it's good. You have been fighting for me for the past 300 years, and I must say that I am proud of how far you have come. I have seen you grow from some of the weakest monsters and humans to now being considered one of the strongest beings in this world, and I am grateful to have you by my side. We may be up against strong opponents, but we are stronger. Losing is not something I have even considered, and I know that with your help, we will emerge victorious. I continued the speech, saying the first things that came to my mind, and as I finished my all, the soldiers erupted in a cheering roar with their weapons held high. The sound of their enthusiasm filled the air. This continued for around 10 minutes before the cheers grew quieter, and the generals who were at the front fell down on their knees. "My liege, we thank you for every opportunity you have given us," they said in unison. "With your blessing, we have gotten everything we couldn't even have dreamt of before, so we won't disappoint you." At their words, my expression softened, and a small smile formed on my face. I looked out at the sea of faces before me. It was a mixture of shadow faces, with my first shadow generals having a real humanoid appearance. I can clearly remember every one of them and how they have changed over the years of being shadows. "The war will begin and end today," I said. Chapter 88, Bullying Amanas. All the soldiers were ready, and now I was alone, ready to teleport right into the Eastern Empire, swoop in, personally take Michael and Velgrund, and teleport us to the land of repose, where the battle would occur. One of the reasons why I'm having the battle take place there is so I don't destroy the whole empire during the battle. It would be a pain to deal with it later. I took a deep breath and got ready for it. In my head, I started counting down. 3, 2, 1. My shadow engulfed me, and the next second I was in the throne room beside Michael and Velgrund. They got instantly on guard, and Velgrund was the first to attack, but that didn't matter. "Persephone now," I shouted mentally, and my shadow expanded before engulfing the three of us and taking us to the land of repose while also starting to analyze and copy all their skills. I quickly backed away, dodging Velgrund's attack and sending her away to a different side of the land. Now it was only me and Michael. We looked at each other for a while without saying anything. I could feel him trying to escape, but that wasn't possible. The only way to go in and out of this land is to be my shadow, or if I allow it. "So then, Rudra," I began but stopped and chuckled. "No, you aren't Rudra, right, Michael?" I asked. If shocked that he was found out, Michael didn't show it but calmly observed me. "Why are you doing this?" he asked. "Why I'm doing this?" I paused and pretended to think about it. "I don't know, maybe because you idiots want to destroy this world just to revive someone that doesn't want to." I didn't move from my place as he took out his sword. "Honestly, if you decided to destroy all the worlds besides this one, I wouldn't have cared," I said truthfully. "But you did, and I don't like that. Seriously, I'm surprised that you aren't called Lucifer with all the daddy issues you have." "No, wait, Lucifer wouldn't try to revive his father." "We don't need to fight. How about you join me?" he said, and did something that earned the wrath of someone he shouldn't have messed with. "Master, he is trying to regalia dominion, on you let me kill him for that. How dare he try to control my master?" "Calm down, Persephone, you know that won't work on me," I told her mentally. "Besides, how is the fight between Ultima and Feldway going?" I asked. Feldway's body has been teleported to the land of repose 100 meters from where Ultima was waiting, and their battle has started. The other targets have also been transported inside and are dealt with by the Shadow Generals. That was probably the most challenging task. It was finding Feldway's actual body. It took some time to find the body, but it's nothing I, with the help of Persephone, couldn't do. Another perk of this land is that I can temporarily gift them access to my other ultimate skills. Of course, I didn't give them access to Ashbourne or Akasha, but to my other ultimate skills, I just got access to. If I did that outside the land of repose, their souls would have shattered immediately from having the skills. Good, I know Ultima will drag out the battle just for fun, and the other shadows should do their tasks now, so I can focus on Michael. Sorry, but I'm not interested, and that cheap mind control trick won't work on me, I said with a bored expression. Michael, who still looked at me, closed his eyes briefly and sighed. Well then, that leaves only one option left. He then used Armageddon and summoned an army of angels. Of course, this only worked because I allowed it to. Persephone had asked me before the battle started so she could test out something. I infused my dagger with the new spell that she had developed and swung it in an arc. Purple-colored energy shot out of my dagger and started expanding as it approached the army of angels before completely engulfing them. As it did, Michael's eyes widened. What? How? It's not possible. I didn't know what the spell did when I used it, but the moment it hit the first angel, I understood what it did. When the energy from the spell disappeared, I didn't see the white-winged angels anymore. Don't get me wrong, there were still angels, but not the kind I saw before. They have become my shadows, a shadowy appearance with black shadow wings and a purple glow. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect that, I said with amusement. Persephone will get a rise for creating this. You don't pay me, master. Now then, let's get this over, I said as my eyes focused on Michael, who was only a few centimeters away with his sword infused with melt, slash, and cardinal acceleration going for my head. I didn't react as the blade connected with me, and I could feel thousands of slashes over my whole body. I didn't move. I just observed as not even a single drop of blood came out of my body. Instead, it looked like he just tried to cut an illusion made out of shadows. The shadows returned to my body, and it looked like nothing had happened. Is that all? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Michael continued trying every skill he had, but the result was the same. Persephone and I had already prepared countermeasures for all we could, and now that I copied all his skills, his chances of defeating me became 0. Michael backed up. He knew he didn't stand a chance if his attacks didn't do anything. I'm a god in this realm, and you can't kill a god in his domain. Well, I didn't expect a big fight here, as I know I'm much stronger than you, I said with disappointment in my tone. Master, can I take over now? Persephone asked. Sure, have it your way. I replied and got a weird feeling as I could still see everything happening, but it felt like my body was submerged underwater. My eyes changed from gray to red, and my body changed to my female form. Manas, Michiel said, shocked. Now how should I discipline you? Persephone, who was now controlling my body, asked before a sadistic smile formed and her eyes started glowing. Oh, I know. What followed was something I could only call bullying. I even started feeling slightly bad for Michael as I saw him digging his fingernails into the shadowy ground as Persephone dragged him away for his torture session. Not even his castle guard could do anything against Persephone. Oh. Ouch. That must hurt. Not that part of his body. I feel sorry for Rudra's body to go through all of this. Not wanting to see more of this, I quickly observed how Ultima's fight was going, and if I were in control of my body, I would have the biggest deadpan of my life. She was playing Hit the Angel with Feldway, but throwing her infinite supply of spears. Oh, now she is playing Angel Ping Pong with Testarossa. Chapter 89, Rudra. I didn't expect this to be hard, especially after successfully getting them into the land of repose. Velgrind is around 3 hours away from our current position, so I should give that time for Persephone to deal with Michael. Feldway was being toyed with by Ultima and Testarossa. It feels wrong for the big bad guy in the story to be reduced to a ping-pong ball. I had the power and information I needed to efficiently deal with them, so that's what I did. I had complete knowledge about my enemy's history, skills, and motivation, which made everything easier. If this were someone unknown to me, I would have been more cautious, but that wasn't the case, so I could fool around, especially when nothing could surprise me in this land. In the land of repose, I was omnipotent. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, I contacted the Shadow Generals to see how their battle was going, and I wasn't even surprised to hear that they had already dealt with everything and were waiting for my arrival. What is an army of a couple of million for my shadow army with multiple ultimate skills? The answer is nothing. There is only one way for my shadows to lose, if they had an attack similar to Breath of Destruction used by Antares. That attack is capable of erasing everything from existence in an instant. Even my immortal shadow soldiers with their ultra-speed regeneration wouldn't be able to survive it. But that isn't something that my current enemies are capable of. As I felt Velgrind was 10 minutes away, I told Persephone to change back with me. My body changed to its male form, and my eyes turned to their usual gray color. I looked at the broken body of Rudra and felt a bit of pity for Michael. He had to deal with 3 hours with an angry Persephone because he tried to mind control me. PR, Ed, Mo, he couldn't even speak properly now. I'm going to let you rest. Your goal wasn't bad, but how you tried to achieve it was. I said and put my hand toward him, Akasha. Akasha started to consume him with any resistance. Manas, Michael has been devoured. Every trace of his ego has been removed. Ultimate skill, Lord of Justice, Michael has been acquired, Persephone reported. Good job, Persephone, I said and sighed. While Michael and Feldway are my enemies, I would probably have done the same if our roles were reversed. Hell, if I ever died and didn't reincarnate, I could see Persephone doing something that would make their plans look like child's play to revive me. It wasn't the time to think about things like that. It was also when Velgrind, now under my control since I took Michael from Michael. Now let's turn off the mind control for her. Persephone, do your thing. Effect of ultimate dominion on Velgrind have been turned off, master. Now then, Velgrind, let's talk about bringing the real Rudra back. I began and explained how I would bring Rudra back. I teleported to Ultima and Testarasa, who had annoyed looks on their faces as their ping-pong ball looked broken. Velgrind, who was with me, even looked at him with some pity. Feldway, who was in his actual body, looked terrible. That was the best way to describe his current appearance. Almost all the feathers of his 3 pairs of angel wings fell off, leaving huge patches, and all of them were crocked due to him being used as a ping-pong ball. Some of his hair had fallen out, and he even had stab wounds from Ultima's spears. Overall, he looked like he would die at any moment. Did they use thought acceleration on him? Yes, I helped them by accelerating his thoughts by 100 million times, meaning that for him, he was used as a ping-pong ball for 3 million centuries. Ouch, that surely couldn't be a pleasant experience. You don't say, master, Persephone said flatly. Anyways, good job the both of you, I said and walked towards the dying Feldway, and without even saying anything to him, I activated Akasha and devoured him. Feldway is now completely gone, master. Now then, the final step of the plan. Bring back Rudra and let him deal with the shit going on in the Eastern Empire while also forcing him into a peaceful new age. What was that about forcing Rudra into something? Velgrind asked. Ah, Velgrind, I forgot about you. Don't worry. It's just making a non-aggression treaty with the Kingdom of Monsters so we can enter a new age of peace. You know, the normal demon lord stuff. Bring him in, I said through thought communication, and Saris appeared with Masyuki Hanju or the soon-to-be Masyuki Rudra Nam Olnaska. Please don't kill me, he said. I chuckled and put my arm around his neck. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I need your help with something. Is that okay with you? I asked, putting some pressure on his shoulder. Why, yes, he answered, but it sounded more like a question. Good, with a bright smile I said, Persephone, get to work. This will require precise work with my Akasha skill. I could have done it myself, but I've only had the skill for a week, so I haven't mastered it to a degree where I could do it. Everything is done, his soul is fully fixed, and he now has his past memories, Persephone said. When Rudra opened his eyes, the first thing he said was, Velgrind. Velgrind, who observed the whole process, lost all her composure and jumped on Rudra. Rudra! She tackled him into a hug, and I gave them a few hours to sort everything out. Demon Lord Ashbourne, was it? I'm sorry for the trouble my skills have caused you. Hey, can someone kidnap Rimuru for me? I asked through thought communication. Oh, he didn't do anything for me, but it would be a pain if they destroyed everything, I said in an almost bored tone before bringing forth a scroll. But if you want to thank me, sign this. Velgrind must have told you my plan. Yes, he answered and chuckled. To think that a slime became a demon lord want to have peace with humans, and another demon lord saved the world from destruction. Things were much simpler back then, he said like an old man. Oh, and also, could you get Guy off me? He tries to flirt with me every time he sees me, I said. Rudra just put his hand on my shoulder and said, I know how it feels. We stayed there in silence as we knew each other's pain. If Leon were here, he would also have joined us. Velgrind coughed, breaking us out of the moment and dragging Rudra back from me. Chapter 90, King of Heroes. Now just sign here and everything will be done, I said with a smile. Why does this feel like I'm signing my soul over to the devil? Rudra muttered as he signed the non-aggression treaty. Oh, I wouldn't need permission to take your soul, but that's beside the point. I looked at the new arrival in the land of repose. Rimuru, your turn now. So you kidnapped me and made me sign a non-aggression treaty with the strongest nation. I was dealing with the problem in Raja. Rimuru said with a tone of disbelief, annoyance, and gratitude for my help. Raja, I muttered to myself. I think there was something about that place. I then had a look of realization. Oh, Ultima, didn't you say they made a deal with you before we met? Huh? She thought about it for a while. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about them. If I remember correctly, we started a game. But what was it about? The queen is dying due to a cure on her tiara, Rimuru said. Oh yeah, that's it. She would get enough power to protect her country, but her future children would be cursed. Could you undo it? Rimuru asked Ultima. Ace, I don't know. Ultima looked at me. Go with Rimuru and help them with it. Before I go, I should give you a helping hand, I said and put my hand on Rudra's shoulder. Do it, Persephone. Without having any ultimate skills, he would need to rely on Velgrind. A unique skill holder wouldn't stand a chance against an ultimate skill holder. I could quickly evolve his skill, bypassing all the requirements. The unique skill, Chosen One, has been upgraded into Ultimate Skill, King of Heroes. She said with a hint of excitement about something. She seemed too excited for me to upgrade his skill. Rudra looked at me flatly. Since when was gaining ultimate skills that easy? He asked. I used some of my magicules to force your skill to evolve. I lied. I can't have a weak ruler. It will lead to more troubles, and I won't be able to laze around. All of them looked at me, but I wasn't bothered. Now then, I will leave Ceres and Testarossa in the Empire with you, so they can help you deal with the problems while I'm off to deal with a world-destroying dragon that isn't actually a dragon, I said, and sent them back to the Eastern Empire, and Rimuru with Ultima back to Raja. Now then, let's go and deal with Ivarage, I said, and teleported myself to where the spooky palace was located. The place where Ivarage is sealed is called the Spooky Palace, and here I thought my naming sense was terrible. Spooky Palace sounds more like a kid's attraction than a place where a powerful entity is sealed. Let's see if I can devour it with the whole seal using Akasha. I put my hand towards it, and after saying the skill name it activated, returned to the root Akasha. Akasha shot out of my hand and started devouring the spooky palace at high speed. 10 hours. 10 hours was what it took for my skill to devour it. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. That should be enough work for one day, don't you think, Persephone? Yes, Master, you have done so much today, so you need to rest now. Is that sarcasm I'm hearing, Persephone? No, Master, it's just your imagination. That line is getting old. Just like you, Master. But before that, I made a last stop to arise all the dead enemies, and now my army expanded by a couple of million. With the big problem out of my way, I think it's time to return home and relax. The only person left to deal with would be Yuoki. Persephone POV. When my master returned to his castle, I didn't waste any time and started working on a new skill that would fit perfectly with Ultima, who uses poison magic. Using the information from the seal my master just absorbed with her Lord of Deathly Poison, Samuel, and what makes the Monarch out of Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, to make a new skill. It wasn't easy for me to separate the Monarch part from that skill, but I did it in 1 hour and started working on the new skill. It was a success, and a new ultimate skill was created, the ultimate skill, Plague Monarch, Quirksha. The only thing left is to get my master's permission to give the skill to Ultima. After dealing with the problems in Raja, Ultima returned, and was mad that a demon of her lineage made everything even more complicated. Getting an upgrade to her ultimate skill helped her get over it, but at the same time, she didn't like that it would get even easier to win her fights. Sigh, why can't she be like my master, be happy when she gets stronger, and not complain about it? I also calculated that the skill would influence her race, from currently being a shadow demon into a monarch demon in a couple of 100 years. This, coupled with the fact that she is a primordial demon, will surely be interesting to watch. I could also do the same thing with TENSURA and her Belial and upgrade to a monarch type. I should prepare everything if my master ever asks me to make it. Ultimate skill, White Flame Monarch. Baron was created and safely stored for future use. But the most important skill my master gained today is the ultimate skill, King of Heroes. The skill, as my master would describe it, is an absolute cheat and plot armor. Of course, now that I have it, I can easily counter it if Rudra ever tries to do anything to my master. Chapter 91, Tempest Founding Eve Celebration Part 1. Some time passed since the whole getting rid of annoying pests thing, and since then, I haven't done much. But a few days ago, I was invited to the Tempest Founding Festival, and who am I not to appear there? Now where's my flamingo suit? I said, excited to wear it again. Master, I need to tell you something. Persephone paused, seemingly thinking of the best way to tell me. We decided it would be best to burn all the clothes. You what, my flamingo suit? Why, of all the things, did they destroy my flamingo suit? No, maybe it could have survived, I said with hope, but it didn't last long. Igris cut it into 1,000,000 pieces before TENSURA used her white flames to burn it, and just to be extra safe, Ultima used ghee balg alternative on it. Why are we still here, just to suffer? Rest in peace, my flamingo suit. If possible, I would have brought you back as my shadow. I ended up with a suit similar to the one I had used for the Walpurgis banquet. I will bring Ultima with me, while the shadow generals will have their days off during the festival to do whatever they want. It will be a fun place to rest after dealing with the annoying dragon simps and the sealed, not actually a dragon. The not actually is important. Yes, it is. I looked myself over in the mirror, and even if it was not as magnificent as my flamingo suit, this one didn't look that bad. I wore a dark purple suit with a dark purple tie decorated with metal appliques and contrasting lining. I wore a black shirt, and to complete the look, I wore a black brushed leather belt with a gunmetal gray buckle adorned with smoky gray diamante embellishments and a gunmetal gray tie clip. After checking out my outfit, I looked over to Ultima, and the only thing I could say was, wow, she looks stunning. She wore a purple and black dress that matched my outfit perfectly, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. With a playful smile, she asked, "So what do you think?" "You look beautiful," I replied without leaving my eyes off her for even 1 second. I looked around, observing every important figure of each country had gathered. I entered the tatami room and saw Rimuru chatting with King Gazel there, talking about his train concept. With how fast your country is developing, it could cause problems when the angels descend, Gazel said. Why would that cause a problem? Rimuru asked, confused. You don't have to worry about it any longer, I said, sitting down on the sitting cushions. I'm fairly certain that the angels won't be a big problem anymore. Cal, I haven't seen you in ages. Gazel laughed and poured me a glass of wine. If we didn't count that time a few years ago, then the last time we met was when you were being taught swordsmanship, I chuckled lightly. To think that was 300 years ago. Gazel sighed. After learning you were still alive when I first arrived in Tempest, I couldn't fall asleep for a whole week. Come on, Gazel, it was a few small pranks. You should have gotten over them by now. I fear for the people. You do a normal prank on. But back to what you said about the angels not being a problem anymore. Rimuru also looked interested. Seeing as Rimuru here hasn't even heard of it, I should explain about the Tenma War. Basically, every 500 years, the angels descend from heaven and attack the central world. But why are you so sure that it won't happen again? Rimuru asked. You remember when I kidnapped you not so long ago to sign the non-aggression treaty with the Eastern Empire? Rimuru nodded. Before I kidnapped you, I dealt with the problem and made sure that there wouldn't be any problems in the future. I also have threatened Rudra a bit, not ever to summon the angels again, but that's another story. Also, the big problems that would try to destroy the world have been dealt with. Speaking of which, did you invite him? I asked. I sent an invitation, but I don't know if he will come here. Gazel, who was listening to everything, was surprised. So the non-aggression treaty with the Eastern Empire was true. Here I thought the non-aggression treaty with the Holy Empire was something. Yeah, you see, Cal here kidnapped me and made me sign it, Rimuru replied awkwardly. I see, Gazel looked at me. I can't even understand how you can pull off something like that. Oh, I'm not as weak as you might think, Gazel. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm the Shadow Monarch, Demon Lord Ashbourne. After I introduced myself with my title, Gazel looked like lightning had struck him. You were the Demon Lord Ashbourne the whole time? Didn't you say you used to be a holy knight? Ah, that wasn't a lie. I used to be one before I became a Demon Lord, and the name Ashbourne is also something I use when I'm on Demon Lord business. We continued catching up and talking about different things. Rimuru continued to explain the train project, while I also brought up other ideas for him. One thing we talked about was the dungeon he started building, but my ideas got shot down instantly. They truly don't appreciate my dungeon designing skills. Even the new king, Yaum, decided to join us. This was the first time we both met, but apparently Ultima and Murin quickly found a common topic to discuss. Chapter 92, Tempest Founding Eve Celebration Part 2. Ah, it is a pleasure for me to welcome you here today. I am Demon Lord Rimuru. I would prefer for this night to be free of serious topics, and instead, I would like to direct you toward our nation's dishes that I hope you will enjoy. Long speeches are not my strength, so please excuse me for cutting it short. I wish you all a grand time. Let the party begin. After finishing his greeting, Rimuru called for a toast. Beautiful elven ladies were roaming around the banquet hall, carrying various kinds of alcoholic beverages. I wanted to give Rimuru a thumbs up, but got kicked in the leg by Ultima, who was sitting beside me and looking at me with a smile. Aren't you looking at the elves a little too much? She asked in a low voice. I wasn't looking at them, but at all the kinds of alcohol they were serving. As if I would believe you, she deadpanned. I enjoyed the different dishes being served, like smoked chicken duck meat and sandwiches filled with vegetables, cow deer steak, fried vegetables marinated in sauce, fried chicken, and roast beef salad. I could easily identify that they were made by Shuna and Yashida. Ultima always enjoyed the food Yashida made during our trips to Ingracia, so she, of course, loved the food made by Shuna, whose food was even better than Yashida's. I even recognized some of the dishes as being the ones served during the Walpurgis banquet. I didn't even notice how quiet it became all of a sudden when two people sat down at the table. I have to agree with you. This country is just like you said it was, the male said. Rudra, good to see you again. How is everything going on your end? I asked with a smile. It's good now, but let's not talk about it. Today is my day off, and I want to enjoy it. Oh, I haven't introduced you last time you met. This is my partner, Ultima. Ultima, this is Rudra and Velgrind. We talked for a while before a large fish was carted in, a spear tuna if I remember correctly. Hakiru began his performance as his kitchen knife flew to and from, avoiding the hard exoskeleton armor of the spear tuna. The spear tuna was dismembered in a beautiful display of artistic skill. It didn't take long before it was divided, and then sliced up as the plates were loaded with sashimi. Hakiru also started making sushi. I always wanted to eat sushi after coming to this world, but didn't know how to make it, and it seemed I wasn't the only one who wanted to eat it. Rudra, who was sitting at the same table, looked like he would start salivating seeing it. It could be because of his life as a Japanese student. As the other participants were skeptical of it, Rudra didn't waste any time and asked Hakiru to prepare some for him. I also took the initiative to get some for myself, as I knew that after people saw Rudra eating it, they would try it too, and the tuna would disappear quickly. It was really good, just like I expected it to be, and just like I expected after everyone saw Rudra enjoying it, they tried it. I also saw Yuuki, who I didn't know how to exactly deal with. As long as he doesn't want to destroy the world and doesn't mess with me, I'm not going to kill him. I will stop him from gaining the greed skill, of course, but as long as he doesn't do anything to get my attention, I will leave him for the time being. Rimuru also looked more on guard around him. It could be because he met Kagali. I did tell him about her, so he must know she used to be the demon Lord Kazalim. I never actually interacted with her, but I would say we are on neutral terms. I shrugged while enjoying the food and Japanese alcohol. I'll deal with it when the time comes. The banquet continued until a soldier rushed in and shouted, "Be big trouble." I guess it's time for her entrance. Elmesia El-Ru Sarian, the emperor of Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian, isn't she technically my cousin if I think about it? She is the daughter of Sylvia El-Ru. Sylvia was an elemental that Twilight Valentine incarnated into a physical body using his flesh as a base. My mother is his daughter, so while Sylvia was created from an elemental, they could still be considered siblings. Does that even matter? Persephone asked. Not really, but it just came to my mind, I replied. After Elmesia's arrival, it didn't take long for the other demon lords to arrive. Milim, Carrion, and Frey arrived, and Milim seemed excited for some reason. Managing to overhear what she said, I understood why that was. She wants Mildy to learn how to make good food and not what he calls good food, mainly raw vegetables. Oh, this is not going to be easy for Rimuru. After Rimuru welcomed them and compared Frey to a bird, I decided to say hello to my fellow demon lords. Wow, wait, ow, 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 that hurts really? Carrion cried as Frey's transformed fingernails dug deeper into his head. Dangerous. If this gets any worse, it will really be dangerous. I was wrong. I'm sorry, so please forgive me, Frey. Carrion, you really learn when to stay silent, I said with a shake of my head. I agree with Ashbourne, Frey said with a smile and decided to spare Carrion for now. Milim observed me and had a big smile. You have become much stronger. We need to fight. She shuddered slightly and quickly glanced at Frey. Of course, after the festival. Of course, we can fight after the festival. I heard Ramiris is here in Tempest, so she can open the door to our fighting area. But I think there is something more important you have to get done now, I said. Milim nodded, and that's how Rimyaru's mission of making Mildy learn what good food is began. It was also the first time I saw Shuna angry, but it worked out in the end. The rest of the banquet went by without any problems, and the founding festival will start tomorrow. Chapter 93, Tempest Festival. Today's Tempest Founding Festival is but the first debut project. With that being said, I hope everyone will have fun. Rimuru ended his speech, and the festival began. Accompanied by Ultima, we decided to listen to the music performance of Shuna and Shin. Looking around, I saw Emelsia, Gazel, Frey, and Milim. I even saw my mother disguised as a maid for 2 holy knights in the audience. The musical performance started with Shuna on the piano and Shin on the violin. Their skilled playing seemed like a friendly competition rather than a collaboration, but it was still lovely to listen to. Clearly, they had put in a lot of practice to achieve such a high level of skill. The audience was silent after they finished playing until my mother started clapping. Soon, others joined in with applause. After the applause quieted down, the lights on the stage turned dark for a while before they turned on again, and a new song was played. Different songs from Earth and even anime songs. After the music performance, we had lunch, and then we attended a tech presentation before going around the city. Seeing a sword being healed with a healing potion was certainly a funny experience. We bought some souvenirs and even found Veldora at his takoyaki stand, and I somehow ended up having a takoyaki making competition with Veldora. Of course, after my first failed attempt, I didn't resort to cheating. Hey, don't be like that, Persephone, I screamed mentally. It seems Master is a sore loser. Did you say anything? No, Master. Thought so. Yesterday marked the end of the first day of the festival. Today, we decided to visit the opera house, and I didn't expect to run into my mother there, but it was a pleasant surprise. She seemed to enjoy the music of Tempest. After the opera, we decided to grab a bite to eat at Shuna's cafe. The food was delicious, and it was the perfect way to refuel before exploring the nearby market. As we walked through the market, we were surrounded by vibrant colors and sounds. We saw a variety of different stalls selling different Tempest specialties. We also saw some shadow generals just walking around enjoying their time off. Apparently, due to Masayuki not participating, there were a few changes in the tournament. There wasn't anything about the four heavenly kings, and there were two different participants, namely Hakuryu and Igris. I don't know why Hakuryu decided to join, but what I know is that I want to see the battle between the both of them. Two people dedicated their lives to polish their swordsmanship. That's something I'm waiting for, but from the matchup I saw, that would only happen if both of them enter the finals. Currently, the last fight of the day is being held, Lion Mask versus Igris. The final day of the festival arrived, and I'm awaiting the final of the tournament. Ultima and I decided to go and watch the final match, as it was a match between Hakuryu and Igris. The long-awaited finals have finally arrived, Sauka announced. The public cheered, and when their voices died down, she continued. Who will emerge victorious in this epic battle between the representatives of Demon Lord Rimuru and Demon Lord Ashbourne? It's not just a clash of subordinates, but a showdown between two individuals who have honed their skills to perfection. Get ready for a heart-pounding duel that will leave you on the edge of your seat. The cheers returned, with half being for Hakuryu and the other half for Igris. Apparently, during the previous battles, they gained their attention due to their swordsmanship, and now that both of them are facing each other, the people are interested. That's especially true for swordsmen, who now look at them with shining stars in their eyes, despite being monsters and subordinates of demon lords. This won't be a battle of power. Otherwise, Igris would have won it easily. No, this will be a battle of pure skill, and I can't help but get excited. Let the battle begin. As they charged towards each other, their swords clashed, creating a shower of sparks. It was a breathtaking sight to behold, one that showcased the incredible skill and precision of both Hakuryu and Igris. Despite their different styles, both swordsmen were incredibly skilled and had trained for hundreds of years to become the formidable swordsmen that they were. Hakuryu's swordsmanship style was more reminiscent of Japanese techniques, with precise strikes and fluid movements that allowed him to seamlessly transition from one attack to the next. Meanwhile, Igris tended to utilize European techniques, favoring a more aggressive approach that relied on quick strikes and powerful blows. Despite their differences, both warriors were evenly matched, and the battle raged on for what felt like hours. Each strike was met with a fierce counterattack, and the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the battlefield. Neither of them was going to back down, and the intensity of the fight only seemed to increase as time went on. With a final burst of energy, Igris landed a devastating blow that sent Hakuryu backward, giving him enough time to win. The battle was over, and Igris won. With the tournament over and Igris as the winner, it was time for something I was excited about, and that was the announcement Miles was about to make. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to have kept you waiting. The facility that we are about to demonstrate is the pride of the Tempest Federation, the extremely challenging dungeon. It will be the most difficult undertaking opened by His Majesty, Demon Lord Rimuru, to fellow adventurers. Will anyone be able to break through this labyrinth successfully? I should maybe test it out one time, but now this time. There is something I need to do before I can think about testing out the dungeon. Chapter 94, The End. The Tempest Festival ended without problems, and I had a great time with Ultima. We returned to my castle immediately after it ended, and I decided to finish everything today. There are things I didn't know, and things that have changed due to my presence in this world. So, even if I knew a lot about the people of this world, I didn't know how to handle them. I already dealt with the major threats, but new ones could arise. Yuuki was one of them. While he isn't as strong as the WN version of Yuuki, and his character is different, I need to figure out how to handle him right now. I wasn't a good person, and I wasn't a bad person. If I would describe my alignment, it is chaotic neutral. I wouldn't go help people if I didn't care about them, but at the same time, I wouldn't go killing just for the sake of it. At the same time, I would stop people from causing chaos, like, for example, Michael and Feldway. I was like the judge in the shadows. I would probably be seen as a dictator by other people by denying free will or something, but that wasn't my goal. I would only stop world-ending events and people that would cause them. There is also the question of if someone hasn't yet committed the crime but will in the future, could I actually judge them? I may not be better than the people I want to stop. What do you think, Persephone? I asked. I think I speak for everyone who is under you, Master. We will always agree with whatever Master chooses, even if it's destroying the world or protecting it as a dictator or a god. I see. Then create the skills we talked about. Working on it, Master. Not even a second passed before she spoke again. The ultimate skill, the omniscient, omnipotent star, Sha Nakba Imuru, has been created. Sha Nakba Imuru is basically clairvoyance and precognition. It allows me to instantly discern great truths, such as the identity of another and their skills despite them trying to hide it or possessing an ultimate skill. I can also see the possibilities of parallel worlds, predict the future, and know what to do. I instantly saw all the different parallel worlds and all the possible futures. But something that stood out for me was something they all had in common. How did I never think of something like that being possible? I chuckled. Well, after I'm done with this, I should start working on that. I saw the different things I did, and one of them interested me, so I decided to do that too. Persephone, make a skill that would allow me to travel through time and space. The skill has been created and directly integrated into Akasha. I could say that black heart reactor became useless after my last evolution. One future I saw was when I lived until the end of time and decided to absorb and analyze turn null energy and make black heart reactor, a skill that could generate turn null energy for me. Turn null is a primordial energy that can create and destroy everything. Veldanava used it to create several parallel worlds, but lost it later on. What I'm about to do will give me a constant supply of this energy. If I could get even more powerful, why should I wait when I can travel there now? Let's do it, Persephone. Activating space-time travel, traveling to the end of space and time. I was in complete nothingness. Nothing existed beside me here. Persephone started absorbing the energy around us and analyzing it so black heart reactor can generate it. Master, do you want to enter sleep mode until I finish? Yes. After answering, I instantly fell asleep. Master, wake up. My eyes slowly opened. How long was I asleep? Master was asleep for 100 million years. Only 100 million years, huh? I expected more. That was a nice nap. Let's not waste more time and return to the moment I left. Activating space-time travel, traveling back to the past. I was back in my castle the moment I left. Today was the end of one adventure and the beginning of another. As the years passed, I continued to act like the guard and judge in the shadow, not only in the central world, but in the many other worlds created by Veldanava and myself. Over the years, I decided to create my own worlds. Having an unlimited supply of turn, null made it so I could create them without ever being able to run out. I looked over to Ultima, who was standing beside me. She was massaging her belly. After a couple of thousand years, we decided to finally have a baby. To think I would become a father, I remember my mother's reaction when we told her the news. She instantly took Ultima on a shopping trip to buy clothes and toys for the baby. I looked at the stack of books on my desk. I pushed it back for a while, but it needed to be done one day or another. One stack of books had the name TENSURA, while the other was solo leveling. It was something I found out after gaining Sha Nakba Imuru. I never transmigrated into a world of a story I read, but into a world I would write stories about. I handed the books to two of my generals, and after giving them the orders, I teleported them back to the world where I lived my second life. Fin,